Chapter 501. Alvin felt his eyes go dark, the light on the water element flickered in the air, and the three liquid giants were projected into twisted blue phantoms. He could clearly see the runes flowing in the chest of the water element, and in the runes were their magic cores, but it seemed that the size of the magic core was almost bigger than his own head. How big? The three water elements, as big as mountains, were flowing with turbulent waves. Alvin even felt that even if these guys didn't kill him, they could drown him by simply pouring water on him. Quilindra was so surprised that he couldn't speak. Alvin secretly looked at the deer, and found that she was shaking. Alvin gently patted Quilindra's shoulder, and then took a step forward. His small pavilion was surrounded by water, so he definitely couldn't run away, and these guys didn't kill him when he was treating Quilindra, so he didn't fall into despair. Three water brothers. Hello. A long silence. Three giant water elements folded their arms, and looked down at him, as if they were examining the two tiny people. Alvin was a little scared by being stared at. It seems that there is some misunderstanding between us. Alvin raised his neck and shouted loudly, and his voice produced a lot of echoes in the empty space. We have no intention of offending the water elements, but this tree demon lady was injured and needs treatment. The sound of the sudden explosion of waves interrupted his explanation. The water element in the middle raised its arm made of vortex, and the ground of the entire lake pavilion shook instantly, and water began to emerge from the ground. Why did you come here? Aren't you coveting the power of Queen Azhara? Alvin was startled. The sound was like the sound of a bursting tide, making his ears buzz. A talking water element, this should be a high-level existence among water elements, right? Alvin and Quilindra looked at each other, and both saw confusion in each other's eyes. Respected water element, we don't understand what you mean. Alvin looked up and asked, we came here just to track down the orcs, and a Kaldorii trader who came here from the other side of the sea, not to covet the power of Queen Azhara. Shut up. The water element on the left interrupted Alvin rudely, your sophistry can stop here. You, like the people before, just want to use the power of the Abyss Altar here. What is this? What is the Abyss Altar? Alvin was a little dizzy. I am really not the same as the people in front of me. Guys, I'm here to hunt them down. Shut up. Idiot. The water element on the right scolded the water element on the left. Look at what you said. You told us all the secrets we guarded. Ah. Alvin couldn't describe it in words, because water elements don't have facial features, but the water element on the left really showed a stunned feeling. You despicable human. The water element on the left cursed angrily. The cunning human used words to get our secrets. Fortunately, he didn't know that people can be resurrected with the three relics of Slogger Thorgus. This time it was Alvin's turn to be stunned. You idiot. Say one more word. I will crush you completely. The water element in the middle got angry and glared at this stupid companion. The guy on the left was silent, and was so scared that he dared not breathe. It seems that the water element in the middle is their boss. Alvin thought, using the three relics of Sliders Thorgus, you can resurrect the dead at the Abyss Altar? This is a brand new version that Alvin has never heard of, but think about it. Isn't the betrayer Fandral Staghelm driven crazy because of his son's war? Maybe it's because he wants to use this power to resurrect his son, so he cooperates with the Twilight sect to collect the three relics and go deep into the dark abyss. Thinking of this, Alvin hurriedly said, we are definitely not in the same group with them. He pointed his finger in the direction he came from. Over there, the orc warlock sacrificed the lives of hundreds of fishmen and summoned a demon lord, or I killed him. If you don't believe me, you can go and see. Those murlocs have indeed lost contact. The water element on the right whispered, how can you make us believe that it was not you who killed them? That is a sacrifice spell. As you can see, I am a priest. The holy light just now explains everything. I don't know that kind of terrible magic at all. Those guys are from another world called Draenor. They are a kind of orc warlock who can summon demons from the twisting void. The three water elements looked at each other. Where is the orc warlock? The water element on the right asked, dead, eaten by the demon lord he summoned. That still can't be proven. I can still judge that what you said is just a bizarre story you made up. There is evidence. Alvin shouted loudly, as long as I catch up with the orcs in front, I can prove it to you. According to the words of the stupid waterman on the left, Alvin judged that these three guys were not on the same path as the orcs. I am afraid that these three guys are guarding the secrets in this place just like the stupid guy said. But those orcs and Fandral rushed out from under their hands by some means. So as long as I can prove that I am willing to catch up and kill the orcs, the big water people should be able to believe me. Those damn guys in front of us attacked the Kaldorii outpost, bullied our green dragon and tree demon allies, burned our forests, and stole our treasures. My mission is to catch up with them. Alvin shouted. I don't know how these villains got through under your noses, but I think you are so smart that you will not let the real bad guys go unpunished. Humph! If they hadn't left 2 people here to block us, how could we let them go? The silly water man on the left spoke again, but we have killed those 2 guys. The bodies are still floating over there. I will take them away. Freeze them into sculptures as trophies. I see. So the orc warlock Kelrus left 2 of his men behind to hold back the water people at the cost of their lives, and he and Fandral took the opportunity to escape. Alvin nodded. No wonder, as powerful as you are, you naturally can't let them go. He rolled his eyes. Then we have a deal. Let us go, and then I will stop the conspiracy of those bad guys? The water elements on both sides looked at the boss in the middle at the same time. The boss folded his arms, and was silent for a long time. This is a good suggestion. The voice of the water element boss was muffled, but much calmer than his 2 brothers. But, you killed my men and smashed the magic core. I want you to pay an equal price. Oops. How could I forget this? Alvin groaned in his heart. That was an accident. I didn't want to do that, but you saw that he attacked us first. And I wanted to talk from the beginning, but he didn't give me a chance. Besides, if you let me pay with my life, how can I chase those orcs? Well, you're right. Your life should be left for the time being. The water element boss stretched out his thick arms, which were rolling like waves, and pointed at the deer behind Alvin. Then you give me the life of this tree demon. Chapter 502. The voice of the water element boss made people's heads buzz, but everyone understood it. Quilindra's face turned pale instantly, and she gently raised her spear. Alvin laughed dryly a few times, stepped forward calmly, and blocked the deer behind him. Water boss, you are joking too much. Let's not talk about the fact that I don't have the power to deal with other people's lives. Even if I can't put a butcher knife on my friend's neck with my own hands, right? This kind of joke will scare my deer. Quilindra blushed. It was already this time, and this guy actually said my dear again, as if I belonged to him. Thinking in his heart, his originally pale face returned to rosy. It seems you don't want to cooperate? The water element snorted coldly. I ask you one last time. I only want 1 life for 1 life, either your life or hers. As they said that, the 3 water elements released their magic power at the same time, and the earth-shaking cold air instantly spread to the entire area. Alvin even saw the water drops hanging on his eyebrows condense into ice in an instant, and his eyebrows turned white, just like Santa Claus. His skin felt like being pierced by countless cold steel needles, and even his feet lost consciousness. Alvin, please don't make things difficult for me. Quilindra put her hands on Alvin's back, then leaned forward and put her side face against his back. I didn't expect your shoulders to be quite broad. The deer turned his face to the side, gently kissed Alvin's side face, and said with a smile, I will use my life to protect you. A wise choice. When the water boss saw that the little deer was willing to sacrifice himself, he snorted coldly and relaxed the pressure of magic. Alvin's expression froze, and he shook off Quilindra with a tremor of his shoulders, and said to the surprise of the people and water elements present, Why do you interrupt when a man is talking? Stand behind me honestly. After saying that, he left the stunned Quilindra and reached out to pull out Zalata's. When he raised his head and looked at the water element, the whole atmosphere of the man had changed. The dark shadow magic gradually gathered around him, like a substantial black liquid. If the body of the water element is composed of turbulent water, then Alvin's body at this time is like the shadow itself. His dark pupils began to expand, and eventually spread to the entire eyeball. The 2 dark eyeballs seemed to be black holes that could swallow everything around them. Boss Shui, you have 1 more chance to make a request, otherwise it seems that you can only fight. Alvin's voice was completely different from before, as if it was a whisper from the universe coming from the dark night sky. He activated the shadow form. Since there was no way to communicate, there was only a fight. Quilindra looked at Alvin, who was filled with shadows, and felt the magic power on him that seemed to be able to destroy the world. If the water element gave people the feeling of being cold, as if a mountain was pressing down on their heads, then Alvin was like the endless darkness that swallowed everything. The deer's body was already shaking unconsciously. What was wrong with this guy? Isn't he a priest? Why can he use such pure shadow magic? Her glasses had long been shaken crooked and hung diagonally on her ears, but at this moment she had long forgotten to hold them up and just let them hang there. She wanted to take out the small notebook to record Alvin's condition, but her hands were shaking so much that she couldn't hold it steady. She slapped her face hard and forced herself to calm down. At this time, the shadow elements around Alvin gathered more and more, and his original appearance had long been submerged in it, and could not be seen. Only the holy light beacon on his back continued to emit a faint light. The deer wiped his eyes, because he felt that the shadows gathered together seemed to wrap Alvin in it to form a shape. What was that? That's right. It vaguely looked like a void walker. Alvin's change was not only noticed by Corindra, but also by the three big water people in front of him. The water element on the right could not maintain its original maturity, and turned to look at its boss. What kind of magic is this? Isn't he a human? Well, it seems that this guy has entered the second stage. The big fool on the left said. Nonsense. He's not the boss. What's the second stage? Boss Shui was a little undecided at this time. He had never seen a person who could become a void walker. The shadow magic almost absorbed all the frost in the space. The magic power was stirring around him, like a group of sharks staring at bleeding prey, ready to rush in and devour them completely. I give you another chance. Tell me a condition I can accept. I will try my best to meet you, otherwise I can only go to war with you. The threat from Alvin's deep voice was not only reflected in the tone, but it was obviously pointing a gun at someone's head and letting him make a choice. The three water elements were silent. I don't want to play anymore. Alvin, you bastard. You didn't come to see me after so long, and you bullied me as soon as we met. You brought a tree demon who was not even a human. How can you have such a strong taste? She doesn't even have a lower body. Ah! I want to go home. I don't want to see you again. The lake surface suddenly appeared with fine silver ripples, and a vortex lit up at the same time as if responding to some kind of call. A handful of fountains gushed out from the lake. Then, the first thing to surface was a trident made of coral. Then, a beautiful girl holding a trident rose from the bottom of the lake. Her slender snake tail broke through the water surface, bringing up thousands of crystal water droplets, and the wet scales on the tail were shining. The long blue hair fell down her waist like a waterfall, with shells, starfish and other decorations hanging on it. When she stood completely on the water, Alvin could see her appearance clearly. The girl's left hand wrapped in a pearl bracelet gently stroked her face, but her pretty face was filled with anger. She had a hot body, and was only wearing 2 large shells, which made her rich and generous. Her blue eyes emitted a cold and clear light. Are you surprised? Don't you recognize me? She angrily slapped the water with her snake tail, and the waves stirred up created a mist in the air. When the black shadow element emitted by Alvin was about to touch the Naga, it suddenly stagnated, and then quickly dissipated, revealing the shocked Alvin. Are you Cordelia? Humph! No! How could I not recognize you? You are the only Naga I know. Alvin put away the dagger and explained, I thought we were going to fight just now, and I thought some new enemy had appeared. No, why are you here? Didn't you go back to the underwater city of Ash'ar? Chapter 503. 3 giant water elements stood respectfully behind Naga, and they were obviously following Cordelia's command. Cordelia was perched on the fountain. Although the power of the water was very strong, Naga's thin waist almost reduced the vibration, so that the upper body did not move at all. Why, you don't seem happy to see me? Naga's tail tone suddenly rose, and the vertical pupils unique to snakes shrank into 2 blue vertical lines. The trident wrapped with water vapor pointed horizontally at Alvin's Adam's apple. Ah! Alvin was a little speechless. How could it be? I was stunned because I suddenly saw you. You know, I was ready to fight with those 3 guys just now. Really? Then why didn't you come to find me? I didn't stay in Stormwind for a few days. What? Cordelia said angrily. When we broke up, didn't you tell me that you went to Stormwind to be a short-lived bishop? What do you mean by a short-lived bishop? Alvin wiped the sweat off his face. I went to the Cathedral of Light to be a bishop, but then the orcs invaded, and I went to Draenor to chase them. Draenor? What is this place? It's an alien planet, in short, a very far place. I went there through a portal, and came back after killing the orcs there. I've only been back for a few days, and I'm here to perform a mission again. Alvin sighed, and I can't swim. I told you before, if I fall into the water, I might sink to the bottom in less than a few minutes. Puff. Naga covered her mouth and laughed, then she felt something was wrong and tightened her mouth again. Lying puppy. Naga slowly descended from the fountain, and her snake tail swayed and reached directly from the front, circled around Alvin, and then stopped at his side. She whispered against the human's pale ear, Humph, I think you must have gone to hang out with a tree demon somewhere. It seems that you are really hungry. She doesn't even have a lower body. Let him go. Kalindra was almost unable to bear it at the back. This inexplicable snake demon came up to Alvin, and said so badly about herself. Now he is kidnapping Alvin? She immediately reached out to grab Alvin, and wanted to snatch him back. You said I don't have a lower body, and you don't have a lower body either. Huh? She didn't expect the tree demon to dare to come up and snatch Alvin. Instantly, the temperature around them dropped, and the surroundings of the few people were covered with white frost again, which made her blue eyes look terrifying. A four-legged monster in the forest dares to set foot in the ocean. I should have killed you with my own hands just now. Stop arguing. Alvin shouted, grabbing Quilindra with one hand and Cordelia with the other. What on earth do you want to do? Cordelia, you are my good friend. We have been through hardships together, but you can't say that to others. And just now you actually wanted me to kill her with my own hands? Seeing Alvin staring at her, he seemed to be really a little angry, and Cordelia's momentum was suppressed. She was very happy when she saw Alvin, but when she saw Quilindra, she began to feel uncomfortable, so she summoned her servant water element. She wanted to kill the annoying tree demon by surprise, but she didn't expect that Alvin's magic power would not increase for a while, and he killed her water element instantly. So she continued to summon her most powerful servant, trying to force Alvin to get rid of the deer himself, but she didn't expect Alvin to choose to fight hard. Although Alvin's choice made Cordelia even more angry, she felt relieved after thinking about it. If he really betrayed his friend, I'm afraid I wouldn't always think about him, right? Thinking of this, Cordelia retracted her magic power and smiled again. I'm kidding you. Can't you see that? He got off Alvin, stood in front of him, hugged Alvin gently, and then quickly separated. Okay, I won't fight with you anymore. Don't be angry, man. Who told you not to come to me? Now we are even. Hee hee. Alvin was speechless, but he also knew that this Naga was powerful and moody, and it was probably unrealistic to expect her not to do anything out of line. You? By the way, why are you here? Alas, it's all because of you. Cordelia sighed. I always go out to Stormwind to find you every few days, which angered my mother, so my mother asked me to carry out the mission. She smiled and said, Isn't this a blessing in disguise? I really found you. Alvin, honestly, are you happy to see me? Of course I am happy. This is true. The two of them have been through hardships together before, and the Naga has saved her life. When I was fighting against the Orc Death Knight on the ship from South Sea Town to Menethil Port, I was pulled into the seabed by that guy. If it weren't for Cordelia's help, I, a landlubber, would have really become a dead duck. Unfortunately, I have been running around, and I don't know the location of the underwater city of Vashar. I once thought that I might never meet her in this life. But I didn't expect to meet Cordelia in this dark abyss. How can I not be happy with such a coincidence? It's a pity that I don't know where your home is, and I can't swim. I thought I would never see you again. Me too. But by the way, what are you doing here? Are you really going to chase those orcs? Yes, if you didn't tell me, I almost forgot. How many people are there now? You haven't been hurt by them, have you? They want to hurt me. Practice for another 100 years. Cordelia said proudly, I killed one of my servants, and now there is only one green skin and one Caldori left. I wanted to chase them, but when I heard your voice, I was so happy that I was shocked. I couldn't believe it was true, so I went to find you first. I didn't expect it was really you. Then why didn't you come out to see me when you saw me? I was almost angry to death. I miss you every day in the sea. Look at you, except for that little red dragon girl, aren't you changing girls too often? Alvin clapped his hands. I forgot about Chandries and Akali. Why haven't they caught up yet? How far have I run? Cordelia waved her hands. Don't worry, I just used a little trick to confuse them with the mirage, and now they are still spinning in circles. Alvin didn't know what to say. This Naga girl was really fierce. It would be better to keep Calpurnia and the others away from her in the future. What are you doing here? Isn't it for the power of the Dark Altar? Cordelia asked. What is the Dark Altar? I really don't know. Well, it means that you don't even know what incident you are involved in, and you dare to come to the bottom of the sea. Cordelia smiled bitterly. You really don't know the height of the sky and the depth of the earth. The Dark Altar here was originally called the Altar of Ishara. It is the place where the queen worships. By sacrificing some sacrifices, you can get power, appearance, treasure, and even life. Chapter 504. Alvin's breathing became rapid. Can I get power and life? Is it the universal wishing machine in the world of Azeroth? Cordelia rolled her eyes at Alvin. Such a powerful power required a price at that time. Do you understand equivalent exchange? Whatever you want, you have to exchange it with corresponding valuable things. How can you just make a wish? Naga pointed to the corridor in front. Your friends are coming from that side. I don't want to see them, so I avoid them first. As she spoke, she waved her hand. The water element boss heard the order, stretched out his palm to pick up Cordelia, and put her on his shoulder. Cordelia sat on the water element, her snake tail wagging, very cute. You just promised me that you would kill those two villains. I wait for your good news. She waved her hand, everything is up to you. The water boss also nodded to Alvin, then turned around and slowly dived into the water. When Cordelia was half submerged in the water, she suddenly turned her head and shouted, Remind you, don't try to make a wish at the dark altar. No matter what wish you make, everything has a price, and you don't know what that price is. See you later. After saying that, Cordelia completely sank into the water. The water surface was agitated for a while, and then quickly returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. I really don't understand her. Alvin complained, always mysterious, everyone is a riddler. Is there anything you can't say together? Humph! Quilindra snorted coldly. Alvin heard the bad tone and looked back. He found that the deer's glasses were put back, but there was a kodo tied to the upturned mouth. Miracle priests like to hang out with snake demons. Snake demons are vicious, ugly, and bad-tempered. Perverse and extremely lewd. She took out a small notebook and muttered while recording quickly. Alvin was embarrassed. Why was the deer still angry? He just saved her life several times. He leaned over to see what the deer had recorded, but Quilindra blocked it with her arm and twisted her body to the other side. Don't talk to me, you're a xenomorph. Alvin said angrily, don't write nonsense. Who is a xenomorph? It's you. I'm a self-disciplined writer. I will only record what I have witnessed, and I won't miss any details. You don't know. I've known Cordelia since I met her in Nanhai Town. At that time we solved the plague problem in the fish people together. We were in trouble together. She even saved my life. Alvin took a breath and continued, that person is like that, likes to talk nonsense, often does unexpected things, and temper. Is indeed a bit weird, but not a bad person. You will know after you get in touch with her more in the future. Who wants to get in touch with her? I belong to the forest, she belongs to the sea. We don't interfere with each other. Just like the sun and the moon, they never meet. It seems that Quilindra was mad at Cordelia, and she couldn't give back for a while. Forget it, let's talk about it later. As Alvin was thinking, he heard a burst of hurried footsteps, and two figures, one blue and one red, rushed out from where they came from. Alvin! Colin! You scared me to death. The people ran all the way to the two of them, and stopped. They were Chandrese, and the little red dragon Akalatassa. Chandrese had sweat on her forehead. She wiped it gently, flicked her braid, grabbed Alvin's collar, and pulled him in front of her face. Mr. Alvin, I know you are very capable. But in the situation just now, shouldn't you say hello to me, so that we can act together? Alvin was not as tall as Chandrese. He was pulled up like this, and even his toes were raised. His neck was so uncomfortable. He pushed Chandrese's hand away. Just when he was about to get angry, he saw that there were tears in Chandrese's eyes, but she was holding back the tears. Looking at her disheveled face and hair covered in dust, he swallowed back the harsh words that were about to come out of his mouth. He reached out and gently touched Chandrese's hair, flicking off the dust on it. This action scared Chandrese, and she jumped aside quickly. Why are you touching me? I'm sorry, I made you worry. I will discuss with everyone before taking action. Akalatassa came up and hugged Alvin generously, put her face on his shoulder, and rubbed his cheek with her hair. Brother, I have told Miss Chandrese that because of the blood contract, I can feel that you are in front and very safe, but Sister Chandrese is still very worried. We are trapped in a maze, and she is almost dying of anxiety. Don't be angry with her. In fact, she is very worried about you. Miss Akali, please stop talking. Ah! Shandy squatted down while covering her ears, buried her head in her legs, and blushed to the root of her neck. Alvin gently stroked the little red dragon's hair. She is worried. So are you worried about me? No worry. Because I know we will meet soon. Haha, silly girl, you should say you are worried at this time. Alvin smiled and messed up Akali's hair. On the other side, Quilindra had helped Chandrese up. The tree demon felt a little sorry when he saw Alvin being scolded. Shandy's, I'm sorry, actually I didn't control myself. Don't worry about Alvin. If it weren't for him, I might have died just now. Ah! Shandy's was surprised. What happened to you? Quilindra looked at Alvin, wondering if he could tell about the Naga. Alvin nodded, and the little deer told the two of them everything that had just happened. When talking about the appearance of the Naga, Chandrese's ears moved obviously. How dare these guys come here? Huh? Alvin asked curiously. Do you know the Naga tribe? Chandrese rolled her eyes at Alvin. Those guys are the idiots who originally claimed to be high elves. She snorted coldly, These deformed guys have been here before, and we drove them away. As long as I am here, I will never let these shameful guys go ashore. Alvin suddenly felt a little pain in his teeth. Alas, the relationship between these people is really complicated. It seems that they have hatred for each other. If they meet now, they will fight again. Alvin! Don't tell me you have any dealings with the Naga tribe. Alvin was speechless. He looked at the deer. Quilindra snorted and turned her head away to ignore him. He knew that if he told the truth now, I am afraid that this team would be disbanded on the spot. He had to talk about something else. That's not important. What's important is that I found out a shocking secret. It's about the purpose of the orcs in Fandral. Chandris heard that he was clearly trying to change the subject, and she immediately got angry. However, she was really interested in the shocking secret that Alvin mentioned, so she had to patiently ask, "Don't keep me in suspense. What is the secret?" Alvin pretended to be mysterious and smiled. "Let's talk while we walk." Chapter 505. Dark Altar? What is this? Chandis turned her head and asked, "Also, your body is too weak. How come you are out of breath after running for such a short time?" "I don't want to compare you and me." Alvin was panting heavily, stumbling, and suddenly his left and right feet tripped, and the whole person fell forward with a scream. "Oh my gosh!" Chandis grabbed him and looked down at him with contempt. Don't look at me like that," Alvin panted. "I know what you're thinking. Storm Fortress." "No, I'm a human priest, not good at running, and it's not bad if I can hold on for 2 minutes." Chandris smiled, patted Alvin's shoulder gently, and comforted him earnestly. "Yes, 2 minutes is also great." After saying that, Chandris's face and Alvin's expression froze, and the Sentinel General's face instantly turned red to the root of his neck. Cough cough. Alvin pretended to cough twice. "Speaking of the Dark Altar, that's incredible." Alvin's eyes turned, and he instantly changed the subject and told what he had just heard about the Dark Altar. "So, they are coming for the Dark Altar?" "Very likely." Alvin said, "I guess they are robbing relics to collect sacrifices, and then use the sacrifices to fulfill their wishes. It is easy for us to infer Fandral's wish, which is probably related to resurrecting his son, but the purpose of the Orc Kelris is unclear. I don't know how many wishes the 3 relics can fulfill. If they really fulfill their wishes, no matter what they are, it will probably be a disaster for us." Chandis nodded. "Then the conclusion is simple. Catch up with them. Catch them or kill them." "That's what I said, but look, how far is this road? Are we closer or farther away from them? I'm afraid I'd be exhausted before I catch up with them. What can we do? Should we go first, and then you stay behind and walk slowly?" Chandis pursed her lips, and her long eyebrows twitched slightly. This is not going to work. Not to mention that Alvin is the strongest fighter on his side. If this guy is left behind, I'm afraid this priest, who doesn't know the way and can't swim, will be lost for the rest of his life. Alvin laughed and looked at Quilindra, who was standing next to him without saying a word, and said maliciously, "Ah, it was actually quite comfortable to be carried by someone just now. Or, don't dream." Quilindra raised her head slightly. Her glasses slid down and rested on her small nose. Her eyes looked up, and just stared straight at him. "Don't talk to me before you make a clear distinction with the mermaid. It smells fishy, you know." Why is he still angry? Alvin suddenly remembered what Chandris had told him. Those tree elves are very vengeful. Don't talk nonsense and irritate them. Now he has really seen it. Come to think of it, these tree elves are almost princess level in the forest. As the daughter of a demigod and the guardian of the forest, they are probably used to being domineering, so it makes sense that they have a bad temper. Hold on a little longer. Chandris glanced around. From the looks of it, we should have entered the temple. If there is really the Dark Altar you mentioned, it's probably in the crypt behind the temple. Chandris pointed to the statue of a loon that had basically collapsed behind her. Do you see that statue? There should be a downward passage behind it, and the footprints on the ground also prove that our tracking route is correct. Brother, I can carry you. The little red dragon came up and grabbed Alvin without saying anything, and wanted to carry him on his back. As a result, Acalitha was not as tall as Alvin, and Alvin hugged her neck with his legs dragged on the ground. Alvin was embarrassed and yelled at the little red dragon to let him go. He was so old, and it was really embarrassing to be carried by a little girl. Chandris finally couldn't help laughing at the funny looks of the two people. Thinking about it, I felt that I seemed to have smiled too much recently, which was really too different from the usual image of Chandris Yue, the close-fitting general. I hurriedly coughed twice and wiped my mouth with my fist. Stop playing tricks. Chandris said angrily, I will carry you. Don't say anything. Don't look at anything. Don't touch anything. But Don't say anything. Alvin was about to refuse, but was interrupted by Chandrise. The mission is important. As she said that, Chandrise swung her braid from her back to her chest and easily carried Alvin on her back. Then she reached down with both hands, hooked Alvin's legs, and gently pushed them up. Alvin was easily carried on Chandrise's back, and now he was obedient. This strong woman had already made up her mind. Even the 3 Kodo beasts couldn't pull him back, and she really couldn't run, so she had to give in. But once she started moving, no matter how experienced Chandrise was, her body was always much softer than a man. This bumping and rubbing made Alvin awaken in some places. Alvin, move your dagger a little, it's uncomfortable to poke me. It's too hard. Chandrise walked forward and said to Alvin with her face turned sideways. But Alvin didn't say anything for a long time, nor did he move the dagger away. Chandrise turned her head impatiently, but found that Alvin's face was flushed, and his whole body was straight on her back, as if he wanted to kneel on her back, which made her even more angry. Are you going to ascend? Are you playing the game of human pyramid with me? Don't you know that it's hard for me to carry you? Take your dagger away. Otherwise I will confiscate it. Alvin looked innocent, his eyes were erratic, he didn't know where to look, he hesitated for a long time. Let me down. I feel energetic after a rest, and can run for 2 minutes. Why are you showing off? Don't say anything else, give me the dagger. I will confiscate it. I know you have a dagger. It's killing me. Chandrise was still not giving up. One hand had already touched Alvin. Alvin was shocked when he saw this, and struggled to get off Chandrise's back, which made too much noise. Alvin accidentally fell straight from behind, and looked like he was about to fall to the ground. But the little deer following behind them lifted him up with both hands, and then hung him on his deer body with a force. What are you doing, Alvin? Just as Chandrise was about to continue to get angry, Quilindra smiled, and leaned into the general's ear, whispering for a long time, and turned her head to peek at Alvin's lower body while talking, making Alvin so embarrassed that he almost wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Chandrise's face went from anger to confusion, from confusion to surprise, from surprise to shyness, and finally from shyness to anger. Looking at such a wonderful face-changing skill, Alvin smiled helplessly. As for the dagger, I can't give it to you for the time being. But if you want it, we have a long way to go. Ah! You bastard! Shanti screamed and ran out by herself, and first got into the entrance to the underground tomb behind the temple, and everyone hurried to follow. The screams of the Sentinel General echoed throughout the cave. Chapter 506. Chandrise is worthy of being the general of the Sentinel Corps. She can still distinguish the important from the unimportant on the battlefield. Although she rushed down first, Alvin, who followed her, soon found that she was still waiting for everyone at the edge of the corridor that was unknown how deep. That? Don't say anything. Chandrise blushed and turned to Quilindra. Can you smell them? These 2 guys seem to have deliberately cleared their tracks after entering the tomb. Quilindra nodded. I will never forget the stench of the orc named Kelris in my life. I can be sure that he is deep here. Chandrise nodded. Quilindra's sense of smell is still as sensitive as ever. Alvin raised his nose and took 2 deep breaths. He could not smell anything except dust and mold. This is not a fallen, it should be a hound. Alvin's staff lit up the holy light, but the moment it touched the stone wall of the tomb, the sacred light flickered like a candle in the wind. The moss on the mottled wall oozed a dark green light, casting the distorted shadows of the crowd into the appearance of a monster with bared fangs and claws. The gloomy wind that blew from nowhere, carrying the smell of rotten soil, made Alvin shudder. Chandrise took the lead and walked in front. The Night Elf's unique night vision ability allowed her to see clearly even in the dark. The downward corridor was a fixed 13 steps, with a small platform between each step. Everyone turned 180 degrees to enter the next step. When everyone's boots rolled over the ground, they made a tooth-grinding creaking sound of something breaking. When they lifted their feet, they felt as if they had stepped on some slime and had a sticky feeling. Here. Quilindra squatted down and carefully swept the nearly rotten moss on the surface of the steps with her spear, with a surprised expression on her face. What is this on the ground? It's disgusting. Chandrise also squatted down after hearing this, pulled out a feather arrow, and picked up the moss on the ground. Sure enough, she found some dried dark mucus underneath. Is this blood? Chandrise reached out and took a little bit of the mucus, then rubbed it with 2 fingers, put it next to her nose and smelled it, and looked around, and then immediately denied her own inference. It's impossible, this place is so narrow. If there really was a battle here, there must be a lot of traces left, but there is no sign here at all. Quilindra also showed a confused expression on her face. From the smell, This doesn't look like blood, but rather like the body fluid secreted by some animal. Is this thing scales? Alvin interrupted. He stepped on it with his feet, and there was a kind of tiny debris scattered on the ground. Although it was mixed with mucus and dust, the silver highlights inside could still be seen from time to time. Is it some snake-like beast? Will those two guys be eaten? Chandrise rolled her eyes at him. There are no signs of fighting here, but I appreciate your imagination. I also hope that they can be eaten to save us some trouble, but it seems that this is not the case now. Alvin spread his hands. You should always have some dreams. Kelris and the others should be there in less than an hour. Chandrise wiped the mucus off his hands and stood up. We will catch up with them soon. This episode passed quickly. Seeing that the target was within reach, the few people did not dare to delay and continued to move forward. I don't know how far I went. Just when Alvin felt that the air was stuffy, and he began to have difficulty breathing, the view in front of him suddenly became clear. The damp and musty smell was suddenly replaced by a cold metallic smell. When Alvin staggered out of the corridor, the holy light of the staff suddenly tore through the darkness and the open space. Several people subconsciously gathered together and shortened the distance between each other. This place has been uninhabited for many years, and no one knows what unknown dangers will arise. The tomb in front of everyone is large enough to accommodate the entire Stormwind City Council Hall. 6 marble columns with Caldorii reliefs support the dome that is 50 feet high. There are also some reliefs on the dome, but they are not clear at all, because many stalactites grow vertically downward from the ceiling, which seems to have been gradually formed over thousands of years. Chandrise looked forward, then calmly took the bow and arrow in her hand, and the knuckles of the female general pulled the bowstring lightly, making a slight crisp sound. The female general winked at Alvin and told him to look forward. Then, Alvin followed Chandrise's gaze to the end of the tomb hall. He took a deep breath, knowing that this was the end of the dark abyss. Dark altar. Alvin's voice trembled a little. At the end of the tomb 100 steps away, 7 obsidian steps supported some twisted creation. It was a base made of at least hundreds of skulls, and on the base was an altar as big as a ping-pong table. A tall figure was facing away from them. The guy was wearing a green cloak, covering himself tightly, and was concentrating on doing something on the altar, without looking back. Quelindra's nostrils twitched violently, and she almost squatted down to retch. The little red dragon quickly supported her. What's wrong with you? The tree demon's green hair swept across her face, and she resisted the urge to vomit. It's blood, not flesh and blood, a lot of flesh and blood smell. It came from the altar. Shanties, Alvin, this place is too weird. Let's run away first. Colin, stay here and help us guard the retreat. No, you don't go either. There's danger ahead. I can feel it, Quelindra said, holding Alvin and Shanties with one hand, and she didn't let them move forward anymore. Colin, believe me. Chandrise easily pulled Quelindra's hand away. The enemy is ahead. We have been through so much. I can't give up at the last minute. She turned her head and said to Alvin, Alvin, Quelindra's intuition is very sensitive. I believe there may be a fierce battle ahead. Do you want to? How is it possible? Alvin interrupted the Sentinel General. Put aside the mission first. I can't let a lady take risks. He smiled and pulled out Xalatath. Let's go. I can't wait. If the ritual is completed and the wish is really fulfilled, it will be bad. In the name of Alun. Chandrise nodded and raised her moon blade. Although I don't want to admit it, it's really great to have you as a companion. I will protect my brother. Akaratasa clasped her hands together and squeezed them. There was a crackling sound on her fingers, and she looked like a violent girl. Just as Alvin was about to speak, a wave of magical power mixed with a strong fishy smell came from the altar. The deer, who had an extremely sensitive sense of smell, could no longer bear it, and turned his head to vomit. Chapter 507. This smell is not the kind that is faint, and only Quelindra can smell. Alvin's nasal cavity is also filled with thick rust mixed with the smell of blood. This smell is like the stench of someone pouring a whole bucket of solidified animal blood on the rocks on the seashore in midsummer, and exposing it to the sun. He instinctively covered his mouth and nose with his sleeves, but the disgusting smell still seeped in between his fingers. Looking up at the dark altar, the weak light shone diagonally on the pitch-black altar. The black giant seemed to be shedding reddish-brown blood, and even the air was filled with translucent blood mist. Alvin gestured to Chandrise, drew a dagger from his arms, and walked towards the altar first. Chandrise comforted the deer, and followed closely with the moon blade and the little red dragon. The guy in the black cloak kept his arms open and his head raised, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. It was not until the three of them approached that they saw the tiny blood particles above the altar slowly rotating in the air, like some weird sacrificial dance. The only sound in the whole hall was the rustling sound of Alvin's boots. He raised his foot and looked down to see a thin layer of white scale powder condensed on the obsidian floor tiles, leaving footprints with his steps. Spirit of nature. You are finally here, miracle priest. Mr. Alvin Priest. A vicissitudes of life and low voice suddenly sounded, and Alvin knew that it was the person on the stage who spoke. It was the language of the night elves. What does this mean? Master Fandral Staghelm. Alvin's Adam's apple rolled with difficulty, and he said, while holding back the strong smell. On the altar 10 steps away, the guy in black robes slowly turned around. Alvin's breathing became rapid. It was a face covered with cracks and blood lines. The black-robed man took off his hood with both hands, and his long green hair fell naturally. Unlike his elegant long hair, his green beard was also very strange with the blood dripping from it in the dim light. Archdruid. Fandral. You traitor? Chandri suppressed her excitement and squeezed out the name from her teeth. Among these people, only Chandris often saw the Archdruid of Darnassus, and only she could confirm that this person was Fandral at the first time. Alvin, who got the confirmation, was thinking about another thing. Kelris? Where is that orc? Is he hiding and waiting for an opportunity to attack? Alvin couldn't help but think so. You mean that dirty orc? The Archdruid smiled, a kind and warm smile, but with his bloody appearance, he really didn't look friendly at all. He gently turned his body to the side, let the huge altar out, and stretched out a hand to make a please-look gesture. I naturally have his use for this guy. He is powerful, and a qualified sacrifice. Several people looked at the altar, and at first glance, Alvin almost vomited. A dead orc was lying on the altar, his face was horrified, bleeding from all 7 orifices, his body was cut open from the middle, and a heart that had stopped beating was placed next to his body. On the other side of the altar, there was a silver gem, a dagger, and a stone statue, which should be the 3 relics of Slider's Thorgus. Although the dead guy had a horrible face, the one that Alvin could go to was the orc warlock Kelris. Alvin's throat felt sweet, and his stomach began to reflux unconsciously. He was also a veteran and had experienced the killings on the battlefield, but such a tragic death scene still made him nauseous. The strong smell of blood came from here. Sacrifice. You killed him? Aren't you allies? Allies? Fandral's face immediately turned cold. How can I become an ally with such a dirty creature? He is just a stepping stone on my way forward. Fandral laughed again, and laughed loudly. The whole hall echoed his crazy laughter, and the little red dragon even covered his ears. Traitor. Chandris raised her moon blade, pointed at Fandral, and said loudly, You betrayed the Caldorii. You entered the forbidden ruins without permission, attacked the ancient war tree and the tree dwellings in the forest. Now lay down your weapons and surrender immediately. I will take you back to Darnassus for trial. Ha ha ha. The night elf raised his arm to support his forehead, making a crisp sound of tree roots breaking. Fandral seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world, and laughed so hard that he couldn't even straighten his waist. He put one hand back, and supported his body on the altar. The human tissue on the altar that had not yet dried was still bleeding. Fandral didn't care at all, letting the blood leave blood marks on the altar as he moved. Chandral, you are still a naive little girl like 10,000 years ago. His laughter stopped abruptly, and he suddenly started to beat his chest with his other hand. You look at me. Am I still a normal person? Do you know that I died the day my son died? But, you can be with Ms. Tyrant and Teacher Malfurion. They don't have children. They don't understand my pain. Staghelm roared. I once asked Teacher Malfurion if there was any way to bring people back to life, but the old guy told me that this kind of thing is against the laws of nature and told me not to think about it in the future. But I have been thinking about it for thousands of years. Vandal was so excited that he became excited. The blood veins plus the purple facial veins that the night elves originally had made the old druid's face look indescribably terrifying. So you found out that this dark altar can revive people by offering sacrifices. So you put the poison of morning wheat on your fellow druids, causing them to be trapped in a dream, and then you took the opportunity to snatch the 3 relics? Alvin said, but how did you get mixed up with this group of orcs? You're right. Although orcs are stupid, they are a group of chess pieces with very high execution ability. I am very satisfied with such chess pieces. Thandar smiled. Alvin Priest, a rising star in the human kingdom, you should be able to see that I am different from my indifferent and unconcerned compatriots. I am very interested in you. Thandar looked at Alvin with eager eyes. In a short period of time, you have accomplished many feats that previous generations could not imagine. Your magical powers, your romantic affairs, haha, if I say I'm not interested, I must be lying to you. So I have a hunch. The Archdruid paused and stretched out an open palm to Alvin, which was already stained with sticky black blood. We should be good friends. I don't think I'm alone in the search for power. Join me. You can have your own powerful power in this world. And I just want to revive my son. Do you want to see an old man who lost his son die alone? Vandal's proposal surprised Chandrese. She didn't expect that the powerful Archdruid Fandral Staghelm would extend an olive branch to Alvin. Chandal looked at Alvin uneasily. She was a little unsure whether this guy would really take the same path as Fandral for power. What's more, he was just a human. There seemed to be no problem in cooperating with Fandral, especially when this guy lowered his head, as if he was really thinking about the feasibility of this matter. But the power you want is not given to you by the old gods? When Chandrese was about to question Alvin, this annoying guy finally spoke. Fandral was obviously stunned, and seemed very surprised by what Alvin said. You also know the old gods? Well, you are right, this power comes from. Then I'm sorry, you may really have to live alone for the rest of your life, because I already have a lifelong partner, and she is much more pleasing to the eye than you in terms of figure and appearance, and I don't like old men. As Alvin said, he raised the blade of Xalatath Black Empire. Chapter 508. Vandar Staghelm showed a confused expression on his face. So I have never understood why you humans, who can only live for a few short decades, always like to insist on some meaningless things. Look at me, isn't it the best example? I once gave everything for my race, including the life of my child. But look at me, what is left in the end? Only this broken body. The Archdruid paused, twisted his neck gently, and the key of his body made a crisp sound like a hot chestnut, and then he began to chant a spell. Alvin understood it as soon as he heard it, because he had heard the same spell chanted by Green Shadow. Be careful. He is going to transform. Alvin whispered to the two people behind him. Sure enough, a mist rose, and the Kaldorii in front of him disappeared, replaced by a huge night blade leopard. The huge leopard head narrowed his eyes, and walked around the altar to the high place in front of Alvin. Alvin and his companions were also concentrating, as if they were facing a great enemy, confronting Fandral. I give you one last chance to become my partner. It's really an honor to be invited by the Archdruid, but I don't have this blessing. I'm very timid. Alvin pointed at Kelris lying on the altar and said, as your last partner, this exit is really not decent. The smile on Fandral's face disappeared instantly. You ignorant human boy. You have worn out all my patience, If you want to fight, then fight. What's the point of talking? Watch me. Alvin had been impatient waiting for a long time. The pre-conversation before opening a monster was too long. Why are these villains so confident in themselves? They are desperate, and still want to corrupt themselves. A reserve cadre of the Holy Light Church? He directly cast an instant dark word, pain on the Night Blade Leopard. Vandal was still giving a long speech, but he accidentally found that this unscrupulous Alvin actually attacked him directly. Black shadow magic suddenly appeared from the top of his head, and then entered his skin. Ah! The Night Blade Leopard cried out in pain. Damn human. You actually use shadow magic to attack an old man like me? Are you really a priest who uses holy light? Haha, I am the strongman of Lord Darren, okay. Alvin cursed while putting shields on his people, preparing to give him another mind blast. As a result, the next moment, the Night Blade Leopard disappeared from everyone's sight. He's sneaking. Chandri shouted, it's the skill of the Druid of the Claw. As she spoke, she took out a bamboo tube from her waist pocket and raised it to the sky. Swoosh. A sound was heard, and something like a sky rocket flashed and shot into the air, then exploded in the air like a small firework, illuminating the feet of her group. Everyone stand in the range of my flares. Fandral will be illuminated if he gets close. Beautiful. Alvin cheered loudly, but don't be afraid, he will come out soon. You hid me. Why don't you knock him out of the shadows? Sure enough, before Alvin finished speaking, the figure of the Night Blade Leopard suddenly appeared from behind them, pretending to pounce and bite. Akalitha immediately rushed towards the Night Blade Leopard. The girl's white hands had long since turned into bright red dragon claws. With 2 claws, she scratched Fandral's leg. The thick dragon claws were so powerful that they left a deep wound on his hind leg. Fandral screamed and immediately jumped back, but his hind leg was injured, and he could no longer move as quickly as before. However, the druid was also an old warrior, who had fought for tens of thousands of years. He immediately transformed in the air, and turned into a giant bear when he landed. The giant bear was very big, almost one size bigger than the bear that Green Shadow turned into. Fandral felt a little bitter. This Alvin seemed to restrain him very much. In addition, the dragon girl and Chandris, who shot a cold arrow. The tacit cooperation of the three made it impossible for him to start. Capture the thief first. I kill you first. Fandral roared and rushed towards Alvin. Closer. Alvin and Fandrel's pupils was getting closer and closer. He could almost see that annoying human being photographed under his bare paw. He was very confident in his power after turning into a giant bear. With just one palm, the annoying human would definitely die. Die! Vandal had already raised his huge bear paw high in the air. Alvin! Don't meet it! Get out of the way! Fandrel's charge speed was so fast that he flashed between Chandris and the little red dragon in an instant. The two had no time to react, and could only shout at Alvin anxiously. As a result, Alvin didn't move at all. He just smiled and looked at the giant bear that pounced on him. Just when the giant bear approached Alvin and the big palm was about to cover his forehead, things changed. A violent shadow wave radiated from Alvin, and a shrill howl came out of Alvin's mouth. The shriek was filled with a shadow magic that corroded people's hearts and hit people's hearts directly. The bear paw stopped in front of Alvin's forehead, and Fandral was stunned for a few seconds. Roar, roar, roar! An indescribable sense of fear occupied Fandrel's heart, and his feet had long been uncontrollably wanting to follow the instinctive choice and stay away from this terrible priest. Stupid little druid dared to challenge a shadow priest. Alvin spat, and instantly hurt Fandral, who was running around in fear, and then raised the dagger, and a blue shadow energy shot out, just hitting Fandral. Try my mind whip again. Fandral, who was affected by the fear effect, was hit again, and his body was constantly corroded by shadow energy, and his speed was also reduced. This is why Alvin has always been very confident. Originally, Alvin was a little nervous about dealing with Kelris and Fandral, especially the warlock Kelris. Those weird warlocks had caused him a lot of trouble before, and he was almost blown to death once. If he had to deal with two people at once, he might not be able to cope with it. But these two guys fought each other, and Kelris died inexplicably. Only one druid was left, so wouldn't he be able to defeat him? You know, the druids of this era rely on the consumption strategy. I hit you twice, then run away, and give myself rejuvenation, and come back to hit you twice after I'm recovered. If he didn't have the ability to recover, he might have been killed by the druids. After all, these guys run too fast, especially in the wild, and it's really hard to catch up. That's right, two-legged people can't outrun four-legged people. But now that he was stuck by Alvin, it might not be that easy for Fandral to run, because he ran into a dirty priest with cheats. Catch him. Chandris. Use your trap. Ah. Good. Chandris, who had been stunned, was called back to her senses by Alvin's roar. She didn't expect that the powerful druid would be like a magic apprentice in Alvin's hands. She quickly took out the trap device from her bag, but in just a few seconds, the fear effect on Fandral had ended because of Alvin's attack. Beast. Beast. You wait. Fandral cursed, and changed from a giant bear to a human form, cast a rejuvenation spell on himself, and then turned back into a leopard. A gust of wind gathered under his feet, and the leopard ran away from the three people. Sprint? This guy is running away to recover. Alvin shouted, and raised his hand to dispel the rejuvenation spell on the druid. Fandar. I am your nightmare. You are unlucky to meet me. Alvin shouted loudly, I will let you know this. Next time you see a priest, avoid me. Chapter 509. You're still wet behind the ears. You wait. Fandar, who had suffered a great loss, ran away without stopping. The little red dragon flapped its wings and jumped high. It caught up with Fandral in a few leaps. It wanted to reach out and grab him, but it was hit when it touched Fandral. The green vines suddenly grew out of the ground as if they had life, and entangled the little red dragon. Huh? Akaratasa didn't know how powerful it was, and pulled the vines away, but was surrounded by more vines. The vines instantly submerged the little red dragon, and then grew more and more, and finally entangled the little red dragon tightly. She wanted to move again, but found that she had no place to borrow strength. As soon as she struggled hard, she began to drift with the vines. It's the druid's vine entanglement skill. You can't pull it all away, I dispel it. Seeing the little red dragon almost rolled up by the plants and hanging in the air, Alvin immediately stretched out his hand and chanted the spell to dispel it. The effect of dispelling was immediately activated, and the vines disappeared in an instant, and the little red dragon fell headfirst into the air. Akali! Seeing this, Alvin hurriedly ran to the little red dragon and tried to catch her in the air. But Akali was as nimble as a cat in the air, twisting her waist to adjust her posture, and when she landed, her feet were already on the ground first. Akali squatted down and held the ground with both hands. Where are you running? Chandris had already prepared the bow and arrow, and seeing that Fandral was about to run away, he immediately ran 2 steps, and instantly pulled out a feather arrow from the quiver and shot it out. Swish! The sound of the bowstring had not yet dissipated, and the feather arrow had almost caught up with Fandral. When the Night Blade Leopard heard the sound of the arrow breaking through the air, he knew that the Sentinel General's shooting skills were powerful. He was panicked and rolled on the ground 18 times, barely avoiding the arrow, but one of his claws was still scratched on his shoulder, leaving a bloody mark. What a pity! Alvin sighed, but Chandris had already smiled. Don't worry, that's my arrowhead tempered with snake venom. Just a little bit of it can knock down a wild boar. Hearing the Sentinel General compare the Archdruid to a wild boar, Alvin was a little amused. It's really true that the poor little druid is not as good as a pig. Who knew that Fandral just screamed, then turned into a human form, and rolled twice on the ground. A ray of light flashed from his body, and then he turned into a Night Blade Leopard again, and disappeared into the darkness. Damn! I forgot that druids can detoxify. Your snake venom has been detoxified. Alvin slapped his thigh, and then he remembered that the little druid could remove poison and curses. But there is no regret now. Fortunately, even if Fandral recovers from stealth, he must show up as long as he launches an attack. There are 3 of us on my side. I have the advantage. I will definitely catch this guy next time. Bang, bang, bang. Chandris fired all the remaining flares as if they were free, illuminating most of the area around the 3 people, but unfortunately the stealth druid was not exposed. Damn! Did this guy escape? This is difficult. Chandris began to get a little anxious. She also knew that if she couldn't catch Fandral here, if she released him into the wild, it would be like letting a tiger return to the mountain, and it would be even more difficult to catch him again. Don't worry, he won't leave, because that thing is right behind us. As Alvin spoke, he glanced at the dark altar behind them. That guy is going crazy trying to resurrect his son. He can't retreat here, and I'm afraid he still has some killer moves that are not used. Anyway, when he appears again, it will be time to decide the outcome. Chandris nodded. Although she seemed to have the upper hand now, this invisible enemy was born with the first-hand advantage. The reason why they were able to attack one-sidedly just now was entirely because Alvin launched a sudden attack that seemed to be unethical. He hurt Fandral before he could sneak, making him unable to sneak. The druid who lost the first-hand advantage gave them the opportunity to beat him when he was down. Maybe it's just like Alvin said, when Fandral appears again, it will be time for the final decision. Several people held their breath, each alert in a direction, waiting for the battle to begin. But Fandral was very patient. He didn't show up again until the flares were almost exhausted. The disappearance of the flare is the signal for the start of the battle. Alvin whispered to Chandris and Akali, and they nodded. Chandris kept an eye on the increasingly dim flare, and as the light became dimmer, her heartbeat gradually accelerated. Then, the fire disappeared, and there was no more props around that could make the druid appear. Chandris' heart rose to her throat. Ah! A girl's scream came from the door of the hall, and Alvin's heart was instantly poured with cold water. His target is Quilindra. At the same time as the screams rang out, Shanti's and the little red dragon's bodies started running towards the entrance of the hall like 2 sharp arrows. Alvin was also frightened by the screams. He was too careless. He had been paying attention to the altar behind him. He didn't expect that this guy would run so far to attack the deer. He looked in the direction of Quilindra. It was a little dark there, but even so, a pair of big green eyes were extremely conspicuous in the darkness. They were Fandral's eyes. The Night Blade Leopard suddenly appeared from behind Quilindra and launched a surprise attack. The deer had fallen to the ground and twitched. She covered her neck with both hands, but couldn't stop the hot blood from flowing out. The corners of the Night Blade Leopard's mouth were full of blood. The corners of his mouth tilted, revealing a cruel smile, and then he dived into the darkness again. Fandral was provoking Alvin. Chandris and the little red dragon quickly came to the fawn, but Fandral had long disappeared. The Sentinel General no longer cared about his image, and he cursed in anger and crawled to the ground to check on Quilindra's injuries. The little red dragon was on guard at the side. Alvin! Llewellyn's neck was bitten off. The bleeding can't stop. She's dying. Chandri's hoarse voice was filled with tears, and his hands pressed the wound on the fawn's neck like crazy. But the blood on Quilindra's face quickly faded. She tried to wipe Chandri's tears with her weak hands, but she finally drooped due to exhaustion. Alvin! What should we do now? Only you can save him, hurry up! Chandri screamed at Alvin, but suddenly thought of something, and the words she wanted to say were stuck in her throat. Why didn't Alvin come over immediately? He wanted to defend the Dark Altar. Thandar severely injured Quilindra in order to attract Alvin to come and rescue people, so that he could take the Dark Altar himself. He wanted to realize his ultimate wish. Chandris hesitated. If Alvin came over, the long pursuit would fail. Thandar would finally realize his wish, and would most likely escape unscathed, and could never catch him again. But if Alvin was allowed to defend the Dark Altar, Quilindra would surely die. The Sentinel General was stunned on the spot. She couldn't make a choice. Should she choose the mission or her comrades? Her tears could not stop flowing. You two get out of the way. Don't block my sight. Just as Chandris hesitated, a loud shout sounded, and Alvin had already rushed towards the two people with all his strength. Chandris, you stupid woman, what are you doing in a daze? Go away and cry. Chapter 510. Chandris was stunned by the sudden curse. She wiped the tears from her face, and was surprised to find that the hateful Alvin had made a decision on his own, while she was thinking wildly. For him, the life of his companions must be more important than the success or failure of the so-called mission. Just like the rising sun on the sea level, illuminating the whole world with a ray of dazzling sunlight. Shanti's eyes also brightened instantly. Yes, if someone dies, I'm afraid I will regret it for the rest of my life. Although I don't understand what blocking the line of sight means, it seems that he must think that I am in the middle and hindering him, right? Thinking so, Shanti's rolled forward to make way between Alvin and Quilindra. Damn you! I hold you accountable for your disrespect later. Schwa! Just as the path was cleared, a gray light fell from the sky. The light seemed to be incompatible with reality. Under its illumination, everything seemed to become unreal and distorted. This is not the light of salvation of a priest. Although Chandris is not a priest, she has seen the priests of the Temple of Elun using holy light to heal people more than once. And the turbid light in front of her is definitely not the bright and warm holy light. Alvin! What are you doing? Puff! Before Chandris finished her words, the change had already occurred. Alvin, who was running towards her, suddenly spurted a lot of blood from his neck. The whole person fell forward without a sound, twitched twice, and never moved again. Brother! The little red dragon screamed, flapped its wings quickly, and rushed towards Alvin. Although she didn't know what happened, it was obvious that Brother Alvin was attacked by the leopard that the druid had just transformed into. Chandris was stunned. It seemed that a flame in her heart was extinguished, and the whole person was shaking as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. She couldn't believe that the powerful Alvin was inexplicably attacked. It must be the same as Quilindra, who was attacked by Fandral's fatal surprise. Her mind suddenly went blank. The serious injury of the deer, just now, had already hit her hard. Now seeing Alvin fall down with her own eyes, her heart seemed to stop beating. Time seemed to freeze, the voice in her ears could no longer be heard, the brain stopped thinking, and the eyes were blurred by the tears that burst out of her eyes. Vandal! I will kill you! Chandris roared, but she couldn't hear her own voice. She took out the longbow from her back, drew the bow, and put the arrows on it, aimed at the air, and shot 5 arrows at the same time. The 5 arrows flew into the air, drew an arc and fell down, clacking and clacking on the ground, covering a piece of the ground. Chandris didn't care how much ammunition was left in her quiver, nor did she calculate her physical strength. She shot 5 arrows at a time, covering most of the place near the Dark Altar. Unconsciously, Chandris's hands were cut by the bowstring and covered with blood, but she seemed to feel nothing, still drawing the bow and putting arrows on it, and continued to shoot arrows. Until the blood dyed the longbow red and fell all over her feet, and she couldn't pull out any more arrows from the quiver. The longbow fell to the ground. Chandris took out 2 moon blades from her back with both hands, and held the 2 sharp weapons horizontally at her side. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to chop off your head. I'm going to dig out your heart. If Chandris's men were here, they would be surprised at the change in their general. The Sentinel General, who usually suppressed all kinds of emotions deep in his heart, was like an angry goddess of vengeance at this moment, cursing his enemies with vicious words and running towards the altar like a madman. Suddenly, not far to the left of the altar, the feathers of a feather arrow stuck in the ground suddenly moved. I got you. Chandris's whisper seemed to come from the abyss, and before she finished speaking, she had already jumped high. Then a silver light flashed, and the moon blade fell from the air like a sharp moonlight. Roar! Blood spurted out, and a huge figure in the darkness could no longer hide, and appeared with blood dripping. It was Fandral, who was chopped in the butt by Chandris. How is this possible? Fandral questioned in disbelief. Aren't all your flares used up? For someone who is about to die, there is no need for me to explain to you. Ha! Fandral laughed instead of getting angry. Looking at Chandris, who was approaching, he thought that this woman must be crazy. Ignorant little girl. I will let you know the gap between you and me. Fandrel's confidence has a reason. 10,000 years ago, Fandrel was already Malfurion Stormrage's favorite student. He had helped Stormrage complete many difficult tasks. At that time, Chandri's Feathermoon was just a little girl. Although as Chandri's grew up, her talent in hunting gradually emerged, and she eventually became the general of the Sentinel Corps directly under the Sisterhood of Elun. But in Fandrel's opinion, it was just because she didn't have the talent to learn the Druid way. That's right, the truly talented people all became Druids, and only the eliminated ones would become Sentinels. Fandrel showed a hint of a sly smile on his face. Chandri's, aren't you the adopted daughter of Teacher Malfurion? If I kill you, will Teacher Malfurion also feel the same pain of losing a son as I do? Thinking of this, Fandrel's body trembled with excitement, and even the hair on his body exploded. Let Malfurion Stormrage feel my pain. This is really the most delicious revenge. Come on, little girl, I will let you experience what true despair is. I won't let you wait too long, Fandrel Staghelm. Chandri stared at Fandrel with lifeless eyes, as if she was just looking at a dead person. Roar! Fandal roared, and his body quickly grew larger, turning into a giant bear and pounced directly at Chandri's, raising his paw high and slapping Chandri's crown. Chandal's body swayed slightly, and he had already dodged to the side. He rolled to the side of the giant bear and raised his knife to slash at Fandal's ribs. Ding! The giant bear's mane was like steel, and it was cut by the moon blade, leaving only a white mark. The erected mane was like the spikes of a hedgehog, and it pierced Chandri's knife-holding hand with several blood holes. Ha ha ha! You physical professions can't break my defense at all. My counter-injury can hurt you. The more fiercely you attack, the faster you die. Ha ha! Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. Chandal licked the blood hole on her hand like a beast, and her face was still expressionless. I just want you to die. At this time. Brother, Miss Shawnees was so angry because she saw you being killed. I have never seen her attack the enemy so desperately. Don't let her hear it. I just called her a stupid woman, and she hates me. I also want to pretend to be hurt to win her sympathy, so that she will be embarrassed to trouble me when her heart softens. Ah! You are so mean. I have to record that Miracle Priest Alvin is actually a sinister and cunning guy. Damn it, I just saved your life. You ungrateful dead deer. Chapter 511. Chandri's was silent, and Fandrel was also solemn. The two who were fighting for their lives stopped at the same time, and looked towards the place where the sound came from. The temperature in the tomb seemed to have dropped a few degrees more than before, and the air seemed to be condensed into blocks and fell down. The source of the huge hostility was not the culprit Fandrel, but Chandri's in front of him. The Sentinel General wiped the tears from her face, but smeared the blood on her palm on her face to form a few bloody marks, which matched the original facial lines on her face, and she looked not easy to mess with. This silence seemed like a silent cry. Alvin saw that he had been exposed, so he had to smile and scratch his head while standing up. Ah! Chandri's. I haven't seen you for a while, and I found that you are much more beautiful. Ha ha ha. Alvin broke the awkwardness and greeted as if nothing had happened. I just used a newly developed skill called Void Transfer, which can call for help from a dying person. You see, the deer was dying just now, and I couldn't guarantee that I could save her in time, so I used this skill to transfer her injuries to me, and then the deer recovered instantly. I gave myself timely treatment, so I recovered quickly, ha ha. Alvin explained that he just used the skill of Void Transfer in a hurry, and he did successfully exchange blood with the deer, but he was seriously injured and started to bleed blood. Fortunately, he was prepared and used various healing spells on himself, so he was finally safe. When he got up, he found that Chandri's was fighting Fandrel like crazy. Although he was very anxious, he was afraid of distracting her, so he had to watch the battle quietly. However, he didn't expect that Achilles' words would break his plan. Be careful! Alvin suddenly shouted. It turned out that Chandri's turned her head to look at him. Fandrel saw an opportunity and immediately rushed up with a slap, trying to take the opportunity to attack her. Chandri's didn't look back, but just stared at Alvin blankly, as if her time stopped at that moment. Chandri's. Watch your back. Alvin was also shocked when he saw that the Sentinel General didn't react. He couldn't fly over this distance even if he flew, and the magic was beyond the casting range. What should he do now? It happened in a flash. At the moment when the bear's paw was about to hit Chandri's, she turned around gracefully, and swung the two moon blades in a circle, like a flash of moonlight. Then he lightly leaped up, the blade light sublimated upwards with the body of the Kaldorii, and cut a bloody wound in the palm of the loud noise. Along with Fandrel's scream, Chandri's had already landed lightly beside him. Roar, roar, roar! Fandrel looked at the bare paw in his hand in disbelief. He couldn't believe that the little girl, who was once taciturn and unsuitable to learn the most profound natural magic, had trained the hunter's martial arts to this level. Rising dragon slash? It's a raptor strike, Quilindra corrected Alvin. Oh! Alvin applauded. But in the next second, countless vines grew out of the ground and entangled Chandri's smooth legs. Oh no! It's entanglement! Hunters don't have any skills to remove magic. The fact is that the vines grow rapidly, wrapping around Chandri's legs and pulling them in the opposite direction. Chandri's frowned, and cut off the vines with her moon blade, but her wrists were tied up by the vines that attacked from behind. Chandri's, whose hands were restricted, immediately fell into a passive position. The vines that had just been cut off came back, and pulled her legs again. The vines seemed to have life, pulling her limbs apart completely. Die! Little girl. Taste the taste of being torn apart. The giant bear had turned back into a male Kaldorii, and Fandrel was also very embarrassed at this time, with several injuries on his body. His long hair and beard, which were originally combed meticulously, had already been tangled into a mess. Look! A humble hunter. There is no way he can be a match for a noble druid. I will happily offer your body to the Dark Altar. Maybe my wishes can be fulfilled more. Ha ha! This is bad? Alvin slapped his thigh, anxious like an ant on a hot pot, watching Chandri's armor burst into pieces due to the intense stretching, and pieces fell off to reveal her toned body, while she herself was painfully stretched into a big shape. That was really a great look. Alvin slapped himself hard. What was he thinking at this time? Brother, get ready, fly. Ah! In Alvin's surprise, he had already left the ground with both feet. Akali, I understand. You are really a genius. Ha 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 ha! Akaratasa effortlessly lifted Alvin, an adult male, into the air, and a huge dragon throat accompanied Alvin's laughter and turned into a scream. Like a rocket with 4 thrusters, he accelerated to the extreme in a short time and flew toward Chandri's. The violent gale blew Alvin's facial muscles into a strange shape like ripples. If he could keep his current expression, he would definitely become a star in the drama world of Lordaeron. The whole hall echoed with Alvin's screams, and even Fandrel was stunned. But he immediately reacted, left Chandri's behind, turned into a leopard and rushed to the altar. The most important thing now is to realize the wish. While these guys are busy saving people, let me take the opportunity to realize my wish. Fandrel smiled on his face, and he didn't even bother to rejuvenate himself, and came to the side of the dark altar. Back to Alvin, he approached Chandri's like a missile, and Chandri's was stretched into a big shape by the vines and hung in the air. Alvin secretly complained in his heart, this is flying very fast, but how can I slow down? If I throw it to the wall, won't it become a photo? He opened his eyes sadly, and saw Chandri's, who was already close at hand. He knew that this was the only chance. If he missed it, Chandri's would be gone. Fight! Alvin roared, and when he flew parallel to Chandri's, he stretched out his hands and hugged Chandri's chest. The huge inertia made Alvin continue to fly forward, so he hugged Chandri's tightly and pressed his face tightly against the soft place on it. He hugged Chandri's tightly and slid towards her legs. The armor that had been shredded by the vines was pulled by Alvin, and it fell from the air like snowflakes. And Alvin slid from the chest to the lower abdomen, from the lower abdomen to the hips, and from the hips to the legs. Alvin stopped only when he slid to Chandri's knees. Dispel. He still held Chandri's slender legs tightly with both hands, buried his face in them, and pure magic overflowed from his palms, instantly dispelling the vines completely. The green vines disappeared immediately, and the 2 people who lost their support fell to the ground from midair. Chandri's gasped. Her hands and feet were as painful as if they were torn off. She probably knew what happened, and it was Alvin who saved her again. But when she opened her eyes and looked down, a strong sense of shame rushed straight to her head, and she let out a high-pitched, piercing, and heart-wrenching scream. Ah! Ah! What's wrong? Alvin raised his head in a daze. He was so dizzy from the fall just now that he almost dropped the overnight meal. Chandri's scream directly pulled him back to the real world from his confusion. Alvin, who came back to his senses, quickly understood why Chandri screamed like that. He held the girl's knees with both hands, and buried his face in that key place. And the good thing was that because of the violent flight just now, under the blessing of several times the gravity, Alvin had a nosebleed. The bright red mark stretched from Chandri's neck down in a straight line all the way to there. Shoo! Alvin blew his fingers gently at Chandri's, interrupting the girl's scream. He wiped the nosebleed, but found that a lot of nosebleeds had been left on Chandri's legs. It's not what you think. I flew too fast just now, and had a nosebleed. It's definitely not for any other reason. You have to believe me. I am a miracle priest, the spokesperson of the holy light. As he said, he wiped the nosebleed horizontally, leaving a horizontal bloody trail on his face, which was quite funny. But looking at the green mountains in front of me, more nosebleeds began to flow. Chapter 512. At the most embarrassing moment in Alvin's life, Vandrel Staghelm's crazy prayer came from the dark altar. Great dark God. Vandrel Staghelm offers you a sacrifice. Please respond to my request. He opened his arms, and the wounds left by the fierce battle were still dripping with blood. It seemed that in order to realize his wish as soon as possible, he didn't even have time to apply rejuvenation to himself. Is it such a joke? Can a wish be realized by shouting like this? Alvin climbed up from the panicked Chandri's. Chandri's, you can make any trouble you want in a while, but now there is something important to do. Before he finished speaking, the whole ground suddenly shook. The people present, including Vandrel on the altar, were obviously stunned, and they all bent their knees and stabilized their bodies. Vandrel responded immediately, God of Darkness. Thank you for responding to my request. Don't hesitate, please take the sacrifice away. You can take all the humans on the altar and below the altar. Ha ha ha. You're crazy. Alvin cursed, and at the same time, the holy fire had already taken action. He knew that at this time, life and death might be decided in a second, so it would be best to seriously injure Vandrel and interrupt the ceremony. The holy light quickly appeared above the altar, and then a golden flame chopped vertically towards Vandrel's head. Boom! A loud noise was heard, and Alvin's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. The scene of Vandrel being chopped to death did not appear. A black vortex appeared above the altar, and the magic in the air seemed to be sucked away by the vortex like water in a flush toilet, including Alvin's sacred fire. The golden light was attracted by the vortex, first rotating around the center of the vortex, then the magic power was dispersed into countless tiny golden powders, and finally disappeared completely in the vortex. Holy light, how could this happen? Alvin had never seen such a strange thing. Could the vortex be like a black hole in the future, crushing all the magic power that approached? But now, he had no time to think about it all. The dark vortex was getting bigger and bigger, higher and higher. Several people barely stood firm. Vandrel's green long hair was also fluttering violently in the storm, making the whole person look more sinister. Ha, take it away. Take it away. The archdruid seemed to be in a trance, not caring about his image at all. He held Kelris's fresh heart with both hands, and was instantly swallowed by the vortex. In an instant, the vortex became more violent, and the wind blew violently. The vortex rushed up to the sky, and the color became deeper, like a dark python. Stop! Vandrel. This is a power you cannot control. Stop if you don't want to die! Alvin roared. It goes without saying that this ominous magic is definitely abnormal. In this case, adding fuel to the fire must be a mental problem. Vandrel was already in a state of excitement, and he didn't listen to Alvin. He knelt on the ground, and held up the thong of the faceless man with trembling hands. Great God of Darkness, please continue to enjoy these powerful sacrifices. If possible, please fulfill my wish. As he said that, he threw the thong of the faceless man into the dark tornado. The dagger that could cut iron like mud was shattered when it came into contact with the dark matter in the tornado, and also turned into black powder and merged into the darkness. After receiving the sacrifice again, the tornado became even more violent. During this period, Alvin was not idle. He tried several magics in succession, but the magic power could not be condensed at all. Even if it was condensed, the magic element would be immediately absorbed by the dark tornado when casting the spell. Alvin had no choice but to protect his eyes with one arm, and hold the ground with one arm, and crawl to the altar with his hands and feet. If the magic doesn't work, I will beat you to death with one punch. With this simple idea, he crawled up with difficulty. At this time, the tornado absorbed the tentacles of Sogus again, and 2 of the 3 relics were gone. And Vandrel was already trembling like an old man in his twilight years. The whole person became visibly old and withered. It seemed that even his strength, and even his life were sucked away by the dark tornado. But this guy still didn't give up. He raised the last relic with his trembling hands. The Moonstone. That is, the Eye of the Faceless. Alvin's heart suddenly rose to his throat. That thing is the key prop to awaken Farah's star wish, and it must not be sacrificed like this. Vandar, you fool, didn't you realize that your life has also been sucked away? Before you can realize your wish, you will die yourself. Alvin shouted, ignoring the roar of the hurricane, and stood up staggeringly. Ah! Thandar was surprised, and he also found that Alvin had come so close to him. You don't understand anything. For my son, all these efforts are worth it. Alvin has had enough of this crazy old man, and now he just wants to get the moonstone. But the stone was almost leaving Fandrel's hand under the huge suction of the tornado, and it might be swallowed by the tornado at any time. It's worth your fucking. He cursed loudly, gathered all his strength under his feet, squatted, jumped, aimed. With a beautiful diving top, Alvin's head hit Fandrel's chin hard. With a crack, Fandrel's jaw was directly broken and dislocated, and the druid, who was almost sucked dry, screamed. With a broken jaw, Fandrel could no longer speak, and could only make a dog's bark like a dog whose tail was stepped on from his throat, and the whole person fell to the side like a rag. Alvin's head was also buzzing from the collision. After all, it was hit on the jawbone, and it was impossible to say that it didn't hurt. Our miracle priest was about to cry, and he could clearly feel a big bump on his head. But Alvin still looked at the last moment, when his body lost control, and was about to fall, and stretched out his hand to grab it. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. In Alvin's world, the tornado, the dark altar, Fandrel, and the big painful bump on his head, everything stood still, and he could only see the moonstone that was about to be sucked into the tornado. Give it to you! Alvin shouted, and his body suddenly jumped forward again, grabbing the moonstone in his palm. Then his whole body could no longer be controlled, and he fell to the ground like a falling wall. Puff! He felt that his whole body was about to fall apart, and there was no place that was comfortable. The internal organs were rolling, and it seemed that they had left their original positions, which hurt Alvin. The throat felt sweet, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Alvin! Brother! Two shouts rang out, and Shandes and Akalissa also moved up against the wind. Seeing Alvin fall, they shouted his name loudly. Alvin, who was in pain all over, vomited blood several times. When he fell down just now, he even bit a large piece of his tongue, and could not speak clearly. Alvin, who was lying on the ground, could only raise a thumb. Tell the two that he was still alive. Alvin! Run! Shandres' voice was trembling, as if he had seen a ghost. Alvin heard the fear in the shout, and forced himself to get up. Everything in front of him stunned him. The violent dark tornado had completely materialized at this time. It was entrenched in the air, rolling like a python, the black color was like paint, and the festering mucus was dripping down, like a rotten python, but without a mouth and eyes. Fandrel next to him struggled to kneel on the ground and cowed out continuously, but his jaw was shattered and he could not speak, and could only make a sound of ah. That's great, there is so much food just after waking up, it's really great. A voice sounded in everyone's heart at the same time. Chapter 513. The bone-deep coldness permeated everyone present. The most timid Quilindra was already lying on the ground trembling, and even Akalissa, a fearless and irritable little dragon, seemed a little panicked. Shandres struggled to help Alvin up from the ground. At this time, the Sentinel General was already ragged and covered with wounds. Alvin, how are you? Alvin turned his head, and spit out another mouthful of blood, then grinned at him, revealing a mouthful of white tea stained with blood. Now Alvin couldn't answer, because in addition to the pain all over his body, his tongue was also injured just now, so Alvin made an okay gesture with his hand. Shandres didn't understand this gesture at first, but after traveling with Alvin for a long time, he roughly knew it. For example, the current one is okay, and extending the index and middle fingers means victory. Hurry up and treat yourself, Shandres said unhappily. Alvin shook his head, and pointed at the dark unknown object floating above his head. He gathered a little magic power with his backhand, but it was quickly sucked away by the unknown object. I'm talking. A thunderous sound rang in everyone's heart, and then the dark matter suddenly stretched out a long tentacle, and rolled up Shandres, like a whip. No! Let me go! You disgusting thing. Shandres struggled, but the dark tentacle became tighter and tighter, directly hanging Caldorii in the air. Dark Lord, please listen to my request. Shut up. I said, I'm talking. The dark matter shouted, like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and the voice became sharp and thin. Another tentacle stretched out and rolled up Fandrel's ankle, hanging him up as well. But Fandrel kept begging, and the tentacle stuffed him into his mouth, stretching Fandrel's mouth so wide that his eyeballs almost popped out. Seeing this, Shandres, who was hanging on the other side, immediately chose to keep silent and no longer dared to shout. Finally quiet. The voice of the dark matter sounded again. Wouldn't it be better if you did this earlier? I wouldn't have to use force, hee. Alvin couldn't see the eyes and mouth of the thing, and the whole thing looked like a ball of black asphalt tentacles. So, who are you? Are you all here to ask me to fulfill your wishes? Now, please answer the question, human male. And you named someone? Ah woo woo. Alvin pointed to his mouth. Ah woo woo woo. Why is he a mute? The unhappy voice of the dark matter sounded. He raised a tentacle, and a beam of light was fired at Alvin. A strange thing happened. Alvin's wounds began to heal quickly, including his tongue and the wounds on his body. To Alvin's shame, his healing effect might be better than his own. You can talk now. My name is Alvin Priest, from the Eastern Continent. My goal is not to fulfill wishes, but to hunt down this guy named Fandral in your hand. And the other Kaldorii in your hand is my companion, and we are here to catch him. You are really strange. You obviously have the opportunity to fulfill your wish, but you choose to give it up? Just for this insignificant task? Alvin shrugged. I don't even know who you are. How dare I make a wish with you? People who deal with the devil in the story seem to have a bad end in the end. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect you to be so wise at such a young age. The dark matter laughed loudly, and the sound reverberated in people's minds, which was very uncomfortable. You are right. What do you mean by fulfilling a wish? That is just a fool's wishful thinking. With me, it is just a transaction. Besides, the price I offer is usually not low. Really? Then may I ask if you can be kind enough to put my companion down and let us leave here? Ha ha ha. The dark matter seemed to be out of breath from laughing, and it took a long time to recover. You are really naive. People who are unwilling to trade are just food. So what is your choice? Trade? Or be food? Alvin secretly complained in his heart, but why do you want to trade with me? It is him who provides you with the sacrifice. Alvin pointed to Fandral hanging in the air. I'm just a passerby. There's no reason for you to choose me. Hee hee, do you think I can't see it? Whether it's strength or wisdom, you are the best among these people. And I only like to do business with smart people. Are you always so hard on others? Not usually like this, you're lucky. Can you tell me who you are first? Alvin asked. In fact, he already had a few guesses, but he had to let this guy admit it himself. My name? There are many. The one you use more often, I think it should be Enzos. Some people also call me the King of Thousand Beards. Okay, guessed right. Enzos? The ancient god? Didn't the book say that you were sealed? Alvin pretended to be surprised and asked. Now this is just a part of my body, otherwise how could it have such little power? So what is the price of the deal? What can I get from you? Hee hee, power far beyond that of ordinary people, lifespan longer than that of dragons, and even the ability to bewitch people. I can give you anything you can imagine, but the price. The dark matter laughed. It's to be my servant and serve me forever. It sounds tempting. Alvin also laughed, right? Ha ha, the former elf Queen Azhara also made a wish to me to survive, and gave me the lives of half of her people. And I was very generous, and gave her eternal life, and the ability to live under the sea. Isn't this a very cost-effective deal? Turning into a Naga and soaking in the sea. And giving up the lives of so many people? This deal doesn't seem to be very cost-effective. It seems that you want to reject my kindness? The tone of the dark matter became obviously irritable, and the whole form became agitated. You should know the consequences of rejecting me. That is to be used as food. It's not that I want to reject you. It's just that you came too late. I already have a better trading partner. Alvin smiled and patted Zalata's hidden in his chest. Miss, how long do you plan to pretend to sleep? Your old friend is here. Don't you come out to chat with him. Your little brother is about to die in his hands. Who are you talking to? Do you know that you are going to die soon and have started to go crazy? Enzos laughed and shot out a tentacle to go straight to Alvin's head. Since you don't cooperate, I start with your brain, but I didn't expect that this human didn't dodge at all, but pulled out a sharp blade from his arms, and with a light wave, he had already cut the attacking tentacle to the ground. The tentacle had been wriggling and curling for a long time, before disappearing as if it had life. What kind of weapon is that? Enzos' angry voice sounded. Even if it was just a small part of his body and strength, it was impossible for a human to hurt him. It had never happened in all these years. He looked at Alvin, but found that the human slowly raised his head, his eyes had completely turned black, and the atmosphere around him gradually became cold. There was something wrong with those eyes. Enzos waved his tentacles, and threw the two people hanging to the ground. All the tentacles retracted to his side, and prepared for defense. Although I don't know what happened, this guy has changed in some way. My brother, don't you recognize me? This really makes me sad. Enzos. Chapter 514. The dark incarnation of N'Zoth was obviously stagnant, as if it was frozen, and it seemed that it could not believe its ears. How is this possible? The dark mass trembled violently, and the whole body slowly flowed from the air to the ground like flowing asphalt, forming a round pool of dark liquid on the ground. Then, from the black ignorance, a black guy with a terrifying appearance and tentacles all over his body rose from the black water. No matter from which angle, he looked the same, until a pair of eyes opened on his head, if that could be called a head. Who are you? Dear brother, although we haven't seen each other for a long time, how can you forget me? Sartharian laughed maliciously, waved his hand slightly, and had already knocked away the tentacles that the other party stretched out. Don't touch me, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist tearing off all your filthy tentacles one by one. You know I can do it, brother. Xal'atath? Enzos unconsciously took 2 steps back. Although the thousand-bearded demon was a little shocked to see this guy at first, when he saw that Xal'atath was also in the body of someone else, Enzos laughed. I thought you had escaped from the dagger, but it turns out that you are still sealed like me. You dare to appear in front of me with such insignificant power? Your bluffing looks really funny. Xal'atath smiled sinisterly. If it was your complete form, I would certainly not be your opponent, but now you are like a piece of meat in front of me. N'Zoth's eyes widened immediately. He simply couldn't believe that his former weakest companion could now boast like that. Ha ha ha, you really made me laugh to death. I remember that you were not even worthy of carrying our shoes. I am very curious. What made you so arrogant? Have you forgotten how you knelt down and begged for mercy when we divided and ate you? Hee, divide and eat. It's really funny to think about it. Obviously, I was almost killed by you at that time, but I don't hate you at all for this. Sarthas continued. I think this must be because of our nature as ancient gods. Greed, devouring, and killing are originally part of our existence. Devouring and being devoured are just 2 sides of the same coin. You are very self-aware. Ah, I have to thank the god of destiny. I thought it was just a few ordinary foods, but I didn't expect that I would meet you. It seems that the time for me to break the seal is getting closer, ha ha ha. Sarthas didn't say anything, but just sneered at Enzos, who was laughing, as if he was watching a drama that had nothing to do with him. I've decided. The deal is off. I'm going to turn all of you into my nutrients, especially you. Xal'atath! Enzos roared, and the black tentacles all over his body stretched out wildly, flying towards Xal'atath. With a bang, the tentacles were like countless black steel bars, piercing the place where Xal'atath had just stood. Can you run away? Enzos himself didn't think Xal'atath was an enemy he could kill with one move, and his eyelidless eyes kept staring at Xal'atath, until she cast the annoying black hole spell just before being attacked, and left the place where she was standing. Come out! Running away blindly will not make you win. My poor sister? Enzos roared, and the tentacles suddenly pulled out from the ground as if they felt something, and stabbed to the other side. That was where the new black hole was created. I am omniscient and omnipotent. Your humble tricks cannot escape my sight. Well done. My brother. What about this? The contemptuous voice of Xal'atath came from the air, and she had not finished her words. The air in the entire hall suddenly began to twist at the same time, and countless large and small black holes began to form, and large and small portals appeared in the void like compound eyes. And behind the portal, you can vaguely see Xal'atath's provocative eyes. Your low taste is about to end. Enzo snorted coldly, and his dark body shook more violently, and more tentacles shot out from his body, shooting towards the black holes in countless spaces. Don't run away. Become my food. I'm not interested in the so-called conquest of Azeroth by you old-fashioned guys. Sartharian still replied calmly, as if he was not fighting fiercely at all. And you are still as stupid as ever. While speaking, the large and small portals suddenly began to shrink, and before Enzos' tentacles could retract, they were already tightly grabbed by the small black hole that collapsed into a singularity. Do you think you can catch me like this? N'Zoth saw that all his tentacles were controlled, and instead of being angry, he laughed. I am called the Thousand-Bearded Demon. How much can you control? Before he finished speaking, N'Zoth's body began to expand like boiling asphalt, and he could no longer maintain the original form of the ancient god. More tentacles began to shoot out from his squirming body. In that case, I will fill the entire space. See where you can hide. In an instant, with N'Zoth as the center, tens of thousands of tentacles began to grow explosively, and the tentacles squirmed and rolled up everything in the space, including Chandris, and others who were already stunned. Miss Chandris, run! Akali Tasha was the first to react, flapping her wings and flying toward Chandris, waving her claws and breathing fire, forcing back the tentacles around her, and holding Chandris from behind with both hands and flew up. Chandris shouted, "Quilindra, we're here to pick you up." Seeing this, the deer also came to the road where the two passed by, stretched out his hand, and was pulled by Chandris. As a result, Akalisa held Chandris, and Chandris held the deer, and the three of them stumbled together and flew out of the hall. "Are we leaving like this? I want to stay. I haven't seen the Battle of the Ancient Gods yet. I want to record it. I also want to stay and help Alvin." "Don't be stupid," the little red dragon said angrily. "This is not a battle we can participate in. You are here to cause trouble for your brother." She dodged left and right in the air, and the two people hanging made her flying posture very unstable. As a result, she was not careful, and was pierced directly by a wrist-thick tentacle through the wing membrane. Fortunately, they had already flown out of the hall. The little red dragon screamed and fell from the air, and finally the three fell to the ground together. Akalisa struggled to retract her wings, and dragged Chandris and the deer forward for a while, and then stopped panting. The hall, just now, was basically completely filled with dark tentacles. If they were a step later, they would either be strangled to death or crushed to death. Erwin. Chandris clenched her fists in worry. Chapter 515. Just as Chandris and the others escaped from the hall, the entire hall was filled with the dark tentacles of N'Zoth. "It's bad. Vandrel is still in there." Chandris suddenly shouted, "What? You still want to save him?" Quilindra rolled her eyes. "I wish I could see him die in there. Even if he comes out, I will kill him. Alas, I wanted to take him back to Teacher Stormrage, but now that it's like this, I can only give up." Alvin couldn't know the ladies' voices. Now he felt very strange. It was obviously his body that was moving, but he was not in control of it at all. It was like playing a first-person perspective game. To give an inappropriate example, it was like watching teammates perform when you were dead in CS. Alvin was enlightened now. Sarthoris opened countless portals in space and hid his body behind them. The space behind the portal was very strange. There were bizarre scenes. The light was sometimes dazzling and sometimes dark. The whole environment seemed to be floating in the universe. He seemed to be able to see a few blue planets in the distance. The planets looked a bit like Azeroth, or even a bit like the Earth. There was a transparent film in the middle of the large and small portals. Through this transparent film, you could see the outside, as if there were large and small glass fragments all around, and each fragment was a reflection of the outside scene. In other words, N'Zos's attack could not reach here at all. Xal'atath just watched N'Zos's impotent rage on the other side leisurely. "Sarthas, come out and fight me! Are you only able to hide?" N'Zos made a big fuss outside, almost raising the entire hall to the ground, and even the important altar was crushed by his swollen body. When he retracted his body, he found that Sarthas had long gone away, and he was immediately furious. Billions of years ago, the ancient gods had fought a protracted war. In this war, the ancient gods did their best and devoured each other to strengthen their own power. In the end, the several ancient gods held each other back and reached a delicate balance, and no one could completely devour anyone else. However, they found that there was a guy who was slightly weaker than the most powerful of them, the unlucky Sarthas. So the ancient gods tacitly defeated Sarthas first. If Sarthas had not had such a trick of hiding, he might have been wiped out in that era. They did not give up the search for Xal'atath, but what happened later was recorded in history books. The Titans sealed the ancient gods, and Xal'atath was also sealed in the dagger. For Xal'atath, after so many years, her anger had mostly subsided, but seeing N'Zoth being so aggressive, she finally succeeded in angering her again. "N'Zoth! Stupid guy. Do you think I can only run away and have no way to deal with you?" Xal'atath opened the black hole and shouted to N'Zoth through the black hole. The next moment, several steel whip-like tentacles directly pierced Xal'atath's head. N'Zoth had been waiting for Xal'atath to show up for a long time, and he would not miss this opportunity. "I got you!" Swish, swish, swish. Several black lights appeared, and several black portals suddenly appeared on the path of the tentacles. Those small portals suddenly appeared and disappeared, but cut the tentacles that passed through them into several sections. Part of the severed tentacles fell to the ground, and then turned into asphalt and flowed back into N'Zoth's body, while the part left behind the portal disappeared completely, and even N'Zoth could not feel the existence of that part of his body. "You have successfully angered me, and now it's my turn. Let's see whether your portal is faster or my tentacles are faster." N'Zoth was not to be outdone, because in his opinion, this pathetic Xal'atath was a weak coward billions of years ago, and he has not improved at all until now. "Come on!" Xal'atath was completely enraged. She raised her hands in the air, and shadow magic quickly gathered, filling this alien space with pure shadow energy. Magical elements quickly condensed under the call of Xal'atath, and countless black holes of different sizes appeared in the hall again. Inzos had just suffered a small loss, and knew that if he rashly used his tentacles to attack again, his tentacles might be cut off by her space magic again. The key point is that it is not a big deal if the tentacles are cut off, but it will be a disaster if those things are absorbed by Xal'atath, and he will be completely swallowed by her one day. So he changed his strategy, and began to use long-range magic to attack the black hole. He raised his tentacles, just like raising countless magic wands, and dark magic missiles shot towards the black hole in the hall, forming a strange barrage. It was very interesting from Alvin's perspective. Countless black magic missiles were fired at the black hole, and it seemed that every one of them could pass through the portal and hit him directly in the face. The human instinct is to hide quickly, or stretch out your arms to block, and close your eyes by the way. But now Alvin could only watch the show with wide eyes. Zalatas waved his arms, and a huge shadow vortex formed in the void. Then countless shadow energies flowed out of the vortex, like a dark cloud pouring out of the portal. The magic missiles fired by Inzos disappeared the moment they touched the dark cloud, or were absorbed. The thick fog that was originally just flowing out slowly suddenly became violently rolling like the steam produced when boiling water the moment it absorbed the missiles. The black hole that almost filled the entire hall was full of such weird things. Xal'atath, I think we can talk. Nza saw that his attack was completely crushed, and the strange fog had filled the hall, and was approaching him step by step. He was flexible, and immediately decided to cease fire and negotiate peace. As he spoke, he stretched out his tentacles to fan away the black fog approaching him. However, the thick tentacles made a hissing sound the moment they lifted the black fog. The tentacles, which were originally made of disgusting liquid like asphalt, were directly corroded by the black fog and turned into half-green and half-yellow pus that fell on the ground. Now N'Zoth was even more shocked. No more talk. I won't talk. I surrender unconditionally. Idiot! We are all ancient gods. Can your tricks fool me? You can't escape anywhere today. Sarthas. It's useless to kill me now. This is just my clone. If you completely anger me, I won't let you go. Do you think I will let you go? Not to mention that you are still sealed. Now, the altar is destroyed. How can you come out to seek revenge without a medium? Sarthas laughed, but I am different. I can go to any corner of the world with my half. We will continue to become stronger and stronger. Then go to the place where you are sealed and devour you all one by one. Ha ha ha. Sarthas laughed crazily, constantly urging the black fog to completely submerge the threatening N'Zoth. At first, N'Zoth's screams could be heard, but soon there was no sound. Chapter 516. The black fog in the hall rolled like a boiling sea of clouds. Suddenly, the black fog seemed to have life and retreated in a way that violated physical common sense. Like a reverse video, it rolled back to the air and finally returned to the black holes of various sizes. In fact, the one who felt the strangest was Alvin. He had been staying in another space. The diffuse black fog gradually blocked his sight. Just when he felt that he had entered a pure shadow field and was at a loss. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He subconsciously raised his hand to cover his eyes. At this time, he was surprised to find that he had regained control of his body. Saradas? How are you? Alvin shouted in his heart. This time, Saradas appeared for almost 3 times the longest time in the past. Saradas once said that he had to accumulate power for a long time before he could come out for a while. Now that he has been out for so long, he must have consumed countless power. Listen, Alvin, I've almost used up all the strength I've accumulated over the past period of time. I may have to rest for a long time, so don't provoke any scary guys recently. The weak voice of Zalatas rang in Alvin's mind. Don't lose your life while I'm resting. Don't worry, how long will you sleep this time? I don't know. It depends on the situation, but fortunately I absorbed some of Inzos' power this time. I want to digest this part of the power. When I wake up again, my strength will definitely rise to a higher level. Alvin was also excited and wanted to applaud. Great. This time it's a blessing in disguise. Don't worry, my life is not something that anyone can take. Just have a good rest. No answer. Sarthas? Still no answer. I guess he's already asleep. I really envy the young people nowadays. They fall asleep as soon as they lie down. Their sleep quality is so good. Alvin! Brother! The girl's shout rang out at the door of the hall. Alvin turned around and saw that it was Ekalissa and Chandris who came back. Hello! Alvin waved his hand to greet the girls, and the girls came to Alvin vigilantly, as if they were facing a great enemy. The dear Quilindra even raised a spear. Alvin, where is the monster? Where did it go? I carry you, let's retreat quickly. Don't worry, Enzos' clone is dead, we are safe now. Dead? Chandris rubbed his eyes with both hands and looked around carefully. The whole hall had already become a mess. Even the dark altar had been overturned, and the stone platform of the altar had been broken into several pieces. Oh my god, if we hadn't escaped just now, we would have been crushed into meat patties now, Chandri said with lingering fear. Suddenly, she thought of something, clapped her hands and said loudly, It's over. Where's Vandrel? Vandrel is here. The little red dragon shouted at the side of the altar. Just as Miss Chandri said, he was pressed under the altar, and has been turned into a meat pie. Several people followed and saw that he had died miserably, and was no longer human. Well, it seems that the world has lost the fire druid again, and the little druid has lost the fire cheetah form. What should we do? Should we collect his body? Or cut off his head, and bring it back to Mr. Fury? Alvin didn't know how to complete the task. When he played the game before, the tasks given by the NPC were either to bring back the target's head or the target's ears. After the Chinese server was harmonized, it became to bring back the target's emblem. Chandri shook her head. Although Vandrel betrayed us, he has now received his due end. Since he is dead, there is no need for us to desecrate his body. Why don't I burn this place down? Akratasa's mouth was already flashing with fire when she spoke. You're right, this place has been cursed. It's really not a good place. It's better to burn it down. Alvin didn't have any ideas about how to deal with this place. He was just worried that if he set fire to such an underwater cave, would it burn out all the yang energy here and cause everyone to suffocate? Who allowed you to burn down our holy place? Another voice came from the door of the hall. When Alvin heard it, he suddenly felt a headache. Sure enough, when Quilindra heard the other party's voice, she jumped to the side excitedly and raised her spear. The siren is coming. Chandis looked back, and was also surprised to see a female Naga swimming towards her with a snake tail. Who is it? The Sentinel General also raised his weapon. Okay, she is not an enemy, put down your weapons. Alvin hurriedly walked in front of the two and stretched out his hand to stop their weapons. Akratasa was also surprised to see the Naga, but soon found that it was the Cordelia she had met before, so she relaxed her vigilance. Cordelia, don't be so aggressive. You see, the conspiracy of the Kaldorii traitors and the Twilight Hammer heretics has been stopped. I have completed your commission. Alvin pointed to the corpse on the ground. Vandal is dead, and they have avenged the killing of your fishmen. What do you think? Cordelia smiled and swam to Alvin's side. She looked at the ground and skimmed the hull. Alas, what should I say to you? You did kill the man, but our dark altar was also destroyed. This is Queen Azhara's treasure. How can I explain this to Her Majesty the Queen? Alvin spread his hands. This dark altar is not a good thing. It's destroyed, so I can't compensate you. He paused and continued, If you ask me, Queen Azhara should thank me. This is not about fulfilling wishes, but about selling yourself to a being more terrifying than the devil. Cordelia wanted to refute, but seeing Alvin's serious look, she smacked her lips and said nothing in the end. It's no wonder that a soul that has been betrayed once is betrayed a second or third time. This is our fate, but... Cordelia's eyes lit up again. I didn't expect you to be so powerful now. I was hiding outside and thought I would rescue you after you suffered a little, but I didn't expect you to win. What skill is that? Where did you learn it from? Alvin thought, I dare not tell you this. People always have to make progress. During my previous journey, I always kept in mind the teachings of the Archbishop, and the true meaning of the Holy Light. I finally mastered these skills after repeated training with my family. Cordelia's eyes widened, and even Shandi's and others shook their heads secretly, thinking that they had never seen you pray once along the way. You were good at using shadow spells, but you didn't look like a devout clergyman at all. Ahem. Cordelia interrupted Alvin's endless nonsense. If you don't want to say it, forget it. But, after parting with you this time, how long will it take before we can meet again? Chapter 517. Naga looked at Alvin with blue eyes, and reached out to touch Alvin's hair gently. Alvin actually heard some sadness in Cordelia's words. The dark altar was destroyed this time. I'm afraid I will be punished when I return. I don't know how many days I will be imprisoned. If I am imprisoned for 100 years, won't I never see you again? Alvin scratched his head. Just because of such a small matter, you can be imprisoned for 100 years? This is too exaggerated, isn't it? This is the place where Queen Azhara once talked with the gods. Now it's destroyed. Who knows how angry Her Majesty will be when talking with the gods? Then do you know who the gods you are talking about are? Who? I don't know, who cares, as long as he can bless us. Very pragmatic, Alvin was a little embarrassed. He didn't know whether it was right or wrong to tell Cordelia the truth of the matter. There is something I think I should tell you. What is it? Have you finally figured it out, and are ready to go to Vashire with me? No. I think you should know that I can't swim. Alvin coughed twice. The true form of your god is actually an ancient god named Zoth. And your queen made a deal with this god, turning your original appearance into your current appearance in exchange for your ability to survive in the sea. Of course, the price is to become a servant of Zoth and sacrifice half of your population. Oh! Cordelia nodded coldly. Aren't these things common sense? Tell me something I don't know. Alvin had a question mark on his face. You said you knew these things? Every Naga knows these things. There's nothing to be surprised about. Cordelia gently lifted her hair. I know what you want to say. You just want to say that Her Majesty the Queen is the culprit who made us become Naga, right? Without waiting for Alvin to answer, Cordelia continued. But in our opinion, it was Her Majesty the Queen who made such a choice that allowed us to survive. Speaking of sacrificing lives, this is just a means to prevent the extinction of the race. Her Majesty the Queen sacrificed half of her people so that everyone can continue. How much pain did she endure? You are not a Naga, you can't understand our thoughts. In our opinion, Her Majesty the Queen is a hero who saved all of us. The efforts and losses in this are all necessary sacrifices for the continuation of the race. Alvin was silent. From the outside, the Queen is indeed a heinous crime, but from their perspective, this is the right choice made under great pressure. But it was Queen Azhara's abuse of magic that caused the Well of Eternity to explode. Chandri suddenly said, if it weren't for her, none of this would have happened. Cordelia glanced at Chandri's. As early as when she came in, she had already noticed Chandri's, a beautiful Kaldori woman. She even thought that if that incident hadn't happened, she would probably be more beautiful than her now, right? What do you village girls know? Cordelia sneered. Think about it. Which part of your life was not run under the blessing of magic? The spring water for irrigation, the lamps for lighting, the spells for healing, the fire, the armor and weapons. Which one was not maintained by magic? You enjoy the convenience brought by the development of magic, but you oppose the in-depth study of magic. Isn't this very contradictory? When something goes wrong, you blame the Queen for making a mistake. Isn't this very hypocritical? Cordelia interrupted, choking her so much that she couldn't speak. That's not the way to say it. Alvin suddenly said, as far as I know, Queen Azhara, for the sake of magic research, together with her magic advisor Xadius, became accomplices of the Burning Legion's invasion of Azeroth. It was with the cooperation of the Queen that demon leaders such as Sargeras and Archimonde came to our world and ravaged our planet. And that Xadius eventually turned into a demon satyr, and is still trying to pollute the Emerald Dream to this day. These sins cannot be washed away by Her Majesty the Queen no matter what. You? Cordelia was a little angry. Why did Alvin bring up such a big issue? It seems that you are determined to be my enemy? Naga sneered, and gently knocked the trident on the ground, blowing up a gust of white frost, which froze Quilindra and made her shiver. I naturally have no intention of being your enemy. I just want you all to take a step back and stop arguing about something that happened 10,000 years ago. How long have I lived? I don't want to listen to you arguing about something that happened so long ago. I have more important things to do. Alvin shook his head, obviously not wanting to continue this topic. The problems between the Kaldori, the Naga, and the Queldori have been going on for a long time. It's annoying to see them quarreling all the time. Oh! Aren't you here just to chase the pagans? What else can you do now? There's one thing you didn't tell me. I'm here for this. Alvin said, as he reached into his pocket and took something out, then spread out his palm under everyone's gaze. Moonstone! Quilindra shouted, you got it after all? I thought it was destroyed. I almost failed, but fortunately I got it. Alvin said with a smile, I need your help next, Quilindra. What should I do to wake up Farah? Wait, what are you talking about? Cordelia blinked. What is this? Who are you going to wake up? Farah Starwish, a friend of mine, was injured before. I temporarily protected her soul. I need the power of this moonstone to wake her up. Who? Farah Starwish? The court wizard? Yes, huh? Alvin suddenly reacted. Cordelia, have you heard of her? Farah Starwish? Cordelia rolled her eyes. I am one of Queen Azhara's maids after all. Farah Starwish was the youngest court mage at the time. Even the queen often praised her talent. Of course I knew about it, but I just didn't say anything. But isn't she dead? I heard that she died at the hands of the devil. Well, she is indeed dead, but her soul has been preserved under the influence of a magic weapon. She has been playing tricks on the dark coast to scare people. I brought her out some time ago. Alvin smiled. At this time, Quilindra had taken out the notebook and started to search, and soon her eyes lit up. Found it. Alvin, let me tell you the spell and ritual process. Chapter 518. What kind of strange magic is this? Cordelia crossed her arms, holding the trident staff in her arms, and looked at the people in front of her, who were busy setting up the magic circle. It's a ritual to awaken the dead. Alvin said while drawing the magic circle on the ground. Don't you think it's a bit out of place that a priest like me is doing this kind of thing? I'm used to it. I knew you were not a serious priest. Cordelia pointed to the magic circle Alvin had just drawn and said, Hey, is there something wrong? This magic circle should be derived from the ritual of summoning souls. Ah? Alvin raised his head and studied it with Quilindra for a long time before patting his head. Damn, it's really wrong. How did you know? Cordelia said speechlessly. I am Azhara after all. People around the queen, aren't these basic operations? Great. Alvin jumped 3 feet high, holding Cordelia's shoulders with both hands. Dear Cordelia, can you help me? You know I'm not good at these wizard things. I was just saying that it would be great if Calpurnia was here. Since you know this, can you help me take charge of the magic circle? Why should I? Cordelia. I solemnly ask you. Okay, don't shake, I'm going to faint. Give it to me. Cordelia took Quilindra's notes, and looked at them, and quickly understood what was going on. Yeah, that's it, that's what I just said, I understand. Closing the notebook, Cordelia quickly completed the magic circle based on her memory, so fast that everyone present opened their mouths wide. You are not kidding so fast. Believe it or not, I am just teasing you here? Cordelia said, as she raised her foot to kick the magic circle. If you don't believe me, I will destroy this thing. No. Alvin hurriedly grabbed Cordelia's hand. I believe you. I am kidding. With Cordelia's neat and focused assistance, the complicated ritual preparations that required precise energy guidance were completed much faster than expected. Alvin stood in front of the magic circle, feeling a little nervous. He even heard his heart beating heavily in his chest. He recited the ancient spell he learned from Lindra in his mind for the last time. After confirming that it was foolproof, he greeted everyone. The ceremony begins. He solemnly placed his staff of holy light beacon, which temporarily housed Farah Starwish, and the moonstone that exuded warm moonlight, side by side at the center of the circle where the mithril lines and glowing runes intertwined. The moment the staff touched the ground, the small Nara on the top of the staff seemed to be awakened from the sleeping stars, emitting a low hum, which resonated subtly with the entire magic circle. Alvin began to chant. At first, his voice was low and steady, and every word was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, spreading visible, light blue ripples in the void. As the rhythm of the spell accelerated, the magic circle itself was completely activated. The mithril lines engraved on the floor suddenly burst out with a deep, pure indigo glow, like a flowing liquid galaxy, rushing and spinning along complex geometric patterns. The entire hall was enveloped by this faint blue halo, and the walls and dome seemed to be immersed in the deep sea. Then, the holy light beacon also responded and began to emit a faint light. That was not the blazing golden light it usually displayed, but a clearer azure light stream that also originated from the sacred source, like a spring being drawn, gurgling and overflowing, gently but firmly merging into the rushing indigo light river in the center of the magic circle. At this moment, the moonstone at the core of the magic circle also lit up. It was no longer warm and smooth milky white, and its interior seemed to be ignited, suddenly bursting out with a light blue light as clear as a cold spring, and as pure as the core of a glacier. This green light did not rush like the blue light, but was like a living mist, rising up in strands, with the quietness of the cold moon. 3 rays of light. The rays from the magic circle, the beacon, and the moonstone began to meet, collide, and blend fiercely above the core of the magic circle. The scene was extremely magnificent and extremely strange. Because the rays were no longer just light, they rolled, twisted, and stretched like living things with substance. Under the guidance of the spell, they condensed and shaped frantically. A vague human figure composed of pure light struggled to appear in the rolling light ball, first the hazy outline of the head, then the slender neck, and then the shoulders and arms. The light was like liquid mercury, and it was like a clay embryo in the hands of an invisible sculptor, being precisely molded by an invisible force. At this time, Alvin's spell was almost a roar, and fine beads of sweat oozed from his forehead, and all the magic power in his body was poured into the creation of this light. Just when Alvin was about to be exhausted, the rolling light ball finally stabilized, and a clear, slender female spirit was suspended in the air. Her body was made of the purest stream of light, a mixture of indigo, azure and light blue, like condensed aurora, translucent, but with a crystal-like texture, with tiny golden stardust-like light points slowly flowing inside. The last syllable of the spell fell, like a bell hammer that struck the final note. In an instant, all the light inside the spirit body suddenly shrank inward. Then, on the blurred and beautiful face outlined by the light, at the position of a pair of eyes, two most concentrated and pure light blue light points suddenly lit up. Those were Farah's eyes. The light was not dazzling, but it was clear enough to penetrate the soul, and a trace of newborn confusion. Quietly, with unparalleled weight, it stared at Alvin, who was exhausted and gasping for breath below. Fuck. Am I alive again? After a short period of confusion, Farah quickly woke up. Ahem, to be precise, you are actually just a ghost, not alive. Me. Hey! Why are there so many people? Who is this strange snake man? Farah floated down. She had seen everyone around Alvin except the Naga. Alvin suddenly realized that after Farah's death, she had been wandering around in the same place. She probably hadn't seen the Naga, so she mistook Cordelia for a snake man. Ghost, open your eyes and look carefully at who I am. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I don't mind killing you again. Haha, you are so arrogant. It seems that you don't know how powerful I, Farah Starwish, am. If you have the guts, come and fight me for 300 rounds. Of course I know, Farah Starwish once burned down the laboratory given by the Queen, and once turned himself into a sheep for a week. Oh, by the way, it seems that because he was not sociable, he offended too many people, and was finally sent out by the Queen to investigate ancient ruins. I heard that he never returned to Surmar until his death. Cordelia smiled faintly, and began to tell Farah's dark history. The smile on Farah's face froze instantly. Who are you? How do you know so much about me? She floated down and circled around the Naga. Are you? Cordelia raised her neck proudly, a venomous snake that has become a spirit. Chapter 519. I kill you. After a brief moment of daze, Cordelia quickly raised her staff, gathered her magic power, chanted a spell, and in just 1 second, a piece of ice was already suspended above the staff. Wait! Alvin shouted, grabbed Cordelia's hand, turned his head and said to Farah, Farah, come here. Farah has always been a troublemaker who is not afraid of anything, but she is a little afraid of Alvin. Although she is not happy, she still floats over as he said. What? You won't join others in bullying me, will you? You have to remember that I am also a Star Wish. Don't come on, I have never seen such a troublemaking Star Wish. Alvin said helplessly, you should remember that you almost lost your soul before. I snatched back the moonstone that could wake you up, and Quilindra taught me the spell to wake you up. This Naga Lady Cordelia helped to make the magic circle. You are a mage, and you should know how difficult it is. If it weren't for the two of them, you would be trapped in the void forever. Do you understand? They are all your benefactors. Don't be so disrespectful to them. Although Farah was a little stupid, she was still reasonable. Although she was reluctant, she still thanked the two honestly. Cordelia, Cordelia, this name sounds familiar. You are Vash's daughter? Queen's maid? Farah suddenly clapped her hands and floated up on the spot, with a shocked expression on her face. Why didn't you die? Why did you become like this? Alvin had a headache. Why did Farah offend people whenever she opened her mouth? Look carefully at the horrible state you are in now. You still have the nerve to criticize me? Cordelia's original elegance was nowhere to be found. She pointed her index finger at Farah and said, You are the real ghost. You are already a ghost. It seems so. But why are you still alive? Where are the others? Where is Her Majesty the Queen? Cordelia sighed. Although her people turned into sea monsters after entering the sea, at least they were still with their tribesmen. But Farah was a lonely ghost who had been wandering for more than 10,000 years. No wonder she knew nothing. So Cordelia picked out the key points and told Farah Xingyuan what happened to her tribe after the disaster. Not only Xingyuan was listening, but even Shandi's and Quilindra also listened carefully. Although Alvin knew these things, he still nervously wiped Cordelia's sweat when he heard the person involved tell the story of the time. I didn't expect. So many things happened after I died. Farah sighed, she stretched out her hand, as if she wanted to touch Cordelia's long blue hair, but unfortunately her spirit passed through the body of the Naga. Cordelia saw Farah's sad look, but she laughed. It's okay, although our appearance has changed, at least we survived, which is a blessing. Alvin saw that the two who were at loggerheads just now had reconciled, and his heart was also warm. Naga, Kaldorii, Queldorii, and a tree demon, it would be great if everyone lived in harmony. Why do you have to fight to the death? Alas, but now you are like this, you might as well die. Fortunately, I died in time. If I were to become a snake like you, I would definitely hate Her Majesty the Queen. Ah! Sin, I shouldn't have said that about Her Majesty the Queen. Farah covered her mouth with both hands, and then bowed to the void several times. Queen, forgive me, I didn't mean to say that about you, you are so generous, just pretend you didn't hear it. Cordelia was completely shocked. She had heard her mother say that the court wizard was not a pushover. I didn't hear anything. Naga silently hinted to herself that it was really difficult to win an argument with this ghost lady. It is said that Her Majesty the Queen was very speechless with her, so she sent her out. Miss Farah, I agree with you. I also can't understand why you have to live in the sea. It's obvious that you can give up magic, join us, and live in the forest. Shandy spoke at this time. It was rare that she, who had been at loggerheads with Farah before, actually stood on Farah's side. That's right, rather than saying that the Naga tribe, who had parted ways with them a long time ago, was more trustworthy than the court wizard who died to protect civilians. Ha! I can't stand you country bumpkins. You want me to live in trees like a monkey? It's your tyrant who thought of that. I've said it before, she's just a country girl. Everyone was silent. Only Ecolatrasa laughed out loud, then bent over and covered her stomach and laughed. Alvin was shocked for a long time before he came to his senses. This can no longer be described as low emotional intelligence. Farah, it's a good thing you died in the battle that year, otherwise, I suspect you would have been stabbed by an enemy. Your map cannon is too powerful. Chandris was defeated. I really don't have the energy to argue with you. You can do whatever you want. The matter has come to an end now. Although Fandral was not captured successfully, the traitors and the Twilight Hammer were finally killed, and the Dark Altar was destroyed, destroying the medium for the evil N'Zoth to come to the world, so the trip was worthwhile. How about it? Do you want to go to Vashire with me this time? I might be punished if I go back, and I don't know when I can come out to see you again. Cordelia was a little sad, but Alvin shook his head. I can't even swim. Won't I die down there? Besides, I have to go back to report. Anyway, if you have any problems, come to an island called Bloodmist Island northwest of Teldrassil to find me. My ship is there, and you can leave me a message there. Okay, it's a deal. I ask you one last time. Are you really not going with me? Ordinary people will never have the opportunity to visit the underwater city of Vashire in their lifetime. Since you invite me like that, I go and take a look. Maybe I can meet a few acquaintances. It was not Alvin who spoke, but Farah, who turned into a spirit bird and stood on his shoulder. Alvin quickly covered her mouth. You are not allowed to run away from my sight in the future. I'm afraid that your big mouth will cause me trouble, but I'm really afraid that someone can't stand it and kill you directly. Humph, if you don't want to go, then don't go. When I was alive, I had a good relationship with Vash. Alvin didn't believe it at all, and looked at Cordelia with a suspicious expression. Naga shook her head slightly. My mother just reminded me that the court mage is not an easy person to deal with, and asked me to be careful of her, but she never said anything about getting close to her. Chapter 520. The matter of the Dark Abyss has come to an end. Alvin and his companions did not stay any longer. This cave hidden under the sea had not seen any traces of people for many years, and the air had long been polluted. After a big battle, the air was filled with the smell of dust and fishy smell. It was so bad that Alvin was really afraid that if he stayed here for too long, his brain would be damaged by lack of oxygen. Cordelia still helped Alvin with one last favor, allowing Alvin to experience what it felt like to ride a Naga again. She carried Alvin on her back, and quickly floated up from the bottom of the sea, and soon sent the human, who was not good at swimming, to the surface of the sea. Alvin wiped the water off his face, and found that this place was not the ruined temple pool where they dived when they set out, but the seashore about 1 kilometer away from the coast. The place where you came in was actually the place where the house collapsed and connected to the underwater cave outside. This is the real entrance to the Dark Abyss, but the Dark Altar is destroyed. I'm afraid it will have no value in the future. While Cordelia was talking, the little red dragon, Chandris, and others also poked their heads out of the sea, breathing in the fresh air greedily. The little red dragon choked on 2 mouthfuls of water, and coughed loudly. Alvin. Cordelia turned around and hugged Alvin with 4 slender arms, leaning her head on his shoulder. When can we meet next time? I can't wait. Alvin thought for a while. I'm afraid I will stay in Kalindo for a while, but I may go south to take a look. What about you? Are you going back to Vashire? Yes, the destruction of the Dark Altar is such a big thing. I must go back and tell my mother. Will you really be punished? Looking at the nervous expression of the human, Cordelia laughed. I will definitely be punished, but it won't be a big problem. I often get into trouble. My mother will at most say a few words to me, and then lock me up for a while. Don't worry. It's just that this time it may be a little serious. I guess I can't go out for half a year. It's a piece of cake. Half a year. Alvin thought to himself that he would definitely not be able to bear it, but for these long-lived species, half a year is probably just a blink of an eye in their cognition. Okay, then let's make an agreement. After half a year, if you are free, we will meet at a place. As for where, Alvin was in trouble, because he didn't know where he would be in half a year. Cordelia saw him scratching his head and struggling, and understood. Smiling, she took off a blue shell earring hanging on her left ear and stuffed it into Alvin's hand. In half a year, no matter where you are, just put the earrings into the sea and I will come to you right away, okay? Is it so magical? Alvin held the earrings in his hands against his eyes. It was a small aquamarine shell, polished to look very similar to a real shell. What is the principle behind this? He was surprised when a cold finger touched his lips, and then water splashed, and Cordelia gently kissed her finger. In this world, what principles are you talking about? Just hold it. She quickly left Alvin, ignoring Alvin struggling for help after losing his support in the water, and laughed. See you in half a year. After saying that, she turned around and dived into the sea, then jumped out of the water with a fish jump. Cordelia left a semicircular water curtain in the air with a graceful shape, and disappeared after entering the water again. Thank you, thank you. Alvin hurriedly hugged Chandris, who came to rescue him. This guy, you want to scare me to death. Humph! Chandris snorted coldly. How is it possible? I kissed you goodbye. You two are so affectionate. Do you still have Sister Green Shadow in your eyes? Alvin was speechless, thinking that it was not a goodbye kiss. It was a visual dislocation. She kissed my hand. Okay, I am a pure boy, and I was teased by the other party like this. If I hadn't soaked in the cold sea water to relieve the heat, I would have exploded. Who will pity me? I was right? Damn human. Shandy's was harsh in her words, but she still held Alvin tightly, letting him hug her neck, and wipe the water off her face. It didn't matter if she wiped it off, but something went wrong. Alvin found that the dark facial lines on Chandris's face were dissolving like paint in water, and the blue-purple paint formed a series of water marks that were wiped off by Chandris with sea water, revealing the originally fair and delicate skin. Your makeup is all ruined. It turns out you don't have facial lines. I found that you look very majestic with facial lines, and even more charming without facial lines. Alvin hugged Chandris's neck and laughed. As soon as she finished speaking, Chandris stopped paddling like a piece of wood, and frantically touched her face as if she had lost something. Alvin was also stunned, because he suddenly remembered a sentence that Green Shadow had said to him. Caldorii without facial patterns don't like the opposite sex. And Chandris has no facial patterns, which means she doesn't like the opposite sex either, and she keeps talking about Sister Green Shadow, and is always hostile to her Nano brother-in-law. It seems that many of the previous problems suddenly make sense. Alvin took a deep breath. Miss Shantis, you are not. Shut up. If you tell me, I will throw you into the water and drown you. Yes. Don't tell me. I will never tell you. I'd rather say that I support you very much. Please don't pay attention to other people's eyes. Just be yourself bravely. Alvin encouraged her firmly, but felt something was wrong, and added, but Green Shadow is already mine. I can't give it to you, so you can be yourself, but it's better to change your goal. Shandy's listened to Alvin's chattering, and felt extremely ashamed and angry, so she simply pulled Alvin's hands away from her neck. You might as well drown in the sea, so as not to upset me. After saying that, he waved his long arms, and swam to the shore in a freestyle style. Brother. The little red dragon saw this, although she didn't know what happened. She only saw Miss Shawnee's running away with a red face after being angry at her brother's words. She probably guessed that it must be something that Brother Alvin said that offended people, so she quickly pulled Alvin out of the water. Puff! Alvin spit out a few mouthfuls of salty sea water. What kind of person is this? My little red dragon is still the best. How can these elves still get angry so easily at such an old age? Just like that, Miracle Priest Alvin returned to Teldrassil, and lived a shameless life with his harem. A year later, Alvin was having fun in his wine pool in Meat Forest, and an uninvited guest knocked on his door. The visitor was General Sentinel. Her fair face showed a smile. "Do you mind having one more at home?" A female voice came from the background. It was Quilindra. The tree demon was holding her glasses and making a serious speech similar to a closing statement. "Please, don't do the voiceover next to me." "No," Quilindra laughed. "You have to remember that if it weren't for my help this time, your Farrakhan would be finished. I haven't decided on the reward yet. Anyway, when I offer it, you can't refuse me." Before Alvin could argue, the deer had already paddled to the shore. "My little red dragon is still the best." Alvin hugged the little red dragon's neck and buried his nose in her wet red hair, which smelled of sea water. Chapter 521. When Alvin and his companions came ashore, they really frightened the female hunters stationed here. When they saw that the people coming were Sentinel General and Miracle Priest, they immediately pulled them ashore happily after a brief surprise. I had stayed underwater for too long before, and didn't feel the passage of time. After coming out, I realized that it was still night, and the moon I saw on the beach seemed to be closer to me than usual. Although Alvin could use holy light to evaporate the water on his body, the sea salt and fishy smell left on his body were still very strong. However, there was no condition to take a shower in such a temporary camp, so they could only make do with it. At Chandri's request, everyone almost didn't rest, but set out on the return journey back to Astronar. Along the way, Chandri seemed to avoid Alvin intentionally or unintentionally. Every time she saw Alvin approaching, she turned her little face away and did something else, which made Alvin very helpless. "Is she angry again? Did I not provoke her? Young man, you should practice your ability to read people's expressions." Quilindra walked by and pushed her glasses pretentiously, looking like an old scholar. The Huntress Corps has a great advantage, which is full mobility and very fast movement. When we arrived in Astrana, it was just dawn. When the town appeared in the field of vision, Alina, the vanguard at the front, suddenly whistled softly, attracting everyone's attention. What happened? Alvin looked forward without knowing why, but the morning sun had not risen completely, and the town was not clear. There are so many people. Strange, when did this place become a tourist attraction? What are so many people doing in Astronar? Quilindra ran, while looking forward with her hands on the awning. "Alvin! Alvin!" As the two were talking, a familiar cry suddenly came from above. "Green Shadow?" This voice was too familiar. Alvin blurted out subconsciously, and looked up at the sky. I saw a beautiful blue bird making a beautiful dive in the sky, and swooped down to face Alvin. "Hunters, prepare for battle." Shandies, who didn't know the situation, thought it was an enemy attack. At a command, the huntresses had already drawn their bows and arrows and aimed at the big bird. "Don't shoot, don't shoot. It's Green Shadow who turned into a storm crow. It's one of us. Stop." Although Shandies didn't understand why Green Shadow turned into a bird, since Alvin had spoken, there must be no problem, so she immediately stopped her soldiers. "Alvin!" The storm crow arrived in an instant like a blue comet. The Green Shadow flapped its wings in the air and hovered. Then, there was a sharp cry. Thunder suddenly sounded beside her, and blue lightning emitted a huge bright light. After the dazzling light, the Green Shadow had turned back into a human form, and fell towards Alvin in a free fall. Her long silver hair was floating, and her beautiful face was full of joy. She stretched out her hands and grabbed Alvin's hand, like a goddess descending from the sky. Flotation. Alvin quickly cast a magic spell, and gently dragged the falling Green Shadow. The girl jumped forward and hugged Alvin's neck. She twisted her body flexibly, and got into Alvin's arms. "You little kitty, are you trying to scare me to death?" Alvin scratched Green Shadow's nose with his finger. "It's strange, Caldorii is so tall, but his face is so small, and his figure is so good. The Creator is really partial. How come he made the elves so beautiful? I miss you so much. Hello, Akali." Green Shadow's face flushed, and she greeted Akali, who was riding with Alvin, and then put her face on Alvin's chest. "I was about to fly to the beach to find you, but I didn't expect you to come back. I'm so happy. It must be the gift of the goddess Alun. Haha, the goddess must like us, otherwise I wouldn't have a smooth journey, right?" Alvin hugged Green Shadow and laughed. "But why are you here? Aren't you in Teldrassil?" "We all came to Astronar." Green Shadow raised her head. After the ecstasy, her face returned to its original indifferent expression, but the arm around Alvin's neck was unwilling to let go. "After receiving your message, we quickly prepared the antidote for morning wheat, and the druids have all woken up." Green Shadow continued. "After the crisis in Darnassus was resolved, I reported to Teacher Stormrage that I wanted to come to you. After discussing with Lady Tyrant, The teacher thought you might need help, so everyone came together. Ah? You mean Lady Tyrant and Teacher Stormrage are both in Astronar? Alvin was surprised. I am really flattered. Green Shadow. Sister. Chandrise came to the two of them without knowing when. She looked at Green Shadow, who was hugging Alvin tightly, and she was overwhelmed with emotions for a moment. She had a lot to say, but when the two really met, she couldn't say anything. Alvin, put Green Shadow down. Finally, Chandrise still made a vicious request to Alvin. Alvin spread his hands, saying that it was not me who was holding Green Shadow, but you, Green Shadow, who would not let go unless you held me. Chandrise. Green Shadow smiled again. I'm sorry, I was too busy before, and didn't talk to you in detail. How are you? Are you doing well? No, you said this to me and hugged Alvin, no matter how you look at it. Chandrise said so in her heart. But she didn't dare to say it, and didn't want Green Shadow to see it. The Sentinel General forced a smile on his face. Of course, I am now the Sentinel General, much more powerful than you. You will definitely not be my opponent if we fight again now. Haha, I believe you. Green Shadow's smile became even stronger. Go back to the city quickly, the teachers are very worried about you. A large group of us stopped here, they must have seen us. Let's not let them wait too long. After saying this, Green Shadow buried his head in Alvin's arms again. It smells so fishy. Did you soak in the seawater? Sister, you ride my mount. The three of you will crush the Nightblade Leopard. Alvin looked down at his mount. This handsome big cat was indeed panting with fatigue. It seemed that carrying 3 people was still too much pressure for him. Not to mention there was a red dragon. The big cat was in a very tense state all the time, and it looked really pitiful. I don't want it. I want to be with Alvin. But I also want to be with my brother. Akali jumped out immediately after hearing this. Akali, you have been with Alvin for the whole journey. It's my turn. Not enough. I want to be with my brother. The two girls said this, pulling Alvin to their side. Green Shadow hugged Alvin's neck tightly, and Akali hugged his waist tightly from behind. Although being popular is what every man dreams of, being pulled like a toy by a dragon and a druid with the power of a bear at the same time still made Alvin scream with happiness. Stop! Didn't you see Alvin rolling his eyes? Sister, let go first. Akali, let go too, his ribs are going to break. Oh no, Alvin is foaming at the mouth. Alvin finally rode back to Astronar with Chandrise. Stormrage and Tyrant had already arrived at the bridge at the entrance of the town and were waiting. When they saw Alvin and Chandrise riding back together, they looked at each other in confusion. However, the two people who had long been accustomed to the wind and rain soon returned to normal. Lady Tyrant was very happy to see her adopted daughter. Although she did not have a biological daughter, Chandrise and Green Shadow, the two adopted daughters, performed very well in this crisis of the Caldorii. One of them was responsible for the interior, and the other for the exterior, showing the tenacious personality of Caldorii women and their independent leadership qualities. The Moon Priestess held Green Shadow with her left hand, and Chandrise with her right hand. For a moment, she was overwhelmed with emotions and almost cried. Stormrage saw her lover's tears, and knew that she was happy for the two of them, so she laughed. Come on, take our hero to wash up first. It is not the Caldorii way of hospitality to let distinguished guests come to the banquet with a fishy smell. Tyrant clapped her hands, and several maids came up. Elvin, Chandrise, Akali, and Quilindra, you go and rest first, change into new clothes, and then we will hold a banquet here in the evening. My people haven't held a banquet for a long time, and it will take some time to prepare. Then, the maids took them away with laughter. Elvin was taken to a guest room in the hotel, where a large wooden bathtub had been prepared. The maids laughed and wanted to take off his clothes to serve him a bath, but were sternly rejected by Elvin. Nonsense, my mother-in-law and father-in-law are here. What if I make a mistake? When he took off his clothes and soaked in the warm water, the fatigue accumulated in these days left him in an instant. Huh? Elvin was surprised to find that there were some petals and leaves floating on the water, and a strange life energy filled the water, silently nourishing his body. Not only his physical strength, but also his magic power began to recover slowly. He raised his hand in front of his eyes, and saw a ball of light green light attached to his skin, but it soon dissipated. It's really strange, Alvin thought. Could it be the cause of these herbs? It's the trick of those druids. A strange voice sounded, and the voice seemed to blow from the back of Alvin's head, blowing Alvin, who was originally warm all over, with goosebumps all over his body. Oh my gosh! The frightened Alvin jumped directly out of the bathtub, bringing a lot of water. I only felt a flash in front of my eyes, and a blue-purple figure flashed quickly, and the next second, a cold finger was already on Alvin's chin. Hush! Don't be so loud! The visitor lowered his voice and shouted. A man wearing an owl helmet, revealing only 2 eyes with dim light and a pointed chin, supported the bathtub with one hand and restrained Alvin with the other. 2 long pointed ears stretched out from both sides of the helmet, indicating the identity of the visitor, Caldorii. Hearing the commotion in the guest room, the maid outside immediately knocked on the door and asked, "Mr. Alvin, do you have any questions?" Alvin was a man who knew the current situation. He looked at the visitor. The visitor tilted his head, and his purple lips moved slightly. Judging from the lip language, it should mean let them go away. Alvin sighed. This is what it means to bow your head under the eaves. Now he regretted it a little. He shouldn't have driven Farah away before taking a bath just now, and lied to her that peeping at men taking a bath would cause corns. It's okay, I'm fine. You don't need to come in. We seem to hear your cry. Alvin looked at the visitor, who had an expression that he had fooled himself. It's a squirrel. Just now a squirrel suddenly appeared and scared me. There was a laugh outside, and soon the maid said, "Do you need me to come in and catch the squirrel?" No, the squirrel is very cute. Just leave it here. There was another round of laughter. Okay, then you can call us anytime if you need anything. After that, the maids left. The man waved his cloak, revealing the dark green armor hidden under the cloak, and moved his fingers from Alvin's chin to his neck with interest, and then gently touched it one by one. No wonder his fingers were so cold. It turned out that his hands were also armor. Okay, you actually said I was a squirrel? At this time, Alvin had already reacted. Isn't this familiar helmet the same as the Watcher from before? Although he couldn't make up his mind what this woman was doing while he was taking a shower in this era, although the Watchers were at odds with Tyrande, they shouldn't attack an outsider like him, right? Cordana Shiega? Alvin blurted out, and the Watcher was obviously stunned. Yes, you still remember my name? Shiega sneered, then let go of Alvin, raised his hands, and slowly stepped back 2 steps. Don't worry, I was just joking with you. I didn't expect the legendary miracle priest to be so weak. That was when you attacked me when I wasn't paying attention. Alvin said this, but he was also afraid in his heart. If it was really an enemy, he might have been finished just now. He should be more vigilant in the future. Also, although there are some petals and leaves on your body, it seems that the key parts can still be clearly seen. Oh my god! Alvin yelled, covered his hands, and squatted back into the water. Hearing the footsteps outside, Alvin shouted again, "It's okay. It's still that squirrel." Shiega sat on the chair carelessly, as if she was back home, picked up an apple, and started to eat. So, Miss Watcher, who is good at sneak attacks, you came to me while I was taking a shower. What on earth is going on? Crack. Shiega chewed the apple, the little mouth under the helmet moved, and kept nodding. This apple is really sweet. She swallowed the food in her mouth slowly, and spoke only when she saw Alvin's impatient expression. What happened to you in the dark abyss? Shiega crossed his legs, leaned forward, and asked with one hand on his chin. Just to ask me these things? This is not a secret. I think all the Caldorii will know it soon. Why come to ask me alone? I followed Fandral and the orcs to the Zoram coast, and saw you and Chandris raid the orc camp with my own eyes. Then you entered the black abyss. The Watcher leaned back, and his cloak slid to his back, revealing the dark green armor on his body. This armor fits the Watcher very well, and outlines his figure perfectly. I want to know what happened in the black abyss. Have you seen the dark altar, and the monsters in the altar? How did you get out alive? Alvin was shocked. She also knew about Enzos? Chapter 522. Alvin tried his best to pretend to be confused. What monster? After we go in, we will catch up with the enemy, fight for 300 rounds, and come back after winning. Cordana Shiega closed her eyes, and took a deep breath. Then what? Tell me something I don't know. What about the dark altar? What altar? What do you want to ask? I don't understand. Alvin looked a little anxious, and seemed to be very angry at Shiega's vagueness, which made Shiega laugh instead. In fact, when Cordana started this topic, Alvin understood one thing: the truth must not be told to her. It is obvious that she knows about the dark altar in Zoth. The Watcher must think that Fandral and the orcs went to the dark altar, so there are 2 possibilities now. One is that Alvin and his team killed Fandral before he arrived at the dark altar, and then returned. The other is that Alvin and his team defeated Fandral, but triggered the monster in the dark altar. If it was the latter, how did they fight against an ancient god with their mortal bodies and escape? If these Watchers continue to investigate, they are likely to find out about Xal'atath, which Alvin is very shy about, so he decided to play dumb to the end. Sister, I really don't know what you were asking. We caught up with the enemy not long after we went down. Thandril's warlock allies used a group of fishmen on the seabed as sacrifices to summon a demon lord to stop us, but they couldn't control that powerful demon and were killed and injured by the demon's backlash. At this time, we caught up with him. As the saying goes, when the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. We immediately took action. After a hard and arduous battle, we finally killed the enemy, and then we returned. Who wants to stay at the bottom of the sea? Don't suffocate to death. Alvin is well versed in lying and knows that such lies that are mixed with truth and falsehood are the easiest to be believed. Sure enough, Siega frowned when he said that. As a watcher, she is too familiar with the smell of the devil. The smell of the devil on Alvin is too strong. Siega can smell it even against the wind, so when Alvin said that, she was really a little persuaded. You really went back directly? Didn't you go forward? Aren't you curious about what Thandril wanted to do? I am curious, but I have to be curious. In fact, the place we went down is not the old entrance of the temple, but an underwater cave. It may have been accidentally connected to the original cave on the seabed when the temple sank. It's like a maze down there. I don't want to get lost in such a place. Whether I get lost, starve to death, drown in the sea, or suffocate to death, it's not the way I expect to die, so I ran back quickly. Humph, coward. Siega seemed to be persuaded. She stood up from the chair. I can't be sure whether what you said is true or not, but I decided to believe you for the time being. She looked in the direction of the door, her two long ears moved, and then a strange smile appeared on her face. I originally said that if your answer can satisfy me, I will reveal a secret to you. Secret? What secret? Alvin scratched his head. I don't think I want to know any secrets now. Siega walked closer to the bathtub, and his eyes under the helmet looked into the bathtub provocatively, as if he wanted to see through Alvin hiding under the water. What are you doing? Ouch. Alvin covered his lower body. He suspected that the Kaldoriai's eyes with night vision had seen through the water. Don't you want to know where the other warlocks are now? Siega whispered in Alvin's ear, and the warm breath gave Alvin goosebumps. Ah? You know? Alvin stood up from the bathtub in a hurry. He knew that the group of guys in history ran to Kalimdor under the leadership of Cho'Gall to find the old gods. Now it seems that they are likely to have split into two groups, with some people staying in the north to find Zoth, and the main force went to the south with Cho'Gall to find Thun. One Zoth is already troublesome. If Thun is also found by them, things will develop to an even more uncontrollable level, so the most important thing at the moment is to find the traces of those guys, and kill them before they succeed. Where are they now? But at this moment, Alvin's door made a loud bang sound, and the door panel had already left its original position, flew into the room vertically, and knocked over the table. A figure had already jumped in and attacked Siega. Siega laughed loudly, and his body flashed back and retreated to the side of the window. Then, dear Alvin, since someone disturbed us, we will see you next time. I believe you will be eager to see me, ha ha. With a burst of terrifying laughter, Cordana Siega had already jumped out of the window, and there was a sound of leaves rustling, and she had disappeared. Chandris was wrapped in a translucent bath towel, standing in front of the window, wet all over, and angrily shouted at the woods outside the window, Cordana Siega. Don't let me see you again. Alvin! What are you doing in the room? Chandris turned around and strode to Alvin's side, with a fierce momentum. The two big rabbits on her chest trembled and trembled. I don't know, I was taking a bath, and this guy sneaked in and attacked me. What did she want to do with you? What did you say just now? Chandris pinched Alvin's shoulders with both hands angrily, but Alvin found that the door had been pierced long ago, and several maids were standing at the door, looking in curiously with their little heads exposed. The draft between the door and the window made Alvin a little cold. Can you let me put on my clothes first? Also, I'm fine with you shaking like this. But your towel is about to fall off. Ah! After a short silence, a huge scream came from Alvin's room, and a figure escaped from it like the wind, and then went into the next room. They were all arranged to take a bath in the same hotel, and Chandris was next to Alvin, and on the other side were Akalitha and Xiaolu. Seeing Chandris screaming and running away, the maids laughed and went into Alvin's room. The bath had almost spilled out by now, and the door was gone, so it seemed that it couldn't continue. Although the maids were a little afraid of Chandris, they were not afraid of Alvin at all. They happily rushed over to help him dry and put on new clothes. Although Alvin tried to refuse, the elf's clothes were really hard to wear, mainly because they were too big. It looked like he had stolen them. After asking, he found out that his eternal light robe had been washed and was not yet dry. Akaratasa and Quilindra had already taken a bath and left the party. Alvin, what happened just now? Why is there such a big commotion? What is Chandrise doing running around naked? Just as he put on his clothes, the voice of Green Shadow came from the door. She had already put on a beautiful green robe and came to welcome Alvin to the party. She happened to see the strange scene downstairs. Chapter 523. Green Shadow. Alvin was about to cry. He was so unlucky these days. He hadn't had much rest, and he always smelled bad. He finally got a chance to take a shower. First he was attacked by Cordana, and then he was seen naked by Chandrise. Although he saw it back, but why can't he just take a good rest? The Kaldorii are so difficult to deal with. Alvin held Green Shadow in his arms, gently stroked her hair, and smelled the fragrance of the girl's hair, which made him feel relaxed and happy. Why are you here? I thought you were with Teacher Feng Feng and the others. Hee hee. Green Shadow smiled and said, because I miss you. The girl said, and hugged Alvin, when you were not around, I missed you every day. I wanted to drop everything and go find you. I just heard Akali say that you were in great danger this time, but she was in a hurry to eat, so I didn't disturb her. Have you packed everything? I go to the banquet hall with you. The teachers and the others are still waiting for you. Yes, everything is packed, but... Alvin was tossed around for a long time, fighting and being bullied by Chandrise, which made his cerebral cortex a little congested. He pushed Green Shadow to himself with ill intentions, bit her long ear, and said softly, Do you want to? Let Teacher Feng Feng wait a little longer. Green Shadow is no longer a 3-year-old child. When she heard what Alvin said, her face flushed. A pair of long ears trembled like a frightened little rabbit, but... What but? As Alvin spoke, his hands became restless. There is no door here. Alvin felt as if he was doused with cold water. His whole body seemed to fall into an ice cave. The feeling of ice and fire made him angry. Shandies! I hate you. Why did you kick me away for no reason? Puff. Green Shadow was already laughing so hard that she was shaking with laughter, twisting a few times in Alvin's arms, making him even more uncomfortable. Don't worry, wait until tonight. Green Shadow whispered in Alvin's ear, and the voice was almost inaudible at the end. Sister Green Shadow. A loud voice sounded at the door, and Shandies, like the wind, had already strode to Alvin's side. At this time, the Sentinel General changed his previous cool outfit of armor, and put on a lilac dress. Because he walked too fast, his long legs were out from under his skirt. Pervert! Let go of my sister! Chandrise's expression was uncertain, but it could be seen that she must have overcome her great shame to run over. Pervert? Green Shadow was surprised. Why do you call him a pervert? He. Chandrise's pretty face turned red, and she snorted for a long time, but didn't say anything. Anyway, he is a pervert. The demon of the Burning Legion. Even more perverted than those pleasure demons with many hands. You know a lot. Alvin was speechless, but it seems that you rushed into my room just now, and kicked my door open. I didn't do it to save you. I told you that Cordana Shiega is not a good person. When you see her in the future, you don't need to ask why, just beat her up. Why should I kill her when I have no grudge against her? And just now, she didn't really want to kill me. If she did, I'm afraid I would be dead in the first place. Her surprise attack is really hard to defend. Alvin was still a little scared when he thought about what happened just now, but after thinking about it, Cordana really didn't have the intention to kill, otherwise he should have felt that the guy was probably here to get information. Cordana? Green Shadow was surprised when he heard the name. She's back? Where is she? I beat her away, I will kill her myself next time we meet. Huh? You know her too? Is she a famous person? Alvin asked curiously. Of course, she grew up with us, like our sister. Green Shadow said with a smile, but as we grew up, we had different professions, so we had less contact. I went to the Emerald Dream to practice the Druid Way, Chandrise trained the Hunter Way in the Sentinel Corps, and Cordana was taken away by Lady Shadowsong. It seems that she finally became a watcher. TSK, she's just a jailer, just watching over the prison. This woman has never been a good person since she was a child. She always snatched everything from me, and always opposed me. Later, when Lady Shadowsong took her away, she was reluctant. I think she was just jealous of us. A place like the Watcher's Cave is suitable for her gloomy and lonely personality. Chandrise spoke for a while, confusing Alvin. So you knew each other a long time ago, and you and her have a bad relationship. So you have to fight when you meet? You can say that? Then is there a possibility that I was targeted and hated by her because I acted with you? I was wondering why this person always makes trouble for no reason. Don't bring this up with me. I'm just as annoyed by you as I am by Cortana. I'd rather say I'm even more annoyed by you. Who wouldn't be annoyed by your annoying look? Chandrese. Green Shadow growled, raised his hand, and flicked Chandrese's forehead. Don't say that about Alvin. Sister? Seeing Green Shadow's eyes glare, and even flicking herself for a man, Chandrese was overwhelmed with emotions, and almost couldn't hold back her tears, biting her lips, but didn't dare to say anything in rebuttal. Ha! One thing conquers another, brine and tofu. I let you stand up to me. Bang! Alvin's forehead was also hit by a blow. Green Shadow shook his finger and said word by word, Alvin, don't say anything about Chandrese. Ha ha ha. Otherwise I won't be polite. Green Shadow burst out with a strong aura, which made Chandrese, who was holding her stomach and laughing, hold back. We must live in harmony. Green Shadow said, and put Alvin and Chandrese's hands together. Chandrese's smile froze on her face. She wanted to pull her hand back, but was held down by Green Shadow. After all, she was a woman with the strength of a giant bear, and she was not able to resist him in terms of strength. Alvin watched Chandrese go from a playful smile to panic, and finally to helpless resignation. He almost couldn't help laughing, but seeing Green Shadow's serious look, he didn't dare to act rashly under her nose. Okay, how good is this? Green Shadow smiled, took Chandrese's hand and said, Chandrese, you are so beautiful, this dress suits you very well. Chandrese blushed, Sister Green Shadow too, you are more beautiful than before. That's all my credit, Alvin thought to himself, as the saying goes, love makes people young, not to mention the flowers that have been carefully watered. After making a fuss here for a long time, Teacher Stormrage and Lady Tyrant must be waiting impatiently. Let's go to the banquet hall. Green Shadow said with a smile, and then naturally supported Alvin's right arm. Yes, let's go quickly, otherwise all the delicious food will be eaten by Ecolatrasa. Alvin smiled, and walked towards the door, with Green Shadow's support. Chandrese was stunned behind, watching the two people loving each other and snuggling together, and suddenly felt lonely, and even forgot to follow the two. Silly girl, what are you doing? When Alvin saw that Chandrese was still, he turned around and found that she was standing there in a daze. Come on. He smiled and extended his left hand to Chandrese. Chandrese was a little confused. She looked at Alvin, who was smiling, and it seemed that he was not joking. She looked at her sister Green Shadow, and then Green Shadow smiled and nodded to her. Chandrese took a deep breath, quickly followed the two, and reached out to take Alvin's hand. Chapter 524. The elegant and quiet lake town of Astronar welcomed a rare celebration for the Kaldorii. The residents of the town all decorated the town with lights and decorations. People from the surrounding areas also gathered in the town, and some merchants brought their own goods and parked their stalls directly beside the road. The elves changed their usual secluded life and walked on the streets, wanting to see the Kaldorii leader Stormrage and Tyrant. The guards who came with the two leaders from Darnassus took on the mission of maintaining order. They wore bright armor and guarded several key locations in Astronar. The lake town was not big, and the banquet was held in the town hall, next to the small temple of Elun. Alvin felt that he could walk there and visit the stalls. We can't let Lady Tyrant and the others wait any longer. We have to speed up. If you want to go shopping, you can do it any time after the banquet. Chandrese whispered in Alvin's ear. Alvin was a little surprised. He looked at Chandrese, who was leaning against him. This female general actually spoke to me so gently. Is this the first time? We can ride the Night Blade Panther. The three of them had already walked down from the upstairs of the inn while talking. The structure of the Night Elf Inn is very interesting. The entire first floor is actually a pavilion-like hall. Most of the service staff work here. Guests can enter the inn from any direction of the pavilion to check in. The mounts can also be parked directly on the side of the inn. Sure enough, Alvin found that the Night Blade Leopard he had been riding had already been lying at the door. When he saw Alvin coming down, his big black eyes immediately stood up excitedly. The other Sentinel soldiers, who participated in this operation, also packed up their gear and lined up at the door. General. The female hunter Alina, who was guarding downstairs, saw Shandi's and others coming down from upstairs and immediately came forward. Maybe seeing Shandi supporting Alvin like a little girl, Alina was surprised at first, but she recovered quickly. General, the team is ready. We can set off at any time. Okay, let's go. When facing his subordinates, Shanti's still had the same majestic tone as usual. Shanti's is already a perfect general. Green Shadow poked his head out from the other side of Alvin, and said with a smile. Shanti's blushed and whispered, "How can it be?" Both ladies wore beautiful dresses, which was a bit inconvenient. Alvin smiled, picked up Green Shadow by the waist, and then mounted the Night Blade Leopard, letting Green Shadow sit sideways on the back of the Night Blade Leopard. Then he hugged Green Shadow with one hand and stretched out the other hand behind him. "Shanti's, come, sit behind me." Shanti's was standing awkwardly on the side, and her face turned red when she saw Alvin inviting her. She looked at her mount, and then at Alvin. "Well, if I sit sideways, it's easy to get into danger. I just bear it for a while, and sit behind Alvin." She slowly pulled Alvin's hand, but felt that Alvin pulled her hard and pulled her behind him. The fur of the Night Blade Leopard is smooth, and it's easy to slide down when sitting sideways. Shanti's dress is also made of very smooth fabric, and it started to slide down as soon as she sat on it. The Sentinel General did not break the law. He blushed and hugged Alvin's waist from behind, pressing his body against him. The wonderful touch on his back made Alvin straighten his waist unconsciously, and lift his back. There were warm and soft jade in front and behind. He didn't know whether it was a reward or a punishment for himself. The adjutant Arya was also shocked. She had specially found a carriage. But looking at the current situation, if she went up and told them that they could get off the carriage, she would probably be torn to pieces by the general. Alina cleared her throat and issued an order to the team. "Let's go!" Alvin's appearance was undoubtedly the most eye-catching. To be precise, it was not him who attracted attention, but the two Caldorii girls leaning on his left and right sides. Some guests were confused. They lived in Astronar for many years. Although they had heard that the miracle priest had many confidants, when did he reach out his dirty hands to Darnassus? The girl who was holding the miracle priest's right hand and leaning on him like a little bird, wasn't she the Green Shadow who had shown her skills in Darnassus and saved all the druids? And the girl on the miracle priest's left hand, why did she look so familiar? People wiped their eyes, thinking they had seen it wrong. Finally, someone exclaimed in surprise, "Feather Moon! It's Chandri's Feather Moon, the general of the Sentinel Corps." The crowd was in chaos. What happened? How did that woman who was so strong that even her brain was full of muscles become like a little bird? Is she drugged? Or is her mind controlled by magic? Oh my god, it must be the latter. I heard that the miracle priest Alvin knows a strange magic that can control a person to do things that he could never do. Damn human. No wonder he could multiply his tribe to the entire Azeroth in just 1,000 years, which is more exaggerated than the trolls, who were originally the most fertile. He must have used evil witchcraft to make the two beautiful Caldorii lose themselves and do many things for him. Alvin didn't know that he had been criticized to this extent by everyone. He still smiled and supported the two ladies on his left and right to walk into the auditorium elegantly. In the front row of the hall sat Lady Tyrande and Malfurion Stormrage. There was an empty seat next to Tyrande, which should be reserved for Alvin. Next to them were the three sisters of Quilindra Fawn and the local priestess of the Elin Temple, Mesena. Tyrande was also surprised, and was stunned when she saw Chandri's appearance. Malfurion Stormrage was the first to react, laughing, "Elvin. And my two precious darlings, Tyrande and I have been waiting for you for a long time. If you don't come, the food here will be eaten by your little red dragon sister." Hearing Malfurion's joke, everyone laughed. In front of the little red dragon sitting on the side, there was already a large sea of bowls piled up like a city wall. The maid served the dishes from one side, and other maids took away the empty plates and bowls on the other side to wash and recycle them, forming a perfect closed loop. Hearing everyone's laughter, the little red dragon also raised his head, stuffed a large piece of barbecue in his mouth and swallowed it, showing a curious expression. "Ha ha ha, Akali, Malfurion is joking, please enjoy your meal. Brother Alvin." Hiccup! Akali raised a chicken leg and greeted Alvin. Alvin laughed helplessly. Alas, if he returned to the fiefdom of the Eastern Continent, how would he feed the black dragons in that mountain? "Come on! Alvin! Please sit next to me." Lady Tyrande waved to Alvin and pointed to the empty space on one side. This? Alvin looked and saw that next to that seat was Quilindra, who was making faces at him. "Yes, thank you, ma'am." Then the three of them sat in Alvin's seat together. This seems to be a single seat. Your seat seems to be over there with Akali Tasha. Green Shadow smiled and turned to the maid and said, "Please give me a set of tableware, thank you." Shanti's turned her head, 2 sets, thank you. Chapter 525. Alvin, we came to support you just after the matter in Darnassus was settled. I didn't expect your efficiency to be so high. You have already completed the task successfully. Malfurion Stormrage said calmly, as if he didn't see Alvin being sandwiched between Green Shadow and Chandrese. I would like to salute you on behalf of all the Caldorii, Malfurion said, raising his glass. Tyron just smiled at her lover and raised her glass together. Let's drink this cup for the miracle priest Alvin. For the miracle priest. People in the hall raised their glasses to salute Alvin. Mr. Alvin. After 3 rounds of drinking, Miss Tyron looked at Alvin with interest and wiped her mouth with a silk handkerchief. Can you tell us about your operation? That dark abyss. I think it's called this now. What happened? When everyone heard this, they all shut up, and the originally noisy hall became quiet. What should we do? Tell the truth. With so many people, there might be problems, and it is inevitable that things about Zalatas will be leaked. Alvin also put down his glass with a smile, and told Cordana what he had just told in public. When Shawnees heard that his story was obviously different from the facts, she looked at him in surprise, but Alvin gently poked her palm, and then whispered while raising the glass to drink, some things are not convenient to say, listen to me, and tell them the details after the banquet. Chandrese curled her lips, and did not comment. So Alvin exaggerated and recounted how his group bravely fought against the Twilight Hammer, and the traitor Fandral in the sea. When the audience heard that the Orc Warlock used the lives of thousands of Murlocs as sacrifices to the Demon Lord, they all took a breath of cold air. The Caldorii were all very old, and many of them were direct witnesses of the Burning Legion War 10,000 years ago. They hated demons themselves. Although they didn't like Murlocs, these guys always caused trouble for them in the Dark Coast, but they didn't like demons even more, and some people sighed for the death of Murlocs. This story made Quilindra stunned, thinking that there were many Murlocs who died there, but not thousands of them, right? But when Alvin told his story, it was even more exciting than the actual experience. The look in the deer's eyes when he looked at Alvin changed. Could Alvin be the legendary novelist? The so-called originating from life and surpassing life is nothing more than this. That's it. Miss Chandrese showed her amazing fighting skills and beat out Fandral, who was lurking in the shadows. To be honest, I was already impressed by Miss Chandrese's heroic demeanor at the scene. She shot 5 arrows and killed 6 orcs directly. Chandrese listened to him getting more and more weird, and lowered his head in embarrassment. Quilindra listened with relish, as if she was not an eyewitness of this trip. The people at the scene were also dumbfounded. The Caldorii lived with nature, and most of them were upright and innocent people. How could they have heard of such a wonderful battle? Those who knew about it thought that they were hunting down traitors and pagans, and those who didn't know thought that Alvin and his party had a big battle with the Burning Legion. That? Alvin. Malfurion clutched his beard nervously, looking a little confused. How did Chandrese kill 6 enemies with 5 arrows? Kill 2 with 1 arrow, no 2 orcs. Alvin drank a glass of wine and continued, I was as shocked as you at the time. Really, I always thought I could travel the world with magic, but now I really doubt. In that suffocating seabed, if it weren't for Miss Chandrese's bravery, Miss Quilindra's knowledge and Akali's power, would I still be able to complete the task? Malfurion and other listeners showed expressions of sudden enlightenment, and the archdruid excitedly put the wine glass on the table with a pop. That's right. It was the power of the team that made us win this victory. Even I regret not participating in your action in person. Okay, Malfurion. Tyrant always had a smiling expression, and people couldn't understand what she was thinking behind her smile. She just sat there and listened to Alvin so elegantly, looking at the expressions of Chandrese, Quilindra and others from time to time, and then smiled meaningfully. Let our heroes eat something first. Don't you have anything else to say to Alvin? Oh yes. Honey, I'm sorry, I'm too excited. Alvin's story reminds me of our youth. Malfurion laughed and raised his glass again. Let's toast to the heroes again. For Chandrese Feathermoon, Quilindra, Akalissa, and Miracle Priest Alvin. Cheers to the heroes. Alvin has been busy telling stories and drinking since the beginning. He felt a little dizzy after a few drinks. The fine wines of Caldorii are all made from fruits. They have a natural fruit flavor, light and elegant, but the alcohol content is not low at all. After all, most of the Caldorii are tall and strong, and have a natural resistance to alcohol. No matter men or women, they have no feeling for wine with too low alcohol content. Alvin. Tyron looked at him with a smile, and her silver eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts, which made him a little scared, as if he was caught lying by his teacher when he was a child. I heard that you were attacked by the Watcher just now. It's not an attack, it seems to be a joke to me. Alvin breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was this matter that he asked. It's a Watcher named Cordana Fellsong. This is the second time she appeared in front of me. The previous time was in a tree house in the forest. It seems that the Watcher has been observing us in secret. Well, this matter is actually my fault. Tyrant nodded. At that time, Malfurion also fell into a deep sleep, and Darnassus was isolated and helpless. So I wrote to May of Shadowsong for help, but I never thought that it would cause trouble for you. It's not a trouble. In fact, they also have the information I need. Alvin continued. Cordana said that she knows where the other Twilight Hammers are. Pop! Tyrant put the wine glass in her hand on the table, frowning slightly. Other Twilight Hammers? Yes, we only defeated a part of them this time. Their main force should go south, but I don't know which road they took. Our captive, the stupid ogre, can't tell me clearly. Tyrant stared at her wine glass, and was a little distracted. I don't know what she was thinking. It seems that our battle is not over yet. Is the Kaldorii, who have experienced 10,000 years of peace, finally going to face troubled times? The Moon Priestess sighed. So what are your plans next? Well, I haven't thought about it yet. Alvin looked at the green shadow beside him. It may take some time for my Alliance comrades to return to Azeroth from Draenor. I want to solve the threat of the Twilight Hammer once, and for all during this time. If these people are not eliminated, they will definitely cause big trouble in the future. Chandris, what do you think? I agree with Alvin. Hearing Tyrant calling her, Chandris raised her head, and at this time she also returned to the battle-hardened female general. The orcs' purpose is very evil. They are pursuing the relics and ruins of the old gods. I have fought them face to face. Their purpose is to bring back the old gods and destroy all creatures in Azeroth. That's right, Miss Tyrant, and these guys will cut down trees endlessly. They destroyed a large area of the forest around the tree dwelling in the forest. Quilindra added on the side. After hearing this, Tyrant turned to Malfurion. You know, I will always support your decision, Tyrant. Well? Tyrant smiled, and held her lover's hand. Then, Chandris, can you cooperate with Elwyn's actions as a representative of the Kaldorii during his time in Kalimdor? Ah! Chandris was obviously surprised, as if she didn't expect that a new mission would be issued so soon. But the Sentinel General, who had long been able to take charge of his own affairs, was a professional soldier after all, and she nodded immediately. As you wish, ma'am. Very good, Green Shadow. Here. Green Shadow smiled and closed his eyes from beginning to end, leaning against Alvin. When he heard his foster mother calling him, he opened his eyes and sat up straight. You have been in the trial for a long time. This incident proves that you are already a qualified druid master. If you want, you can return to Darnassus and be with us. I want to be with Alvin. I have promised her to be his pet cat. Chapter 526. Green Shadow spoke to his adoptive parents, but his eyes never left Alvin. Alvin was a little drunk, but at this moment, he suddenly became sober as if someone grabbed his collar and poured a large amount of ice into him, and his whole body bounced up like a spring. Wow, wow, wow. Alvin waved his hands and covered Green Shadow's mouth awkwardly. But the matter was done, and although Green Shadow's voice was not loud, it spread throughout the hall. Time seemed to freeze. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at Alvin with wide eyes in surprise. Like looking at a strange instigator. Ah ha ha, ha ha, Green Shadow is joking, right Green Shadow. Green Shadow, who was still covered with his mouth, smiled and shrugged, as if he wanted to speak, but could only make a woohoo sound. Wow. Awkward silence permeated the hall, only Quilindra cheered excitedly with interest. This sound almost made Alvin take off on the spot, and drill into the cave, like a heavy bomb, and never come out again. Ha ha ha. It was Malfurion's laughter that broke the silence instantly. Seeing that even the Archdruid laughed, everyone laughed awkwardly together. I can understand. In fact, our druid colleagues are often joked like this, such as wanting to catch us as pets, or feeding us food. Ha ha, after all, who doesn't want a baby bear? Ha ha, you're right, Tyrant. In fact, as Malfurion said, he pulled Tyrant's hand, but was pinched hard by Lady Tyrant. Oh, it hurts. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter again, especially the druids on the field. They laughed loudly, as if Malfurion's words made them feel the same. Alvin blushed. He was not very interested in the daily little fun of Tyrant and Malfurion. Green Shadow. Miss Tyrant coughed lightly. She stretched out her arm gracefully, and held Green Shadow's hand. You are already a big girl, a successful druid, and now you have your own lover. In the name of Elun, I bless you, and hope that you can always remain pure. You must know that no matter what, we are your backers. Mother. Green Shadow's tears have already flowed from her eyes. She rushed forward and hugged the woman who raised her, and was actually her mother. Tyrant looked at the excited and crying Green Shadow, and gently stroked her silver hair. Okay, I just said you were a successful druid, and now you're crying. Wow, I'm so touched. Unlike Tyrant's calmness, Malfurion is a man of temperament. He has been crying for a long time, and hugged his lover and adopted daughter. Alvin opened his mouth in surprise. The image of Malfurion's storm rage seemed different from what he remembered. Wasn't he the kind of guy who looked old and old-fashioned like a tree root? Ahem. Chandris came over slowly. Teacher Storm Rage will become like this when he drinks. She saw Alvin's shock and explained to him a little embarrassedly. I almost forgot when Mr. Storm Rage got drunk last time. Maybe 3,000 years ago? Well, it seems that there are also people with rich emotions among the Caldorii. Okay, go back to Elwyn, Malfurion, and don't cry anymore. Tyrant smiled and separated the two from her, causing everyone to laugh again. Good times always pass very quickly. The banquet lasted from noon to night. Food and wine were sent into the hall like water. The banquet ended only when most people were drunk. Of course, most of the food was eaten by Ecolatrassa. At the end of the banquet, Malfurion was already drunk. Only Tyrant, Green Shadow, and Elwyn could remain sober. Surprisingly, even Chandris Feathermoon was drunk. For some reason, when the banquet entered the second half, Chandris seemed to be in a bad mood. She didn't talk to others, but just drank one cup after another by herself. Alvin wanted to persuade her to drink less, but she grabbed his collar and pushed him to the ground. Seeing Green Shadow hurriedly helping Alvin up, he felt even more depressed and turned back to drink from the wine jug. Tyrant, who saw all this, sighed deeply. Alvin, are you all right? Do you want to go to my place for a cup of tea? After the banquet, the maids carried away the drunk people and arranged for Malfurion, who was drunk, and Tyrant said to Alvin, Okay, we have no problem. Alvin knew that this shrewd lady must have seen that there was a lot of water in the story he told before, and wanted to know the real situation. It happened that he also had something to tell her, so he nodded and agreed. After asking Little Red Dragon and Green Shadow to go back to the inn first, Alvin went to the nearby temple of Elun alone with Tyrant. This was where Tyrant and Malfurion stayed temporarily. The room was quiet and elegant. There were a few yellow flowers in the vase, giving off a faint fragrance. Elvin did not keep the secret, and took the initiative to tell everything except Xalatath. Finally, when it came to Nzotha's appearance, he just said that Nzotha's clone was not strong, and he defeated him by luck. Tyrant listened to Alvin carefully and nodded. Your judgment is correct. The Moon Priestess picked up the crystal kettle and poured a glass of water for Alvin. If the people knew that the old god was ready to move again, there would probably be chaos again. Yes, and we learned from the captives that the ogre magician named Yugal claimed that he heard the call of the end of the world, so he decided to go south. Although I don't want to make too many groundless speculations, I suspect that the old god buried in the south may have contacted them. Tyrant frowned and looked at Alvin. She understood what Alvin was talking about. The old god in the south. Thun, the thousand-eyed demon. Thousands of years ago, it was this old god who corrupted and manipulated the Karaji to cleanse the world. The Caldorii and the dragon formed a coalition. After sacrificing countless lives, they finally sealed the Karaji back behind the beetle wall. This world cannot bear Thun's reawakening, and the Caldorii cannot bear it even more. Tyrant stood up and walked around the room twice. Elvin, I need to convey the message to the Dragon Legion, our former allies. They also need to know these things. A very wise judgment, lady. Thun is not something we can deal with alone. You are right. I will send someone to Cenarian Glade tomorrow, where we can contact the Green Dragon. That? Elvin smiled and pulled out the Green Dragon scale hanging on his neck. Actually, I have a faster way. Chapter 527. The Dream Queen once gave me one of her dragon scales, and told me that I could use it to contact her if I had anything important to say. Alvin smiled and said, I think this is a very important moment, right? I want to say that I am really surprised that you are so favored by the Green Dragon Legion. Tyrant opened her eyes wide. She knew that the Green Dragon scale could not be fake. Even during the Battle of the Quicksand thousands of years ago, when the Caldorii and the Dragon Legion fought together as allies, no one could be so close to the dragons, let alone be valued by the King of Dragons. You have the pendant of the Green Dragon Queen, and you are also carrying a little red dragon sister. This is something I have never seen in my life of tens of thousands of years. Tyrant took a deep breath. Alvin, you will create greater achievements in the future. I have this hunch. Haha, thanks for your good words. Now I am just thinking about whether contacting Queen Ynzera at this time will disturb her sleep. The green light curtain unfolded, and soon the huge dragon head of the green dragon Queen Ynzera appeared. The queen's green horns were still entwined with beautiful vines and wild flowers. Her amber eyes slowly opened, and when she saw that it was Alvin, her beautiful eyes widened instantly. Alvin? And Tyrande? Queen Ynzera's voice came over. I have been waiting for your news. Seeing Tyrande with you, I think everything has been settled, right? Your Majesty. Alvin and Tyrande saluted the green dragon queen together. Thanks to you, the situation here has been temporarily resolved. The Twilight Hammer's forces in Dark Coast have been completely removed, but it has involved some strange and more complicated things. More complicated things? Ynzera's head tilted to one side, like a small animal, as if puzzled by Alvin's words. These cultists, their purpose is to awaken the ancient gods, Tyrande said, and the Moon Priestess quickly told the Green Dragon Queen everything about it. Ynzera fell into deep thought. Alvin and Tyrande looked at each other, and no one disturbed the elegant dragon. You are right to contact me. This is a serious matter. Ynzera has stood up. I will call on other dragons. The ancient enemy is about to return. We need to unite. This is a common challenge for all life on Azeroth. Hearing you say this, I feel more confident. Alvin continued, and I will continue to track down the remaining cultists and strive to eliminate them before they achieve their goals. We are blessed to have you, Alvin. I don't even know how to reward you. You are too polite, Her Majesty the Queen of Dreams. This is what I should do. Thank you for handing Green Shadow to Caldori. Otherwise, she would not have met me. This alone is enough, Alvin thought. Give me 2 days. How about we meet in Moonlade in 3 days? I will call on other Dragon Kings. I think it should be no problem, Alvin. What do you think? Moonlade? Isn't that where druids can teleport directly? It seems to be just north of Esternar, just past Felwood, not far away. No problem, Your Majesty. We see you in Moonlade in 3 days. The problem has been solved for now. It seems that we have to go to Moonlade first. That's good too. The Red Dragon Queen should come by then, and Akalissa can also see her mother. After saying goodbye to the Green Dragon Queen and Tyrande, Alvin walked towards the inn alone. The moon was already high in the sky, and the whole of Astranar had returned to its usual tranquility. The road was illuminated very brightly by the silver moonlight of the moon. The Caldori had already rested. When Alvin arrived at the door of the inn, he found a girl sitting on the steps at the door, hugging her knees and dozing off. The iconic silver hair betrayed her identity. Her beautiful face was resting on her knees, and her whole body was shaking and dozing off. Green Shadow? Alvin squatted beside the girl and gently touched her head. Alvin? Green Shadow opened his eyes dazedly, and saw the person in front of him clearly. What are you waiting for here? Didn't I tell you to go back and rest first? Because I miss you. Green Shadow smiled foolishly and rubbed his eyes. A warm feeling enveloped Alvin. Looking at the girl in front of him, Alvin felt an indescribable tranquility in his heart, as if he was out of the world, and even time had stopped. Silly girl. Alvin gently scratched Green Shadow's nose. Let's go back to the hotel? Are you sleepy? I was quite sleepy at first. I haven't had a good rest recently, but I'm not sleepy at all after seeing you. Green Shadow himself is a big sleeper. When he was traveling with Alvin before, he could even sleep while walking, and sometimes he was too lazy to even open his eyes. But at this time, Green Shadow's eyes were wide open, and then the moonlight was like 2 green agates. Alvin, are you sleepy? I want to take you to a place. I'm not sleepy. Where? Green Shadow's words aroused Alvin's curiosity. I once spent a long time in the wilderness. This is where I grew up. I want to take you to see my secret base when I was a child. Green Shadow said excitedly, as if he wanted to introduce his toys to other children. Okay, where is it? Let's go! Green Shadow stood up, shook his body slightly, and turned into a storm crow. Right on me, let's fly over. Green Shadow flapped his wings and gently pushed Alvin with his head. Although Alvin didn't know what Green Shadow was up to, seeing Green Shadow's enthusiasm, he rode on the storm crow. Let's go! Green Shadow flapped his wings and took off with Alvin in an instant, flying to the northeast. The wind was howling, and the moonlight was floating on the treetops like a silver gauze. Alvin felt that there was a vast sea of trees all around him. He and Green Shadow were like a small boat floating in the vast sea of trees. He had long lost track of where he was. Look there. Green Shadow pointed excitedly at the open space in the forest ahead. A small lake like a silver collar was located in the open space in the forest. There was a small island in the center of the lake, and there were also dense trees on the island. Green Shadow gradually slowed down and slowly landed on the island in the center of the lake. He had already turned back into a human form, and he held Alvin's arm and walked forward. Let's go ahead and take a look. I hope the wooden house I built when I was a child is still there. Green Shadow led Alvin through the forest like an excited little animal. Soon, a simple wooden house transformed from a tree hole appeared in front of him. The small wooden house used a thick piece of bark as a door, and only covered the tree hole roughly. Next to the tree hole was a green scene, full of creepers and unknown small flowers. Great! Our house is still there. Well, this is a secret base built by Shawnees, Cordana, and I when we were young. We often played here together at that time. The lake at the door is called Lake Iris, just northeast of Astrana. Green Shadow pushed open the door, and a warm breath wafted out, which seemed to be the fragrance of an orchid. How come there is no dust after so long? It's still so fragrant. Alvin smelled the smell and asked curiously. It's my natural magic. I set up a small barrier to prevent wild beasts from breaking in. Only the three of us can open this barrier. Look, here are our old small tables, small stools, and small beds. Ah! My toys are still there. Alvin, look! Green Shadow picked up a small wooden sculpture from the bedside, wiped off the dust on it, and stuffed it into Alvin's hands. Is this a green dragon? Alvin looked at the green dragon carved from old tree roots in front of him in surprise. It was lifelike, quite charming, and fat and cute. When I was a child, I often had a dream that I seemed to have turned into a green dragon flying in the sky. Maybe this is why I became a druid. Actually, you are essentially a dragon. Ha. Alvin looked at the dazed Green Shadow in front of him and laughed secretly in his heart. But in such a quiet moonlit night, such a warm environment. Are you sure you don't want to do something else? Green Shadow blushed and threw Alvin heavily on the small wooden bed. Chapter 528. Green Shadow seemed to have even her bones softened, panting and lying on Alvin's chest, gently drawing circles on his chest with her fingers. Alvin lay on the small bed contentedly, holding Green Shadow with one hand and rubbing his temples with the other. After several consecutive tops, even though Alvin's body had long been trained by holy light and dragon blood, he was still a little dizzy. Let me help you. Green Shadow giggled, climbed up, and rubbed Alvin's scalp with two warm little hands, with her thumbs just pressing on both sides of his temples. Don't you want to ask me what your mother and I talked about? Alvin enjoyed Green Shadow's massage, leaning on the girl's arms, and asked curiously. Green Shadow shook her head, her hair fluttering, tickling Alvin. No matter what you talk about, I will follow you this time, and we will never be separated again. Invisible flirting is the most deadly. Alvin smiled, and rubbed Green Shadow's long hair. We are going to Moonlight Glade next. Queenie Sarah, the guardian of dreams, will summon other dragon leaders to discuss matters related to the ancient gods. Moonlight Glade? When Green Shadow heard the name, he was excited and exerted a little more force on his hands, almost crushing Alvin's head. Sorry. Green Shadow hurriedly hugged the grinning Alvin and kissed him on the face. By the moonlight, Alvin found that Green Shadow's face was full of excitement. I once lived in Moonglade for a long time. The Cenarian Circle is there, and it is the hometown of all druids. Green Shadow seemed to have opened up a chatterbox, and he talked non-stop. Moonglade is just like its name. Beautiful and dreamy, full of vitality, and spring-like all year round. I believe you will like it there. And there is also a maze-like Timbermaw fortress outside the forest, where many bears live. The strange thing is that after you go out of the north gate of Timbermaw fortress, it is actually snowy. It's strange, isn't it? The Moonlight Glade next to it is very warm. After talking for a while, Green Shadow realized that Alvin had been looking at him happily, and quickly covered his mouth with both hands. Am I too excited? I think it's great. This is your own home. You haven't been home for so long. It's understandable that you are a little excited. When we go back to Stratholme, I guess I will be more excited than you are now. Alvin smiled and said, yeah. Green Shadow nodded, smiled, and got back into Alvin's arms. But after this dragon meeting, I'm afraid I'd be busy again. Alvin said, his hands became dishonest again. Green Shadow's face flushed again, hugged Alvin's neck, and said softly, it's just the ancient god, at most we can fight another quicksand war. You said it easily, but do the Kaldorii and the Dragon Legion have the strength to fight another quicksand war? A cold voice came from the corner of the room. It was not Green Shadow, and it was even less likely to be Alvin's voice. Ouch! In an instant, white and green lights lit up in the room. Alvin had already jumped to the bed with his staff, and Green Shadow had already turned into a Nightblade leopard to guard him. Who is it? Alvin's face turned green. When did this guy come in? How did he come in? Why is there no breath at all? What happened to me? Why was I always attacked these 2 days? The moon just happened to peek out from the dark clouds at this time, and the hazy moonlight gently illuminated every corner of the house through the window. I saw a person with short purple hair and white clothes sitting on a stool in the corner with her legs crossed. The clear oak leaf pattern and pointed long ears on her face showed her identity as a Caldorii. Are you a human or a ghost? What do you want to do? Of course I'm a human. Could it be a ghost? Hee. The woman squinted and laughed. For some reason, she didn't seem to have any intention of taking action. Hasn't anyone taught you that you can't just enter someone else's house casually? Alvin sneered. Tell me quickly, who are you? What's your purpose? Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Ha! The female elf changed her legs and leaned forward, supporting her chin with her arms on her knees. Isn't it a coincidence? That's exactly what I want to say. The elf smiled and gently stroked her cheek with her fingers. You broke into my house without saying a word, and then started doing that. I haven't even had the nerve to say anything to you, but you're the first to complain? Aren't you ashamed? Ah? Alvin felt his blood boiling, and it turned out that all his good deeds were broadcast live to this woman. For a moment, he was ashamed and angry, and he hated it so much that he jumped on this guy and beat him up. Cordana? Cordana Shiega? The Green Shadow, who turned into a Nightblade leopard, was so big that his whole body almost filled the entire room. His head could only lie on the ground. At this time, she asked a question. What? Cordana? The Watcher? Alvin opened his mouth wide, feeling like his head was about to explode, and pointed at the female elf in front of him, who was sitting cross-legged and walking slowly. Humph, finally recognized you? I thought you had forgotten me a long time ago, Green Shadow, sister. Cordana snorted coldly, seeming to be quite resentful of Green Shadow, and her originally narrowed eyes widened, and the green light was like fell energy. Are you really Cordana? Alvin looked at the elf in front of him in shock, with short purple hair and thin shoulders, looking shorter than ordinary elves. I really can't recognize you without clothes. What did you say? No, nothing, no. Then why didn't you say anything? You just stood there and watched. Aren't you afraid of a tumor in your eyes? Cordana blushed and pointed to another small bed next to the bed and said, This room is also my secret base. I was sleeping, and you two suddenly rushed in, and you started before I had time to say anything. I dare not move. Except when I was training as a watcher, I haven't maintained shadow escape for so long in a long time. Do you think I want to see it? Cordana jumped up from the stool and pointed at Alvin and said, You don't even put on your clothes now, just there, swinging there. I am annoyed by you. You exhibitionist. Ah! Alvin looked down and quickly picked up his clothes and wrapped them around himself. Holy light. What does this have to do with anything? Then can't you sneak away by yourself? I wanted to sneak away, but who made me hear what I wanted to hear? Cordana smiled maliciously. I just heard my dear Green Shadow's sister talking about the ancient god? Chapter 529. Cordana, wearing a white dress, smiled like a fox. I knew you didn't tell me the truth, Alvin Priest. Green Shadow had turned back into human form, holding Alvin's hand with an apologetic look. I'm sorry, Alvin, I said the wrong thing. It's none of your business, dear. Alvin held Green Shadow's hand. It's all about this peeping Tom. He pointed at the smug Cordana and said, With this guy with corns, there's nothing we can do. What do you want to do? If you want to fight, I fight you to the end. Alvin raised his hand, put on a shield for himself, and blocked Green Shadow behind him. This Cordana Shiega remembered that he was a traitor in history, and finally betrayed and joined Gul'dan, so it's hard to say if he has any conspiracy now. Alvin had no good face for such a person, especially since she appeared. She always attacked him mysteriously, and she didn't look like a good person. Alvin, listen to her. Cordana is not an unreasonable person. Green Shadow gently pulled Alvin's hand. She didn't know that Cordana and Alvin had had unpleasant encounters several times before. In her opinion, Cordana might be the same as when she was a child, just a little sister of hers. Cordana, please speak nicely. Alvin is a very good person. Don't be so rude. Hearing what Green Shadow said, Alvin curled his lips. You can't know a person's heart by knowing his face. But he still obediently put down his staff. He confronted her for a long time, and Cordana was just being strong in her words, and it seemed that she didn't have any intention of taking action, which made him look a little stingy. What is your purpose? What do you want? Alvin and Green Shadow also sat on the small bed and talked to Cordana face to face. Cordana didn't say anything, but just watched the interaction between Alvin and Green Shadow with interest, but a disdainful smile appeared on her face. Sister Green Shadow, should I thank you? She suddenly opened her eyes wide and stared at Green Shadow. You can just let your human lover kill me. Why do you say that? Why should I let Alvin kill you? Green Shadow seemed to be confused. Aren't we sisters? How could we do such a thing? Sisters, hum? Cordana sneered, and seeing Green Shadow's puzzled face, she ignored her. My purpose? I can't tell you for the time being, but one thing I can tell you is that the Watchers don't have any evil ideas. After all, we are all Caldorii. Sure enough, he refused to say anything, just as Alvin expected. You chased me all the way. Don't you just want to know some news about the old gods? Alvin looked into Cordana's eyes, as if he wanted to see through her. What exactly is the Watcher looking for? As far as I know, the Watcher's vault holds countless demons and elemental creatures from ancient times. You have almost mastered all the mysteries in this world. What else do you want? You can't want to catch an old god and lock him up in your Watcher's vault, right? Alvin felt that his idea was a bit too far-fetched after he finished speaking. Cordana didn't comment, but just waved her hand gently. When the time comes, you will know naturally. Now I just want to know what happened to you under the dark abyss. Cordana leaned forward, the light in her eyes sparkling in the moonlight. I swear, if we, the Watchers, have any evil thoughts, I will be imprisoned in the prison of the Watcher's vault, and never see the light of day. What are you doing? Do you think I should believe you? Elvin. Green Shadow whispered in his ear. This is already the most severe oath of the Caldorii. Generally no one dares to break such an oath, because the life of the Caldorii is very long, and eternal imprisonment is more terrifying than death. Is this considered a Caldorii oath? Elvin shook his head helplessly, looked at Cordana, who was eager to learn, and finally sighed. Okay, although I don't believe you. Since Green Shadow said so, I will tell you what I can say. He organized his words, and told Cordana everything except Xalatath. Green Shadow also heard this story for the first time. When he heard that Nzotha's clone appeared, he couldn't help holding his breath. Alvin, I didn't know you guys were in such a dangerous situation this time. Oh my god, God of nature bless you guys. Luckily you guys are back safely. Alvin nodded. It was really dangerous this time, and it also confirmed my idea that we must not let those cultists of the Twilight Hammer find other ancient gods. So, the Dark Altar has been destroyed. Cordana frowned and muttered to herself, to stop the Twilight Hammer, so you summoned the dragon army in Moonglade? Alvin nodded. It seems that Cordana really listened to the whole conversation between him and Green Shadow. That's right. The current threat is not from the Caldorii family, but from all the creatures on the entire continent. The so-called Twilight is the end of the world. Their idea is that the ancient gods will come again, create a great destruction, and eliminate all the creatures in Azeroth. Cordana sighed. To be honest, I didn't expect these Twilight Hammers to be so dangerous. It seems that I underestimated them. That's right, and to be honest, I don't think we are united. You can see that if it weren't for Fandral Staghelm, I don't think these cultists would have found the Dark Altar so smoothly. Alvin looked at Cordana and said meaningfully, how many Fandral Staghelms do we have? I think there are quite a few of them, don't you think, Miss Watcher? Cordana rolled her green eyes and ignored his provocation. Thank you for your warning. I think we will keep our eyes open. So how do the Watchers want to act? Don't worry about it. I will report this to my mistress. She will give me news soon, but I think we will have many opportunities to deal with each other in the future. Cordana's signature fox smile appeared on her face again. She stood up and looked out the window. The woods outside seemed to shake slightly, and the long ears of the two elves present moved at the same time. Looks like another annoying guy has come. Cordana snorted coldly, and the next second, the small door of the wooden house was kicked open, and a tall, armored, braided Caldorii woman walked in with a moon blade in hand. Shandies? Alvin was surprised. Why are you here too? Humph, it's very lively here, Miracle Priest. Shandies glanced around the house coldly, with a sneer on her face. Cordana Shiega, the lingering ghost, what bad things are you going to do again? Oh my god! Are you elves all night owls? Having a class reunion here in the middle of the night? Alvin held his forehead. Chapter 530. Alvin seemed to feel the temperature in the room dropping sharply. Shandies stood at the door, slightly bent, holding the moon blade horizontally to block the door. Where can you run today? Run? I just don't want to talk nonsense with you. Do you think I'm really afraid of you? Cordana was only wearing pajamas and had no weapons in her hands. She was obviously at a disadvantage. She had to clench her fists and prepare to poke with her bare hands. What are you doing? Aren't you sisters who grew up together? Why do you fight as soon as you meet? Alvin felt that his head was about to explode. He turned back and said to Green Shadow, Green Shadow, please help me persuade them. And Green Shadow had closed her eyes, her little head tilted to one side. She was taking a nap. Hearing Alvin's voice, she was suddenly awakened. Ah! Alvin! Sorry, I fell asleep. Green Shadow rubbed her eyes and yawned. Ah, don't worry, their relationship is still so good. How can you tell that their relationship is good? Alvin was still disheveled. He just wanted the two women to go out quickly, so that he could put on his clothes. But before Alvin could say anything, Cordana had already started. Alvin only felt a flash of the figure in front of him, and Cordana disappeared from the spot, and appeared above Chandri's head, with her hands and claws directly stabbing into the eyes of the Sentinel General. Chandri's was not a pushover either, and stepped back a little bit. The two seemed to have a tacit understanding, and Cordana's fingertips almost scraped Chandri's eyelids, but this sudden attack still missed. Chandri's didn't wait for Cordana to land completely, and had already kneed her waist, but Cordana twisted her body, and her whole body flipped and fell backwards, and finally landed steadily on a small bed in the room. Damn melee hunter! Cordana cursed, and just as she was about to stand up, she found that her feet could not move. Looking down, she saw a piece of white ice had frozen her calves down to the bed. Shandies, you are so despicable. You actually used a trap. Cordana was furious, and moved twice, but she couldn't get out of the freezing trap at all. You were stupid enough to fall into my trap. Shandies smiled triumphantly, put the moon blade on her back, and clenched her fists with both hands to make a crackling sound. Finally caught you, a stinky rat. Let me see how I teach you a lesson this time. She slowly walked towards Cordana and pretended to make a few boxing moves. Do you think you succeeded? Do you think you can still bully me now? Cordana was like a beast trapped in a trap, with her short hair flying up. She waved her arm, and pulled off the hem of her pajamas with a swish, revealing a pair of straight long legs that were even a little dazzling under the moonlight. Alvin was dumbfounded. Is this the legendary bursting clothes? But he soon reacted. Cordana squatted down, and pulled out a dagger from the black leather belt tied around her thigh. Poison dagger? Alvin suddenly thought that the Watcher in the previous life game seemed to be able to use daggers. There were two skills, one of which was to shoot a poison dagger at the enemy. In addition to being injured, the enemy hit would also be poisoned, receiving a continuous damage and reducing the movement speed. The other skill was that the Watcher threw a circle of daggers around his body to form a knife fan, causing group damage to the surrounding enemies. Now Cordana looked just like the Watcher throwing the poison dagger. Chandri's also saw that Cordana was really angry and humiliated. The Sentinel General did not dare to be careless. He rolled over and squatted on the ground, taking off the longbow on his back and drawing the arrow. The cold arrow tip was wrapped with blue magic energy, which was obviously a special arcane arrow. In just a moment, the two elf women had escalated from a quarrel to a fight for their lives. Stop it! I will beat anyone who doesn't obey. Do you think I don't exist? Alvin was a little angry. He and Green Shadow finally came to a beautiful place to rest and do what they love, but they were surrounded by strong crowds and then used as a battlefield. After all, he was a miracle priest. If the tiger doesn't show its power, do you really think I'm a sick cat? This is Green Shadow's home. Of course, it's also your home, but you just ran into the house to fight. Do you still have Green Shadow in your eyes? He pointed to the frozen crib and the knocked-over furniture and said, Look at what you have ruined here. Don't you see that Green Shadow is angry? He looked at Green Shadow, and he understood immediately. He cooperated by pursing his lips, crossing his arms, frowning and making him sounds. She doesn't look scary at all, but a little cute. Erwin smiled at his heart, turned his head and continued, Put down your weapons immediately, or I will be rude. Shandy saw that Erwin seemed to be really angry. Although she was unwilling, she still stared at Cordana unconsciously, and put away her bow and arrow. When she realized it, she had already put down her weapon. Ah! What happened to me? Why did I listen to Alvin? It must be because I have been with Alvin for a long time, and most of the time I followed Alvin's orders on the previous journey, so it has become a habit. Thinking this way, Shawnees felt a little better. Cordana was a little surprised. She and Shawnees had fought as soon as they met, and it was not the first time or the second time. They fought hard every time, But never once did they call it quits as easily as this time. Shawnees, you just put down your weapons so obediently. How can I not teach you a lesson for a silly woman like you? As Cordana thought this, the corners of her mouth curled up, and the fox-like smile appeared on her face again. Oh no, my hand slipped. Cordana screamed, and with a flip of her wrist, the poisoned dagger flew out and headed straight for Shawnees' calf. She didn't really want to kill Chandris. She just wanted to embarrass this arrogant woman, so she only aimed at Chandris' legs. Looking for death. Alvin shouted angrily, and stretched out his hand, which was ready long ago. The white magic had already escaped from his hand, wrapped around Chandri's waist, and pulled her over. Holy leap! When she saw Cordana's dagger flying out, Chandri shouted in her heart that it was not good, and she could almost see the dagger stuck in her leg. But what she didn't expect was that although the dagger was fast, Alvin's magic was even faster. A flash of white light appeared in front of her eyes, and the next moment she was hugged by Alvin, and the man in front of her just pointed his staff, and another golden light came out. The holy fire that fell from the sky had already chopped down close to Cordana's pajamas. Ah! Cordana screamed. The light in the dark night was too dazzling, almost blinding her in an instant. Then she felt a severe burning sensation in her body. When she reacted, her pajamas had been burned by the flames. The elf, who didn't know what was going on, was greatly frightened. Seeing her clothes on fire, she hurriedly tore off her pajamas and threw them aside, but the flames had gone out in midair. Alvin controlled his strength very well. The holy fire only ignited Cordana's pajamas and gave her some slight burning sensation, but did not really burn Cordana. If you don't behave, I burn your hair off next time. You don't want to become the first bald female elf in Azeroth, do you? Alvin! I hate you. I hate all of you. Cordana's clothes were burned, and she was instantly left with only her underwear. She squatted on the ground, her face flushed, looking up at Alvin holding Chandris in his arms, and together with Green Shadow, 3 people fought against her alone. Thinking of her own life experience, she suddenly felt sad, and tears flowed down in grievance. Chapter 531. When Cordana started crying, everyone in the room felt a little embarrassed. Even Chandris, who was just on edge, scratched her head. Elvin, look at you. How can you burn a girl's clothes? Green Shadow sighed, picked up his robe and walked over, draping the clothes on the back of Cordana, who was squatting and crying. Cordana's back was white and smooth, shining silver in the moonlight. Unlike her 2 sisters, Cordana's skin was closer to that of humans and their distant relatives Quel'Dorii, and looked even whiter, probably because she stayed in the Watcher's Cave for many years in a place without sunlight. Elvin, sex maniac. Chandris complained in a low voice, and walked towards Cordana. Hey! What's going on? I was just trying to mediate the fight, but it turned out to be my fault. Seeing Chandris coming over, Cordana curled her lips. You win this time. You have more people, and I am no match for you. Just wait, I will definitely retaliate next time. Revenge for what? Burn Alvin's clothes? Go ahead. Just 2 minutes after they had stopped, they started to argue again. Green Shadow stood up and flicked each of them on the head. Stop arguing. Chandris and Cordana covered their heads and screamed at the same time. Cordana, it might be my illusion. Do you have any opinion on Chandris and me? Green Shadow was a little confused. She was not very sensitive to the ways of the world, and she was a sleepyhead who lived in the wilderness all year round. She rarely thought about these issues. At this time, the 3 sisters were all there, so she just made things clear. Beating around the bush was not Green Shadow's character. I think she is just jealous of us. Chandris said on the side, she just doesn't want to learn the way of the Watcher, but she has no choice. So she starts to target me. Green Shadow asked curiously, is it really like that? Isn't it good to be a Watcher? Cordana squatted on the ground, her shoulders shaking with sobs, looking small, and she was like 2 different people when she was wearing full armor. What's good about it? It's just a prison guard. I haven't left that cave for thousands of years. What's the difference between me and the prisoners in that prison? Cordana whispered. Why can one of you become a druid and the other go to the Sentinel Corps? That's it? Alvin suddenly said. Cordana is so easy to understand. They all came from poor backgrounds and grew up together. Why did Green Shadow and Chandris get prestigious jobs, while she became a prison guard? She couldn't get over this hurdle in her heart, so she kept making trouble for Chandris. Quel'Dorii warriors are like bricks, they can be moved wherever they are needed. Cordana, you need to improve your realm. And what's wrong with being a Watcher? Elvin walked over and squatted in front of Cordana. When the human countries in the eastern continent were invaded by orcs, I also wanted to be a warrior to fight the enemy, but I ended up becoming an apprentice priest. Isn't it the same now? Cordana, do you know that when Lady Shadowsong came to Darnassus, she picked you out of a group of children? Chandri sighed. You were taken away by the Watchers not because you were eliminated, and no one wanted you, but because you were chosen by Lady Shadowsong because of your ability. I heard this from Lady Tyrant later. Lady Shadowsong went to talk to Lady Tyrant in person for you. Seeing Cordana looking up at her, Chandris gave her a comforting look. Are you really not lying? You have never been an abandoned child, never. I swear to the goddess Alun that my words are true. The storm is finally over. Green Shadow chuckled and hugged the two of them at the same time. The two of them froze at first, and then hugged Green Shadow. Cordana's knot of many years was untied, and she finally couldn't help crying even harder. Chandris was infected and shed a few tears. Okay, don't cry. We haven't seen each other for so long, we can finally have a good talk. Green Shadow was rarely excited. She was always sleepy, but she opened her eyes wide, holding the hands of her two sisters, sitting by the bed and talking quietly, and laughing from time to time. Seeing the three sisters finally reunited, talking and laughing, Alvin did not disturb them. He just walked slowly to the window, and sat down by it, listening to the chat of the Caldorii sisters, and gradually fell asleep. Alvin, who was sleeping, suddenly felt something furry rubbing against his face. He reached out and scratched it in a daze, but the furry thing jumped to the top of his head and began to pull his hair. It hurt a little when his hair was pulled, and this woke Alvin up completely. Alvin moved a little, and found that his legs had been numb. The soreness rushed straight to the top of his head, making him completely sober. He suddenly opened his eyes, and the dazzling sunlight had penetrated the shade of the trees, and shone on his face through the window. The sudden light made his eyes a little blurry. He rubbed his eyes, and found that Green Shadow was sleeping on his legs. And above his head, a squirrel was building a nest. Alvin looked around, and Chandris and Cordana had left without knowing when. Wake up, Green Shadow, wake up. Green Shadow climbed up with his hands. What's wrong? Where are Chandris and the others? They left. Chandris said she had to deal with some things, and Cordana had to go back to the Watcher's cave. Then I was so sleepy. I fell asleep. How was your chat? Were you happy? Happy. Green Shadow sat up and combed his silver hair, which was a little messy from sleeping. Actually, I left here a long time ago. Do you remember what I told you about my strange dream? There was a time when I couldn't even tell which was a dream and which was reality. I was going crazy during that time. So I left my hometown a long time ago and went into the wilderness to take the druid's trial, just to stop thinking about these things. What about now? Do you still have these dreams that bother you? Sometimes, but I can tell them apart now, because you exist in reality. Green Shadow smiled embarrassedly. As long as I'm by your side, I won't be lost. Okay, then never leave me. Alvin smiled and kissed Green Shadow. Alvin, why did you come back just now? Lady Tyrant is looking for you. As soon as they returned to the Astrana Inn, Alvin and Green Shadow were stopped by Arya at the door. This follower of Chandris was not with Chandris, which made Alvin feel a little strange. Where's Chandris? You're not together? The general is with Lady Tyrant. She has asked several times. Come with me to find them. Okay, we go together. Green Shadow, are you going? I want to go back to sleep. Okay. Elwyn sent Green Shadow upstairs, and came down to meet Arya. Together, they walked towards the temple of Alun where Tyrant was staying. Is there something urgent? I heard. Arya lowered her voice. An important person is coming. Chapter 532. Important guest? Alvin turned sideways and asked Arya, who is it? Arya's expression was a little nervous, as if she wanted to say something but stopped. You'd better see it yourself, you see it in a while. So mysterious? Alvin's curiosity was aroused, and soon the two came to the temple of Alun in Astranar. Alvin had been here several times. Although this place is not big, it is the tallest building in the town. The door is usually open, and you can see the solemn and quiet statue of Alun in the hall. The whole temple gives people a feeling that can make people's hearts calm. After entering the gate, Alvin's mouth curled up unconsciously. He saw Chandris, the Sentinel General, who was explaining something to several subordinates. She looked up and saw Alvin's eyes lit up. She explained a few more words, and then came to Alvin. You are finally here, come with me. What happened? I heard that there is a guest, who is it? A bear monster from Timbermaw Fortress. I don't know him, but he asked for you by name. That's why Lady Tyrant sent someone to invite you. Alvin stopped immediately. A bear monster from Timbermaw Fortress? I haven't been to that place. How do those guys know my name? He is upstairs. Greet you first. This bear monster is an important figure in Timbermaw Fortress, so you must not lose your manners, Chandri said as she went upstairs, and when she looked back, she found that Alvin had stopped halfway. What's wrong? I feel like there's going to be trouble again. I want to take advantage of these 2 days to rest. Alvin smiled bitterly. Since returning to Kalimdor, he has been busy like a grandson. He finally got a rest last night, but he was surrounded by people. He felt uncomfortable. Chandris didn't understand what Alvin was thinking, but just urged him. Come on, come on. Since they were already here, there was no way to say no. Alvin had no choice but to follow the impatient Chandris. Come in. Malfurion's angry voice came from the room. Chandris winked at Alvin, indicating that he should be polite, and then pushed the door and walked in. Teacher, ma'am, Alvin is here. Alvin. As soon as Alvin walked into the door, Malfurion's large body came up and hugged him, almost like an adult hugging a child. Did you have a good rest last night? Malfurion laughed and patted Alvin's back with his big hand, making a paw-paw-paw sound. Okay, Malfurion, there are guests here. Let go of our miracle priest. Lady Tyron's voice came, and Alvin, who was almost beaten to pieces by this muscular man, finally escaped the bear's paw. Ha, sorry, come here Alvin, let me introduce you. Before Alvin could catch his breath and replenish the air that was squeezed out of his lungs just now, Malfurion grabbed Alvin with his big hand and strode into the room. In addition to the always steady and intellectual Tyrant, the other guy who came into view was an animal that looked like a bear standing up like a human. Hello, Mr. Alvin. The bear monster spoke. And it was in standard Kaldorii. The bear monster was about the height of an adult male human, covered with black fur, standing on 2 feet, with a hunched body, decorated with bright feathers and leaves, and an irregular gem necklace hanging around his neck. He was grinning and showing his fangs, trying to smile at himself. Hello that. Gao-in, respected sir. The bear monster nodded politely, then stretched out his claws and pointed at his face, and said, Because I was blind in the early years, everyone also calls me One-Eye Gao-in. Okay, Mr. Gao-in, hello, nice to meet you. This bear monster was not shy at all. Alvin saw an obvious scar on his right eye, as if it was scratched by some kind of claws. The eyeball was cloudy and dim, and it seemed that he had been blind for a long time. Gorn comes from Timbermaw Fortress. Timbermaw clan is an important ally of Kaldorii and Felwood. In fact, Gorn came to you on purpose this time. Malfurion and I just happened to be here, Tyron said with a smile, and Gorn nodded on the side. Imagine a bear head trying to keep smiling and nodding. It looks a bit funny. But Alvin was even more confused. Come to me on purpose? Alvin scratched his head. What is it for? I have only been in Kalimdor for a few days. How do you know me? It was Dark Skin who said it. Ah, you may have forgotten it, One-Eyed Gorn said with a smile. You once treated a bear monster similar to me. It was near the forest of Asena. My tribesman Dark Skin was seriously injured by the demon, and was treated by you, when he was on the verge of death. Ah! Alvin suddenly remembered that when he and Chandris and others just entered Ashenville, they did save a bear monster that escaped from the temple of Izena. It turned out that guy was also from Timbermaw Fortress. What happened to him later? That dark-skinned gentleman provided us with important information. I hope he is safe and sound later. Thanks to you, he has returned to Timbermaw Fortress and is in good health. He doesn't look injured at all. One-Eyed Gao-in smiled and said, He told us that he encountered a miracle in Ashenville. A human who had never seen before used the power of God to save him from the brink of death, and then left. The whole process was like a strange dream. Haha, I'm glad he's okay. It was the first time that Alvin was praised by a bear monster. Gao-in praised Alvin to the sky with miracles on the left and divine power on the right. Wait, you are being too nice for no reason. I can't be fooled, Alvin quietly reminded himself. So what are you looking for me for? Timbermaw Fortress has been attacked recently. One-Eyed Gao-in opened his only eye wide and continued, Don't worry, the Timbermaw clan is not a bear monster that is easy to mess with, so the enemy didn't take any advantage. It's just that there are some things that I care about. I saw with my own eyes that those strange-looking guys summoned demons. Hearing the word summon demons, Alvin stood up straight and looked at Chandri's Twilight Hammer. The Sentinel General nodded, very likely. One-Eyed Gao-in continued, Those dirty green monsters somehow summon demons. Those guys are not something we can deal with, so we retreated to the fortress and held on. I didn't go out, but after a few days, I found that these guys seem to have disappeared, and I don't know where they went." The bear monster took a long breath. Dark Skin said that those demons were the same type as the demons he met in Ashendale at that time. So I suspect that the bad guys in Ashendale have already reached out to Timbermaw Fortress. I think these things should be reported to our Caldori allies. In addition, I also want to meet the miracle priest mentioned by Dark Skin, so I came here, but I didn't expect that even Miss Tyrant and Mr. Malfurion were here, which is really great. Tyrant waited for Gao to finish speaking, then nodded. "That's the thing, Alvin, I want to hear your thoughts." Alvin's brows have been frowning since the beginning. He didn't expect these Twilight Hammer cultists to move so quickly, and have almost reached the end of Felwood. It's definitely the Twilight Hammer. Chandries, and I have dealt with them before. Summoning demons is the specialty of those orc warlocks. We once fought a demon lord in the sea. But what I care about is, how could those guys suddenly disappear? Where did they go? Chapter 533. Yeah, where did these guys go? One-Eyed Gao scratched his body with his huge bear claws. My people have checked everywhere, and found their temporary camp by the lake south of Timbermaw Fortress. The camp is still there, but there is no one there. Could it be that they left when they saw that they couldn't get through? Malfurion said, "The caves in Timbermaw Fortress are rugged and narrow, and are extremely easy to defend and difficult to attack. Any normal commander would not attack Timbermaw Fortress without sufficient preparation. Are there any suspicious clues in that camp?" Alvin suddenly asked. "You asked me this, which reminds me of something," Gao recalled. "My people once said after they came back that the camp was in a mess. These hateful guys cut down a lot of trees, and killed a lot of our beast relatives and wild animals." "What are beast relatives?" Alvin asked. It was the first time he heard this term. It's wild bears. They are regarded as their beast relatives by the bear people. Shandy's explained on the side. Gao nodded. "General Yu is right. Although our beast relatives are not as smart as us, we are usually of the same blood. This time, because the incident happened suddenly, only the beast relatives who were closer to the fortress were brought back to the fortress by us, and many of them were killed by these villains." Alvin suddenly realized that these bear people had some relationship with wild bears. So they were hunted for food? This is the strange thing. Galen's expression became serious. Although there was no micro-expression on his black hairy face, Alvin could still see the anger of the bear people from his tone and fangs. Many skinned beasts were left to rot, attracting a group of vultures. Those villains brutally stripped everyone's fur, but not for meat. These cruel beasts. Malfurion suddenly punched the table, shaking the cups on the table. These killings for the sake of killing, the god of nature will not let them go. Wait, I think I understand. Alvin raised his hand to calm the two angry strong men. They killed a lot of beasts, peeled off the fur if not for meat, then what did the fur do? Alvin clapped his hands. Did they keep warm? Because the north of Timbermaw Fortress is the icy Winterspring Valley. The enemy's target is Winterspring Valley. Ah! Malfurion and Gao opened their mouths wide, thinking carefully. It seems to be true. Although the climate of Felwood Forest and Ashendale is warm, Winterspring Valley, which is only separated from Felwood Forest by Timbermaw Fortress, is completely cold. So, it is indeed possible that they killed many wild animals to keep warm. Tyron nodded. Alvin's guess is very likely, but it still can't explain how they disappeared. I need to go to the camp to check it out. Alvin said, if you want to know this, you must go to the scene to investigate whether there is any magic left. If they use something like a teleportation array, I think we can find out soon. Magic array? Tyrant exclaimed. Caldori has abandoned magic for tens of thousands of years, and my people are not proficient in it. I didn't expect that you, as a priest, are proficient in the things of mages. It really makes me look at you with new eyes again. Alvin smiled awkwardly. Actually, I'm not good at those things of the mage, but this is actually another request I want to make to you and Teacher Fury. I might as well say it all at once. He reached into his pocket, and soon took out something. Everyone in the room was curious about the thing in his hand, and couldn't help but look at his palm. Alvin turned his wrist, and opened his palm, which turned out to be a gem emitting silver light. Moonstone? Tyrant said, why is it here with you? I thought it was destroyed along with the Fong of the Faceless. Alvin said a little embarrassedly, I snatched it back from Fandral, but there is a problem. Because? After hesitating for a long time, Alvin finally gritted his teeth and said, you can see it for yourself. He placed the moonstone in his palm, and silently recited a name in his heart. A dazzling blue light emanated from the moonstone. Just when everyone was confused, a huge magical wave swept through the house, like a tornado, and hearty laughter and scolding came from everyone's heads. What's going on? Although no one suspected that Alvin could have any bad intentions, the sudden mana storm still frightened the bear man, who didn't know what was going on. The hair on his face was blown all over, and even his eyes were blocked. Alvin! Why did you just let me out? I'm almost suffocating. Next time, I won't listen to you and stay in this damn stone. I watch you eat, I watch you sleep, and I also have to watch your live sex show. It's so uncomfortable to just watch without being able to eat. Ah! Shut up. For the sake of the holy light. Shut up. Farah! When Alvin heard this noisy voice, he began to regret that he had released the Banshee Farah Starwish, because he was not sure what nonsense this Banshee would say. Humph! Anyway, I will never go back. The blue translucent elven Banshee slowly floated down and glanced at the people in the room. Why, don't you recognize me? Little girl? You are? Archmage. Farah Starwish? Tyrant was completely stunned. When she heard this voice, she felt a little familiar. When she saw that beautiful face, she remembered it completely. 10,000 years ago, when she was still an apprentice priestess of Elun, Farah Starwish in front of her was already a court archmage, who could enter and leave Queen Azhara's palace at will. You are still alive. What's going on? Tyrant quickly changed her statement, because Farah Starwish's appearance could never be called alive. In short, Farah Starwish's soul was affected by magic items and remained in this world, becoming a kind of thing maintained by soul energy. What is that? What is a thing maintained by the soul? It's a banshee. You can also call it a ghost, or a dead girl. This is really surprising. Tyrant was completely shocked. Although she was not sure whether the existence of such a banshee violated the teachings of the goddess Elun or the god of nature, she was still very surprised to see Farah. That's it. Farah may only be able to maintain this form for the time being. The moonstone is used to help her restore her soul energy. Elvin said apologetically, so this is the second thing I want to say. Can you let me keep this moonstone temporarily? I will return it to you after I help Farah find a new home. After all, this stone is a treasure of the Kaldorii. Nonsense. I dug it out and gave it to Queen Azhara. When did it become theirs? It should be considered my own thing, right? Don't you think so? Tyrant? Tyrant was stumped by Farah's question. Thinking carefully, this thing was indeed found by the relic excavation team led by Farah. Of course, it doesn't matter, Elvin, you can take it first. I think there may be no one willing to keep a haunted gem except you. Tyrant said awkwardly. Who is this familiar-looking girl? Farah pointed at Malfurion and said, I am Malfurion Stormrage, Archmage Farah. Malfurion knew that the banshee in front of him was much older than him, and he unconsciously used honorifics when speaking. Stormrage. I know Illidan Stormrage, but where is that guy now? Chapter 534. El was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. He winked and lip-read at Farah secretly, trying to tell her to stop talking. Illidan Stormrage, the younger brother of Malfurion Stormrage, has always been a figure that the Kaldorii kept secret. He had made great contributions 10,000 years ago, but because of the demonic power he used, he was regarded as a traitor, and an alien by the tribe, and imprisoned in the vault of the Watchers. The Watcher Mayev Shadowsong was the one who was responsible for guarding him. In normal history, in order to deal with the threat of the undead, Tyrant released Illidan despite Mayev's opposition. This eventually led to a complete break between Mayev and Tyrant, and embarked on the road of hunting down Illidan. Because he knew these things, Elwyn chose to pretend not to know, and not to touch on the tangled history of the Kaldorii, and the complicated love triangle between the Stormrage brothers and Tyrant. I didn't expect that what Alvin had endured for so long would be blown up in 1 minute by this big mouth Farah. Alvin, why are you frowning? What do you want to say? Farah didn't understand why Alvin was like this. Illidan's affairs happened after her death, so she didn't know what happened. My brother is in the Watcher's vault now. It doesn't matter, I don't care, haha. Farah said, flying behind Alvin, completely ignoring Malfurion, another leader of the Kaldorii. Alvin, when are you going to find Ramath? It's been so long, I really want to see how these guys are doing. They will be shocked when they see me. That's it. Alvin spread his hands to Tyrant and Malfurion. This Miss Farah Starwish is now my mage consultant. I think as long as she is here, we should be able to find the magic residue in the orc camp easily. Hey! I'm talking to you. When are we going to find Ramath? Although I'm already your follower, I'm still your elder after all. Don't ignore me. As Farah spoke, he reached out to poke Alvin's waist, and the hand of the spirit directly penetrated Alvin's body. I will go, But we have other tasks now, and Archmage Ramath is on the other side of the sea, so we can't go there immediately. Mission? Is that the camp you mentioned? Yes, I need you to be my mage consultant to help me solve some magic-related problems. I think as the youngest court magician, this little thing should be easy for the great Archmage Ferris Darwish. Don't flatter me. Alvin crossed his arms, with a satisfied expression on his face, but what you said is also true. That makes sense. Since you are asking me sincerely, I will help you with all my efforts. Alvin secretly turned his head and gave Tyrant and the others a yeah gesture. Then, when do we set out? One-Eyed Gowan was impatient and asked in a muffled voice, my people may clean up the place soon. After all, if the mess is not dealt with, it will soon rot and stink. We don't want to create such a stinking place next to the fortress. Alvin glanced at Chandris. I can set out at any time. Chandris said. Okay, then I go back and pack up. Tell Green Shadow and Akalissa to meet at the entrance of the inn in half an hour. Thank you for your hard work, Alvin. Malfurion and I still have some things to deal with here. Remember the meeting in 3 days. Understood. Alvin nodded and walked out of the room with Chandris. Then I go prepare some equipment. See you later. Okay. Alvin suddenly reached out and grabbed Chandri's hand, who was about to turn around and leave, and said apologetically, sorry, you haven't rested well yet, and you have to act again. Chandris struggled for a while, pulled her hand back, looked at the ground and whispered, I don't feel tired, but I'm a little happy. Aw? Your voice is too soft. What did you say just now? I'm right. You do it well. If you mess up, I will make you pay. Chandris rolled her eyes and walked away. What's wrong with this guy again? Looking at Chandris's back, Alvin whispered. I can hear you. Half an hour later, everyone gathered at the entrance of the inn on time. Green Shadow still looked drowsy. Although he followed Alvin, his eyes were always closed. Alvin is still with the collie, Green Shadow with me. Chandris took the initiative to assign everyone's mounts, but I... Green Shadow rubbed his eyes, and was about to speak, but was interrupted by Chandris. The Nightblade Leopard can only take 2 people. I am not confident in Alvin's riding skills. So that's it. No problem. Brother Alvin will be with me. My riding skills are very strong. These kittens will listen to me. After all, you are a dragon. No matter how fierce the Nightblade Leopard is, it will be as obedient as a kitten when it is ridden by a human dragon even without a bridle. Alvin smiled helplessly. The key is that his riding skills are really not very good. There is no way to refute it. What about Gowan? Our mounts will definitely not be able to carry you. Alvin turned his head and asked the bear man Gowan, don't worry. Gowan moved the eye mask covering the blind eye, then raised his head and let out a long roar. Just when everyone was wondering, there was a commotion at the bridge at the entrance of Astrana town. The Kaldorii residents made way to both sides, and a huge brown bear rushed to the side of the One-Eyed Gow Inn and rubbed Alvin with his head affectionately. Don't worry, my beast will take me back to the fortress. It's amazing. Alvin sighed and looked around again. Where's Quilindra? They went back to their tree home in the forest last night. Chandris said, what's wrong? Do you still want Quilindra to act with you? Strictly speaking, the tree demons are allies of the Kaldorii, and we can't directly command them. I see. Alvin sighed. It's just that we all acted together before, and she left so suddenly without saying hello. I always feel like it's weird. What's weird about it? We all see each other every day. What's there to be sad about? We basically see each other every few hundred years. I'm not as long-lived as you. For you, it may be fleeting, but for me, it may be a lifetime, so I don't want to have any regrets. I want to live more freely. Alvin's words hit Chandri's heart like a heavy punch. The Sentinel General suddenly felt a little upset, as if he had lost something important, but couldn't remember what it was. Forget it. Alvin quickly calmed down. Let's go. Do you need me to tell you? Chandris spurred her horse forward, and everyone followed immediately. Chandris suddenly turned back and said to Alvin, we will pass by the tree house in the forest in a while, so we can go and say hello to Quilindra and the others. Chapter 535. No words along the way. This time the operation was light and simple, and Chandris also left the army and chose to act alone with Alvin. In addition to rushing on the road, the group only stayed in the tree house in the forest for a while to let the Nightblade Leopard replenish water. Unfortunately, the 3 Dryad sisters were not at home. Chandris shook her head when she walked down from the tree house. They may have gone to patrol the woods. Unlucky. Alvin, don't worry. We will definitely meet them again later. Green Shadow said with a smile, but their tempers are a bit strange. Alvin can be friends with dryads. You are worthy of you. Although I know that Green Shadow's words are not malicious, it still sounds strange. So everyone did not stay for long. After the mounts were supplied, they immediately turned and headed north along the road. The Timbermaw Bearman Gao-en was very talkative, and his Kaldori language was very good. It was almost impossible to hear an accent. He was completely different from the bear monster that Alvin had seen before. After talking, I found that Gao-en, who looked big and strong, was actually very delicate. He introduced a lot of living customs of Timbermaw bear people to Alvin. Alvin found that these bear monsters actually mastered a lot of strange alchemical knowledge and made a fortune with it. There is even a group of short green-skinned goblins who come to Timbermaw Fortress once a month to purchase a batch of alchemical potions from them. But because money is completely useless in the social environment of the bear people, these smart goblins adapt to local conditions and pay Timbermaw Fortress with rune cloth and some food instead of money according to the needs of the bear people. Therefore, the bear people do not live a secluded life, but live a comfortable life, not much worse than the Kaldori and Astronar. But what's strange is that the day for trading with the goblins this month is past, but the goblins haven't shown up. So we're also wondering if the cultists are blocking the Timbermaw Fortress and the goblins can't get through. Let's focus on the business first. You can do business anytime. Chandris turned around and said to Goen. Goen nodded hurriedly. Of course, but since I've mentioned this, I mentioned that there are quite a lot of supplies in the fortress. The further north you go, the narrower the road becomes, and it's almost indistinguishable in the end. If it weren't for Chandris and Goen, Alvin would probably get lost in the forest soon. Unlike the corrupted forest in the future that Alvin was familiar with, the Fellwood Forest at this time still looked like a primeval forest. Tall trees one after another blocked the sunlight tightly, and all kinds of exotic flowers and wild animals appeared one after another. However, they did not see any large beasts. The more ferocious the beasts, the more cunning and clever they are. We entered the forest so brazenly. Those guys will definitely run away if they notice us. The giant bear under Gao-en's seat made a loud noise when running, but this earth-shaking sound was probably enough to make those beasts retreat. The sky in the forest darkened quickly. Not long after noon, the sunlight was so weak that it could hardly break through the shade of the trees. The whole forest was like a mysterious veil, becoming even more gloomy and mysterious. Alvin took out his staff and lit the holy light for illumination. Finally, when the Nightblade leopards were exhausted, they arrived near the Wimall Fortress. Roar! One-Eyed Gao-en signaled everyone to stop moving forward and roared with full energy. Soon, the bushes on the roadside shook, and several bear monsters covered with leaves and bright feathers came out from behind the huge leaves. Ah! The bear monsters excitedly surrounded Gao-en when they saw him, and communicated with each other in a language that Alvin could not understand. Gao-en said while signaling to Alvin and others with his eyes, and it seemed that he was introducing this group of people to his companions. Everyone, come with me. Gao-en quickly ended the conversation and waved to everyone. My people said that the camp is now rotten and smelly. Fortunately, we came back in time. They are preparing to clean up the scene. Let's just go and take a look together. The thick air mixed with rotten meat, inferior leather, and some indescribable sour smell, like an invisible, sticky net, enveloped Alvin and his group. Alvin had never thought that there would be such a tragic scene, and such a foul smell in this world. They followed the huge, furry figure of the bear monster Gao-en, stepped deep and shallow on the muddy ground, and finally arrived at the camp hastily abandoned by the Twilight Hammer orcs. The scene in front of them could only be described as a mess, and it was the kind of rough and dirty mess full of orc characteristics. The border of the camp was barely surrounded by crooked, sharpened logs. Many places had collapsed or been kicked open roughly, as if it was too troublesome to take 2 more steps to bypass them when retreating. There were tents of various sizes scattered inside, which were more like fig leaves put together with crude techniques than tents. Thick, untanned animal skin scraps were casually placed on the crooked wooden frame. Many places were torn, blackened, and covered with suspicious stains. The ground was full of trampled mud pits, discarded broken bones, and various skinned and rotten beast corpses. Ashes and half-burned firewood were scattered around several extinguished campfires, and a smashed simple iron pot was thrown next to it. The strange smell of excrement, sweat, blood and mildew in the air made the green shadow behind Alvin retched, and Gao-en spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm in disgust. Bah! This bunch of cruel green-skinned bastards are more disgusting than the mud monsters in the south. Gao-en cursed in a muffled voice. These guys left in a hurry. Alvin observed calmly, his sharp eyes swept over the overturned simple weapon rack, the low-quality weapons scattered on the ground, and several dark brown, dried bloodstains. These guys almost threw away the unused weapons, and those dirty luggage. Why did they do this? We need to confirm whether there are traces of the magic rituals of the Twilight Hammer here. As he said, Alvin took out a stone emitting a soft moon-white light from his arms. The Moonstone. He closed his eyes, and chanted an ancient and mysterious spell. The light of the Moonstone suddenly became brighter, and the air around seemed to condense, and the temperature dropped several degrees in an instant. A hazy, translucent female figure, accompanied by an almost inaudible whimpering sound like a distant sigh, slowly condensed from the light. The Banshee Farah appeared. She maintained the elegant outline of her life, wearing an illusory long skirt that seemed to be woven by moonlight, and her long hair moved without wind. However, her eyes, which were shining with a faint blue light, were now filled with undisguised extreme disgust. She was suspended in the air a few inches above the ground, as if she was afraid that this filthy earth would taint the purity of her spirit. Alvin! Farah's voice was ethereal and cold, even with a hint of crying. You summon me? A noble high elf lady. To this filthy pigsty? This disgusting stench? This visual blasphemy? Look at this mud. Look at this garbage. And this ubiquitous, barbaric stench. Even the swamps of the underworld smell more like a garden than here. She exaggeratedly covered her mouth and nose with her illusory sleeves, if they could be called sleeves, even though she didn't need to breathe. Chapter 536. Alvin had long been accustomed to Farah. Although this guy was noisy, he was indeed a member of the Star Wish family. The people of the Star Wish family seemed to have an incomparable affinity for magic. This was true for Calpurnia and Solanlian, and so was Farah. Alvin put his hands together in front of his forehead, and asked in a tone like coaxing a child, Sorry. The situation is urgent. If you can help me with this, please use your incomparable perception to help me explore this area and find any abnormal magic residues, especially those traces of teleportation portals. Farah let out an extremely reluctant, long sigh. Seeing that you are so pious, and you are my junior, I will help you once. But you owe me this favor. Her elusive figure began to move, shuttling through the camp in an almost dancing, dust-free posture. This scene frightened the bear monsters standing nearby. They thought it was haunted in broad daylight. If it weren't for the one-eyed Gallon's loud shouting, some of them would have fled back to the Timbermall fortress. After all, spirits like ghosts still have a great advantage in exploration. Because Farah can almost ignore all physical obstacles, she can directly pass through the tattered tents and dump debris. Her fingertips flickered with a faint blue light, gently brushing the ground, the remaining campfire ashes, bloody weapons, and even those filthy garbage piles. She frowned from time to time, closed her eyes, and concentrated, and her body exuded a cold and focused aura. Farah checked very carefully, not leaving out any corner, although the disgusted expression on her face never disappeared, and she would occasionally whisper a few words such as barbaric, filthy, unbearable. Alvin and his companions waited with bated breath. Gallon didn't even dare to breathe, and he pawed the ground nervously. Everyone stared at each other nervously. Only after a long while, Farah floated back to Alvin. She elegantly adjusted the non-existent skirt, as if to brush off the non-existent dust, and then coughed to clear her throat. Okay, Alvin, I have carefully investigated this garbage dump, and my conclusion is, there is nothing. There are no traces of the large-scale dark rituals or stable portals you are worried about. There are no residual energy fluctuations. There is no tearing, and there are no blasphemous marks left after the twisted sacrifices. How is it possible? Alvin took a breath, his brows still furrowed. Are you sure? Absolutely nothing? Absolutely nothing. Farah said affirmatively, her blue eyes flashing with professionalism. The magic residue here is very simple and rough. It is filled with a lot of energy embers of fire magic. Very strong, very wild, like? Yes, someone has released an astonishing number of fireballs here, or ignited an extremely fierce magic flame. Fire magic? Green Shadow interrupted in confusion. Those warlocks. When they were in Draenor before, they liked to make bombs, shadow flame, and so on. They are really masters of fire magic. Alvin pointed to the tents and scattered firewood around, which were shabby and dirty but obviously intact. If there was such a strong fire, these shabby tents should have turned to ashes long ago, and there should be large scorch marks on the ground, but there are no obvious signs of burning here. This is the strangest thing. Farah nodded, and a rare look of confusion appeared on her illusory face. That's right, dear Alvin. This is the contradiction. The residual fire magic I sensed is very powerful, enough to instantly turn this camp into scorched earth. But she floated to a campfire, pointing to the relatively intact firewood and the surrounding blackened soil. There are no signs of burning and destruction that match it. There is no large area of charring, no structural carbonization, and even the animal skin on the tent has not been deformed and shrunk by the high temperature. This flame seems to exist only on the magical level, or is extremely accurately absorbed or restrained by some force, leaving only pure energy marks, but no physical burning, which is very unusual. Shanti's brows were locked tighter. There are no ritual traces, but there are a lot of inexplicable fire magic residues that have not caused actual damage. This makes her more uneasy than discovering an evil ritual. The summoning of the warlocks is already a headache, and it can be seen that they still have more dangerous and mysterious magic. This means that the other party may have mastered some terrible skills that he has never touched before, which can restrain or divert the violent fire energy, or what are they covering up? This dirty camp abandoned by the orcs seemed to be shrouded in a deeper, invisible fog. Wait, what did you say? Alvin suddenly felt as if he thought of something. I said there was no physical burning. The previous sentence. Accurately absorbed or restrained by some kind of power? That's right. That's it. Alvin's eyes were fixed on a relatively clean open space in the center of the camp, which was filled with the most intense flame magic. The broken clues in his mind. The violent flame energy bound by invisible constraints, the wailing of the skinned beasts described by the one-eyed Gao Inn, and the missing goblin caravan reported by the bear monster, were suddenly connected by an invisible line, colliding with dazzling sparks. Alvin raised his head suddenly, and a sharp light that penetrated the fog burst out of his eyes. He slapped his thigh hard, and his voice rose because of excitement, even with a trembling excitement. I roughly know. This sudden announcement was like a stone smashed into the calm water. The companions around him looked at each other in bewilderment, with capital question marks on their faces. Chandris, the sentinel general known for his calmness and efficiency, immediately shouted angrily, Alvin, put away your annoying riddles. Tell us what you know in words we can understand. Every second of delay may allow those cultists to escape further. Faced with Chandris's eyes that were almost spitting fire, and the confused eyes of everyone, Alvin took a deep breath, tried to suppress the excitement in his heart, and deliberately put on a mysterious attitude. He cleared his throat, glanced at everyone, and asked a seemingly unrelated question. Everyone, please tell me, what in this world can fly? Chapter 537. This question came too abruptly, and everyone was stunned again. Akali raised her head almost reflexively, and answered with the unique pride of the Dragonborn. Is there any need to ask this? Of course it is our great dragon. Spreading wings and soaring in the sky, it is the overlord of the sky. Her voice was full of natural confidence in the power of the sky. Alvin nodded. That's right. Akali is right. What else can fly? Although Chandris felt that Alvin was being mysterious, her professional instinct made her immediately give an answer that was consistent with the experience of the Kaldori Sentinels. Warhawks, hippogriffs, chimeras. The sky belongs to the owner of the wings. Birds, and their close relatives are all fine. Her tone was capable, with a hint of impatience of why do you have to ask such common sense? One-Eye Gao En reacted quickly this time. His huge bare paws moved awkwardly, making a low, nostalgic humming sound. Wind. Kite. Hi. In the wind. Woo, I played with it when I was a kid. Hoo-hoo. After listening to these answers, Alvin smiled knowingly and slyly, and shook his head slowly. You are all right. But he paused deliberately to whet everyone's appetite before saying word by word. People can fly, too. People fly? One-Eye Gao En shouted, his long hair almost exploded. How can humans fly? That's a dream you can only dream of after drinking so much alcohol? Green Shadow frowned his delicate eyebrows. Mr. Bear Monster. Alvin is right. I can fly. She changed her body shape, and the delicate Kaldori girl disappeared, replaced by a beautiful blue raven. The raven raised its head proudly, as if to help Alvin boost his momentum. Thank you, Green Shadow. Alvin touched Green Shadow's wings affectionately, but this is also a transformation with the help of nature, not the kind of flight that ordinary people say. Chandris's eyes became sharper, and she began to wonder if Alvin was overwhelmed by the stench here. Alvin, explain it clearly. Do you want to say that those orcs have wings? Or did the Twilight Hammer cast a mass levitation spell on them? Her fingers had unconsciously clenched, and it was obvious that her patience was almost exhausted. Neither. Alvin stopped keeping the secret. His voice was full of excitement of revealing the answer. People can fly with the help of tools. And this tool is probably inspired by the missing goblin caravans. He pointed to the abnormal area in the center of the camp, the unusually strong fire magic residue, the skinned beasts. The skins of bears, giant lizards, or other large beasts. All of this points to the same thing. A hot air balloon. Hot balloon? Everyone repeated this unfamiliar word in unison, with confusion on their faces. That's right. Alvin spoke faster and began to explain this strange thing that exists in some corners of Azeroth, especially in areas where goblin engineering is prevalent. The hot air balloon is one of the crazy creations of goblin engineering. The principle is simple. Use a huge, tough, and sealed leather airbag with a manned basket hanging below. Ignite a strong flame in the basket to heat the air in the airbag. Hot air is lighter than cold air, so it will generate huge lift. When the lift is greater than the weight of the entire device. He opened his arms and made an upward lifting motion. The hot air balloon can take the people in the basket up to the sky. He pointed in the direction of Timbermaw Fortress, and then turned to the direction of Winterspring. Think about it. Why is there such a concentrated and powerful fire magic residue in the center of the camp, but there is no trace of burning? Because the flame is strictly confined in a special burner, continuously and stably heating the air. Why are there a large number of skinned beasts on the scene? Because it takes a large, tough, and well-sealed leather to make airbags. Why did the goblin caravan just disappear? Because they provided key technology and components, and may even operate it personally. Those orcs, the followers of the Twilight Hammer, don't need to attack the steep pass of Timbermaw Fortress by force, nor do they need to detour the long mountain road. Alvin's voice was shocked by the insight of the truth, and he made a decisive conclusion. They took a hot air balloon and flew directly over the top of Timbermaw Fortress, and went straight to Winterspring. Silence. The only sounds in the camp were the whimpering of the wind blowing through the tattered tents, and the heavy breathing of the crowd. The impatience on Chandri's Feathermoon's face had long been replaced by shock. She looked up. Her eyes seemed to penetrate the dense treetops, and look at the invisible road in the sky. If what Alvin said was true, then the strangeness and audacity of this tactic completely exceeded the scope of conventional military thinking. Gao and also raised his huge head and looked at the sky, making a low, confused, and odd gurgling sound in his throat. Flying? Like a bird? This was beyond his understanding as a creature of the earth. After a long time, he finally said, "Those goblin things can really fly to the sky?" Almost no one here understands the principles of goblin engineering, but they have to admit this incredible possibility. Green Shadow's eyes flashed with amazement. Oh my god. Flying directly over the head. This is too cunning. Alvin looked at the messy land in front of him that was defiled and abandoned by the Twilight Hammer. The smell of decay and stench in the air became stronger. He kicked away a piece of rags covered with mud and suspected to be some kind of internal organs at his feet with the tip of his boot in disgust, and said to the bear monster leader, who was still looking up at the sky and seemed to be digesting the concept of flying orcs, "Galan, there is nothing to check here. Let your people clean it up." The one-eyed bear monster was brought back to reality by Alvin's voice. His huge body shook violently, and a low, echoing woo came out of his throat. Then he reacted. He shook his huge head vigorously, as if to get rid of those incredible images about flying, then turned to several strong bear monster companions behind him, uttered a few short and majestic roars and grunts, and issued instructions in their own language. The bear monsters immediately took action. Their huge bodies moved among the ruins, and began to roughly but effectively push down the tattered tent frames, gathering the scattered garbage and disgusting rotten meat debris. They seemed to have a stronger tolerance for the stench, but their movements also carried a kind of disgust for this desecrated land. The cleaning action was more like a purification ceremony, and the heavy footsteps and the muffled sound of dragging debris broke the silence of the camp. Alvin turned his eyes to the Sentinel General Chandri's Feathermoon. Since he uncovered the mystery of the hot air balloon, this general, who has always been vigorous and resolute, has been unusually silent. Chapter 538. She did not participate in the command of the bear monster's cleanup, nor did she immediately plan the pursuit route as usual. She just stood there quietly, her figure still as tall as the sentinel statue in front of the moon temple, but her silver eyes, which always burned with vigilance and determination, seemed a little out of focus at this moment, as if they penetrated the rotten camp in front of her and cast towards the farther and colder north, the direction of Winterspring Valley. Her fingers unconsciously stroked the cold handle of the moon blade at her waist, and her knuckles turned slightly white because of the force. A heavy sense of frustration, like the snow in Winterspring Valley that never melted all year round, weighed heavily on her heart. Twilight's hammer. These lingering cultists emerged from the shadows of Ashendale, cunningly avoiding her carefully arranged checkpoints, using the crazy creations of the goblins, and slipped away from the air under the nose of the warning network covering the entire Fellwood forest that she was proud of. This was simply a loud slap in the face of her, the Sentinel General. What made her even more worried was that they went to Winterspring Valley with so much trouble and exposed their whereabouts. Why was it for that bitter cold land covered with eternal ice and snow and rarely visited by people? What was there that was worth the Twilight's hammer's fuss? Was it some ancient evil seal? Or a forbidden power that could subvert the balance? Every guess made her back cold. At this moment, a warm hand gently rested on Chandri's tense shoulders. Chandris looked back and saw that it was Green Shadow. This always silent companion who walks with the rhythm of nature now has gentle understanding in his eyes, like the sunlight penetrating the mist in the forest in the early morning. She gently held Chandris's cheeks with both hands, and put her forehead against her sister's forehead. Her voice was low and soothing, with a sister's comfort, and she whispered in her ear, "Chandrid, my sister." Green Shadow's voice was like a breeze blowing through the leaves. "Don't be too hard on yourself. The madness and deceit of the Twilight Hammer are like a plague, and it is hard to prevent. Their methods are beyond common sense. This is not the negligence of the Sentinels, but the enemy has used unexpected wings." She pressed Chandri's shoulders slightly, conveying silent support. "The thorns of self-blame will only restrict your pursuit. We now know where they are going, which is the most important progress. The cold wind of Winterspring Valley cannot blow away our will to pursue." Alvin also came over, his eyes swept across Chandri's tightly pursed lips, and the solemnity between his brows, and understood the waves in her heart. "Green Shadow is right, General. The target we are pursuing has never changed, but the path is beyond our expectations. Now, the fog has been lifted a corner. The enemy is in Winterspring. That's enough. It's 10,000 times better than running around like a headless fly in the dense forest of Fellwood." He paused, and his eyes became sharper, like a hawk locking onto its prey. "As for what they are going to do in that cold place?" Alvin's voice was slightly lowered, with the solemnity of facing an unknown challenge. "This is the puzzle we need to solve with all our strength next. Whether their purpose is to summon ancient frost demons, or to find forgotten Titan ruins, or to pollute the pure spring of life in Winterspring, we must stop them. The answer lies in the wind and snow in the north." Chandris took a deep breath, and the cold air mixed with decay and rebirth. The smell of soil stirred by the fur monsters rushed into her lungs, making her confused thoughts clear instantly. The sense of frustration was replaced by a stronger sense of responsibility, and a burning desire to fight. She raised her head suddenly, and her silver eyes rekindled the familiar, sharp light like a cold star, sweeping over Alvin, Green Shadow, and the busy fur monsters. "You are right, Alvin, Green Shadow." Chandris's voice regained its former firmness, even with a hint of cold edge. "Let Gowan deal with the rotten meat. Let's set off immediately. The target is Winterspring Valley. I want to see what kind of nightmare those blasphemers want to hatch under the eternal ice and snow. Then what are we waiting for? Go! The target is Winterspring Valley." The voice of the Banshee Pharaoh was as crisp as the collision of ice crystals, but with an untimely excitement. Her illusory figure spun excitedly in the air, the blue light flickering, like a restless cold star. "I can't wait to go and see it. Is that place the same as before? White and cold to the point of shivering souls. I remember that a few old friends seem to live near Lake Kessler. I haven't seen them for so many years. I wonder if they are still alive?" Her tone was full of nostalgia and passion for adventure, as if Winterspring Valley was not a dangerous enemy nest, but a resort full of fun. This sudden enthusiasm was in stark contrast to her previous extreme dislike for the orc camp, and Alvin couldn't help rolling his eyes. Alvin looked at the excited Farah, and glanced at the ruins of the camp that were being efficiently cleaned up by the bear monsters. He pondered for a moment, his fingers unconsciously stroking the smooth surface of the moonstone. The meeting in Moonglade is still 2 days away. Instead of waiting here, or going to Moonglade in advance to waste time. He raised his head, his eyes swept over each of his companions, and with a sense of inquiry, "Why don't we go ahead and go to Winterspring to find out? At least find out the enemy's movements and intentions. What do you think?" Green Shadow and Akali Tasha naturally agreed to Alvin's plan unconditionally. For Green Shadow, she only had Alvin in her eyes, and for Akali, her golden vertical pupils were already flashing with a belligerent light. "Humph, those guys can't hide even if they flee to the ice and snow. Dragon Breath is not afraid of the cold. And I'm very interested in the food there." Alvin's eyes finally fell on Chandri's Feathermoon. The Sentinel General had recovered from his frustration, and his eyes became sharp as an eagle again. She crossed her arms, frowned slightly, and was obviously weighing the pros and cons quickly. Pre-scout, and take the initiative, this idea is fine. She affirmed Alvin's proposal, but then pointed out the difficulties in reality. But the biggest problem is, we are unprepared. She pointed to the thin leather armor and cloaks on herself and her companions, which were suitable for the Fellwood Forest. Winterspring Valley is a perpetually frozen place, and the cold wind can freeze the bone marrow in an instant. We don't have heavy leather coats or thick cotton clothes to keep warm. She pointed to a few agile night-blade leopards that were restlessly digging the ground not far away. Besides, they can't move forward. Even the best mounts of the night elves can't endure the terrifying cold that penetrates the soul of Winterspring Valley for a long time. Without a mount, tracking on foot on the ice field is too inefficient and too risky. The air was a little stagnant for a while, and the cold wind seemed to blow in advance. At this moment, the one-eyed Gao-in, who had been silently directing the bear monsters to clean up beside him, came over. His huge body was like a moving furry hill, and his deep voice was filled with honest kindness. Woo. Cold. Clothes. He used his huge bare paw to show the action of putting on clothes, and then pointed in the direction of Timbermaw Fortress. Timbermaw Fortress has thick clothes for friends to wear. He seemed to be afraid that everyone would dislike it, and added clumsily, it's very clean. It's made of our hair and straw ropes. It's very warm. As long as you don't dislike it, it's fine. Chapter 539. Alvin's eyes lit up. Disdain? Gao-in, my friend, this is simply timely help. We are grateful for the generous help from Timbermaw Fortress. This solves our big problem. He patted Gao-in's thick forearm hard, feeling like patting a tough oak tree, to express his gratitude. The problem of clothes has been solved. Alvin turned to Chandris, his mouth curled up into a cunning and confident arc, his eyes flashing with the light of an adventurer. As for how to get there, he deliberately dragged out his tone, looking at Akali Tasha, who was beside him, not knowing whether she was going to fight or eat delicious food, and was excited and spewing sparks. Is there any need to say this? We just discussed the topic of flying. He raised his hand and pointed at Akali Tasha. His voice was full of unquestionable excitement and a little pride. Of course I flew over. Right, Akali? Akratasa, who was named, immediately raised her head and chest proudly. A deafening dragon roar full of power and ecstasy came from the depths of his throat. Roar! The roar was like thunder exploding at the edge of Fellwood Forest, startling a flock of birds in the distant forest, and even the bear monsters, who were cleaning up, stopped their actions and looked over here in awe. That's right. Brother Alvin. Akratasa's voice was as hot as lava, full of the pride of the dragon race and unquestionable dominance, and her golden pupils were burning with blazing flames. The sky is the domain of dragons. Let those greenskins see what real flying is. My dragon wings are the sharp blades that pierce the cold wind. My back is your battleship that crosses the ice field. The cold wind of Winterspring Valley will tremble under my roar. Okay, this scene of entering Timbermaw Fortress is full of fantasy and fun. Let me help you expand it in a detailed and interesting way. Now that the goal is clear and the plan is set, the action will be launched like an arrow from a bow. Chandris walked towards her loyal night saber leopard mounts. These vigorous and mysterious creatures, with fur like the deepest night, dotted with silver stripes like stars, are standing quietly at the edge of the forest at this moment, and their amber eyes are flashing with wisdom in the shadows. Chandris walked to the tallest leopard with a lightning-like white hair on its forehead. Without pulling the reins, she just reached out her hand and gently stroked its strong neck, leaned over and put her lips close to its erect pointed ears, and whispered a few words in a low and clear elvish language. The ears of the night saber leopard turned nimbly, as if receiving every subtle syllable. Its deep eyes swept over Chandris, Alvin, Green Shadow, and others in turn, and finally looked towards the south of Astronar, and a very slight snoring sound came out of its throat, with a hint of understanding. It gently rubbed Chandris' palm with its huge head, then turned around and let out a short and majestic roar. The other night blade leopards moved at the sound, like black lightning blending into the shadows of the forest, turning silently and orderly, and their agile figures disappeared behind the dense branches and vines of Fellwood Forest with a few leaps. Okay, I let my friends go home first. They will arrive safely. Chandris stood up and watched the last bit of black shadow merge into the forest. At this time, One-Eyed Gao-in greeted everyone with his unique gurgling voice with chest resonance. Friends, come this way. His huge bear paw pointed to the deeper direction of Fellwood Forest. Timbermaw Fortress is not far ahead. Welcome everyone to visit. He turned around and roared a few more command-like grunts to the bear monster boys, who were still working hard to clean up the camp, then took heavy steps, and led everyone away from this filthy land that was beginning to be cleaned up, and walked towards the home of the bear monsters. Following Galen's guidance, everyone went deep into the forest. The smell of corruption in the air was gradually replaced by a strong pine scent, damp moss, and a warm smell similar to honey mixed with hay. Soon, a strange fortress that almost merged with the mountain appeared in front of us. It was not made of bricks and stones, but cleverly used an extremely old and unimaginably large cave under the mountain as a natural fortress. The long cave was carefully arranged and even partially hollowed out, forming the main structure of the fortress and the stacked platforms. The most impressive thing is the huge portal that serves as the entrance. It is not an ordinary doorway, but a giant bear head that is roaring to the sky. The giant bear's eyes are two magic crystals that emit soft green light, and its fangs are made of polished white boulders, which look ferocious and majestic. The whole huge mouth is wide open, forming a deep tunnel leading to the interior of the fortress. Everyone needs to pass through the giant bear's bloody mouth, as if they are about to be swallowed by the giant bear. On both sides of the cave entrance, there are two bear monster guards as strong as hills. They are wearing simple leather armor, holding spears with sharp flints on the top, and their eyes are alert and firm. Seeing Gao and bringing strangers, especially strangers of different shapes, back, the guards just nodded slightly, gurgled in their throats to show their approval, and continued to guard the throat of the fortress like two living stone statues. However, when Alvin and his party really passed through the shocking giant bear gate and stepped into the interior of the Timbermaw fortress, what greeted them was not solemn tranquility, but a sudden storm of onlookers full of curiosity and noise. The space inside the fortress is more spacious and complex than it looks from the outside, like a huge, three-dimensional treehouse village. Passages, platforms, large and small tree-hole rooms are scattered in an orderly manner. The bear monsters who were originally busy. Some were tanning animal skins, some were pounding unknown herbs in stone mortars, some were weaving rattan baskets, and a few cubs were chasing and playing with each other. It was as if the pause button was pressed instantly. All movement stopped, and all eyes were focused on this group of uninvited guests. Woo! Gulyalu? Wow! Muffled inquiries, curious gurgles, and excited screams of cubs came one after another. Then, like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, the entire fortress came to life with a hum. The bear monsters put down their work one after another, and no matter men, women, old or young, they rushed over from every corner and every platform. Their huge bodies moved clumsily and eagerly, with heavy footsteps, excited roars, and the creaking of their bodies rubbing against vines and wooden boards. Soon, the passage was blocked, and even the edge of the upper platform was crowded with bear monsters sticking out their furry heads and looking down. The air was filled with the strong smell of bears, the smell of hay and honey, and the huge pressure brought by countless pairs of curious eyes. Alvin even saw a smaller female bear monster, holding a furry bear cub the size of a human baby tightly in her arms. The bear cub seemed to be frightened by the scene, burying its face in its mother's thick fur, revealing only one round, curious brown eyes secretly looking at Alvin. The surrounding bear monsters pointed at Alvin, pointing their thick bear paws at him without hesitation, and whispering to each other with dense, amazed and disgust grunts. The scene was like a remote mountain village suddenly ushering in a legendary superstar. Alvin was a little confused by this overly enthusiastic reception. He subconsciously leaned towards Gao and asked in a low voice, "Gao, my friend, do you usually have few outsiders visiting here? Why does it feel like the residents of the entire fortress have come out to watch? Are we disturbing everyone?" The one-eyed Gao was waving his big bear paw like a palm leaf fan, and he roared harshly, like thunder, at the few young bear monsters who were crowding the most fiercely, trying to disperse the overly dense crowd. Hearing Alvin's question, he turned around, blinked his one eye, and explained with a simple expression of pride and helplessness on his face, "It's true that the visitor is here, but that's not the reason." He pointed to the bear monsters around him who still refused to disperse, and then pointed his huge bear paw solemnly at Alvin himself, his voice raised a few points, with an excited announcement. "Okay. You guessed it right. This is the miracle priest." He smiled and turned to Alvin and said, "Actually, everyone heard about it. The miracle priest is here. Everyone wants to see what the legendary miracle priest is like." Miracle priest? Alvin was stunned, and then he suddenly realized, with a look of knowing whether to laugh or cry on his face. He then remembered that in order to save the Timbermaw bear monster before, he did use some power to pull the guy back from the brink of death. It seems that this incident has been passed down almost like a myth inside the Timbermaw fortress. Surrounded by countless pairs of bear eyes filled with awe, curiosity, and even admiration, and feeling their undisguised enthusiasm, Alvin suddenly felt that compared to the complexity of the human society outside, this furry, warm and noisy scene in front of him seemed to be a unique and unforgettable way of life. Chapter 540. Roar. Gololyalu. Wakatuna. Return to your posts. The roar of the one-eyed Gowan was like a thunderbolt in a narrow cave, making the cave wall buzz. In a hurry, he mixed the language of the bear monsters with the language of the Kaldorii, roaring to drive away his overly enthusiastic compatriots. His huge body pushed left and right in the crowded group of bear monsters, and his bare paws, like palm leaves, carefully pushed away the furry bodies that blocked the way, especially those overly excited little bear cubs who tried to touch the miracle priest with their claws covered with honey or moss. Finally, under Gowan's extremely deterrent roar and body movements, the bear monsters, who were surrounded by water, reluctantly dispersed, looking back every few steps, and made way for a barely passable path. Erwin and his group were able to catch their breath, but their appearance was already quite embarrassed. He let out a long sigh, feeling like he had just survived a furry storm. He subconsciously raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, but his fingertips touched a slippery stain. He looked down and saw that his originally clean robe of eternal light was printed with several blurry, huge bear paw prints stained with mud and unknown mucus. His face also felt sticky, and he wiped it with the back of his hand. Wow, a stain mixed with meat scraps, and some kind of fishy smell appeared on the back of his hand. He had some impression that it seemed that the cubs in the arms of a mother bear had smeared saliva on it. This is really a magical experience. Alvin looked at his dirty hands and robes with a smile and a hint of helplessness, and his voice was filled with the relief of surviving a disaster. Gowan, my dear friend, I sincerely thank your people for their enthusiasm. But this smell is really a bit strong. He felt like he was baptized by a group of overly enthusiastic large plush toys. Green Shadow on the side couldn't help laughing, and her clear eyes were filled with gentle smiles. Seeing that Alvin tried to wipe his face with dirty hands, but made it even more messy, she smiled and shook her head, took out a clean handkerchief with a faint scent of plants from her small bag, and handed it over. Ha ha ha. This is still light. If I hadn't stopped you just now, you would have been dragged to be a husband by the enthusiastic girls. Gowan laughed loudly, and everyone was stunned by his words, and Alvin even opened his mouth wide. Can it be like this? I have heard rumors. Some Kaldorii men were invited to Timbermaw Fortress, and when they came back, they would be in low spirits for many days. And never again. Chandris blushed and whispered in Alvin's ear, so this is what happened. No wonder they refused to explain what happened. Gowan looked at Alvin's embarrassed look, and instead of apologizing, he burst into a loud, deep, bear-like laughter. Woo-ha-ha. Alvin, my friend. Everyone likes you so much. I want your blessing so much. It's a blessing to touch it. Ha-ha. This blessing is really hard to bear. Alvin took Green Shadow's handkerchief, wiped his cheeks and hands carefully, and responded with a wry smile. Green Shadow couldn't help but laugh out loud, and even the always cold Chandris couldn't help but slightly raise the corners of her mouth. Led by Gowan, the group continued to move forward along the winding passage inside the fortress. There were clear-cut marks on the walls of the passage, indicating that it was excavated in the later period. The wooden walls on both sides were inlaid with mosses, or small mushrooms emitting soft fluorescence, providing lighting. The air was filled with a mixed smell of dry wood, moss, herbs, and a hint of honey wine, warm and comfortable. They passed through several busy small workshop areas, and saw bear monsters tanning, weaving, and grinding herbs, and finally came to a relatively open natural cave. The cave was spacious, with a high dome, and the walls were covered with glowing moss, like a natural starry sky. The ground in the center was covered with thick and dry hay, and animal skins. In the deepest part of the cave, on a throne formed by the natural winding of huge tree roots, sat an old bear monster elder. The elder was a circle larger than Gowan, but the years left deep marks on him. The originally shiny brown hair became sparse and gray, especially the hair on the chest, which was almost completely white, as if covered with a thin layer of snow. His face was covered with crisscrossing wrinkles, like the annual rings of an ancient tree, recording the long years. His eyes seemed to be blind, showing a turbid gray-white color, like an ancient well penetrating the fog. His breathing was slow and heavy, with a reassuring rhythm. He wore a robe made of special plant fibers and soft animal skins, decorated with simple bone ornaments and feathers, symbolizing his lofty status in the tribe. The huge bear paw rested quietly on the crossed legs, and the nails were long but polished to be round and smooth. Gowan lightened his footsteps at the entrance of the cave, restrained his smile, and became extremely respectful. He walked to the center of the cave, bowed his head deeply in the direction of the elder, and uttered a series of low, slow, respectful grunts in his throat, as if he was performing an ancient reporting ceremony. The elder's turbid eyes slowly raised, and swept over Alvin and others like a saw. His sight stayed on Alvin for a moment, especially on his robe with the blessing mark stained on it. The nose under the gray beard seemed to move slightly, as if smiling silently. Then, he raised a huge, wrinkled bare paw and uttered a few equally low, but unquestionable majesty grunts in the direction of Gowan. Gowan immediately responded, turned around and shouted a few words to the outside of the cave. Soon, several strong bear monster guys came in, with several bundles of thick clothes, and respectfully placed them on the ground in front of everyone. The bear monsters also winked at Alvin, and Alvin found that these bear monsters were wearing flowers on their heads. Alvin was sweating profusely. It seemed that they were not young bear monsters, but young bear monster girls. Clothes? The elder pointed to the clothes on the ground. Put them on, to keep warm. Winter-spring is cold. These were obviously the warm clothes carefully prepared by the Timbermaw bear monsters. They were made of multiple layers of thick, processed animal skins, mainly docile thick wool sheepskin and belly skins of some large forest beasts, and filled with fluffy, dry, and extremely warm giant moss wool and dried cattail fluff. The style was extremely simple and crude. It was just a huge tube with sleeves and a hood, with only an opening in the front tied with a tough leather rope. After thanking him, everyone picked up one and looked at it carefully. Alvin didn't look bad, so he just put it on. The scene suddenly became a little funny. Alvin's figure was tall among humans, but after putting on this huge bear monster cotton jacket, the whole person was immediately submerged in thick and fluffy fur and moss filling. He became a clumsy, moving plush ball. The hood was so huge that it almost covered half of his face, leaving only his eyes exposed, and his voice became muffled when he spoke. Green Shadow and Shawnees looked at each other, looked at Gowan's eager eyes, and also picked up the cotton jacket and put it on. Although it looked bloated, Green Shadow's quiet and peaceful temperament, coupled with a few strands of silver hair exposed at the edge of the hood, made her look like an ancient tree wrapped in warm moss, with a strange sense of harmony. The most subversive contrast is none other than Tiz. This Night Elf Sentinel General is known for his slenderness, upright posture, and swift movements. He is a model of elegance and strength. However, at this moment, when she put on the bear monster cotton jacket that was too big for her over the close-fitting leather armor, all her elegance and slenderness disappeared instantly. The huge, furry, lineless cotton jacket was like a bloated cover, tightly wrapping her from the neck down. Slender waist? There is no such thing, only a round, bulging furry outline. Slender legs? Submerged in the equally bloated trouser legs that hang down to the ankles, the cotton jacket is one piece. She tried to raise her arms, and the huge sleeves filled like bare paws made her movements look clumsy and slow. The hood was even more exaggerated. After putting it on, only her beautiful face with cold lines, but now full of astonishment and a little embarrassment, and the top of her pointed ears were exposed. This strong contrast made her look like a serious elf head that was forced into a huge ball of fur. Shandies looked down at her bloated new image, then looked up at Alvin, who was holding back his laughter, and Green Shadow, who couldn't help laughing. She wanted to take off the cotton jacket angrily, but finally stood there stiffly like she had resigned herself to her fate, trying to maintain the last dignity of the general, but the slightly twitching corners of her mouth exposed her inner collapse. Ha ha! Brother Alvin, you are standing up like a bear after putting it on. Akaratasa laughed and pointed at Alvin and others. Little girl, don't you want to put on the cotton jacket? It's very cold. Gowan asked. Cold? Akali shook her head. I'm not afraid of the cold. I can't wait to roll in the snow. Chapter 541. As a red dragon with blood flowing like boiling magma, Akalitha sneered at the so-called cold. She spent most of her time in warm nests or scorching battlefields, and of course she had seen snow before. The top of the towering Alterac Mountains in the Eastern Kingdoms is covered with snow all year round, and she once flew over that cold and silent place for a short time. But that was more like sightseeing than a real travel. The real severe cold? The cold that penetrates deep into the bone marrow? For her, it was just a little cool stimulation on her skin, and even the residual heat that escaped from the gaps in her scales, which was enough to melt steel, could not shake it at all. However, Alvin still helped the little red dragon get a set of cotton clothes as a backup. He rubbed his eyebrows helplessly, looking at the girl in front of him, who could not hide her dragon power even in human form, wearing thin adventurer clothes, revealing a pair of slender and powerful long legs. The terrifying scene of a young girl jumping around bare-legged in the snowy background of Winterspring Valley has already emerged in my mind. Akali, Erwin advised, I have no doubt that your scales can resist the severe cold. But the problem is, we have to conduct a Loki reconnaissance. He pointed at Akali's smooth calves. Think about it, in the permafrost, a thinly dressed girl walking nonchalantly. This is more eye-catching than a red dragon flying in the sky. If the locals are not blind, they will think we have a problem with our brains, or suspect that I am a sadist who forced the girl to run naked on the ice field. It's not that I run naked, but it is indeed more alternative. Green Shadow said with a smile. Akalitha imagined the scene described by Alvin. It seemed that it would indeed bring unnecessary trouble to Alvin, and then nodded. Okay. Alvin breathed a sigh of relief, turned to the old bear monster elder sitting on the tree root throne, bowed deeply, and said sincerely, Thank you, wise elder, and our loyal friend Gao En, thank you for the generous assistance and warm hospitality of Timbermaw Fortress. I think it's time to set off. The elder slowly raised a huge wrinkled bear paw, facing Gaoen's direction, and made a series of low, slow gurgling sounds, probably admonishing something. Gao En immediately bowed his head respectfully to listen, then turned to Alvin and nodded solemnly. Wu, the elder said I wish you a good hunt, and dispel the haze in the north. He paused, and the huge bear paw stretched out to the top of his head. There, between his thick brown hair, there was a foot-long, unusually beautiful feather. This feather is not from ordinary birds. Its root is deep dark green, like a dark forest. The feather is straight and tough, and the feather gradually changes from dark green to a strange, pearly frosty white. The edges are also marked with fine ice crystals, as if it contains the chill of winter. Gaoen carefully took it off, as if holding a holy object, and then handed it to Alvin solemnly. Take this. Gaoen's voice was low and serious. We have some cousins in Winterspring Valley. He pointed to the unique frosty white part of the feather. They live in a colder place. Compared with us, they are larger, and their feathers are as white as snow, and much thicker. If you meet them, show this to them, they will help their friends. Trust flashed in his one eye. Winterspring recognizes the mark of this forest. Alvin bowed deeply to the elder of the bear monster again, and nodded vigorously to Gaoen. We will remember this friendship and trust in our hearts. May the blessing of the forest always protect the Wimall Fortress. After bidding farewell to the kind elder, the group once again followed Gaoen's lead along the winding passage inside the fortress. This time, the direction was no longer the warm interior, but the exit to the north. As they went deeper, the air in the passage quietly changed. The originally warm and dry air with the scent of wood and honey wine was gradually replaced by a clear and transparent chill. It was a pure cold belonging to the world of ice and snow, not biting, but it penetrated in strands. The faint cold wind, like a naughty and cold elf, quietly drilled out from the depths of the passage, brushing across everyone's cheeks and necks, bringing a slight shudder. Alvin was the first to shrink his neck, and couldn't help but pull up the huge fur collar again, trying to cover his face. Green Shadow also subconsciously put his hands into his sleeves and stamped his feet. Even Chandrese, who had always maintained the demeanor of a general, unconsciously tightened her shoulders slightly wrapped in a heavy cotton jacket. The bloated fur ball image seemed particularly practical at this moment. At the end of the passage, there was a cave half hidden by a huge ice ridge, emitting a hazy white light. Gaoen stopped, his huge body blocked most of the cold wind, and he pointed to the outside of the cave with his bare paw. Wu, we're here, the outside is Winterspring Valley, take care, my friends. Alvin took a deep breath of the air mixed with the residual warmth of the fortress and the smell of ice and snow, nodded vigorously to Gaoen, and then took the lead, bent down and drilled out of the cave covered with ice ridges. Boom! As if passing through an invisible curtain, the world in front of him suddenly changed. The previous second was still a dark and warm cave passage. The next second, there was only one color left between heaven and earth, pure and heart-shaking white. There was no violent snowstorm as expected, and what greeted them was a vast, silent fairyland covered with eternal ice and snow. The sunlight, as pure as crystal polished, poured unhindered on this vast ice field, shining the endless snow and reflecting billions of tiny, diamond-like bright lights, which made people almost unable to open their eyes. In the distance, the towering blue mountain covered with 10,000 years of ice stood like a silent giant at the junction of heaven and earth. Nearby, the strange-shaped snow piles and icicles appeared dreamy blue or lavender in the sun. The air was cold, pure without a trace of impurities. Every breath was chilling and refreshing. The snow underfoot was thick and soft, and it made a pleasant crunching sound when stepped on. The whole world seemed to be muted, with only the sound of sunlight jumping on the snow particles, and the sound of one's own heartbeat echoing in the ears. This was an extreme, magnificent, and cold beauty with fatal attraction. Alvin subconsciously squinted his eyes to adapt to the dazzling light and endless whiteness. His companions behind him also drilled out of the cave one after another. All of them exclaimed in a light or heavy way, conquered by this sudden, soul-shaking world of ice and snow. "Well, Gao En, my brother." Alvin turned around and said goodbye to the huge, furry figure in the cave again. "May Mother Earth protect you and Timbermaw Fortress. See you later." Gao En growled in response, and waved his huge bear paw. "Okay." Alvin took a deep breath of cold air, feeling the sobriety it brought. "Akali, take us flying." Roar! A deafening dragon roar full of power and excitement instantly tore through the silence of the snowfield. Akali Tasha, who had been impatient for a long time, burst into a dazzling red light at the moment she finished speaking. A scorching wave of air suddenly spread around, instantly melting and evaporating the snow under her feet, forming a circle of rising white mist, amid the surging heat waves and dazzling red light. Akali Tasha's body expanded and deformed rapidly like blowing air. Gorgeous. Scales covered the whole body, strong muscles bulged, and huge wings suddenly spread out, like two burning scarlet flags covering a small piece of the sky. The slender neck was raised elegantly and majestically, and the golden vertical pupils were like flames leaping in a furnace, overlooking the snow-white earth. A huge red dragon full of primitive power and beauty replaced the girl's position, and stood proudly on the pure ice and snow of Winterspring Valley. The bright red scales were particularly eye-catching against the flawless white background, and even had a thrilling aggressive beauty. She turned her huge head towards Alvin and the others, and her throat roared like thunder. "Brother, where are we going?" Alvin thought about the old map. "Fly forward. I think I will find a town with people soon. Let's ask the locals for information first." "Okay." Before she finished her words, her pillar-like hind legs kicked the ground fiercely, bringing up snow waves flying all over the sky. At the same time, the huge dragon wings raised a scorching hurricane, rolling up thousands of piles of snow, and the huge body was like a red arrow shot from a bow, with an indomitable momentum, rushing straight into the sky. Only a melting snow pit and a circle of rising white mist were left on the spot, as well as ice crystals flying all over the sky like a small snowstorm raised by the dragon wings. Chapter 542. The biting cold wind whistled over Achilles' huge scarlet scales, making a sharp hissing sound, like a blade scraping against metal. Every time her broad and strong dragon wings flapped steadily and powerfully, they rolled up large waves of snow on the ice field below, like swiping hot brush strokes on the endless white canvas. Alvin clung to Achilles' warm scales near the base of her neck, which was the most stable and wind-weakest area on the red dragon's back. He overlooked the breathtaking panorama of Winterspring Valley that was passing by quickly below. The world was ruled by pure ice and snow, and the rolling mountains were like ancient beasts covered in heavy ice armor, sleeping silently under the eternal white curtain. The sun shone unhindered, shining the deep snow covering the earth as if it were covered with billions of tiny diamonds, reflecting a dazzling and pure light. The huge glacier is like a frozen blue river, winding between the mountains, and the deep ice layer reveals a faint cold light, as if from ancient times. The coniferous forest is bid by the thick snow, forming strange, furry white mushroom clouds. Occasionally, you can see frozen streams, like silver ribbons inlaid on the snowfield, or huge, hideous icicles hanging from the cliffs, like the fangs of an ice dragon. The extreme cold and magnificence are intertwined, forming an ice and snow kingdom that is both dead and full of primitive power. Alvin wrapped his bear monster cotton jacket tightly, and looked back at the two Caldorii companions, who were next to him, and were also shocked by the scene before them. "Shandies." His voice needed to be raised a few points in the howling wind. "Such a harsh environment. Will your Caldorii compatriots really live here for a long time?" Chandries adjusted the huge hood that was almost covered by the wind, revealing her sharp eyes. Her eyes swept across the frozen ground below. "Here, Elwyn." Her voice penetrated the wind, clear and steady. "We have stepped into the edge of Mount Hygel. For all the pilgrims who are in awe and heading to the World Tree Nordrassel, Winterspring is a must-go place, and the last and most important supply station." She pointed to the outline of the towering mountains that were vaguely visible in the distance, shrouded in thicker cold fog and eternal snow. "Therefore, in the area near the Holy Mountain Passage, there are still our outposts and tenacious people settled. They have adapted to the severe cold and guard the paths leading to the Holy Mountain." Her voice sank, thinking back to the past, in the distant era before the collapse of the sky and the crack of the earth. This land covered with ice and snow was once the prosperous territory of the ancient elven kingdom. But that catastrophe tore the earth apart and buried the glory. Many ancient elven cities and palaces are now buried deep under thick ice and snow, leaving only a few legends and scattered relics. At this moment, the Green Shadow, who had been quietly feeling the rhythm of nature, suddenly leaned forward slightly and pointed to a vast area below, which was flashing with strange blue light in the sun, and said, "Look! Down there! It's Lake Kessler. I played here when I was a child." Alvin looked in the direction she pointed. It was a huge lake covered with thick ice. Unlike the dazzling reflection of the surrounding snowfields, the ice on the lake's surface showed a deep, quiet sapphire blue, like a huge sapphire inlaid on white velvet. The ice layer is not completely flat. You can see huge ice cracks that spread like spider webs, and some strange ice pillars that stand like crystal sculptures. The sunlight shines through the clear ice layer, and you can even vaguely see the dark and deep lake below, as well as some huge, blurred, building-like shadow outlines, lying quietly at the bottom of the lake, telling the ancient years that were frozen. Lake Kessler. Alvin repeated the name in a low voice, and a flash of inspiration came to his mind. He remembered that when Farah summoned the Banshee at the Twilight Camp, he once said, "I have a few old friends who seem to live near Lake Kessler." Wait! Alvin immediately took out the warm moonstone from his arms and awakened Farah. A soft white light lit up on the broad back of the red dragon, and the translucent figure of the Banshee Farah Starwish, woven by the moonlight, condensed into shape again. "Alvin! What dirty corner needs this great wizard?" "Wow!" Farah appeared gracefully, and before she could finish her habitual complaints, she was shocked by the scene in front of her and let out a scream that was not in line with her ghost identity. She subconsciously wanted to grab something to stabilize her spirit body, but the illusory hand went straight through Ecolatras's scales. She then realized that she was not floating on the solid ground, but suspended on the back of a living, high-speed flying red dragon. Below was a dizzying ice and snow world passing by at a fast speed. After a brief panic, Farah's blue eyes were instantly filled with huge, fanatical starlight like a girl seeing an idol. She completely forgot her self-esteem and floated around Alvin excitedly for several times. Her illusory long skirt and long hair dancing wildly in the airflow rolled up by the dragon's wings. Dragon Rider. Farah's voice rose an octave, with incredible excitement and admiration, and her ethereal voice was a little broken. "You are actually a dragon rider." "Oh my god! Alvin rides such a majestic, so powerful, so scarlet and dazzling red dragon. Soaring on the top of the ice and snow. Such spirit. Such style. This is a legendary figure worthy of being followed by the great wizard Farah Starwish. I knew it. My vision will never be wrong. Following you is indeed the most wise decision I have made in my long life. Oh! This is so romantic. So epic." She held her hands to her heart, looking like a completely conquered fanatic, and her previous cleanliness and arrogance disappeared. Alvin was embarrassed by Farah's sudden fanatic state, especially the playful look cast by Chandris next to him. He coughed dryly. "Ahem, Miss Farah, calm down. We summoned you to ask about Lake Kessler. You mentioned before that you have friends living nearby? Lake Kessler?" Farah was stunned, and her crazy state was instantly interrupted. She looked down in confusion, and when the huge ice lake as deep as a sapphire was reflected in her dark blue eyes, her spirit body shook violently. All the excitement and enthusiasm receded like a tide, replaced by a deep gaze with endless sadness and nostalgia. "Kessler," she murmured to herself, and her ethereal eyes seemed to reflect the ancient city under the ice. "Yes, Kessler, my friends, are they still there?" Her eyes became distant and blurred, as if she had penetrated the thick ice and saw the vague shadows at the bottom of the lake. "Ice Lady Esla, Lake Singer Movier, and those naughty water elements, are they still there?" She raised her head and looked at Alvin. There was no more crazy love in her dark blue eyes, only a kind of almost pleading solemnity. "Alvin, can you land? Get closer to that lake. I want to see, even if it's just to feel their remaining breath." Looking at Farah's unprecedented sadness and earnestness, Alvin did not hesitate at all and immediately patted Akali's warm and solid scales. "Akali. Lower the altitude. Target the edge of Lake Kessler. Roar." Akratasa gave a long roar that shook the ice valley. As a response, her huge head tilted slightly downward, her scarlet wings adjusted their angles gracefully, and her huge body began to hover and lower its altitude with amazing dexterity. The scorching dragon breath occasionally spurted out, leaving long white steam trails in the cold air. The sapphire ice lake below rapidly enlarged in the field of vision. The strange patterns on the ice, the huge cracks, and the icicles, like a crystal forest, became clearly visible. A more biting chill that seemed to freeze the soul rose from the lake. Even with Echalis's body temperature and thick cotton jackets, everyone felt a chill coming. Chapter 543. Akratass's giant claws pressed deep indentations into the thick snow, and the melted snow water hissed, and a hazy white mist rose. Everyone could not wait to slide down from her warm and broad back, and stepped on the snow-covered ground of Winterspring Valley again. Farah could no longer hold back, and her translucent spirit shuttled and circled at high speed between the mirror-like blue ice and the piled-up white snow at the edge of Lake Kessler. No, nothing anywhere. Are they all dead? She whispered excitedly, her dark blue eyes eagerly scanning every ice crack and every icicle, as if she could penetrate the eternal ice and sense the soul sleeping in it. Alvin stepped on the thick and soft snow under his feet, feeling the pleasant crunch sound. The cold air was inhaled into the lungs, carrying the unique chill of Lake Kessler, which seemed to freeze the soul, but it also refreshed people. He glimpsed that the green shadow beside him was squatting quietly on the ground, gently brushing away the snow with her fingers wearing deerskin gloves, revealing a layer of glittering ice crystals underneath. This was already the surface of Lake Kessler. Alvin smiled and bent down calmly. The thick bare monster cotton jacket made his movements a little clumsy, but he still deftly rolled up a fist-sized snowball. Aim and shoot! Pop! The snowball hit the back of the green shadow exactly, and a white snowflake exploded on her cotton jacket. Ah! The green shadow was startled by the sudden cold touch and cried out softly, turning her head suddenly. When she saw the smile on Alvin's face, which was like a big boy who had succeeded in a prank, her clear eyes, like a lake in the forest, instead of being annoyed, instantly lit up with surprise and eagerness to try. Alvin! Green Shadow's voice was a little bit angry, but more of it was a smile. She immediately squatted down, quickly gathered a handful of snow with both hands, and pressed it hard. Her movements were much more agile than Alvin had imagined. The anger of the god of nature will punish your mischief. She laughed and threw the snowball in her hand back. Alvin laughed and dodged sideways, bent down and quickly picked up 2 more snowballs. Haha, it seems that Ms. Green Shadow's anger needs to be improved. He teased while launching more intensive attacks. Snowballs flew in the air, hitting the thick cotton jacket with a dull puff, or splashing fluffy snow foam at the feet of the two. Green Shadow was able to dodge and fight back quickly at first, and her silver bell-like laughter was particularly crisp by the quiet ice lake. But Alvin's movements were faster, and the snowballs were squeezed more tightly, and he soon gained the upper hand. Oops. Green Shadow was suppressed by the firepower, and retreated step by step. While trying to make a snowball, she suddenly shouted to Chandris, who was not far away, with her arms folded and observing the situation on the lake with a serious face. Chandris! Help me! The evil demon King Alvin is using ice magic to attack the kind druids. Come and help me fight against the dark forces. Chandris was affected by this sudden war, and frowned slightly. She was concentrating on evaluating the ice structure of the lake and the possible hidden paths, and she was really not interested in this childish fight. She didn't even look back, but just said lightly, "Stop it, Green Shadow, Alvin, you should stop it, we are not here to play." Before she finished speaking, whoosh! Snap! A snowball that Alvin added a little spin to fly particularly trickily drew a beautiful arc in the air, perfectly, and firmly stuck in the center of Chandris's cold and beautiful face full of strange people. Keep away. The fluffy snow powder instantly covered her straight nose, tightly pursed lips, and sharp silver eyes, and completely covered the majesty of the Sentinel General she carefully maintained. Time seemed to freeze for a second. Green Shadow opened his mouth wide, and forgot to pinch the snowball. The smile on Alvin's face froze, and the hand holding the next snowball stopped in midair. Even Farah, who was floating in the distance, seemed to be startled by the murderous aura here, and looked back in confusion. Chandris Feathermoon, the Sentinel General of the Caldorii, one of the guardians of Ashendale and Felwood, stood there with a face full of snow powder, like a frozen statue. The cold snow water slid down her cheeks, and dripped onto her thick cotton jacket. She slowly, very slowly raised her hand, and wiped off the snow powder on her face. The next second, the astonishment instantly turned into cold anger. The silver eyes were like a sharp blade tempered with ice, and they suddenly locked onto Alvin, who had an expression of I seem to have gotten into trouble. Alvin Priest. Chandris's voice was like the cold wind in the deepest part of Winterspring Valley, and every word was filled with ice. You are looking for death. She was too lazy to even bend down to make a snowball. That was too slow. She suddenly leaned over, and her hands plunged deeply into the knee-thick snow like an excavator, and then her arms burst out with amazing strength, and a huge snow block mixed with ice that was bigger than her whole body was picked up by her. For the justice of the Kaldorii. When Green Shadow saw Chandrese join the battle, she instantly changed from a victim to the most active accomplice. She cheered, quickly hid behind Chandrese, and began to roll up small snowballs to provide fire support. Go! Chandrese. Defeat the evil devil. Alvin screamed and turned around to run. But running in the deep snow in a bloated bear monster jacket, the speed was really worrying. Chandrese grabbed the huge snow cannonball and threw it like a catapult. Alvin only had time to shrink his head, and the huge snow block flew over his head, hit the ice behind him, and scattered with a bang. Ha ha ha. Missed. It's useless if you can't hit it. Alvin turned back and sneered triumphantly. Just then, a huge shadow covering the sky and the sun enveloped him. The smile on Alvin's face froze instantly, and he raised his head stiffly and slowly. I saw Akalissa, who had turned back into a human, had circled around his side and back without knowing when. She had a contemptuous and mischievous smile on her face, and was holding a huge snowball with her slender arms that contained terrifying power. How big was the snowball? It was like a small moving snow mountain. The diameter was definitely wider than the width of two adult mammoths standing side by side. The snowball was squeezed very tightly, and the surface even glowed with the hard light of ice crystals due to the huge pressure. Akalissa held it, just like holding an oversized toy, looking relaxed and comfortable, but the shadow cast by the snowball was enough to completely swallow Alvin. Cockroach. You actually used the spirit bomb. It's cheating. Snowball fight. Although Erwin didn't understand what he was saying, Akalitha's golden pupils flashed with mischief, and her voice echoed like a dragon's roar. It's really so fun. Before she finished speaking, she exerted force on her slender waist, and her arms were like the levers of a catapult, gently pushing the super snowball, which was comparable to a small meteorite, towards Erwin in an almost elegant but unstoppable manner. Bounce back. No evil person can bounce back. However, what Erwin expected did not happen, and his screams were drowned in the dull whistling sound of the snowball breaking through the air. Rumble. The earth shook. The snow rushed into the sky like a tsunami. Erwin didn't even have a chance to struggle, and the whole person was instantly swallowed up by the terrifying white wave. Only a huge snow mountain was left on the spot. The whole world was quiet. Chandrese held the second big snow block she had just picked up, and froze in place. The small snowball in Green Shadow's hand fell to the ground, and he opened his mouth in amazement. Even Farah stopped floating, and his illusory face was full of shock. Is this possible? After a short silence. Puff. Ha ha. Chandrese was the first to be unable to hold back, and his icy face instantly melted, bursting into an extremely rare and hearty laugh, almost unable to straighten his back. Wow, ha ha ha. Alvin. Are you okay? Ha ha. Green Shadow also laughed so hard that tears were about to come out. Akalissa patted the non-existent snow on her hands, raised her head, and looked proud. I defeated the evil brother Alvin. Everyone laughed and rushed to the edge of the huge snow pit, with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. Chandrese and Green Shadow held back their laughter, and the three of them worked hard to dig the thick snow together. Soon, a snowman was dug out, wrapped in snow, with only his nose and mouth exposed, his hair and eyebrows covered with white frost, and his eyes dull and blank, as if he had just been fished out of a pile of flour. Puff. Seeing Alvin's completely confused and embarrassed look, Chandrese broke down again, and the laughter that had just stopped burst out again. Green Shadow also laughed so hard that his shoulders shook, and he hurriedly helped Alvin pat the snow off his body. Alvin spit out the snow foam in his mouth, blinked blankly, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses from the shock of being buried alive by the snow mountain. He looked at Chandrese, Green Shadow, who were laughing so hard, and Akalissa, who looked smug, and finally could only sigh helplessly, smiled bitterly, and shook his head. Never fight a dragon again. At this time, a scream came from the other side of the lake. Where's Farah? Chapter 544. The scream was sharp, full of pure fear, and clearly came from the other side of the frozen lake, followed by more panicked screams and chaotic running sounds. Alvin looked up suddenly. The bitter smile on his face froze instantly. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle. Where is Farah? Almost at the same time, Chandrese also restrained her smile. Her silver eyes instantly locked on the other side, and took the longbow from her back with her backhand. The heavy cotton jacket did not affect her swiftness in entering the fighting posture. Not far from the other side, Green Shadow also instantly turned into a night blade leopard. using the ability of a druid to try to capture more useful information. There are many people moving ahead. Farah was attacked? Alvin's heart sank suddenly, and a terrible thought flashed through his mind. Could that scream mean that Farah was in danger? Although she was a spirit, who knew what could hurt a ghost in this icy lake full of ancient magic and unknown existence? He remembered the Ice Lady and Lake Singer Farah had mentioned. What if they were not friendly? No! Something might have happened to Farah. Hurry! Alvin's voice was filled with anxiety, and he didn't bother to pat the last bit of snow, and ran towards the direction where the scream came from. Chandri's and Green Shadow followed closely behind, and Akali Tasha also took steps to keep up. The heavy bear monster jacket looked even more clumsy while running, but no one cared about that. The cold air filled his lungs, and the boots made a rapid creaking sound when stepping on the snow and ice. Everyone's heart was hanging, worrying about Farah's safety. Soon, the scene on the other side of the river gradually became clear. There was an area surrounded by huge icicles. Several half-collapsed remains of ancient elven buildings covered with thick ice, and snow could be vaguely seen. Exquisite stone carvings were faintly visible under the ice, telling of the glory of the past. Just as they were about to approach the ruins, several short, panicked green figures, like lizards whose tails were stepped on, screamed and crawled out of the largest arch of the ruins. These guys were only about half the height of ordinary people, and their skin was dirty, dark green like swamp mud. They had pointed, bat-like ears, a huge, red nose that almost took up half of their faces, and a pair of yellow eyes that were round and bloodshot due to extreme fear. They were wearing tattered, patched leather armor or coarse cloth clothes, with slender hands and feet, but their movements were extremely panicked. One of them lost a huge, broken boot that didn't fit his feet, and ran barefoot in the snow. Another one had a few sparse yellow hairs on his head that stood up in fear. Another one was holding a thing covered with oil in his arms, which looked like some complex mechanical parts, and he looked back in fear while running. Goblins? Chandri's recognized these notorious little guys at a glance, frowning, her voice cold with disgust. What are these greedy, noisy, troublemaking little guys doing here? Winterspring is not their territory. Alvin also immediately recognized this famous race on the continent of Azeroth, thinking that these guys are goblins. They look, well, very distinctive, not quite in line with mainstream aesthetics. He rushed forward a few steps, and blocked the goblins, who were running wildly. His tall figure and serious expression scared the goblins so much that they braked collectively, and almost crashed into each other. Stop! Alvin's voice was filled with an unquestionable pressure. What are you doing? What's with the scream just now? The goblins were like frightened rabbits, huddled together and trembling, shouting in a sharp, fast, heavily accented common language. Ghost! There's a ghost! Help! Great adventurer! Save poor Rig! It's so scary! White! Floating! Screaming ghosts! It's going to catch us! It's going to eat us! Woo woo woo! Mom! I want to go home! At this moment, a half-transparent, a bright, blue-glowing figure suddenly roared out of the ruins archway where the goblins had just escaped like an angry hurricane. It was Farah Starwish. She was no longer sad or crazy at the moment. Her illusory face was full of anger, her long blue hair was dancing wildly due to the high-speed flight, and her body was emitting a cold spiritual pressure. Dirty thief. Reckless destroyer. Bugs who blasphemed history. Where are you running? I'm going to kill you! Farah's voice was sharp and piercing, with the unique mental impact of a banshee, which shocked several goblins to cover their ears in pain and almost collapsed to the ground. She stretched out her illusory claws and rushed straight to the slowest goblin. Farah! Stop! Alvin reacted very quickly and stepped between Farah and the goblin. Of course, he would not be penetrated by the spirit, but the chill brought by Farah's spiritual pressure also made him shudder. He opened his arms, making a blocking gesture, and said in a steady and urgent voice, Calm down. It's me. Alvin. Tell me, what happened? Why are you chasing these goblins? Farah was stopped by Alvin, and the violent spirit stopped in midair, with blue flames dancing in her eyes. She pointed at the group of green creatures that were huddled together in fear, her voice trembling with anger. Alvin. Why are you stopping me? These dirty, ignorant bugs. They actually installed explosives in that ruin. Her illusory chest rose and fell violently. I saw it with my own eyes. They sneaked in and tied those dangerous, oily iron lumps to the stone pillars supporting the hall. They wanted to blow it up. Blow up the only remaining ruins that record the glory of the ancient Caldorii. They are blaspheming. It is a crime of destroying history. I will freeze them into ice sculptures, and throw them into the bottom of the lake to feed the fishmen. Shanti's and Green Shadow's faces also darkened when they heard this. Blow up the ancient monuments? This is really bad. Erwin immediately turned his head, his sharp eyes piercing the group of goblins, who were shaking even more violently like ice cones, and his voice was cold. Is she telling the truth? You installed explosives in the ruins? What do you want to do? The goblins were frightened by Erwin's eyes and Farah's accusations, and rushed to cry and defend themselves. No. We didn't want to do it. Master, please understand. We were forced. We were forced. We are the most honest in doing business at Hot Sand Port Company. Destroying ancient monuments? That will affect our reputation. Yes, yes. We know that this place is haunted. We can't hide at ordinary times. We dare not come even if we have 10 courage. It's all the fault of those vicious big guys. They captured our boss. Boss Zap Favren. They said that if we don't blow up this broken house as they said, they will throw our boss into the ice hole. Woohoo. We have no choice. Master, please save our boss. Alvin listened to the goblins' incoherent and crying excuses, and tried to sort out the information from them. He frowned and caught the key point. Wait! You said someone forced you. Who forced you? What do they look like? The goblins immediately danced and gestured, trying to describe the image of those demons. Green. Taller than us. Stronger than the mountains. Scars on the face. Big teeth. Like wild boars. Fierce. Very fierce. Looks like they want to eat people. Talks like thunder. Stinks. Holding a big axe. So scary. Yes, yes, yes. Ugly. Extremely ugly. Uglier than an unwashed boiler. Listening to the goblins' exaggerated but distinctive descriptions, the image of the orcs in the twilight camp flashed through Alvin's mind. He blurted out, Orcs? It's the orcs who forced you. Yes, yes, yes. The goblins nodded like chickens pecking at rice. It's those big green-skinned guys. Orcs. The ferocious orcs. Alvin immediately asked, Are you the goblin caravans that often go to Timbermaw Fortress to do business? The goblins were stunned for a moment, and then burst into even louder cries. Woo woo woo. How did you know? It's them. Those damn green-skinned bandits. We were going to Timbermaw Fortress to find the bear monster master to buy a batch of high-quality moonlight moss and honey. But we were ambushed by them halfway. Hot air balloon. Our most precious ever watch. They took it away. Woo-hoo. That's the lifeblood of Boss Favren. And your payment we just received. It's all gone. Woo-hoo. All the clues in Alvin's mind were connected in an instant. The orcs of the Twilight Hammer robbed the goblin hot air balloon, flew over the Timbermaw Fortress, and arrived at Winterspring, forcing the goblins to blow up the elven ruins. He suppressed his excitement and asked the most critical question. Where did those orcs go after they robbed your hot air balloon and forced you to blow up this place? The goblin holding a pile of mechanical parts seemed to be a small leader. He wiped his snot and tears, stretched out a trembling, dirty green finger, and pointed to the northeast of the ice field, where there were even taller mountains covered by thicker cold fog and eternal glaciers. That way. They went to the southeast. So many people. They dragged and robbed our things. And there were a few weirdos in black robes that they captured. They went to the highest mountain. We really only know this much. Master, please save our boss. Southeast? Alvin's eyes were like lightning, and he instantly locked onto the direction pointed by the goblins. What were they doing there? What are you looking for here? Chandri suddenly asked. The arcane eye, that magical gem, is said to be buried in the ruins of Lake Kestrel. Chapter 545. Alvin frowned. Arcane eye? He repeated this unfamiliar word, his eyes subconsciously looking at Farah Starwish, the living fossil with the deepest knowledge reserve in the team. This kind of magical creation sounds weird. Miss Farah, you, a walking magic encyclopedia, should have some clues, right? However, Farah, the banshee floating in the air, had the same confusion as Alvin on her illusory and beautiful face. She even subconsciously tapped her chin with an illusory finger, her dark blue eyes full of confusion. Arcane eye? What is that? She frowned slightly, and tried to search in her spiritual memory bank. I have never heard of it. With my great wizard Farah Starwish's erudition and strong knowledge, if there is really a magical object with such a name, whether it is a divine artifact, a holy object, or a forbidden creation, I will never forget its name and legend. Unless some country wizard made it up after drinking too much wine? Alvin's heart sank, and he looked at Green Shadow and Chandri's Featherman with hope. The two Kaldori looked at each other. Green Shadow shook his head slightly, and the silver hair under his hood swayed, indicating that he had never heard of it. Chandra's was even more straightforward. Her silver eyes were still sharp, but they also revealed a hint of vigilance against the unknown. She said simply, "I've never heard of this thing." His. Alvin couldn't help but take a breath, feeling that things were getting even more confusing. What the hell is that thing? Is it worth the madmen of the Twilight Hammer to go to such lengths and force the goblins to blow up the ruins? His sharp eyes swept again towards the group of green, little guys huddled together like frightened quails. I know a little bit. It's a gem. Sparkling. Power. Super powerful power. The orcs want it. It seems to be dealing with some terrible enemy? Yes. I heard their leader mention it. The goblins immediately exploded again, talking at the same time, vying to provide fragmented information, and the sharp voices mixed together, like a group of ducks being strangled, making Alvin's brain buzz and his temples throbbing. Shut up. All. Alvin couldn't bear it anymore, and a low roar like thunder, with unquestionable pressure, instantly made all the goblins shrink their necks in fear as if the mute button was pressed. He suppressed his irritation and pointed at the goblin, who was holding the mechanical parts, and looked calm or scared. You. It's you? You were talking coherently just now. What's your name? You tell me. Anyone else, if you dare to interrupt, I let this person. He pointed at Akali Tasha, who was looking at the goblin with interest, and had a dangerous smile on her lips. This lady who likes barbecue. I show you a goblin barbecue. Akali Tasha cooperated with a snort, and the flames from her mouth and nose almost dyed the eyebrows of the goblin, who was closest to her, scaring these little green skins to piss and pee again. The goblin holding the spare parts was so scared that he almost dropped the treasure in his arms. He took a small step forward tremblingly, trying to straighten his thin green chest, and said in a thick accent and trembling common language, Respected, sirs. My name is Spark Rig, and I am a third-level technician and temporary team leader of the Hot Sand Company's exploration team. He bowed so humbly that it was almost funny, and then explained quickly, Just like what my brother said, those green-skinned. Orc masters, heard from some corner that under this broken. This sacred elven ruins, there is a super powerful gem called the Arcane Eye. They want to dig it out and take it for themselves. Listening to their leader talking to his men, it seems that they want to use this treasure to deal with some particularly powerful enemy. Who exactly is it? We really don't know. We are only responsible for installing explosives to clear the way, and digging for treasure is the job of those orc masters themselves. Deal with powerful enemies? Alvin's eyes condensed, and his fingers unconsciously rubbed his chin. Could it be coming for me? What tricks are these cunning cultists secretly planning? He subconsciously thought of the usual conspiracy style of the Twilight Hammer. At this moment, the Green Shadow, who had been listening quietly with a frown on her face, seemed to be touched by the words powerful gem and dealing with the enemy. She raised her head suddenly. A trace of doubt flashed in her clear eyes, and her voice was slightly nervous. Wait. Alvin, Chandris, and Miss Farah. Do you remember? Southeast of here, over a few ice ridges, is Mazthril. Her words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Green Shadow's expression became extremely serious. That is an absolute forbidden area that even we Kaldori are strictly forbidden to approach. My mentor, Master Malfurion Stormrage, once solemnly warned all druid apprentices. Deep in Mazthril, there is an extremely ancient and powerful blue dragon lair hidden. That place seems to be an important holy place for the Blue Dragon clan to raise their cubs. Any unauthorized approach will be regarded as a declaration of war against the Blue Dragon army. Those orcs are their target. Mazthril? They want to use the so-called Arcane Eye to deal with the Blue Dragon? Mazthril. Blue Dragon's lair. Alvin slapped his thigh suddenly realized, and his eyes burst into brilliance. Yes. How could I forget that place? However, the familiarity that came out of his mouth immediately aroused Chandris's vigilance. The Sentinel General's sharp silver eyes locked on Alvin like a searchlight, with scrutiny and deep doubts. Alvin. Her voice was cold. As far as I know, you are from the Eastern Kingdoms. This should be your first time to set foot on the land of Kalandor, not to mention the distant Winterspring Valley. You? She narrowed her eyes slightly. How can you be so familiar with the secret that there is a Blue Dragon's lair in Mazthril, which even many local Kaldori may not know? And you look like you have known it for a long time? The excitement on Alvin's face froze instantly, and he felt a little cold on his back. He immediately realized that he had spoken out of turn. Facing Chandri's gaze that seemed to be able to see through people's hearts, he scratched his head in panic, and put on a harmless silly smile on his face. "Ah? This? Haha, Chandris, you have a good memory. This is my first time here, definitely my first time. I have been in the Royal Library of Lord Darren for too long. You know, those old wizards have collected a lot of travel notes and geography books. Things like Northrend Glacial Creatures Atlas, Kalendor Forbidden Land Research. Especially the Dragon Secrets fragment, which mentioned that there is a place called Mastheril in the southeast of Winterspring Valley, which is the territory of the Blue Dragon, and it is specially marked as extremely dangerous. Do not approach. I am particularly interested in dragon things, so, well, I am impressed. Purely from reading books. Haha. He laughed dryly a few times, trying to get away with it with his nerd persona. Chandris looked at Alvin's slightly exaggerated sudden enlightenment and blunt explanation. The doubts in her silver eyes did not completely dissipate. She just temporarily suppressed the doubts in her heart, and said him lightly, not to delve into it. Alvin quickly changed the subject and looked at Farah again for the final confirmation. Farah, about this arcane eye. Think about it carefully? Or, when you were exploring in the ruins just now, did you sense the fluctuations of powerful magic items? Farah held his illusory arms, suspended in the air, shook his head with a firm look, and even had a little displeasure of being questioned. Huh? Alvin, are you doubting the perception ability of this great wizard? Before I chased these bugs just now, I had already scanned this ruins inside and out 3 times. Don't mention the arcane eye. There is no trace of magic. There is only a pile of broken stones, and dust frozen for thousands of years. She concluded decisively, this is definitely a rumor. A complete rumor. These green-skinned orcs, and these little green-skinned goblins must have heard it from some third-rate bard or drunken dwarf miner. If there really is such a magical gem with such powerful power, and such a cool name in the world, how could it escape the eyes and ears of me, the great wizard and avid archaeologist Farah Starwish? I would have dug it out long ago. Studied it thoroughly. After listening to Farah's assertion with a strong personal style and professional confidence, Alvin basically had a clue in his heart. He turned to the goblins who were looking at him eagerly, hoping that he could save their boss, spread his hands helplessly, and shrugged. Look, you heard it too, right? This knowledgeable and well-informed lady said it herself. He pointed at Farah, who looked proud. The arcane eye? It doesn't exist. You, and those orcs, are probably fooled by a far-fetched legend. Not only did you work in vain, but you also lost your boss. He looked at the goblins' green faces that collapsed instantly, and the despair in their eyes, and sighed. Instead of risking the collapse of the building and burying yourself alive, fiddling with these shadowless things, you might as well use your little brains and think about how to save your boss Fafrin, who was captured by the orcs. That's the real thing. The goblins looked at each other, and saw the same frustration and confusion in each other's eyes. The arcane eye is fake? The boss is still in the hands of the orcs? This business is really a big loss, the goblins wailed, and Rig rolled his eyes, and hugged Alvin's thighs, begging with snot and tears. Master, please save our boss. Whoa. Chapter 546. Led by Rig, the goblins rushed to Alvin's feet, and tried to hug his thighs. Alvin thought about it, and decided that he had to track down the Twilight Hammers anyway, so it would be a good idea to save the goblins. Okay, but I can't guarantee that I can rescue your boss intact. The goblins, led by Spark Rig, instantly burst into earth-shaking cheers and cries. They didn't care about the coldness of the snow, and rushed towards Alvin like iron filings attracted by a magnet. Great savior. Merciful sir. You are our reborn parents. Woo woo woo. The boss is saved. Saved. Please accept my little bow. No. 10 bows. This group of dirty, green little things rushed to Alvin's feet, stretched out their claws covered with oil and snow, and tried to hug Alvin's thighs wrapped in thick bear fur cotton jackets, which were as thick as pillars. The scene was instantly in chaos. In the chaos, the 2 goblins, who were dazzled by the halo of the savior, probably wanted to treat everyone equally, and turned their targets to Green Shadow and Shawnee's next to them. One tried to hug Green Shadow's calf wrapped in a thick cotton jacket, while the other recklessly pounced on Chandri's slender legs, which could not be concealed even under the bloated cotton jacket. Humph. Green Shadow just frowned slightly, slid back lightly, and avoided the pair of oily claws like catkins in the wind. And Chandri's reaction was much more direct and fierce. She didn't even look down, but just flicked her long legs wrapped in the cotton jacket as quickly and accurately as a whip. Bang! Ouch! Ouch! Two short screams followed by a dull crash. The goblin that pounced on Chandris felt as if he was kicked in the stomach by an angry Kodo beast. He flew into the air like a broken sack, drawing a green parabola, and fell into the snow pile 5 meters away with a thud, leaving only a groan. The other one who pounced on the green shadow was also gently pushed away by a gentle natural force, and fell on his back. This thundering move instantly shocked all the goblins. They looked at their companions struggling in the snow in horror, then looked at the sentinel general, who was wrapped in a cotton jacket and looked as cold as frost, as if he had just dusted off the dust, then looked at the druid next to him, who avoided it but had a slightly unhappy look in his eyes. And finally all their eyes were cast on the red-haired Acalitha, who was hugging her arms, and had a dangerous smile on her lips. This one can really spit fire. The goblin's little brains instantly completed the risk assessment. The red-haired one can spit fire, the 2 long ears can kick people, and the human male in the middle, although he looked very powerful, had to speak. He was the one who promised to help just now. So, all the pressure was instantly concentrated on Alvin. The surviving goblins who were not kicked away, as if they had found their only life-saving straw, rushed back to Alvin's feet with a more violent attitude, hugged his thighs tightly, and cried and begged louder and more sincerely than before. Alvin felt like he was being hung by a group of enthusiastic koalas, and the noise in his ears was comparable to that of 100 goblin logging machines working at the same time. He sighed helplessly, looking at the green, tearful carpet at his feet, and glanced at Chandris's cold eyes that said solve the trouble you caused yourself, and finally nodded. Okay. Shut up. I said I would help. Hurry up. Your snot has rubbed on the cotton jacket I just borrowed. When the goblins heard Alvin's confirmation, they were even more excited, and they cried and thanked him incoherently, mixed with blessings to Alvin's ancestors and curses to the orcs' ancestors. The rich vocabulary and strange metaphors made Alvin, Chandris, and others' foreheads throbbing, and Green Shadow couldn't help but hold his forehead. Stop! Alvin felt that his endurance was about to break through the limit. He rubbed his throbbing temple and forcibly interrupted this chaotic Thanksgiving meeting. I said, aren't you in a hurry to save the boss? What about now? What do you want to do? Set off to track the orcs immediately. This question was like pressing the pause button. The goblins who were crying and shouting just now suddenly became quiet. They looked at each other and finally focused their eyes on Spark Rig again. Rig wiped his nose and blinked his eyes. Go home. Eat first. Alvin, Shandies, Green Shadow, Akaratassa, puff. Alvin felt that he was choked. It took him a long time to find his voice. He asked in disbelief, eat? Your boss is still in the hands of the orcs and his life is uncertain. You want to go home and eat now? Yes. Master Savior. Ryger looked like he was asking, and he started to explain with his dirty green fingers. Other goblins also added, how can you have the strength if you don't eat? How can you fight on an empty stomach? Your brain won't work. You won't be able to think of a good way to save the boss. Your hands will tremble. You will dismantle the wrong bomb. You will install the wrong fuse. What if you need to negotiate to save the boss? You won't have the confidence to talk on an empty stomach. Yes. What if he faints from hunger? How can you save the boss then? If you don't eat, you can't save the boss. This is an iron rule. The first law of goblin engineering. The goblin's logical chain is extremely clear and powerful, and all unfavorable factors ultimately point to the same tragic ending. Not eating equals can't save the boss. Alvin was stunned, and his worldview suffered an unprecedented shock. Go! Seeing that Alvin and others seemed to be convinced by their truth, Ryger immediately greeted them enthusiastically. Honorable Savior. Beautiful ladies. Please come with us back to Everlook. Let us entertain you. Eat and drink enough to have the strength to beat the orcs and save the boss. As he said that, Rig and other goblins ran to several huge waterproof canvases half covered by snow and pulled them hard. Clang! The canvases slid down, revealing several extremely rough, punk machines full of goblin engineering wisdom. 3-wheeled motorcycles. Even the well-informed Alvin couldn't help but open his eyes wide at this moment. In this world full of magic, swords and dragons, this pure, black smoke-emitting mechanical creation seems so out of place, but so unique. The main frame of these 3-wheeled motorcycles is made of roughly welded steel pipes, rusty and full of signs of overuse. The huge front wheel is equipped with rough metal tracks, obviously used to deal with snow. The back is a relatively spacious, but shaky open truck bed. The most eye-catching part is the front part. A huge boiler that occupies almost half of the front of the car, and is roughly spliced with rivets, is emitting residual heat slightly, and the thick chimney is pointed diagonally to the sky. Next to the boiler are various pipes and valves of varying thickness, entangled, and some places are still suspiciously dripping with black oil stains. A simple rudder is connected to the front wheel. Dang. The latest model of Goblin technology, Snow Conqueror Mk3. Rig proudly patted the edge of one of the truck beds, as if showing some rare treasure. Ladies and gentlemen, please get on the car. It is guaranteed to be fast and stable. And warm. He turned a valve, and a stream of hot air with a sulfur smell gushed out from the heat dissipation port next to the boiler. Alvin looked at these mounts full of industrial wasteland style, looked at the eager eyes of the goblins, and thought about the fact that he could indeed get supplies and intelligence in Everlook Town, and finally nodded. Under Rig's enthusiastic arrangement, the four of them squeezed into two relatively intact three-wheeled motorcycles. Boom! Click, click, click! Puff, puff! As Rig pulled a huge lever and kicked the start pedal hard, the huge boiler instantly let out a dull roar. The gears and connecting rods collided and rotated violently, making a deafening noise. Then, a thick, billowing black smoke with a pungent smell suddenly spurted out of the thick chimney. The whole machine was like an awakened steel monster, trembling violently, the tracks stirring the snow, and began to stagger forward. Huge noise. Black smoke billowing. Vibration violently, but the speed. Surprisingly not slow in the deep snow. Alvin had driven a motorcycle in his previous life, and the overall feeling was very familiar, but there was a strong vibration under his buttocks, and the noise in his ears was comparable to that of 100 dwarf blacksmiths working at the same time, and he breathed in the fresh air mixed with snow foam, engine oil and sulfur. Under the leadership of Spark Rig, the convoy roared and jumped along the edge of the ice lake, heading towards Everlook Town, leaving a long trail of black smoke and deep track marks, and gradually went away. Lake Caselier once again restored its eternal silence. The ancient ruins covered with ice, and snow cast a long, lonely shadow in the sunset. Shortly after the convoy disappeared on the ice ridge, not far from the entrance of the ruins, a seemingly ordinary huge blue ice ridge covered with thick snow suddenly had its light slightly distorted. As if melted water drops merged into the calm water surface, a human figure that was almost completely transparent and perfectly integrated with the environment quietly separated from the shadow of the ice ridge. This silhouette had no sense of entity, more like a ball of air that highly distorted light. Only when it moved could it leave an extremely faint, almost imperceptible, unnatural shadow outline on the snow. This transparent shadow quietly stood in place, as if watching the goblin motorcycle go away. After a moment, a cold voice whispered in the silent air, "Fortunately, I'm one step ahead." The shadow slightly raised the outline of a hand, which seemed to hold a palm-sized complex device that was also transparent, but faintly flickering with complex energy streams. At its core, a polyhedral gem that was like an eye and emitted a faint, strange purple halo was slowly rotating. The arcane eye. This thing is too dangerous. The shadow's gaze turned to the depths of the ruins. Stupid orcs. Greedy goblins. Is there any savior? I don't think they are good people. After the voice fell, the transparent outline rippled like water again, silently blending into the shadow of the huge icicle next to it, and completely disappeared, as if it had never existed. Only the eternal cold wind of Lake Kestrel was still sobbing in the ice cracks, blowing the blurred tracks on the snow that were about to disappear, and the secret that no one knew about that had just happened. Chapter 547. The deafening roar of the engine and the goblin tricycle that could dislocate one's internal organs finally stopped in front of the iconic town gate of Yongwang Town, which was welded from huge rusty gears, with a sharp brake sound and gushing black smoke. Alvin almost rolled off the motorcycle. He ran 2 steps and held the wall. He couldn't bear it anymore and vomited. Green Shadow patted his back intimately. Alvin nodded gratefully. "It's okay, I'm just a little carsick." Only when he stepped on the ground mixed with coal slag, oil stains, and compacted snow did he feel down to earth. He looked up and saw that this base built by the goblins in the bitter cold perfectly interpreted the goblins' wasteland punk aesthetic. Huge, rusty metal pipes, like frozen steel pythons, coiled and clung to the snow-covered hillsides, and buildings roughly spliced together from scrap iron, thick canvas, and rivets. The towering chimneys unscrupulously spewed thick black smoke mixed with sulfur and tar into the gray sky. The air was filled with motor oil, low-quality fuel, metal rust, and an indescribable unique fragrance belonging to the large number of goblins living together. The streets were narrow and chaotic, filled with all kinds of strange, clanking or simply paralyzed mechanical devices. Some were shoveling snow, some were repairing larger machines, and some were simply idling and smoking, as if to prove that they were still alive. The goblins, dressed in greasy work clothes and in a hurry, talked loudly, quarreled, and bargained in sharp voices, making the whole town like a huge, noisy, dilapidated clock that could fall apart at any time. Spark Rig warmly welcomed Alvin and his party into the town's most luxurious base, Everlook Tavern and Strategic Command Center. The interior of the tavern was dimly lit, and the smell of low-quality beer, engine oil, sweat, and some kind of sticky stew mixed together, challenging everyone's sense of smell. The rough metal tables and chairs were crooked, and groups of goblins were playing dice or arguing over a map on the wall with scribbled arrows and explosion symbols. Rig rubbed his hands with a smile on his face. "Savior, you've worked hard all the way. Come on, come and try our Everlook Town specialties. Guaranteed to drive away the cold and warm the stomach, full of energy. Brothers, where's the food? Hurry up." Soon, several plates of extremely scary-looking food were served. In a plate of thick, strangely oily sauce, some unrecognizable meat pieces, vegetables that looked like gears, and several thick bones of unknown creatures were soaked. The other plate contained several black, burnt-edged, irregularly shaped cakes, which exuded a strong burnt smell and a hint of sweetness. Shantice looked at the food in front of her, her brows twisted into knots. Green Shadow, with the curiosity of studying a new species, carefully poked a piece with a fork. Only the glutton Akalatassa didn't care, and poured all the food in front of her into her stomach, and then shouted another serving. Alvin, with the pragmatic spirit of "I'm here now," with the determination of a hero to cut off his arm, picked up a piece of stew that looked relatively normal, closed his eyes, and stuffed it into his mouth. Huh? The expected strange smell did not appear. The meat was unexpectedly soft and rotten, with a strong spice flavor, and even a strange sweetness in the salty fragrance. Although the appearance is a disaster, the taste is actually good. He tried to break off a small piece of the cake. Under the burnt crust is a soft, weedy, and slightly sweet inner flesh. It tastes okay? Alvin commented with some surprise. Seeing Alvin speak, Shantice and Green Shadow also tried it half-heartedly. Shantice still had no expression on her face, but her tightly pursed lips relaxed a little, which was considered to be tacitly agreeing with Alvin's evaluation. After eating and drinking, the atmosphere seemed to be more harmonious. Rig patted his chest and assured, "Savior, don't worry. We, the Hot Sand Company, will never stand idly by when it comes to saving the boss. We will also contribute our manpower. We will form an elite death squad to cooperate with you." He turned to the noisy tavern and shouted at the top of his voice, "Quiet. Everyone be quiet. It's time to sign up for the Save Boss Fafrin and beat up the Greenskin Orcs Death Squad. Limited places. Generous benefits. Double the death pension. Those who come back alive will have priority in sharing the spoils." The tavern was silent for a second, and then a more heated noise broke out. "Me. I sign up. For the boss." A drunken goblin shouted, holding up an empty wine glass, and the next second he slid under the table. "Count me in. I want to twist off the garlic nose of the orc leader and use it as a wine glass." A relatively sturdy technician waved a wrench. "And me. My new invention, the portable snowball launcher, needs to be tested in actual combat." A goblin with cracked glasses excitedly held up a strange device with a spring and a tin tube tied to it. "Deputy leader. I can run fast. I can be a scout." A skinny goblin jumped and shouted in the crowd. "I can bandage. Can I be a medic?" Another goblin timidly raised a roll of bandages stained with oil. The scene was very chaotic for a while, and the registration method was full of goblin-style casualness and efficiency. Rig selection rules also opened Alvin's eyes. Whoever has a loud voice and jumps high has the priority to speak. Rig pointed at a few goblins with his hand. You? And the one with broken glasses. Count you guys." In this way, a goblin death squad consisting of Explosive Drunk Boom, Visual Scout Sprinter, Inventor Squinted Eyes, Bandage Medic and Captain Spark Rig was efficiently formed in just 5 minutes. They quickly put on patched work jackets, carried various strange tool kits and weapons on their backs, and stood in a row with excitement and fear. For gold. For the boss. For the glory of Hot Sand Company. Deputy Chief Rig stood on the bar, waving a large wrench and making a brief pre-war mobilization. The goblins cheered. Although the goblins were not very reliable, their execution was so strong that it took less than half an hour from eating to assembling the team. A noisy convoy was about to set off. Alvin and others took 2 motorcycles again, followed by 4 or 5 three-wheeled motorcycles full of excited goblin death squads. The roar of the engines merged into one, and the black smoke billowed, like an industrial dragon. Led by the scout Scud, it roared out of the oil-stained streets of Everlook Town towards the south, and plunged into the endless ice and snow wasteland of Winterspring Valley. The cold wind howled, and the tracks of the motorcycle plowed gullies in the deep snow. The black smoke was particularly dazzling against the pure white background. The Goblin Death Squad screamed excitedly, waving wrenches and snowball launchers at the sky, making Alvin feel that he had traveled to the world of Doomsday Wasteland. According to the vague intelligence fragments of Scud, the target they were tracking, the orc camp of the Hammer of Light, should be in a leeward ice valley half a day's journey to the south. The convoy drove for about 3 or 4 hours in bumps and roars. Finally, Scud pointed to a depression surrounded by huge ice walls in the distance and shouted excitedly, "That's it! I've seen it! The stinky flag of the green-skinned orcs is inserted under that ice wall." Alvin was refreshed and immediately signaled the convoy to slow down and stop behind the ice slope some distance away from the depression. He and Shawnees and others crawled forward cautiously, using the cover of snow and ice spikes to look into the depression. The sight before them made their hearts sink. There were indeed traces of a camp in the depression, with several snow fields trampled into muddy ground, several bonfires that had long been extinguished, leaving only cold ashes and a few charred firewood, and a few randomly discarded, oily animal skins scattered on the snow. But there was no one. "It's too late." Shanties gritted her teeth and punched the snow below her, splashing cold snow powder. They moved ahead of time. Alvin's face also became solemn. He carefully observed the traces left in the camp. The ashes of the bonfire were completely cold, indicating that they had left a long time ago. There were a lot of messy footprints and traces of dragging heavy objects on the snow extending to the southeast. Rig and other Goblin Death Squad members also came over and saw the empty camp, and they instantly looked like deflated balls. Boss is not here anymore." Alvin stood up, patted the snow off his body, and looked southeast along the trail of drag. There was the towering mountain range of Mazthril, shrouded by eternal glaciers and thick cold fog, like the fangs of a giant beast. A heavier and more ominous premonition, like a cold vine, entangled his heart. They haven't been away for too long. The trail is still fresh. He pointed to the southeast. The target remains the same. Mazthril. Chase. Chapter 548. This? The Death Squad members looked at each other, their ugly green faces full of visible shrinkage. The sturdy goblin, who was clamoring to twist the orc's nose, just now quietly hid the wrench behind his back. Even Spark Rig swallowed hard, rubbed his red and dirty hands, and showed Alvin an awkward smile that was uglier than crying. "Respected. Respected savior. I must remind you." His trembling fingers pointed at the ice peak that exuded an ominous aura. "That's the territory of the Blue Dragon. Real dragons. Not the ones in the story. It is said that they can freeze us and our cars into ice sculptures with just a sneeze, and then use their claws to scratch us, and we will be broken into ice slag. We can't afford to offend that kind of monster." Alvin looked at the group of guys who wilted instantly, and then looked at the engines behind them that were still idling, spewing black smoke, and the noise of the three-wheeled motorcycles that could be heard across several mountains, and he understood clearly. It's probably not going to work if we rely on these timid guys, not to mention that they're driving motorcycles. I'm afraid that 10 miles away from the nest, the blue dragons of the entire Mazeril will be awakened by these heavy metal punks. He hesitated for a moment, and said decisively, "Rig, you don't have to go in with us. The motorcycles make too much noise, and will be exposed. You stay on the periphery of this ice valley, and follow our footsteps from a distance. If—" He paused, his eyes swept across the gloomy ice peaks of Mazeril. "If we haven't returned after dark, you turn around immediately, and go back to Everlook." When Rig and the other goblins heard that they didn't have to face the legendary monster, they were as if they had been pardoned. The fear just now was instantly replaced by the relief of surviving a disaster, and they nodded their heads like chickens pecking at rice. "I understand. Savior, we must hide well. Follow from a distance. We will never cause trouble." Alvin said no more and exchanged glances with Chandries, Green Shadow, and Akalissa. The few of them ignored the goblins, and continued to move forward along the clear traces on the snow towards the deep valley entrance at the foot of the Mazeril ice peak, which was like the throat of a monster. Their figures quickly became smaller against the boundless white background, leaving behind a group of people who shrank their necks and began to frantically look for places to hide their motorcycles and their Goblin Death Squads. The closer they got to the valley entrance, the more intense and violent the magical energy in the air became. The biting cold wind seemed to be endowed with will, making a sharp whistle. There were tiny, blue shining ice crystal fragments floating in the air, like the prelude to a snowstorm. Roar! A dragon roar that shook the world, filled with endless majesty and fury, came from the depths of the valley like a thunderclap. The sound was like a real shock wave, shaking the ice surface under the feet of Alvin and others slightly, and even triggered a small-scale avalanche on the snowy peaks in the distance. Then, there was a series of deafening explosions, and some evil, hoarse roars. Alvin and others felt nervous and immediately crouched down, using the rugged ice rocks and thick snow as cover, and quietly sneaked behind a huge, screen-like ice wall near the entrance of the valley, and carefully poked their heads out. The scene in front of them made everyone gasp. In the center of the valley, a shocking battle was taking place. The one who was soaring in the sky was the owner of this frozen holy land. A huge adult blue dragon. Its body was huge and elegant, and its streamlined body was covered with layers of huge scales that looked like they were carved from the purest sapphire. Each scale was shining with deep arcane light, reflecting dazzling blue, icy purple, and silver-white halos under the cold sunlight. Every time the huge wings flapped, they rolled up the biting cold wind mixed with sharp ice blades. The slender and strong neck was sticking out and spewing out icy breath that could freeze the soul. Its eyes were like two blue suns burning with cold flames, full of the wisdom, majesty, and rage of a high-level magical creature against invaders. Desecrators! Get out of our holy land! The blue dragon's spiritual roar swept through the valley like a storm, shaking the ice wall. It swooped down suddenly, its mouth wide open, and a frost breath, with a diameter of more than 2 meters, made purely of ice crystals, sprayed down towards the ground target like an inverted river in the sky. Wherever the breath passed, the air froze into a white ice mist track, and the ground was instantly covered with thick ice flashing with magic runes. Its opponent was a terrifying existence standing on the ground, but exuding the same pressure as the giant dragon in the sky. An abyss demon lord. This demon was nearly 10 meters tall, with muscles as knotty as black rocks cooled by lava, covered with a thick stratum corneum burning with an everlasting evil flame. He had huge curved horns, a hideous face like a nightmare, and his fangs were exposed and dripping with corrosive poison. He wielded an exaggeratedly huge long-handled battle axe in his hand, which was also wrapped in blazing green flames. Facing the blue dragon's devastating frost breath, the demon lord let out a deafening roar, and without dodging, he stabbed the burning battle axe into the ground. Boom! With the battle axe as the center, the violent evil energy flames gushed out like a volcanic eruption, forming a huge, twisted green wall of fire. Ice and fire, extreme cold and evil flames, two completely opposite forces representing the peak of order and chaos collided fiercely. Swish! The harsh sound of energy annihilation was like billions of glasses shattering at the same time. The exploding energy shock wave broke countless huge ice pillars in the valley in half, and ice chips and burning. Evil energy debris scattered like a rainstorm. The whole valley seemed to be wailing. The blue dragon had the upper hand with its air advantage and powerful magic control. Its breath was continuous and steady, suppressing and freezing the demon lord's evil energy firewall. The ground under the demon lord's feet was constantly cracked and frozen under the clash of the two forces, and then melted by the evil energy, looking extremely embarrassed. The blue dragon's eyes flashed with a cold and confident light. It was accumulating strength and preparing to launch a more deadly magic attack to completely put an end to the abyss filth of this blasphemous holy land. At this critical moment, an extremely abrupt and extremely discordant scream sounded from a hidden crack in the ice wall on the side of the valley. Alvin's pupils suddenly shrank. I saw a crudely shaped rocket with billowing smoke and orange-red flames at the tail. Like an out-of-control venomous snake, twisting and turning but shooting towards the blue dragon in the sky at a very fast speed. This attack had no magical fluctuations. It was purely a brutal physical propulsion and chemical explosion. "What is that?" Akalissa exclaimed. The little red dragon who participated in the First Orc War had no idea that there was such an anti-aircraft weapon. Alvin squinted his eyes. This thing looked like the work of a goblin, but its power was definitely far beyond the ordinary. The blue dragon obviously also noticed the attack from the flank, but it was trying its best to suppress the demon lord, and its huge body made it difficult to evade it cleverly. It just subconsciously mobilized a layer of dark blue magic shield to cover its side. However, the rocket did not attack the dragon's wings or torso, but accurately shot at the blue dragon's relatively fragile neck and shoulder blades covered with fine scales. Boom! A violent explosion broke out in the air. The flames and black smoke instantly engulfed a large area of the blue dragon's neck. The magic shield shattered under such a close-range physical explosion. The hard dragon scales were torn apart, and the blue dragon blood mixed with ice crystal fragments fell like raindrops. Ah! A voice twisted with pain, full of disbelief. The dragon roar resounded through the sky. It was no longer a majestic roar, but a wailing of severe damage. The huge body of the blue dragon twitched violently in the air, rolling and losing all balance. Like a giant bird shot down, it crashed towards the hard ice surface of the valley with a heartbreaking roar. Bang! The earth trembled. A huge deep pit was smashed into the ice surface, and spiderweb-like cracks spread instantly. The blue dragon curled up in the pit in pain, with blood and flesh on his neck, and blue blood gushed out, dyeing the ice under him red. It struggled to raise its head, but the severe pain and shock made it weak, and the dragon eyes burning with cold flames were now filled with pain and anger. It didn't understand. What kind of weapon was that? Why could it penetrate its defense? Ha ha! Well done, Goblin! A rough, triumphant orc roar came from the crack in the ice wall where the rocket had just been fired. I saw several Twilight Hammer orcs pushing a goblin with tied hands, bruised face, and tattered technician clothes out of the crack. One of the orcs was carrying a crude rocket launcher with green smoke on his shoulder. They didn't even look at the falling blue dragon, but rushed straight into a huge cave entrance deep in the valley that exuded a blue chill. In front of the cave entrance, the demon lord, who had just been suppressed by the blue dragon and finally recovered at this moment, had already rushed to the fallen blue dragon with heavy and wild steps. Its long-handled battle axe burning with blazing evil flames had been raised high, and the green magic flames jumping on the axe blade reflected the surrounding ice surface in a miserable green. Its hideous mouth opened, revealing a cruel and bloodthirsty smile, and its thick arm muscles bulged, and it was about to chop the battle axe at the blue dragon's head covered with beautiful scales that was temporarily immobile. No! Akalatace's eyes were bloodshot. As a dragon, she couldn't watch her fellow blue dragons fall like this. Save people. No, save the dragon. Alvin's roar was like a signal. Chandrese drew her bow, and shot the arrow like a meteor from behind the hidden ice wall. Green Shadow quickly recited a spell, and the blue arcane energy gathered in the air. Akratasa's eyes were burning with golden flames, and a low dragon roar came from deep in her throat. She instantly turned back to her original form, carrying Alvin up from the ground and flying towards the Lord of the Abyss. Chapter 549. The cold air almost froze the blood sprayed by the dragon in an instant, and the valley was filled with the pungent smell of sulfur and the stench of burning corpses. The shadow formed by the huge body of the Abyss Lord Marlis shrouded the seriously injured blue dragon. The long-handled battle axe in the hand of this monster from the distorted space screamed and split the air, slashing towards the neck of the blue dragon. The demon did not notice that a ball of red flame suddenly burned behind him. Akaritas, hold on. Alvin clamped his legs tightly around the saddle-like scales he often rode, and the rough dragon scales rubbed his thighs. Holding the Zalatath dagger high, his knuckles turned white due to the force, and he chanted obscure shadow prayers in a low voice. Tear him apart! Mind blast! The shadow artifact in his hand burst out with a deep dim light, and a ball of shadow magic composed of pure shadows, as if it had life, shot out from the void and landed accurately on the heavy head of the Abyss Lord. The shadow magic brought a biting chill and a heavy sense of sluggishness. Marlis's violent movements suddenly stagnated, and he let out a deafening roar, which seemed to come from the painful howl of the abyss itself. Dead demon. Taste this. Akaratasa was not idle either. She seized this fleeting opportunity, her slender neck suddenly tilted back, and the destructive energy accumulated in her chest made a dull roar. The next second, a pure, blazing dragon flame torrent, like a lava waterfall, with a high temperature that burnt everything, rushed straight to the face of the Abyss Lord. Roar! Marlis was hit head-on by the dragon flame, and roared in pain again. Its huge head covered with thick skin swayed in the flames, its skin sizzled and charred in the high temperature, and one eye burning with fell flames temporarily lost its light, and the air was filled with a stench of burnt flesh. The successive raids severely damaged the Abyss Lord, but this terrifying demon from the twisting void was far from the ordinary demons that Alvin and others had seen before, and was definitely not an easy opponent. The severe pain instead inspired him to be more violent. He ignored the burning flames on his body, roared and swung the huge long-handled battle axe, with the power of splitting mountains and rocks, wrapped in rich fell energy, and slashed at the red dragon hovering in the air. The axe was fast and fierce, blocking most of Akalissa's dodging space. Alvin's riding skills were very poor, and he had been ridiculed by everyone more than once. At this time, Akalissa's violent rolling, climbing or diving to avoid Marlis's violent slashing made him feel that his internal organs were about to shift. Be careful, Alvin exclaimed, his heart almost jumping out of his chest. At this critical moment, 2 attacks arrived from the flank in time. Look here! You stupid cow! Chandri's crisp voice exploded directly in the valley, carrying the majesty of the Sentinel General, and a hint of fighting excitement. Swoosh! 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 A series of arrows flashing with arcane blue light, like precisely guided meteors, tore through the air, aiming directly at the only remaining eye of Marlis. Chandri's, the Sentinel General, stood on a protruding rock like a sculpture. The longbow in her hand was as stable as a part of her body, and every time she drew the bow, it was accompanied by the low hum of the bowstring. Her eyes were as sharp as an eagle, staring at every tiny flaw in the Lord of the Abyss's movements, and sent the fatal arrow into the weakest part of his defense. Marlis hurriedly used his thick arms to block his head. The arrow hit his forearm, and arcane sparks exploded on the demon's tough skin. Although it could not cause fatal injuries, it was enough to interfere with his attack on Alvin and Ekalissa. Despicable guys. I will destroy you all. The demon roared angrily. The monster, who always relied on strong physical strength to fight his opponents head-on, encountered a team of enemies who always liked to sneak attack his weak parts, and was immediately furious. He swung his long-handled battle axe angrily, throwing the burning fell flames on the battle axe at his enemies. Almost at the same time, a clear and natural angry voice sounded. In the name of the moon goddess Alun, purify this filth. The green shadow raised her hands high, and the whole person seemed to be bathed in a ray of moonlight. Following her call, a huge, rotating silver moon suddenly appeared in the sky. Then, a pillar of arcane flame, pure and almost blinding, glowing with silver blue light, like a spear of heavenly punishment, pierced through the clouds accurately and hit Marlis back fiercely. Ouch! The moonfire spell brought more than just physical impact. The pure arcane energy and natural power contained in it caused a violent rejection reaction to the evil energy in the Abyss Lord's body, as if a hot iron was imprinted on a filthy soul. For the first time, Marlis's huge body staggered violently, and a large charred pit appeared on his back, and green evil blood spurted out like acid. Now! Ekalissa. Under Alvin's command, they took advantage of the moment when the Abyss Lord was injured and distracted. The scales of the little red dragon reflected the luster of a red-hot iron against the white snow, and the huge membrane wings rolled up the scorching airflow. She pounced on the blue dragon that fell beside the demon like a flaming meteor. The moment she approached, she opened her claws to grab the blue dragon, took off, and flew away from this deadly demon. Marlis was even more furious when he saw the blue dragon being rescued. He didn't care about the serious injury on his back, and picked up the battle axe and threw it at the little red dragon. Akaratasa heard the sound of breaking wind behind her, knowing that the attack was coming soon, and she flapped her wings and pulled up, narrowly avoiding the axe that shook the world. The giant axe pierced the cliff in the valley with a bang, shaking off the white snow covering the top of the mountain. Your opponent is here! Demon! A loud roar attracted the attention of the demon to the bottom of him. He saw that the human priest, who had been riding on the back of the red dragon, had jumped off the dragon and came to him. The Lord of the Abyss, Marlis, laughed in anger. Despicable reptile! How dare you, a weak creature, come to me like this? You will soon regret your incompetence. Alvin sneered. Who do you think you are facing? It's not 10,000 years ago. Times have changed, old man. A golden light flashed in his eyes. He no longer chanted spells, but instead urged all the holy light power in his body to communicate with the most original sacred power of Azeroth. In an instant, Alvin was filled with a rich golden light that seemed to be able to swallow the light. This golden light condensed into a pair of huge wings behind him that kept flapping, as if made up of countless holy light feathers. Ultimate penance. He made a voice like a holy word. Chapter 550. Under the horrified gazes of Chandri's and Green Shadow, Alvin's body seemed to have turned into a sculpture made of pure gold, with every inch of skin and every strand of hair flowing with liquid light. His robe of eternal light seemed to have turned into golden scales under the influx of holy energy, with ancient holy runes faintly emerging on it. Then, the most shocking scene happened. The moment the 2 pairs of huge wings made of pure light flames unfolded, an invisible holy shockwave spread with Alvin as the center, pushing away the filthy evil energy, choking dust, and even the haze of despair left in the canyon. The whole canyon seemed to be thrown into a holy sun, and the dazzling golden light forced Chandri's and Green Shadow to raise their hands to block it. And even Ekalissa squinted her eyes. At this moment, Alvin was suspended in the air several feet above the ground, his face blurred in the golden light, leaving only the eyes burning with holy anger, like 2 shrinking stars, locking the Lord of the Abyss. Ultimate penance. Alvin's voice was like thousands of sacred bells ringing at the same time, magnificent and cold, without a trace of human emotion, full of divine majesty. He slowly raised his arms, and pointed at Marlis. OM! No chanting, no seals, pure holy light burst out. In front of Alvin's palms, the space twisted and compressed violently, and instantly condensed into the first fist-sized, extremely condensed golden light ball. This is just the beginning. The first light ball was like a cannonball, spinning and shooting out with a scream that tore through the air. The second, the third. The speed of light ball condensation increased exponentially. In the blink of an eye, a heavy artillery built of pure holy light seemed to be erected in front of Alvin. Countless golden holy light bullets, dragging long trails of light and flames that purify all filth, gathered into a destructive, endless golden torrent, pouring madly towards the furious Abyss Lord with overwhelming force. What kind of magic is that? Chandri screamed in shock, and the longbow trembled slightly in her hand. She could clearly feel the terrifying power contained in the light stream. It was a highly concentrated source of holy light that rejected all heretical evil energy. That kind of holy light was completely different from the holy light summoned by her mother tyrant. It was more domineering, more pure, and full of absolute denial of the creations of the abyss. That is a miracle. That's why Alvin is called a miracle priest. Green Shadow's voice was filled with unprecedented pride. She put down her arm that was covering her eyes, and stared at the devastating torrent of light with sharp eyes. As an experienced hunter, Chandri's instinctively assessed the power and speed of the light bullet, and the conclusion she reached made her back shiver. Any flesh and blood body would be instantly reduced to ashes under such a saturation attack. Even as strong as the Lord of the Abyss, Marlis roared through the canyon, and for the first time, the roar was mixed with clear, instinctive fear. He had never seen such an attack before. The holy light made his solid fell skin feel a burning pain, and his soul was trembling. He instinctively crossed his two arms like lava pillars in front of his chest, trying to use the hardest part of his body to block this unknown and terrifying sacred torrent. Sizzle. Boom. The first wave of dense light bullets hit the arm of the Abyss Lord fiercely. The effect was immediate. The evil energy skin that was strong enough to withstand the dragon flames and the giant sword, flowing with filthy green light, made a harsh corrosion sound like inferior leather under a hot iron when it came into contact with the holy light bullets. Large pieces of it were charred and carbonized, and then they broke and shattered like black glass being smashed. The dark green body below, like rotten muscles, was exposed. The second wave of light bullets followed, and it blasted into the unprotected flesh without any hindrance. Puff! Sizzle! Under the impact of the extreme holy energy, the dark green flesh made a disgusting sound like rotten meat splashed with strong acid. Green smoke billowed up, and the flesh was burned and vaporized at a speed visible to the naked eye. Marlis let out a painful howl. The sound was distorted and full of incredible pain. The light wings behind Alvin glowed brighter and brighter, as if drawing endless holy power from the void. The volume of the holy light bullets he fired was increasing, and the color changed from fiery gold to fiery white, and the energy contained was rising exponentially. The third wave, the fourth wave. The ultimate penance was like a whip of light wielded by an angry god, lashing fiercely at the exposed wound of the Abyss Lord, and each bombardment caused a small holy light explosion. No! This is impossible. Marlis's roar turned into a desperate wail. His arm was bombarded by dense, multiplied light bullets, starting from the forearm, and the flesh and bones were rapidly melted and annihilated like a candle thrown into a furnace. The destructive force even began to spread to his torso. The huge wound on his back, which was severely injured by the moonfire technique, expanded rapidly under the cleansing of the holy light, and the filthy evil energy core was exposed, emitting a piercing scream on the verge of collapse, when the most powerful, almost millstone-sized, incandescent white light bombs continuously bombarded Marlis's broken body like comets. The energy explosion finally reached the critical point. Boom, boom, boom. An indescribable mixture of pure holy light and annihilating evil energy. The destructive shock wave, like a rapidly expanding golden white ball of light, suddenly exploded with the battlefield as the center. The ground sank and cracked instantly as if it was hit by an invisible giant hammer. The towering rock walls on both sides of the canyon groaned under the heavy load, and the snow that had accumulated for thousands of years was shaken off and poured down like an avalanche. This destructive shock wave spread in all directions at a terrifying speed that exceeded the speed of sound. Even the Goblin Suicide Squad ambushed dozens of miles away, and the even more distant Yonwang town felt the shock of the earth shaking. In the center of Yonwang town, The huge gear-shaped clock hanging at the door of the hotel made a dull and long hum. Without anyone knocking. In the tavern, the tin wine cups on the wooden table jingled, and the inferior beer in the cups rippled and splashed violently. The beams and pillars of the house groaned, and the tiles on the roof fell down. The livestock in the pen screamed and became restless with fear. All the residents, whether they were soldiers sleeping soundly or guards on duty at night, were frightened by the terrifying vibration coming from afar, as if the heart of the earth was shaken. They all rushed out of the house, and looked in the direction of Masthuril in fear. And there, a golden white beam connecting heaven and earth briefly pierced the dim sky. Even though they were so far away, they could still feel the soul-shaking destruction and sacredness contained in the beam. Gods above. What? What is that? Spark Rig and others raised their heads from the snow pile, supported each other to stand up, and murmured in a dry voice. It's the magic of the Savior. My God. It's stronger than our strongest bomb. Masthuril, the center of the explosion. When the last and most dazzling one, the blazing white light bullet that almost drained all the golden light around Alvin, penetrated the exposed and beating filthy core of Maldaroth as accurately as the spear of divine punishment, time seemed to freeze. The huge body of the Abyss Lord froze suddenly, and in the eyes burning with evil flames, there was madness, tyranny, and pain. All emotions were extinguished in an instant, leaving only the deepest confusion in the face of ultimate annihilation. He opened his huge mouth, as if he wanted to utter the last curse, but only spurted out a stream of black smoke mixed with internal organs and evil energy residue. Then, countless dazzling golden white lights shone from his body. Roar. No. This is not my end. Marlis's voice was intermittent, like a broken bellows. The filthy matter that made up his huge body, those lava-like skin, dark green flesh, twisted bones, began to melt and vaporize rapidly like ice and snow thrown into the scorching sun. His evil soul also gradually dissipated and flew to the distant twisted void. In the dazzling light and the strange sound of material annihilation, Marlis's only remaining, disintegrating head stared at the golden angel suspended in the air, full of deep resentment. Finally, when the last ray of matter that made up his entity was completely purified by the holy light, only a violently twisted space vortex was left in the original place, emitting a disgusting breath of the abyss. I will come back. A spiritual scream filled with endless resentment, as if coming from the deepest part of the void, exploded in everyone's mind. Then, the space vortex suddenly collapsed inward, making a dull sucking sound, and completely disappeared, leaving only a huge pit that was crystallized by high temperature melting, and the scorching smell of sulfur in the air that was being quickly purified by the sacred afterglow. The Lord of the Abyss, Marlis, was forcibly expelled by Alvin and returned to his birthplace, the twisted void. The brilliant light wings behind Alvin suddenly dimmed, like burnt embers, and quickly dissipated. The dazzling golden light around him also receded like a tide, revealing his exhausted, pale body below. As if he had exhausted all his vitality, he fell straight from the suspended state, and was caught steadily by the green shadow who reacted and dived, transformed into a storm crow. Brother Alvin. Come quickly. The little red dragon's voice was filled with sadness. This blue dragon, he died. Chapter 551. The terrifying scream of Marlis returning to the twisted void still echoed faintly in the canyon. The air was filled with the strange burnt fragrance purified by the holy light and the lingering sulfur smell, mixed with the unique and chilly breath of the unknown blue dragon, like the polar wind. The big pits on the ground, and the collapsed snow silently told the shocking scene of the battle just now. Alvin slid down from the warm wings of the green shadow, and his feet were so weak that he could hardly stand when he landed. The explosion of the Angel of Light just now almost drained every bit of his mental power. There were waves of empty dull pain in the depths of his soul, and his muscles were sore, as if they had been beaten repeatedly. But he didn't care about these, and his eyes were eagerly locked on the little red dragon behind him. Akaratasa. I be there soon. With the support of the green shadow, he staggered to the side of the huge blue dragon, completely ignoring the fact that his side was covered by the flying snow. Akali has transformed into a human form. She kneels beside the blue dragon and tries to press her shaking hands on the huge wound, but the blood still keeps pouring out, making Akali almost cry. Alvin closes his eyes, takes a deep breath, and suppresses the exhaustion of his soul and the protest of his body, gathering the remaining weak holy light in his palm. Merciful holy light, please listen to my prayer. He chants the holy words of healing in a low voice, and a soft but obviously dim platinum light emanates from his palm, trying to penetrate into the cold body of the blue dragon, looking for the long-lost spark of life. Unfortunately, the light penetrates into his body, but it is like a drop in the ocean, without causing any ripples. Alvin was unwilling to give up, so he gritted his teeth and tried again. This time, the light flickered faintly like a candle in the wind, and then it went out completely. Love and me? Fine cold sweat oozed from his forehead, his breathing became heavy, and his body trembled slightly due to overdrawn. Brother Alvin. Save him! Please! Try again! You are a miracle priest. You must have a way. Acaratasa hugged Alvin, and hot tears dripped on the back of Alvin's hand. Her vertical pupils were full of childlike helplessness and hope. She gently arched Alvin with her forehead, and the huge force almost pushed him down. He was still talking to me just now. He can't just die like this. Alvin's body froze, and stopped the meaningless attempt. He slowly raised his head, and looked into Achilles' eyes full of tears, like molten gold. All the words seemed pale and powerless. He shook his head silently, very slowly and heavily. His movements contained endless fatigue, bitterness, and deep powerlessness. Sorry, Achilles, even the gods cannot bring back a soul that has already disappeared. Just then, a quick and light sound of footsteps came from the slope above the canyon. Chandri's Feathermoon's agile figure landed at the bottom of the valley with a few leaps. She put away her longbow and walked quickly to the front. Seeing Alvin kneeling beside the ashes and shaking his head, seeing Achilles' great sadness, and then seeing the pile of blue ashes that symbolized the end, the experienced Sentinel General instantly understood the ending. She pursed her lips, a trace of heavy sadness flashed in her sharp eyes, and silently stood behind Alvin, one hand gently pressed on his shoulder that was slightly trembling due to exhaustion, silently conveying support. Acaratasa. Green Shadow's gentle voice sounded. The druid walked lightly to the side of the little red dragon. Her eyes were also filled with tears, heartbroken by the passing of this noble life. She did not say any empty comfort, but stretched out her slender arms and hugged Achilles' slender shoulders as much as possible. Her cheek was pressed against the little red dragon's fiery red hair, feeling the slight trembling of the little red dragon's body due to grief. Sister Green Shadow. Acaratasa's voice was nasal, and she leaned weakly on Green Shadow's body, seeking a little support. Suddenly, Achilles' body shook violently, as if struck by lightning. She raised her head, and the childlike helplessness in her eyes was replaced by a deeper and more burning emotion, which was a deep hatred and a suddenly awakened sense of responsibility. Eggs! She almost yelled, her voice hoarse and torn. He told me in the last moments of his life. Those dragon eggs. Deep in the cave. Protected by the ice seal. Her eyes were fixed on the snow-white cave deep in the canyon that looked like the mouth of a giant beast, burning with raging flames. Those filthy orcs. They must want to do to me and my mother like they did to me. Acalatrasa's voice trembled with extreme anger, and a scorching air blew out of her mouth and nose uncontrollably. They want to enslave the young dragons. They want to use evil magic and chains to turn the noble blue dragons into their minions to attack cities and plunder lands. Into beasts that only know how to destroy. She seemed to have returned to that nightmarish childhood, witnessing her mother wailing in pain under the torture of the orc warlock, while she herself shivered in the cold iron cage. This shared tragic experience made her empathize with the blue dragon's trust, and also ignited the raging flames of revenge and protection in her heart. Ah! No wonder they asked the goblins to find that arcane eye. It is really used to deal with the blue dragon. A sharp light suddenly burst out in Alvin's eyes, and he wanted to stand up suddenly. Let's chase them immediately. We can't let those orcs succeed. However, his body betrayed his will after all. As soon as he stood up, he felt dizzy in front of his eyes, and a strong sense of exhaustion came like a tide. His legs softened, and the whole person stumbled forward uncontrollably. Fortunately, Chandri's was always behind him, and she quickly supported him. Alvin leaned on Chandri's, smiled bitterly and shook his head, his face as pale as paper. I didn't expect the ultimate training to consume so much mana. He slapped his forehead in annoyance. Damn it! I was still not well prepared. If I had known that I would encounter such a tough battle, did any one of you bring magic spring water? He said helplessly. Before, because of Calpurnia and Solanlian, their sister's water-making magic was like an infinite refill of beer. I got used to it, and forgot to bring water. He licked his chapped lips, and felt that his throat was smoking. Just when Alvin was annoyed, the Green Shadow, who had been gently hugging Achilles, gently loosened his hand. Alvin, let me do it. The Green Shadow's voice was clear and peaceful, like a stream flowing in the forest. She walked in front of Alvin, clasped her hands in front of her chest, as if holding an invisible seed. She closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling in the dim light, and began to chant an ancient and lively druid spell. The language was not a common language, and the syllables were strange, like the rustling of leaves, the tinkling of springs, and the whisper of the breeze blowing through the vines. As she sang, the few charred mosses and grass in the cracks of the rocks that remained in the surrounding canyon seemed to be injected with vitality and slightly straightened their bodies. Bits of extremely faint, emerald green light like fireflies gathered towards her from the earth and the air. Soon, a soft blue halo, as vibrant as new leaves in early spring, enveloped Green Shadow's entire body, making her look like an ancient tree growing quietly under the moonlight. The light became brighter and brighter, and finally, as if guided by an invisible force, it all gathered at the tip of her slender and white right index finger. The fingertip was like a miniature blue star, exuding a cool and pure breath of life. In Alvin's surprise, Green Shadow opened her emerald eyes, her eyes gentle and focused. She stood on tiptoe and gently and steadily touched her index finger, which was flashing with blue light, on Alvin's sweaty forehead, like a dragonfly touching the water. Buzz! An indescribable stream of fresh air instantly poured in from the contact point. Alvin felt as if in the scorching desert, there was suddenly a cool spring from the top of the snow-capped mountain, flowing straight down from his head without any hindrance. That feeling was not biting cold, but extremely pure and refreshing coolness. This spring-like energy was not washed away roughly, but like a trickle with life wisdom. It instantly split into countless finer and softer streams along his dry and exhausted spiritual veins, gently and quickly rushing to his limbs. An indescribable sense of comfort emanated from the inside out, making him unable to help but let out a satisfied, long sigh. Ah! A few seconds later, the blue light on the Green Shadow's fingertips completely merged into Alvin's body. She retracted her fingers, her face slightly pale, and it was obvious that this spell was not without burden for her. She looked at Alvin with concern. "How do you feel?" Alvin suddenly opened his eyes, and the heavy fatigue and distraction in his eyes were swept away, replaced by a rekindled sharp spirit. He moved his hands and feet in disbelief, feeling the mental power that was refilled in his body, which was far from reaching its peak, but enough to support his actions. "It's amazing! Green Shadow!" Alvin's voice was full of sincere admiration. "This coolness is just like jumping into the moon well in midsummer. All my limbs and bones are washed comfortably, and my mind is so clear. What kind of magical magic is this?" In his excitement, he subconsciously made a move that made Chandrise raise her eyebrows and Green Shadow's cheeks blush instantly. He held Green Shadow's cheeks and kissed her on her smooth forehead quickly and loudly. "Great! You are really our forest goddess." Green Shadow laughed. Her fair cheeks were as red as a ripe apple, and even her pointed ears were stained with a layer of pink. "Alvin! Alvin! You are so rude!" Chandrise protested loudly, and stopped Green Shadow behind her. "Ha ha, sorry. Alvin laughed cunningly. "That's rude, you haven't seen what happened tonight, ha ha." He ignored the angry Chandrise, and continued to ask, "What is this magic called? It's so effective." "This is the high-level natural secret of the druids, activation. It does not directly replenish your magic or physical strength, but awakens the dormant vitality of your body and mind, and guides the essence of nature to accelerate your recovery process." She looked at Alvin's obviously improved condition, and a gratified arc appeared at the corner of her mouth. "It seems the effect is not bad? More than good." Alvin waved his fist vigorously, feeling that the power was returning continuously. "It's a life-saving straw. I declare that I am completely resurrected. Let's go!" The fighting spirit in his eyes ignited again, looking at the deep cave. "Blue dragon egg, can't wait for us. Akali Tasha, Chandrise, Green Shadow, it's time to kick the ass of those green beasts." Chapter 552. The aftermath of the fierce battle at the entrance of the dragon's lair of Masthril is still ringing in my ears, and Alvin and his group have already rushed in. "The fighting was so loud just now," Alvin said as he ran, his sharp eyes scanning the deep tunnel ahead. "Those green skins can't have not heard it, and stealth raids are probably out of the question. The next step is to storm. Remember, the cave is not as open as the outside, and Akalissa can't turn into a dragon. Everyone must be careful and take care of each other." "Yes." Green Shadow and Akalissa answered in unison. Chandrise just nodded silently. She had already picked up the longbow in her hand, and an arcane arrow flashing with cold light was already on the string. The hunter's sharp eyes scanned the shadows ahead like a probe, ready to fire at any time. The cave was also covered with snow, and the space was still flashing with blue and white magic light, illuminating the entire road. The ground was full of messy footprints. It seemed that the orcs were also advancing at full speed. Alvin and others followed the traces of these cultists, and rushed to the core area of Mazthril. Soon, the cave began to become clear, as if entering a forgotten underground temple carved by frost and arcane. The huge dome was high, covered with layers of blue ice that never melted, like an inverted glacier. These ice crystals were not dead. There was a faint arcane light like stardust flowing inside, reflecting the entire space in a hazy, cold, and mysterious blue. The ground was also covered with thick ice, smooth as a mirror, but engraved with ancient and complex dragon language runes due to some powerful force. The rune gullies flowed with liquid blue light, exuding pure frost magic. The cold mist slowly flowed and swirled at a height of a few feet above the ground like a living thing. Every breath was chilling, and it was like swallowing tiny ice needles when it was inhaled into the lungs. No wonder the blue dragon chose this place as its nest. The magic here is sufficient, and it is simply too suitable for the survival of a natural magic race like the blue dragon. However, this holy cave was torn apart by the cruel reality. On both sides of the passage, there were several huge bodies lying. They were the followers of the blue dragon, the dragon guards. These half-dragon and half-human creatures were covered with blue scales of the same origin as their masters, but at this moment, they were broken, torn by rough weapons, and burned by evil magic. The cold red blood splashed on the crystal ice surface, freezing into a series of sad and desperate death totems. Some dragons still held the ice spear tightly until their death, and their empty dragon eyes looked into the depths of the cave, full of unwillingness and sadness of failed protection. They are all loyal guards of the dragon's nest. Akratas's voice was trembling. She could feel the anger and sadness in the remaining consciousness of these dragon people, like cold needles piercing her perception. She let out a low whimper full of compassion for her kind. No time. Alvin gritted his teeth and looked past the sacrifice guards to the source of the surging magic turbulence deeper in the cave. Keep going. They rushed along the blood-stained ice road, and the cold air was filled with Alvin's rapid breathing. Suddenly, boom! A dull and violent explosion sounded from the huge ice hall in front. Accompanied by strong magic fluctuations, it swept along the passage like a real shock wave. The biting cold wind instantly intensified several times, carrying sharp ice chips and fragments of broken arcane energy, hitting the face painfully. The air was filled with turbulent magic. There is a battle ahead. Very intense. Chandris lowered her body and whispered against the strong wind. Her hunter instinct allowed her to instantly judge the scale and nature of the battle. Needless to say, the four of them immediately increased their speed to the extreme, rushed through the last corner, and suddenly the scene of the battle came into view. This is a huge natural ice cave, more magnificent than the outside. The dome is so high that the top is invisible, and countless huge ice prisms are hanging down, like upside-down swords. This is obviously the hollow interior of the mountain. In the center is a relatively open ice surface, but at this moment, it has become a tragic battlefield. 3 orc warlocks wearing dark robes, with dark green skin and gnarled muscles stood in a triangle. Ominous shadows and evil energy shone on them. They were mumbling something, and the filthy magic energy gathered and took shape between their skinny claws. Beside 2 of the warlocks, there was a creepy hellhound crawling. This monster from the twisted void looked like a skinned wolf, but it had 2 pairs of compound eyes burning with evil fire, and tentacles on its back that could devour magic energy and crawled like a living thing. They growled, dripped corrosive saliva, and stared greedily at the center of the battlefield. Beside the 3rd warlock, there stood a completely different existence. A succubus. It was the first time that Alvin saw this strange demon, and he immediately understood why her name was called succubus. This monster possesses a strange beauty that can suffocate mortals. The curvy body is covered with only a few symbolic leather armor plates burning with shadow fire. The dark purple skin is like the finest silk, and a slender tail with a heart-shaped end swings lazily behind her. Her face is as delicate as an elf, but the eyes burning with pink and purple flames, and the small curved horns on her forehead reveal her devilish nature. There is a lazy and cruel smile on her lips, playing with her prey, and pink shadow energy lingers between her slender jade fingers. There is only one person confronting the 3 of them. It is a woman standing in the center of the ice cave. She is wearing a dark blue robe that seems to be woven by flowing aurora. The corners of the robe flutter in the raging cold wind, outlining her slender figure. The most eye-catching thing was her long ice blue hair that cascaded down like a waterfall, shining like stars even in the dim light. Her ears were slender and elegant, with the tips slightly upturned. This was too familiar to Alvin, a Quel'Dorii elf. Her face was as delicate as an ice sculpture under the moonlight, with a high nose bridge and tightly pursed lips. Her deep blue eyes, like a cold pool, burned with cold anger and unyielding will, adding a bit of awe-inspiring and inviolable heroic spirit to her beautiful face. Obviously, the magic storm that swept the passage just now was the masterpiece of this blue-clad female mage. She summoned a blizzard in this ice cave with her own power. She was seen holding up an ice staff inlaid with a huge sapphire, with the tip of the staff pointing in the direction of the three warlocks. With her as the center, within the area with a radius of dozens of feet, the violent cold wind was cutting like an invisible ice blade. Countless fist-sized ice cones with sharp edges like knives condensed out of thin air, as if driven by an invisible force, spinning at high speed, forming a destructive frost tornado, smashing hard at the three warlocks and their pets. The ice cones hit the shadow shield that the warlocks had hastily erected, making a dense crackling sound like rain, and the cold air overflowed. Thick white frost instantly condensed on the ground, and even the two hellhounds whimpered in pain, and their bodies were covered with a layer of ice shells. Fighting 1 against 3, she actually relied on the terrain and powerful frost magic to suppress the opponent. Stupid green skin. Lowly demon scum. The voice of the blue-clothed female mage was clear and cold, with the unique arrogance of the high elves and the overwhelming anger at the moment, echoing in the ice cave, even overwhelming the roar of the wind and snow, dare to desecrate the holy land of Lord Maligos. Covet the treasure of the dragon clan. Your soul will be frozen and shattered in this eternal ice prison. The light of her staff became more and more blazing, the range of the blizzard seemed to be expanding, and the ice cones became denser, as if to bury the enemy completely. Chapter 553. However, it was this anger, and the total suppression of the orcs, that made the blue-haired wizard ignore a fatal threat, just as she was concentrating on guiding the powerful blizzard, trying to defeat the enemy in front of her in one fell swoop. A shadow as fast as a ghost sprang out silently from behind a huge ice pillar on the side. It was a hellhound next to the third warlock. The tentacles on its back squirmed wildly, greedily absorbing the scattered arcane fluctuations, providing it with perfect cover. This disgusting demon used the shadow of the ice pillar, and the noise of the blizzard itself as cover, and pounced on the unguarded side and rear of the female wizard like an arrow from a string. Roar! The bloody mouth, with the stench of sulfur, opened, aiming directly at the arm of the female wizard holding the staff. Watch out for the side. Alvin, who had just rushed into the ice cave, issued a sharp warning almost at the same time, and Chandris had instantly raised her longbow and shot an arcane arrow at the hellhound, but it was too late. The hellhound's big mouth full of sharp teeth bit down fiercely. Ugh! The blue-clothed female mage felt a sharp pain in her arm, and the majestic magic guided by the staff instantly went out of control and backfired. As if she was hit in the chest by an invisible heavy hammer, she groaned. A small mouthful of bright red blood spurted out of her mouth, and the whole person staggered and fell backwards. The terrifying blizzard lost its guiding core and collapsed instantly. The ice cones in the sky fell to the ground as if they had lost traction, turning into a pile of ice debris. Well done, Malornos. The orc warlock with the succubus gave a rough and complacent grin. Just when the female mage was mentally shaken by the backlash of magic power, her body was unbalanced, and her defense was at its most vulnerable, the orc warlock waved his hand, and the succubus beside him moved. The enchanting figure approached like a ghost, so fast that only a pink and purple afterimage was left. She stretched out a slender finger painted with strange purple nail polish, and flicked it lightly. A pink heart-shaped energy that was almost impossible to capture with the naked eye, but exuded a fatal temptation, shot accurately like a venomous snake at the forehead of the female mage, who had just struggled to get up. In the female mage's blue eyes, the cold anger and severe pain were instantly replaced by confusion and dullness. The evil energy of the charm spell was like the sweetest poison, instantly invading her mental defense line that was fragile due to the backlash, suppressing all her resistance. Her body stiffened, as if all the bones were pulled out, and she knelt softly on the cold ice, looking forward with empty eyes, unable to move at all, and only the faint rise and fall of her chest proved that she was still alive. Ha ha ha! The orc warlock leader strode forward, and his heavy leather boots made a creaking sound on the ice. He looked down at the high elf beauty kneeling in front of him, powerless to resist, his eyes flashing with a mixture of lust and greed. His rough, scarred green hand reached out to the female mage's chest without hesitation. Stop! Dirty reptile! Akratasa let out a deafening roar, and her agile body had already pounced out, but the other two orc warlocks used fear magic to interfere with the little red dragon, causing Akalissa to lose control of her body for a short time, and instead turned back to run towards Alvin, knocking Alvin, who was following behind directly. At this time, The blue-clothed girl's empty eyes finally flashed a trace of unconcealable horror and shame, but her enchanted body could not make any evasive movements, and she could only watch the dirty claws reach into the lining of her robe. The orc warlock fumbled around a few times, with an ecstatic expression on his face. He pulled it hard, and a gem about the size of an egg, emitting a soft and deep blue light, was pulled out from the female mage's arms. There seemed to be a nebula slowly rotating inside the gem, containing pure arcane energy that made people's heart palpitate. The Eye of Arcane. Ha ha. It's on you. The orc warlock held the gem in front of his eyes, and admired it greedily. The filthy evil energy, and the pure arcane brilliance of the gem formed a dazzling contrast. He lowered his head, and looked at the female mage on the ground, whose eyes were empty but revealed a trace of instinctive fear. He grinned, stretched out his dirty fingers, and frivolously hooked her smooth chin. Don't worry, beautiful bird. His voice was full of disgusting possessiveness. Soon, you will be like the red dragon on another continent, completely surrendering to me, and becoming my most powerful weapon. The orc warlock leader's smug and obscene grin, the blue light emitted by the arcane eye in his hand reflected his twisted green face, and the blue dragon mage on the ground, who was controlled by the succubus, with empty eyes, but instinctively revealing fear. This scene was like a poisoned dagger piercing Alvin's eyes. The situation had become extremely bad in a flash. The elf mage was instantly controlled by the succubus, and his life and death were in the hands of the enemy. The strange gem arcane eye also fell into the hands of the warlock, and two of the warlock's extremely cunning demon minions were watching covetously. Go! Save people. Alvin almost squeezed out the order from his teeth. He pushed the ground hard and wanted to jump up, but the sense of recovery brought by the activation of the green shadow just now seemed to evaporate instantly under the huge mental pressure, and his body shook again. Be careful. Akaratasa was quick-witted and quick-handed. She held Alvin's arm with her slender, but powerful arm, and pulled him up steadily. Brother, that person, she is a blue one. The little red dragon whispered hurriedly in Alvin's ear, with a firmness in his vertical pupils. I can feel the vast life source deep in her soul, just like my compatriots. She is not an elf, but a dragon. A blue dragon. Alvin was not surprised, and even had similar speculations. Otherwise, how could a Quel'Dorii elf from another continent appear in the depths of the Blue Dragon Sanctuary in Winterspring Valley? And she can summon such a powerful blizzard. Legend has it that the magic affinity of blue dragons is the strongest among all dragons. Now everything makes sense. These damn greenskins. They want to enslave a blue dragon. Alvin's eyes swept across the battlefield like a hawk, and his brain was running at high speed under the stimulation of adrenaline. The warlock leader was holding the arcane eye tightly in one hand, and began to draw filthy slave runes in the air with the other hand, muttering something, and the fell light gathered at his fingertips. Obviously, the ritual had begun, and there was no time to care about anything else. The succubus beside him was concentrating on maintaining control over the blue dragon mage, and the pink and purple mind-deceiving energy was like a chain entwining the blue dragon's spirit. The other two orc warlocks, each commanding their own hellhounds, were grinning at Alvin and his group, and had already prepared for battle. The most important thing was the two hellhounds. Chapter 554. The anti-magic tentacles on their backs wriggled like living creatures, emitting a heart-pounding desire to devour. Alvin knew that these two hellhounds were the most troublesome part for the warlock. 4-4. The advantage is mine. Alvin made a decision instantly, his voice decisive. Akaratasa. Chandries. Focus on killing the hellhounds first. Without these anti-magic beasts, the warlocks are lambs to be slaughtered. He knew very well that any magic attack, or the application of buff/debuff magic would be futile in front of these two hellhounds. Understood. Chandries' voice was as cold as ice. 10,000 years ago, she had fought these demons before, so she naturally knew how to fight them. She had already locked her target on one of the closer hellhounds. The longbow made a barely perceptible buzzing sound in her hand, and an arrow wrapped in an icy breath had already left the string. The arrow's target was not the hellhound itself, but the feet of the warlock beside it, who was raising his staff to cast a shadow arrow. Crack! The arrow's tip accurately nailed into the eye's surface, and it actually cracked in an instant to form a freezing trap device. A thick and sharp layer of magic ice spread rapidly like a living thing, instantly covering the lower body of the warlock, who couldn't dodge in time, and together, with the eye surface under his feet, it was firmly frozen in place. The warlock looked at his waist below in horror, which was wrapped in crystal clear, but harder than steel ice, and the biting cold instantly penetrated into his bones. Damn it! Monos! Come and help me! The frozen warlock screamed, and called for his hellhound pet. The hellhound named Monos growled, gave up the action of rushing toward Chandri's, and suddenly turned around and rushed towards his master. The anti-magic tentacles on its back danced wildly like hungry venomous snakes, accurately attached to the ice on the lower body of the frozen warlock. Zzzz. A teeth-grinding sound rang out. The magic ice energy that constitutes the freezing trap was like meeting its nemesis, and was frantically extracted and swallowed by the hellhound's tentacles at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just 2 seconds, the thick magic ice that was enough to trap the troll, along with the biting cold, was sucked up completely. The frozen warlock only felt his lower body loosen up, and except for the remaining cold feeling, his movements were no longer hindered. He grinned. After breaking free from the last bit of ice, he raised his staff again and cast a corrosion spell on Chandri's. Alvin couldn't help but swear, veins throbbing on his forehead, this beast is so annoying. It can directly devour the magic effects of its master to dispel negative states. This ability is simply shameless. He immediately changed his strategy, quickly formed seals with his hands, and chanted a prayer. Use the shadow curtain as a shield. Protect the shadow barrier. A deep energy shield like flowing black gauze instantly enveloped himself, Chandri's, Green Shadow and Akalissa, which could effectively weaken the invasion of shadow magic. Then, he continued without stopping, in the name of tenacity. Word of Truth shield. The translucent golden shield with sacred runes flowing was superimposed outside the shadow barrier, providing additional protection for everyone. However, woo-ow! Another hellhound that was not attacked let out a low roar from more than 10 yards away. The tentacles on its back stood up like shark fins that smelled blood and sucked towards Alvin. Puff! It was like puncturing an invisible bubble. The protective shadow barrier and power word shield that Alvin had just applied to everyone, those two precious protective magics, were sucked away by the hellhound before they could even stabilize completely. The magic structure collapsed instantly and turned into scattered light dust, leaving no ripples. Fuck. Alvin was so angry that he almost broke his nails. I felt a surge of evil fire rushing up to my head. This is worthy of being called a mage killer. It just doesn't allow others to cast spells properly, right? It can be dispelled from such a distance? The anti-magic field of this hellhound is simply a mobile forbidden magic zone. Any useful magic within a certain range of it will be ruthlessly devoured. Ugh! Just when Alvin was furious and distracted, severe pain came. The curse of the warlock, who had just escaped, and another warlock had already come. A cold, filthy energy drilled into Alvin's body like a maggot attached to his bones. Ha, priest, taste the power of the painful curse. The orc shouted loudly. He could clearly feel that his vitality was like the quicksand in the hourglass, being forcibly drawn away by a vicious force, bringing waves of weakness and tearing pain. Then, a burning sensation and a rotten stench came from the skin. Try my corrosion magic again. Another warlock grinned and waved his staff. Dark green evil energy corroded Alvin's skin like strong acid, causing continuous severe pain and loss of vitality. The double torture made Alvin's eyes go black and his body swayed, but he bit his lower lip tightly. The taste of blood filled his mouth, and forced himself to stay awake. Long-range magic was abolished, the buff was driven away, and the curse was entangled. A fierce spirit that was forced into a corner burst out from the bottom of his heart. Akaratasa. Alvin roared like a beast, and there was no longer the compassion of a priest in his eyes, only the madness of a warrior. Follow me. Tear up those 2 dogs that are in the way. He pulled out the Zalta's dagger. Roar! Akaratasa had long been unable to suppress her raging anger, and Alvin's decision was like a spark that ignited a barrel of explosives. Her agile body burst out with a heart-pounding speed and strength, like a burning battering ram, carrying a scorching air wave and rushing straight towards the nearby hellhound. Shut up. Silence. Alvin knew that the warlock would definitely use fear to fly the little red dragon again, so he directly threw a forced silence on one of the warlock's faces. While the other warlock was chanting fear, he was suddenly attacked from behind and screamed. The Nightblade leopard transformed by Green Shadow gradually emerged from the shadows. It was she who attacked and disturbed the warlock. Well done, Green Shadow. Akalissa. Tear up that dog. Alvin roared, waved his hand to dispel the corrosion spell on himself, and the little red dragon, endured the severe pain brought by the painful curse, held the dagger tightly, and pounced on another hellhound from the flank like a ghost. His goal was also clear. Before the warlock's next magic came, he used the most primitive and least anti-magic method, that is, his fists and daggers, to solve the nightmares of these 2 casters. Chapter 555. Akaratasa crashed into a hellhound like a burning meteorite. Her claws slammed down with a scream that tore through the air, forcing the hellhound to roll over in a panic, and its sulfur-smelling saliva splashed everywhere. On the other side of the battlefield, the Nightblade Leopard, incarnated by the Green Shadow, moved as fast as lightning. The sharp claws flashing with cold light were like the most precise scalpel, accurately piercing the warlock's lower back, tearing the leather armor and flesh, and penetrating the internal organs. The severe pain made the orc warlock let out a scream that was not like a human voice, and his body stiffened instantly. Green Shadow did not stop. A trace of wild cruelty flashed in the leopard's eyes, and the sharp claws swept upwards. 3 deep wounds with flesh and skin rolled up from the warlock's waist to the shoulder blade, and the hot blood spurted out like a fountain, dyeing the eye surface and her black fur red. Green Shadow's perfect combo instantly hit the target. Well done, Green Shadow. Alvin saw it from the corner of his eye, and his heart was lifted. However, the orc warlock's ferocity was far beyond imagination. The severe pain instead aroused his dying madness. His eyes were red, and blood foamed from his mouth. He forced the evil energy to condense under the serious injury, and swung his withered claws at the nearby Nightblade Leopard. Feel the fear, he roared hoarsely. A fist-sized, pale green energy ball with a strong ominous aura instantly condensed and formed, and hit the shoulder of the Nightblade Leopard at almost 0 distance. Death coil. Ouch! The Nightblade Leopard in the form of Green Shadow let out a shrill and deformed howl. It was not purely physical damage, but a torrent of fear that directly affected the soul. The cold evil energy filled with despair and death illusions instantly broke through her will defense. Her amber leopard eyes were instantly occupied by boundless fear, and her body spasmed violently and uncontrollably, as if being whipped by an invisible whip. The wild instinct overwhelmed her reason, and she let out a series of meaningless whimpers, digging the ground with her 4 claws, and fled like a frightened bird towards a dark corner deep in the cave away from the warlock, completely losing her ability to fight. Oh no! Alvin's heart tightened. He knew that although the druid was fierce and swift in cheetah form, its mental resistance was relatively weak, especially when facing the fear magic of death coil that hit the soul directly. What was even more terrifying was that he saw the severely injured orc warlock's eyes flashing with cruel light, and raised his staff again, obviously wanting to add a fear spell to completely banish Green Shadow into the endless fear illusion, and even force her to hit the icicle and destroy herself. Chandries, support your sister? Interrupt him. Alvin screamed in the direction of the Sentinel General, but he was entangled by the hellhound in front of him, and could not split himself. Do you need me to tell you? Look at the arrow. Chandries' cold voice was filled with unprecedented anger at this moment. She had already seen her sister's danger. The moment Alvin opened his mouth, she had already stood still, and the top bowstring had been pulled into a full moon by her, aiming and shooting at the orc warlock, who was casting the next fear spell. Bang! The bowstring vibrated like thunder, and a heavy arrow infused with all of Chandries' anger and precise skills tore through the cold air, with a piercing scream, turning into a silver stream of light that was difficult to distinguish with the naked eye, and went straight to the target. The orc warlock just raised his staff and read the second spell of fear halfway, when his pupils reflected the ever-increasing, deadly cold light. He didn't even have time to make any blocking or dodging movements. Puff! The arrow pierced his naked chest covered with green tendons with incredible precision. The huge impact force sent his heavy body flying backwards, like a broken sack hit by a giant hammer. Ugh! The shrill howl came to an abrupt end, and he slammed heavily into a thick ice prism behind him. With a crisp crack, it was unclear whether the ice prism broke or his spine was shattered. He slid to the ground like a puddle of mud, with a trembling arrow stuck in his chest, blood quickly spreading on the ice surface, twitching a few times, and then completely motionless. Beautiful. Alvin felt relieved, but the crisis in front of him was not resolved. The hellhound was growling, the anti-magic tentacles on its back were squirming wildly, and it opened its bloody mouth full of sharp teeth and pounced on him, trying to bite Alvin. Beast! I see what you can do, if you don't read the bar. Alvin's eyes were burning with cold anger, and the corners of his mouth were raised with an almost wild arc. Driven by the threat of death, and the strong will to protect his companions, his spirit was unprecedentedly highly concentrated. In the spiritual vision of his mind, those skill icons flashed wildly like pages of a book turned by the wind. He did not stop at all, showing amazing balance and explosive power on the smooth ice, as if dancing a dance of death, accurately avoiding the bite of the hellhound. Dark word pain. The 5 fingers of his left hand were like claws, and he pointed at the void in the direction of the hellhound. A shadow energy ball composed purely of negative energy, twisted like thorns, instantly wrapped around the body of the hellhound. It was not a physical restraint, but a sharp pain that was directly imprinted in the depths of its soul. The hellhound whimpered in pain, and its movements were obviously stagnant. Without stopping, Alvin pointed his right hand like a sword, pointing directly at the target. Holy fire! A beam of holy flame as hot as molten platinum fell from the sky. Although the range of this instant holy fire was reduced, the temperature and penetration were more concentrated. Like a burning javelin, it nailed the hellhound's scaly flank. Sizzle! The stench of burnt flesh instantly filled the air, leaving a charred hole on the hellhound's back. Not over yet. Dark word, destruction. Alvin growled, clasped his hands together, and blasted out a concentrated shadow energy that represented the end of annihilation like a cannonball. This energy was as black as ink, carrying the end. The dead breath of all life was accurately poured into the wound of the hellhound burned by the holy fire. Awooh! The hellhound let out an unprecedented shrill howl. The triple instantaneous magic, the intertwined attack of shadow and holiness, instantly detonated in its body. The dark word pain eroded the soul, the holy fire burned the flesh, and the dark word destruction was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, directly detonating the chaotic void energy in its body. Its tenacious magic resistance completely collapsed in front of this saturated, opposite instantaneous magic torrent. The body swelled violently like an overinflated skin bag, twitching, and dark purple blood spurted out of the eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Just when the hellhound was on the verge of collapse and fell to the ground, Alvin's figure approached like a ghost. There was no mercy in his eyes, only the will to completely destroy the enemy. He tightly grasped the gleaming Zalata's dagger, and his body rotated like a taut bowstring, pouring all his strength, speed, and anger towards this anti-magic beast into this attack. Die! A flash of cold light. The dagger, with a sharp whistle that tore through the air, penetrated the relatively fragile jaw of the hellhound with great precision, like a hot knife cutting butter. The sharp blade pierced through the flesh, cut through the bones, and hit the dragon. Puff! The sticky, dark purple magic blood and gray-white brain matter mixture spurted out from the blood groove of the dagger, and the mouth and nose of the hellhound. Alvin twisted his wrist violently, completely cutting off the last ray of life of this void monster. The body of the hellhound spasmed violently, and the light in its compound eyes burning with evil fire instantly extinguished, becoming like a dead coal. Alvin panted, feeling the touch of life completely disappearing from the dagger. The severe pain brought by the curse, and the weak feeling of losing vitality came again, but his heart was filled with violent fighting spirit, and the pleasure of venting at this moment. He pulled out the dagger violently, bringing out a filthy rain of blood. Looking at the extremely disgusting hellhound corpse under his feet, an indescribable pride surged in his heart. He stretched out his foot, and stepped hard on the dog's head that was still twitching slightly, then bent down, grabbed one of the thick hind legs of the hellhound with all his strength, and swung its heavy, filthy, and still bleeding corpse up and raised it high above his head. He faced the two surviving orc warlocks, and as if announcing to the entire cave, he used up all the air in his chest, and let out a deafening roar mixed with rage, fatigue, and endless joy. The enemy is ashamed. I will take off his clothes. This wild war cry echoed in the ice cave, drowning out the roar of Ecolatrasa tearing another hellhound, and also drowning out the increasingly strong fell energy hum of the warlock leader's slavery ritual in the distance. The other surviving orc warlock, watching a companion and two pets die tragically in an instant, watching the corpse of the hellhound being held high, watching the blood-soaked, crazy priest like a god of war, his eyes revealed an unconcealable fear. Chapter 556. Alvin held the corpse of the hellhound high in his arms, his chest rising and falling violently, expecting a hearty victory, or at least the shock and admiring eyes of his companions. However, in response to him, there was only a slightly strange silence. Alvin raised his head in confusion and looked around. I saw that Chandris had already put down her longbow, and she was holding the throat of the last surviving orc warlock with a sharp dagger. The warlock was pressed on the cold ice with his arms tied behind his back, his face pressed to the ground, unable to move, his eyes full of despair and fear. Green Shadow had also recovered from his fear, and the eyes of the Night Blade Leopard had regained their sharpness. She was standing in front of Chandris, confronting the remaining enemies. Obviously, when Alvin was focusing on his goal, the sisters had already cooperated tacitly and subdued the opponent in a lightning speed. Akali Tasha had already ended the battle. Under her dragon claws, there was a pool of steaming, dark purple flesh. It was the remains of another hellhound. She was tilting her cute face, looking at Alvin with her eyes full of undisguised confusion and bewilderment, as if she understood Alvin's strange war cry just now and his behavior of holding up the dog's corpse at this moment. That look seemed to say, "Brother Alvin, what are you doing?" The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Only the increasingly rapid and evil spells of the warlock leader in the distance were still buzzing. The wild expression on Alvin's face froze instantly, and the arm holding up the hellhound's corpse trembled slightly. An indescribable awkward heat flow suddenly rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, burning more than the corrosion spell just now. What the hell? I finally killed a hellhound handsomely, and shouted such a powerful slogan. But you guys have already finished it. Even Akalissa is faster than me? He felt like a clown who performed hard on the stage, but no one cheered. I thought I could turn the tide before, but Chandri shot a warlock to death, and teamed up with Green Shadow to subdue another warlock, and Akalissa killed a hellhound alone. And I fought hard and cursed to kill the remaining hellhound. Cough. Cough. Alvin coughed twice in great embarrassment, and quickly threw the heavy, bloody dog corpse in his hand to the ground with a plop, like throwing a hot potato. He straightened his back with forced calmness, and turned his eyes to the only enemy, who was still struggling. The orc warlock, who was pinned down by Chandri's and Green Shadow, had witnessed the tragic death of his companions, and the destruction of his magic pet, and felt the coldness of the dagger on his neck, and was already frightened. He struggled in vain, and only the most primitive fear and hatred remained in his bloodshot eyes. You low-level creatures. He cursed hoarsely, but his body trembled like a sieve. At this moment, he seemed to catch a glimpse of something from the corner of his eyes, and a ray of crazy hope suddenly burst out in despair. He used all his strength to roar at the corner of the ice cave behind a pile of rocks scattered with tools and oars. Goblin! Favrin! You damn, cowardly green rat! Pick up your weapons and fight. Don't forget that you just killed a blue dragon. Don't think they can let you go. This roar full of vicious threats startled Alvin and others. Goblin, the guy called Favlin who was abducted by the orcs? In the surprised eyes of the crowd, behind the huge rock, a thin green goblin wearing a worn-out work suit covered with oil and ice chips, trembling like a frightened rabbit, half of his head was sticking out. His big round eyes were filled with dullness and tears after being overly frightened, and his whole body was shaking like a fallen leaf in the wind. No. Stop fighting. Please. The goblin engineer named Favlin cried, his voice was shrill and trembling, full of despair on the verge of collapse. We can't fight anymore. The dragon army. They will tear us. Tear us into pieces. We will all die. Woo woo woo. He was incoherent, and it was obvious that his spirit was on the verge of collapse. Shut up. Idiot. The warlock who was pinned to the ground yelled madly, trying to control the goblin with fear again. Do you think you can turn back? The blue dragon outside. He was blown off by your baby. Look at the blood on the ground. You are our accomplice. Your hands are covered with dragon blood. Do you think that if you kill us, these dragons and their friends will let you go? Dream on. You will never be clean. Quick! Pick up your weapon. Kill them! Otherwise, I will let you taste the burning of your soul now. The orc warlock's hand glowed with a trace of fell green light, and it was obvious that he was not joking. Stop! You beast! Chandris acted quickly, and stepped on the orc's hand, interrupting his strange spell. The orc felt pain, and let out a heart-wrenching roar and incomprehensible curses. Accomplice, blood, can't be washed clean. The goblin murmured and repeated the words of the warlock, as if he was hit by an invisible hammer. In his wide-open eyes, fear, despair, guilt, and madness mixed together like an overturned paint tray, almost tearing his fragile goblin spirit apart completely. He held his head, whimpered in pain, curled up into a ball, and trembled violently. No, no, I don't want to die. I don't want my soul to burn. He whispered nervously, as if he was fighting a fierce battle between heaven and man. After a few seconds of extreme struggle, a desperate, almost hysterical madness replaced the pure fear. Ah! Favrin suddenly let out a scream that was not like a human voice. As if driven by an invisible force, he rolled and crawled out from behind the rock and rushed to a canvas-covered thing next to him that looked like a toolbox. He roughly lifted the canvas, revealing the thing inside that made Alvin's pupils shrink suddenly. It was not an ordinary engineering device at all. It was a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher with a complex structure and a cold metallic luster. The thick launch tube was wrapped with crude cooling pipes, and a pressurized tank filled with unstable green liquid was connected to the back. The support of the rocket launcher was a little crooked, and the workmanship was rough, but it was full of goblin-style explosion aesthetics at a glance. Alvin was instantly like being poured with ice water. Bazooka? He whispered. All the clues were connected in an instant. It was this thing, this damn crazy thing made by the goblins, that gave the Abyss Lord the last chance to make up the knife and took the life of a noble blue dragon. Fear instantly tightened Alvin's heart like a cold venomous snake. Madman! Are you fucking crazy? Alvin roared at the crazy goblin. Look at this place. It's all ice. There are 10,000-year-old ice ridges above our heads. There are fragile rock walls all around. Do you want to bury us all alive here? Do you want those dragon eggs to die with you? However, the goblin, who had completely collapsed mentally, could no longer listen. His thin body burst out with amazing strength, and he staggered the heavy rocket launcher on his shoulder. The muzzle pointed randomly in the direction of Alvin and others, like a drunkard's finger, and seemed to want to point at the warlock leader, who was casting a spell, but finally pointed at the dome of the ice cave. His fingers trembled on the trigger, and there was only a crazy light of destruction in his eyes. All of you die? Everyone die together. Chapter 557. The goblin Faflin went completely crazy under the huge mental pressure. His thin body burst out with crazy power, and he carried the thick rocket launcher that flashed with ominous evil green light on his shoulder. The black muzzle was like the single eye of the god of death. His round eyes, full of bloodshot eyes, were only filled with chaos of destruction. His fingers were convulsed on the cold trigger, and he screamed hysterically, "Die! Die! Let's sleep together in the ice!" Ha ha ha! The piercing laughter mixed with the hissing sound of the fuel tank became the most creepy noise in the ice cave. The shadow of death instantly enveloped everyone, because in this narrow ice cave, once the rocket launcher was launched, the violent explosion and shock wave would inevitably cause a chain collapse, and the 10,000-year-old ice ridges would fall like a giant hammer, and everyone would be buried alive. Get into the shield. Quick! Alvin's eyes were bloodshot, and he had no time to think of countermeasures. The instinct of survival and the will to protect his companions made him release the holy light instantly. He raised his hands up suddenly, and an unprecedented bright golden light burst out from his body. True word barrier. A translucent, huge golden light shield with complex sacred runes and star trajectories, like an inverted giant bowl, instantly expanded with Alvin as the center. The edge of the light shield just covered Chandri's, Green Shadow, Akali Tasha, and their warlock captives. The golden light wall exuded an extremely tough energy fluctuation. This was already the strongest protective barrier that a priest could cast in a desperate situation. Stupid goblin. Do you want to kill us? The orc who was pinned to the ground roared and struggled violently. Chandris pressed the guy down with her knees and shouted, "Be quiet. Be careful or I kill you." Everyone held their breath, waiting for the devastating explosion, however. Just as Fafrin's crazy finger was about to pull the trigger. Huh? A colder and more violent blizzard than the one summoned by the blue dragon mage, just now, burst out suddenly from behind the goblin. The direction of the warlock leader, like the collapse of polar glaciers, it was not a natural cold wind, but a piercing ice cone condensed with evil energy. The pale green evil energy light mixed with the piercing pale cold air, forming a cone-shaped storm visible to the naked eye, like a high-speed rotating ice drill. Wherever the storm passed, the water vapor in the air instantly condensed into countless sharp ice crystal fragments, emitting a piercing scream. This force was extremely precise, with deep malice, and instantly swallowed up the defenseless Fafrin from behind. Huh? The goblin's crazy expression instantly froze on his face, and he didn't even have time to scream. His body, the rocket launcher on his shoulder, and even the sulfur steam around him were completely frozen by a layer of several feet thick, steel-hard green evil energy cold air the moment they came into contact with the green ice cone technique. Crack! The freezing process was incredibly fast. The next second, the ice sculpture that maintained the posture of carrying the cannon, along with the frozen goblin inside, and the unfired rocket launcher, exploded like a glass artwork hit by a heavy hammer under the dual effects of the extreme low temperature destroying the internal structure and the external impact. There was no blood and flesh flying. Only countless pieces of twisted metal fragments and evil energy ice crystals wrapped in the goblins. Residual limbs, shooting around like shotguns. Most of them hit the word of truth barrier held up by Alvin, making a dull bang-bang sound, and the light shield fluctuated violently, but it was finally blocked. A few fragments hit the ice wall and icicles in the distance, with a ding-ding-dong-dong. The crazy goblin Fafrin was instantly beaten into ice chips. Ha ha! The last orc warlock, who was pressed on the ice by Chandris's dagger, laughed out loud. He twisted his neck hard and shouted hoarsely in the direction of the warlock leader, "Boss! Boss Korok! You succeeded? You controlled the blue dragon. Quick! Save me! Kill these bastards! We won!" His eyes were full of fanatical worship of Korok's power and extreme desire for survival. Alvin removed the shield and looked around, and his mood instantly fell to the bottom. Korok, the warlock leader, had finally completed the final slavery ceremony just now. He slowly put down the hand that was outlining the runes, and the other hand was still tightly holding the arcane eye that was emitting a faint blue light. He didn't even look at the subordinate, who was screaming for help, as if he was just a pile of garbage that was an eyesore. He just used his skinny fingers to casually point in the direction of the orc, who was held down by Chandri's. Noisy trash. A shadow arrow as black as ink, with its edges constantly twisting and tearing the space, shot out silently but as fast as lightning. It accurately penetrated the orc warlock's mouth that was open and begging for mercy like a venomous snake. Puff. Gurgle. The terrifying annihilation energy contained in the shadow arrow exploded instantly. The orc warlock's laughter stopped abruptly, and was replaced by a creepy sound like mud being stirred. Get out of the way! Alvin shouted, pulling Chandri's away from the orc. The next moment, the orc's body, starting from the head, the skin, muscles, and bones were corroded and dissolved rapidly like a wax figure thrown into strong acid. Dark green blood mixed with black viscous substances gushed out of his 7 orifices. The whole process was terrifyingly fast. In just 2 seconds, a living orc warlock was left with only half a headless, blackened torso with black smoke and the remains of the mandible that was corroded beyond recognition, and he collapsed powerlessly in front of Chandri's and Green Shadow. Chandri's and Green Shadow were shocked by this sudden cruel scene and took a half step back, their faces pale. But the horror was not over yet. Korok clenched his withered claws and chanted a spell that blasphemed the soul. An invisible suction force burst out from his palm, covering the headless corpse that was still twitching slightly. Ah! A sharp scream filled with extreme pain and endless resentment that could only be felt at the soul level exploded in everyone's mind. A twisted, translucent, purple soul phantom showing the painful face of an orc was torn out of the broken body. Korok skillfully guided the soul energy full of resentment, compressing and shaping it crazily. Within a few seconds, a purple soul stone that was constantly wailing in pain and had a ferocious orc face faintly visible inside was suspended in his palm. Korok showed a cruel and satisfied smile on his face. With a flick of his withered claws, the soul stone filled with pain and malice flew automatically to the warlock robe on his chest like a living thing, blending into it like a brand, forming a shield that was constantly wriggling and emitting an ominous purple light. This is... The Green Shadow looked at the blasphemous scene with a trembling voice. It's the Soul Stone. Chapter 558. Alvin's face was livid, his hands were trembling slightly, and his voice was full of disgust. I have heard that orc warlocks have a taboo evil magic. They can extract the resentful souls of the recently dead and make them into a disposable soul stone shield. When the wearer suffers a fatal attack, this soul will take the damage on his behalf and turn into ashes. It is equivalent to an extra life. This evil way of saving lives at the cost of sacrificing other people's souls is too characteristic of orc warlocks. But this is not the most annoying thing for Alvin. After dealing with the subordinates, who were in the way, Korok turned around leisurely and looked at the most important and powerful trophy beside him. The Quel'Dorii female mage, who was the incarnation of the blue dragon, had completely changed her appearance at this moment. The flowing dark blue robe on her body was still gorgeous, but the eyes that were once as blue as a cold pond and full of unyielding will had completely lost their luster at this moment, becoming as empty and dull as dusty glass beads, leaving only absolute obedience to Korok's orders. She stood quietly half a step behind Korok, like an exquisite puppet. The power of the arcane eye seemed to be continuously strengthening Korok's control over her through some invisible connection. Korok stretched out his skinny, scarred green hand, with a disgusting possessiveness, gently stroking the female mage's flawless, but now lifeless cheek, making a rustling sound. You did a good job, my little frost beauty. Korok's voice was sticky with pride, and his withered claws pointed in the direction of Alvin and others. Now, go and kill the troublesome priest and his companions. Especially the priest, I want his soul. Do it beautifully, and I will reward you well tonight. As you wish, my master. The blue dragon female mage turned her empty eyes to Alvin, and a cold, emotionless killing intent began to gather around her, and the frost magic began to stir. What about me, master? The succubus who had been standing by twisted her waist like a water snake, wrapped around Korok's arm like a boneless snake, and said coquettishly in her sweet and coquettish voice, with a hint of dissatisfaction. The female demon glanced at the controlled blue dragon with her pink and purple eyes, full of jealousy and vying for favor. You have a new toy, so you don't want me anymore? I helped you catch this proud little bird. Her slender fingers drew circles on Korok's chest. Korik let out a low and joyful grin, and pinched the succubus's plump buttocks with his withered claws. "Don't worry, I remember your contribution, my master. After these bugs are dealt with, I will let you and my new pet serve me tonight." Korik's eyes flashed with perverted excitement, and his soul-desecrating grin, and the sweet coquetry of the succubus Lilith still echoed in the ice cave. But the most biting cold did not come from the environment, but from the manipulated blue dragon female mage. Her empty eyes locked on Alvin, and the air around her made an unbearable crackling sound. Pure frost magic that was enough to freeze the soul gathered and compressed around her. The ground was centered on her foothold, and instantly condensed into spreading, radiating pale ice flowers. Each piece was as sharp as a knife. The biting cold fog was no longer a vague background, but like a living thing, it entwined her long blue hair and robes, forming a constantly rotating and roaring miniature frost storm shield. She slowly raised a slender hand, palm facing up, and an ice arrow as big as a spear, crystal clear, but flashing with dangerous deep blue light inside, was condensing at an astonishing speed, and the tip of the spear was pointing directly at Alvin's chest. The air was torn apart by the extreme cold, making a slight whistle. Beware of the danger. Alvin didn't want to hurt the controlled blue dragon, but he couldn't just sit there and wait for death. Akaratasa beside him was so anxious that her scales were trembling slightly. Her two fists were clenched tightly, making a harsh crunch sound, and the hot dragon breath was uncontrollably sprayed from her nostrils, turning into two billowing white smoke in the cold air. She let out a suppressed roar from her throat, like lava boiling in the crater, full of anger, anxiety, and deep powerlessness. The blue dragon mage took a step forward, with no ripples in her empty eyes, like a perfect machine that executes orders, approaching Alvin step by step. The ice arrow that was ready to be launched exuded the breath of death. "Korik!" Alvin raised his head suddenly, looking past the blue dragon mage who was pressing step by step, and stared at the warlock leader who was hiding behind the magic pet and the control person. "You hide behind women and demons to play tricks on souls. Is this the prestige of your Twilight Sect warlock? Don't you even have the courage to fight me? A mere human priest one-on-one like a real orc?" Korik's skinny face was not angry, but instead grinned an extremely ugly smile like a skinned lizard, revealing uneven yellow teeth. Hee. Provocation? Stupid. Do you think I don't know you, Alvin Priest? The miracle priest who thwarted Lord Guger's deep water shadow plan in the Dark Coast? Your information has been recorded by the Twilight Hammer. He shook the arcane eye in his hand, which was emitting a faint blue light, and said with a cat-and-mouse playing tone, "The failure of the Dark Coast? That was just a small setback. When we get hold of these dragon eggs, we will corrupt them with the power of Twilight, and hatch the Twilight Dragon army belonging to the sect. At that time, the whole of Azeroth will usher in its end under the cover of true Twilight. You and your pitiful miracle are just insignificant noises before the end of the world. Do you think I will let you achieve your evil goals? You will all be caught up and killed by me one by one before that," Alvin retorted. But at the moment when he finished speaking, a completely different voice sounded. It was flowing from the lips and teeth of Akalissa, who was maintaining the form of a human girl at the moment. The voice was low and distant, full of indescribable ancient rhythm and majestic power. Every syllable seemed to contain the pulse of the earth, the trajectory of the stars, and the origin of fire. It was not as clear as human language, but more like the echo of lava rushing in the deep ravine, the groan of the earth's crust before the volcanic eruption, and the heavy sigh of the ancient beasts crossing the long river of time. The air trembled slightly because of the sound, and the ice ridges hanging from the dome of the ice cave seemed to resonate and emit a subtle hum. Alvin's heart was shocked. This is dragon language. Chapter 559. What came out of the mouth of the little red dragon was an extremely ancient and powerful dragon language. Akalissa was trying to use the most original language deep in the dragon bloodline to awaken the enslaved souls of the blue dragons. The dragon language that contained ancient memories, and the bond between the same race spread out in circles like invisible ripples, accurately hitting the empty sea of consciousness of the blue dragon female mage. The approaching steps of the blue dragon female mage suddenly stopped. Her empty eyes fluctuated violently, as if the calm dead water was thrown into a boulder. The light of the ice arrow condensed in the palm of her hand flickered and became a little unstable. For the first time, a look of struggle appeared on her beautiful face. Her dark eyebrows were tightly knitted, and her thin red lips trembled slightly, as if she was resisting some deep-rooted command. Her arms holding her head tightened unconsciously, and the violent frost magic around her showed signs of disorder. "It works," the green shadow whispered. "Humph. Stubborn." Korik's face darkened, and anger flashed in his eyes. He would never allow the powerful puppet in his hands to break free from control. He suddenly raised the arcane eye in his hand high up, as if waving an invisible whip. "Stupid beast! Do you dare to disobey the will of the master?" He roared fiercely, and the arcane eye burst out with a dazzling, dark blue light with strong mental control, like countless red-hot steel needles, fiercely piercing the blue dragon mage. "Ah!" The blue dragon mage let out a shrill and deformed scream, as if she had suffered the most cruel torture. She suddenly knelt on the ground, holding her head tightly with both hands, her body curled up into a ball and trembling violently. The enslaving light of the arcane eye clashed violently with the awakened dragon will in her body, bringing a soul-tearing pain. The empty eyes were instantly replaced by pain and confusion, but the remaining self-consciousness quickly faded under the suppression of the enslaving light. Under the forced drive of Korik's will, her face, which was distorted by pain, became numb again, and her trembling hands pushed forward suddenly. Go to hell! The huge ice arrow that had already condensed, and now seemed more violent and unstable due to pain and forced drive, with a piercing sound of breaking through the air, and the chill of freezing everything, shot directly at Alvin's chest like an arrow from a string. The speed was so fast, and the angle was so tricky, that almost all the space for dodging was blocked. Alvin's pupils shrank suddenly, the holy light shone brightly, and the true word shield instantly covered him in front of him, ready to withstand this terrifying blow. However, a hot figure burning with the will of protection was more powerful than him. Quick! Roar! A dragon roar filled with determination and anger exploded. Akratasa's figure burst out with amazing power, instantly blocking Alvin. She opened her mouth and spit out a breath of flames that was concentrated to the extreme. It was not the dragon breath torrent that burned everything before, but a highly compressed, orange-red fireball like the core of a furnace. Liquid flames rolled inside the fireball, emitting high temperatures that burned gold and molten iron. It was the last to arrive, and met the deadly ice arrow with incredible accuracy. Boom! Ice and fire, the power of the blue dragon and the red dragon, collided violently in this small space. The deafening explosion sounded throughout the ice cave. The violent energy shock waves swept around like a tsunami. The orange-red and dark blue flames intertwined crazily and annihilated. A large number of ice crystals were instantly vaporized, forming a scorching white mist that spread out, and was torn apart by the shock wave. A mixed pit covered with charred black and ice crystals was blown out of the ground at the center of the explosion. The ice arrow was shattered. The fireball was annihilated. The energy was offset. In the steaming white mist, Akali Tasha's figure stood firmly in front of Alvin. Her hair curled slightly due to the high temperature, and there were still sparks around her body. She slowly turned her head, and her golden vertical pupils burning with a firm flame looked at Alvin. The girl's face was filled with an unprecedented majesty and responsibility belonging to the Dragon Clan, Brother Alvin. Her voice was crisp, but with unquestionable power, clearly penetrating the aftermath of the energy collision. Please let me handle the internal affairs of the Dragon Army. Looking at Akalatasa's straight back, as if she could carry the entire sky, the haze in Alvin's heart caused by the blue dragon's defection was instantly dispersed by a surging warm current. It was a kind of relief to see his own reckless and greedy little red dragon finally shed its immaturity and reveal the true edge of a legendary creature. He could even feel a subtle moisture in the corner of his eyes. Okay. Alvin's voice was decisive and full of absolute trust. He waved his hand suddenly, pointing his staff at the culprit who manipulated everything. Korik, there was no hesitation in his eyes, only cold killing intent. Akratasa, I leave this to you. Chandri's, Green Shadow. Let's deal with that bastard who plays with souls. Waste. Stop them. Seeing the three men coming aggressively, Korik's calmness as a cat playing with a mouse disappeared instantly. He pointed at the charging Alvin and roared at the empty-eyed blue dragon mage in front of him. A faint blue light flashed in the empty pupils of the blue dragon mage, and she raised her hands mechanically, and quickly like a puppet being pulled. Several dark blue ice cones emitting biting cold air instantly condensed in front of her, with a sharp whistle that tore through the air, and shot at the three people charging like a string of cannons. Wherever the ice cones passed, the air condensed into a white frost track. Don't even think about it. Akali Tasha's crisp roar sounded. Her body burst out with majestic momentum, and her palms pushed forward suddenly. Instead of condensing fireballs, several highly compressed, white fire bombs, like lava shells gushed out from her palms. Boom, boom, boom. The fire bombs intercepted the flight trajectory of the ice cones with incredible accuracy. Deafening explosions sounded one after another. Ice and fire collided violently in midair and annihilated. The exploded ice crystals instantly vaporized into scorching white steam, and were blown away by the shock wave of the subsequent explosion. Roar! With a short and powerful dragon roar, Akalisa exerted force under her feet, and the hard ice surface was instantly stepped out with spiderweb-like cracks. Her figure turned into a stream of red light, and rushed straight to the blue dragon mage. The blue dragon mage seemed to have also felt the strong impact of the blood of her kind, and her empty eyes fluctuated for a moment, but were immediately suppressed by Korik's will. She subconsciously raised her hands, and condensed a heavy frost shield to block in front of her. Bang! Akritasa's fist slammed hard on the frost shield. A dull sound like a giant hammer hitting a drum exploded in the ice cave, and the ice shield trembled violently, and the surface was instantly covered with cracks, but it did not break. The blue dragon mage was shocked by the huge force, and took a step back. The ice under her feet broke and sank. Akritasa's offensive never stopped. She was like the most ferocious predator. Her fists, elbows, knees, and legs turned into a violent storm of attacks. Each attack carried the brute force and burning breath of the red dragon bloodline. Ice chips flew everywhere, cold air and sparks splashed everywhere. The blue dragon mage was forced to give up casting spells. She could only rely on instinct and the fighting consciousness forcibly instilled by Korik, and used her arms covered with dark blue ice crystals to block and parry. The battle instantly entered the most primitive and dangerous close combat of the dragon. Chapter 560. Akritasa pressed forward step by step, attacking like a tide, while the blue dragon mage was like an ice fortress, defending and counterattacking solidly and coldly. The palms of the two sometimes clasped together like iron pliers, engaging in a pure power struggle. Akritasa's body was steaming with heat, like a burning furnace, while the blue dragon mage exuded a cold air that froze everything. The red and dark blue energy collided fiercely between their intertwined palms and fingers, annihilated, and made a harsh sizzling sound. Korik looked at the blue dragon mage, who was completely entangled by Akalisa, and had no time to care about anything else, and then looked at Alvin and the other two who had broken through the steam and were close at hand, and his face finally changed. He suddenly looked at the enchanting succubus beside him, and ordered in a voice full of exasperation, "Lisdel! Stop them! Quick!" At this time, the succubus Lisdel was lazily leaning against an icicle next to her, her pink and purple eyes teasing, gently stroking her slender waist, where there was a not-so-deep wound cut by the ice ridges of the blue dragon blizzard, oozing out strands of demon blood. She spoke tenderly, her voice as sweet as poison mixed with honey. "Oh, master! You saw it too. I was injured by the terrible ice storm just now in order to help you control the disobedient bird. Now my whole body hurts, and my magic power is a little weak. You asked me to deal with the fierce priest and his friends. Isn't this asking me to die?" She pouted her red lips, looking extremely aggrieved, but her eyes glanced at Korik's skinny body, full of undisguised greed. Korik was so angry that his body was shaking. He knew the nature of the succubus very well. Greedy, cunning, and would not give up until he saw the rabbit. Seeing that Alvin's holy light was close at hand, Shanti's arrows were flashing coldly, and the natural energy of the green shadow was also gathering, he had no time to bargain. "Damn it! Take it!" Korik let out a low roar like a beast. Although it was a little painful, there was nothing he could do. He suddenly stretched out his skinny right hand, with 5 fingers like hooks, and grabbed his shriveled chest. A filthy, dark energy flow like sticky oil was forcibly extracted from Korik's heart in an instant. His face turned gray at a speed visible to the naked eye, his skin instantly lost its luster, and even a trace of dry wrinkles appeared, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant, and his skinny body was slightly hunched, obviously paying a huge price. This dark energy stream, which contained the original vitality of the warlock, was accurately injected into the body of the succubus Lisdel like a venomous snake. "Ah!" The succubus let out a moan that was satisfied to the bone, with a trembling sound. She suddenly straightened her waist, like a plant that had been dry for a long time and absorbed the sweet rain. The wound on her waist healed instantly, without even a trace of scar left. Her already enchanting figure seemed to be injected with new vitality, becoming more convex and curvy, with breathtaking curves. The dark purple skin glowed with an alluring, silk-like luster, and the pink-purple eyes burned with a more blazing desire and the light of power. She stretched out her small tongue tip and licked her more plump and full red lips with an unsatisfied look. That posture was very much like a radiant vampire queen who had just had a feast of blood. "Hee hee. That's more like it, my generous master." Listel's voice became more charming and full of energy than before. She threw a coquettish glance at Korik, whose face was pale, and whose breath was obviously weaker, and then twisted her slender waist that was enough to shake the mind of any mortal, bringing a gust of fragrant wind and a pink and purple energy ripple that made people sink, like a charming poisonous spider pouncing on its prey, and took the initiative to meet Alvin, who was rushing in the front. "Come on, handsome little priest. Let Lizzie dear take good care of you." The pink and purple seductive energy gathered at her fingertips was as rich as a real liquid, exuding a fatal temptation that made people dizzy and accelerated their heartbeats, as if looking at it for one more second would drag the soul into the endless abyss of desire. "Be careful. Don't be touched by that light," Alvin roared, just like the blue dragon. "If you are touched, you will be completely controlled." They witnessed the empty eyes of the blue dragon mage after being charmed, and knew the horror of this pink and purple light. The green shadow's figure blurred and collapsed in an instant while running, turning into a silent dark green shadow, blending into the deep darkness cast by the ice pillar, and the breath completely disappeared, as if it had never existed. The Nightblade Leopard stealth talent was brought to the extreme by her. The remaining two people were like they had practiced thousands of times. Alvin made a messy but extremely effective tactical roll to the left, and Chandris was like a nimble swift, making a swift side dive to the right, with clean and neat movements. Swish! The pink and purple charm beam passed through the afterimages left by the two people when they rolled/flipped, and hit a huge ice prism behind them. There was no violent explosion, but the hard surface of the 1,000-year-old ice was corroded by strong acid, and a hole with smooth edges and pink smoke was instantly melted. The ice crystals around the hole seemed to be stained with a layer of enchanting pink halo, and continued to emit weak mental interference fluctuations, which made people feel cold. "Quick reaction, little cuties," the succubus said with a little disappointment, but her pink and purple eyes were more interested. Alvin rolled up and knelt on one knee to stabilize his body. The staff was already pointing in the direction of the succubus. He had a burning anger in his eyes and prayed, "In the name of light, burn all the filth." Sacred fire. A beam of white fire that was more condensed than before, like a molten platinum javelin, with a scream that purified evil, tore through the remaining pink smoke, and fell from the sky directly into Listel's head. "Oh, it's so hot!" The succubus let out an exaggerated cry, but her movements were as fast as a ghost. She tapped her toes lightly on the ice, and her graceful body flew backwards as if weightless, narrowly avoiding the burning of the sacred fire. The fire beam brushed past her fluttering purple hair, instantly burning a protruding rock behind her red and cracking. "Hee, it seems that I have to play with you seriously." Listel stabilized her body, still with a charming smile on her face, but her eyes turned cold. She reached out her slender hand and untied a belt that had been wrapped around her slender waist covered with a small amount of leather armor. As her wrist shook, the belt instantly straightened and stretched, revealing its hideous original appearance. A long whip nearly 10 feet long, all black, as if it was polished from the spine joints of some abyss monster, and the edges were covered with barbs. The whip is wrapped with wisps of never-extinguished pink-purple shadow flames, emitting an evil aura that burns the soul. Chapter 561. Snap! Listel flicked her wrist, and the long whip swung in the air like a venomous snake that came to life. The sound was crisp and piercing, with a kind of magic power that shocked the mind, as if it directly whipped the soul, making people tremble involuntarily. Then, the whip shadow was like a venomous snake spitting out its tongue, with a sharp whistle that tore through the air, and a burning pink and purple magic flame, and it fiercely whipped towards Alvin, who had just stood still. The angle was tricky, and the speed was extremely fast, blocking most of the evasive space. At the same time, Shanti's on the other side had also turned over swiftly from the fall. The hunter's calmness and precision made her not panic at all. She ignored the slight scratches on her waist, her eyes were as sharp as an eagle, and she pulled out a flashing blue arcane arrow from the quiver behind her, and put it on the bowstring like flowing water. The bow was pulled steadily and powerfully by her, and the bowstring made a low and powerful hum, like the whisper of the god of death, firmly locking onto Lilith's enchanting figure. The hunter focused on drawing the bow and aiming. This was her most threatening moment, but it also meant she had to remain absolutely still and focused, her body fixed like a rock in the posture of drawing the bow, unable to move at all, just as Chandris was concentrating, pouring all her mind and strength into the moment when the tip of the arrow was about to release the string. The orc warlock Korok, who had been hunched over and whose breath was obviously weak due to the previous life channel delivering life to the succubus, flashed a venomous cold light in his sinister eyes. He was waiting for this moment. The absolute stillness of a hunter concentrating on shooting was the best target. His skinny lips opened and closed quickly and silently. A faint green energy thread that almost blended into the dark blue background of the ice cave shot out from his fingertips, like the most insidious venomous snake. It slithered along the cold ground at an astonishing speed, accurately bypassing the battle group of Alvin and Lestiel, and fiercely penetrated into Chandri's body from behind where she was defenseless. Ah! Shandy's whole body suddenly froze. The arrow that was about to leave the bowstring lost control in an instant, and shot into the ice wall next to it with a whoosh. An indescribable feeling of coldness and emptiness that penetrated deep into her bones instantly swept over her. As if her vitality was forcibly extracted from every pore, she let out a short and painful scream, and her body staggered forward uncontrollably. Her originally rosy and healthy cheeks turned pale as paper at a speed visible to the naked eye, her plump lips lost their blood color, and even the arm holding the longbow began to tremble slightly, almost losing strength, and the pale green energy thread, like a greedy leech, continuously extracted Shandy's precious vitality and flowed back into Korik's body along the thread. Ho! Ho! Korik let out a satisfied gasp, like a broken bellows. His pale face quickly turned rosy, his dry skin swelled up again, like an inflatable, and his dull muscle fibers bulged and twisted under the warlock robe, even more powerful than before. His hunched back straightened up, and his hands were wrapped with rich evil energy again. On the other hand, Chandri's was like a night orchid exposed to the scorching sun, and she instantly wilted. Beads of cold sweat slid down her smooth forehead, her body was shaky, and even standing seemed difficult. Life absorption. These damn warlock sorcery again. It's so fucking hard. Alvin roared in his heart, his palms full of sweat. He looked inward quickly, and his magic power was almost dry at this moment. Not to mention the earth-shaking moves, like the ultimate penance or shadow burst, even a few more powerful sacred fire strikes seemed stretched. I'm not well prepared. Without Calpurnia's endurance, it's still too much of a stretch to fight continuously at high intensity. I must never be so arrogant again. TSK, TSK, TSK. Korik smacked his lips unpleasantly and pointed at Alvin, his eyes flashing with the light of understanding the weakness of his prey. Poor miracle priest, your light seems to have dimmed a lot. I smell the smell of your mana exhaustion. He grinned, raised his other hand, spread his 5 fingers, pointed at Alvin, and instantly gathered a ball of constantly rotating, emitting a strange suction force in his palm. Blue energy vortex. Instead of wasting this pitiful amount of magic power in your body, why not give it to me? Absorb magic. Korik shouted. A dark blue energy ray that was as condensed as substance and exuded a greedy aura, like a venomous snake's letter locking onto its prey, instantly shot out from the center of the vortex and rushed straight towards Alvin. Wherever the ray passed, the weak arcane fluctuations remaining in the air were forcibly pulled. Korik's eyes were full of madness, with a sure victory. Once hit by this ray, the remaining magic power in Alvin's body would be instantly drained. The priest who lost his magic power was just a piece of meat to be slaughtered in front of him. Alvin's pupils shrank suddenly. He knew the horror of absorbing magic, which was the signature evil spell of the warlock to destroy the caster. Don't even think about it. Alvin roared, and almost at the same time as the ray was emitted, his left hand cast a feather of heaven like lightning, and slapped the feather hard on the ice under his feet. Buzz! The moment the feather touched the ground, a soft white light burst out, and a strong and light updraft instantly wrapped around his legs. Alvin felt his body suddenly lighten, as if he had unloaded a heavy burden, and he tapped his toes on the ice. Swoosh! His figure was like an arrow shot from a strong bow, with a blurry afterimage, and shot out to the side and rear at a speed far beyond the usual speed, so fast that only a few illusory feathers were left on the spot. The deathly blue ray narrowly brushed past his feet, and hit a rock behind him. What? The smugness on Korik's face froze instantly, replaced by incredible astonishment. Damn it! Lestiel, stop watching the show. Kill him! He roared at the succubus in frustration. Kill him, and his magic power will be yours. Yes, my irritable master. Lestiel laughed tenderly, her eyes full of murderous intent, and raised the bone whip in her hand again, with the pink and purple magic flames burning fiercely, ready to give Alvin, who had just landed, a fatal blow. However, just as she exerted force on her toes, and was about to pounce, the ice under her feet broke without warning, and several extremely tough, glittering green natural vines broke out of the ice, like long lurking poisonous snakes. These vines are not ordinary plants. The surface is covered with fine, metal-like wood textures, and there are sharp wooden thorns growing on the top. The vines coiled up at an astonishing speed, tightly binding her ankles that looked like sheep's hooves. The plants coiled around her slender thighs, like giant pythons, and another one even cunningly rolled towards her whip-holding wrist. The power of nature, with the heaviness and restraint of the earth, instantly fixed Lisdell's charming body firmly in place. The charming smile on Lisdell's face instantly turned into shock and anger. She tried to struggle, but the vines were tough beyond imagination, and while she was struggling, new, thicker vines immediately grew out of the cracks in the ice, like an endless stream of green chains, wrapping her tighter and tighter. The pink and purple magic flames burned on the vines, leaving only charred marks, but could not burn them instantly. She was like being trapped in a growing thorny jungle. Entangle. A familiar voice came from the shadows. It was the Green Shadow, who reappeared in the form of an elf. The slender night elf was holding his fists high at this moment, and the timing of this precise entanglement was perfect. Good job, Green Shadow. Alvin was very excited. Seeing this, Korik was furious and immediately turned his palm to the shadow where Green Shadow was hiding. Looking for death. The evil energy gathered at his fingertips, and a shadow arrow took shape instantly, but Green Shadow was faster than him. At the moment of casting the entanglement spell, her figure blurred again, like ink blending into the water, collapsed, and turned into a nimble night blade leopard. With the power of her limbs, she quietly rushed into the shadow of the ice pillar farther away, and disappeared completely. Korik's shadow arrow only broke the empty ice wall. Cunning night elf. Korik was furious. I said I would fight Germany first. Chapter 562. It's my turn, bastard. Alvin had already stabilized his body, and pointed his staff directly at Korik. This time, there was no dazzling light, no deafening roar, only an extremely obscure, yet destructive and targeted silver-blue arcane energy, like an invisible spiritual spear, instantly crossing the space and fiercely nailing into Korik's body. Ugh! Korik suddenly let out a scream that was not like a human voice, mixed with severe pain and extreme horror. This is not a physical attack, nor is it an attack of holy or shadow magic. Burning mana. Alvin was so angry that he didn't want this magic power anyway. He would burn your magic power dry. The blue energy was like the most domineering ignition source, accurately pouring into the surging evil magic pool in Korik's body, which was like a boiling oil pan. Boom! Korik felt as if an invisible magic furnace was ignited in his body. The evil magic power full of destructive power that he relied on for survival, and was proud of, was no longer a docile weapon at this moment, but a violent fuel that backfired on its master. Severe pain came, as if countless red-hot steel needles were piercing and burning wildly in every magic circuit and every evil node of his. The pain penetrated into his bones and reached his soul. The evil energy running in his body was completely out of control, like a wild horse running wild in the meridians, tearing his flesh. The blood vessels under the skin seemed to be flowing with green magma, constantly bulging and beating, as if they would burst at any time. What frightened him most was that he could clearly feel that the magic power he had accumulated with great effort was being burned, vaporized, and turned into nothingness by the blue flame at a terrifying speed. It was like pouring a bucket of ice water into boiling lava and evaporating instantly. His sense of power disappeared rapidly like the ebb tide, replaced by an unprecedented huge emptiness that penetrated deep into his bones. No. Stop. You. Damn. Priest. What kind of evil spell is this? Korik hunched over in pain, his hands tightly grasping his chest that felt like it was burned by a branding iron, his skinny body trembling violently, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He was horrified to find that this magic called mana burning could be fired continuously. At this moment, Alvin was constantly casting spells at him. The more vigorously the silver-blue flame burned, the faster it devoured the magic power. Alvin clenched his teeth, his face was also pale, and veins on his forehead bulged. He maintained the direction of the staff and continuously released mana burning. In fact, he was also burning his last magic power, because although the consumption of mana burning was not large, under the current circumstances, every drop of magic was very precious. But looking at Korik's painful twist, and the rapid dissipation of power, he only had the pleasure of revenge in his eyes. Don't you want my magic power? Korik! Take it. Together with your own share, turn it into ashes. The continuous burning of mana was like a poisonous blade that hurt both sides, and finally exhausted the last bit of magic power of both sides. The painful burning slowly extinguished in Korik's body, leaving behind the burning pain that penetrated deep into the bone marrow. Alvin seemed to have been drained of all his strength. The light on his body completely dimmed. He staggered, slammed one knee heavily on the cold ice, and supported himself on the ground with both hands, gasping for breath. Beads of sweat mixed with icy dust rolled down his forehead, and solidified instantly, when they dripped onto the frozen ground. But Korik, on the other side, was in a worse state. He collapsed to the ground, like a fish out of water, his skinny body convulsing violently. The blood vessels on his skin that were swollen due to the boiling magic power quickly shrank, leaving dark blue, spiderweb-like terrible marks. He opened his mouth wide, making a ho-ho sound, like a broken bellows, and turbid green saliva flowed uncontrollably from the corners of his mouth, dripping on his dirty warlock robe. The pair of small eyes that once flashed with evil energy now only had fatigue, pain, and despair. On the other side, the succubus Leesdell was still trapped in place by the tough vines. Her charming face was full of unwillingness, and the pink and purple magic flames burned the vines in vain, but only left charred marks, unable to completely break free from the cage of natural power. She looked at the two men with exhausted magic power, with a gleam of resentment in her eyes, but she was helpless. Chandrese leaned against the cold rock wall, her face as pale as paper, her breathing weak. The sequelae of her life being forcibly extracted made her weak, and even raising her arms seemed extremely difficult. And from the depths of the ice cave came the sound of a violent battle that was enough to shake the entire nest. Boom! Bang! Crack! Every heavy impact was like a thunderous explosion, shaking the ice ridges above her head wildly, and falling fine ice crystals and snow. The ground was shaking violently, and ice chips and gravel were flying everywhere like shotguns. Through the diffused ice dust and the turbulent energy flow, it can be seen that the battle between Akali Tasha and the Blue Dragon Mage has entered a white-hot stage. The two had long abandoned the gorgeous magic bombardment and returned to the most primitive and fiercest close combat of the Dragon Clan. The human girl incarnated by Akalissa seemed to be covered by a burning red shadow. Her movements were as fast as lightning, and each attack was wrapped with hot air waves and explosive power. Her adventurer's leather armor, which was not thick to begin with, was torn in many places during the fierce battle, revealing the skin underneath, which was slightly red due to the high temperature and full of power. A few strands of red hair stuck to her sweaty forehead, adding a bit of wildness. Her opponent, the Quel'Dorei female mage incarnated by the Blue Dragon, looked much more embarrassed. Her gorgeous dark blue robe with arcane brilliance had long been torn apart by the violent claws and scorching breath of the red dragon. The wide cuffs were torn off, and the hem of the skirt was torn into ragged pieces of cloth, barely hanging on her body. Under the torn cloth, large pieces of skin that was as white as frost and snow, as well as breathtaking perfect curves, were revealed. A slender waist with power, long and straight legs, and a full and round curve that can be vaguely seen after the upper body of the robe is torn. However, this beautiful scenery that is enough to make anyone's heart flutter is now soaked with the cruelty of the battle. Her fair skin is covered with red marks caused by high temperature and purple bruises caused by collision, and there is a trace of bright red blood at the corner of her mouth. In her empty eyes, the enslavement will of Korik is still forcibly driving her body to block and counterattack, but the movement is obviously half a beat slower than Akali Tasha, with a kind of stiffness and incoordination. Obviously, this Blue Dragon Mage is more accustomed to elegant long-range casting and lacks experience in this kind of brutal fight. Akratasa seized a flaw in the opponent's blocking and hit the Blue Dragon Mage's calf with a fierce lower sweep kick. At the same time, the right fist wrapped in the red shadow was like a battering ram, with an unstoppable momentum, fiercely smashing the opponent's arms that were hastily defending and crossed in front of his chest. Bang! Crack! The dull sound of impact was accompanied by a slight sound of bone cracking. The Blue Dragon female mage groaned in pain, and the whole person was blasted backwards by the huge force, and hit a thick icicle heavily, shaking the icicle into spiderweb-like patterns. She slid to the ground along the icicle, and the broken robe could hardly cover her body, revealing more dazzling whiteness and scars. She struggled to stand up, but the severe pain and concussion in her arms made it difficult for her to concentrate for a while. Akratasa landed steadily, her golden vertical pupils burning with the flame of victory, step by step approaching her fellow tribesmen who had temporarily lost the ability to resist, ready to give the final suppression. Chapter 563. Korik saw all this. The Blue Dragon Mage was doomed to fail. The succubus was trapped, his own magic power was exhausted, and the hunter was weak but still deadly, not to mention that there was a druid who could cast the entanglement spell lurking in the shadows. Despair drowned him like a cold tide. Stop! Stop! Priest! Alvin! Korik screamed with all his strength, his voice hoarse and dry. He struggled to raise his hand and pointed at the Blue Dragon Mage, who was suppressed by Akalatrasa under the icicle. Don't stop fighting. I admit defeat. I surrender. Let me go! As long as As long as you let me go, I will immediately release my control over her. I swear. I swear. On my soul. She belongs to you. I don't want anything. I give you the Eye of Arcane too. Give me a way out. He spoke very quickly, and his eyes glanced at Alvin in panic, trying to find a trace of hesitation on his face. Alvin forced himself to raise his head, his sweat-soaked bangs stuck to his forehead, and his pale face showed an extremely tired but cold iron-like sarcastic smile. Korik, you are a scum who plays with souls, betrays others, and harms your own people. Are you worthy of swearing? He adjusted his breathing with difficulty, supported himself to stand up straighter, and pierced the limp warlock with his eyes, like ice cones. Look at the current situation. You have lost your combat power, your succubus is still tied up like a dumpling, and you... Alvin sneered, you don't even have the strength to stand up? How does it feel to have your magic power burned dry? He paused. Now, I have the advantage. The initiative is in my hands. What right do you have to negotiate with me? Just relying on your promise that is cheaper than the goblin's promises, swear by your soul. Alvin's eyes swept across Korik's desperate face, then turned to the ice dust area filled with fierce fighting in the depths of the ice cave, and the breath hidden in the shadow. He took a deep breath, used up the last strength in his chest, and issued a decisive order to the shadow. Green Shadow. Don't give this bastard a chance to breathe. Now. Kill him. Korik saw Alvin's cold eyes, and felt the sudden rise of deadly murderous intent in the shadow. The instinct for survival overwhelmed all dignity. He was like a venomous snake whose tail was stepped on. He screamed with the last bit of strength, and his voice was deformed by extreme fear. Wait. Stop. Don't kill me. I have important news. You? Aren't you looking for Gugger? I know. I know where he went in the end. The name Gugger was like a thunder, instantly splitting the murderous atmosphere in the ice cave. Alvin's hand quickly clenched into a fist, signaling the green shadow in the shadow to stop the action. His sharp eyes were like a searchlight, fixed on Korik's green face twisted by fear. Oh! There was no emotion in Alvin's voice. He slowly stood up. Although his body was still weak, his eyes were so sharp that they seemed to pierce people's hearts. Tell me more, Korik. Remember, this is your last value. If I find out that you dare to lie to me, I will kill you without hesitation. Korik spoke quickly, spitting as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. It was on the Zoram coast. To the north. That damn place full of reefs and murlocs near Ashenville. We separated there. He tried to make his voice sound credible, but his eyes involuntarily glanced at the shadow of Alvin not far away. Gurgle. That greedy two-headed monster, he heard about the blue dragon's lair in Winterspring, so he sent a few of us here to explore the way. If we are lucky, we can control a few blue dragons to expand the Twilight Cult's arsenal. Korik swallowed his saliva, his green Adam's apple rolling up and down himself. He took the main force, boarded a broken ship with black sails and octopus tentacles carved on the bow, and went all the way south. He said he would go south along the west coast of Kalandor to search for those suspicious ruins related to the ancient gods that were forgotten in the cliffs of the coastline and deep in the jungle. Where exactly? Now that it has been so long, I really don't know where he drifted to. Go south along the west coast of Kalandor? Search for suspicious ruins? Alvin's brows were tightly locked into a Chuan shape. He took a step slowly, and his boots made a crunching sound when stepping on the ice chips, and his eyes swept across Korik's flickering eyes. Korik, are you kidding me? Alvin's voice turned cold, with undisguised anger, from the Zoram coast to further south. The west coastline of Kalandor stretches for thousands of miles. Cliffs, jungles, deserts, swamps. There are countless hidden ruins. You told me that Cho'Gall went south along the coastline, like a headless fly? What kind of valuable information is this? Do I have to take people from Ashenvale all the way to the ends of the earth to try my luck? Just when Alvin was distracted by the vague information, and there was a gap in his mind. Life diversion. A suppressed groan mixed with pain and pleasure squeezed out of Korik's throat. It seemed that part of his flesh and blood essence was instantly sucked out of his already shriveled body. His skin became grayer, and even cracked at a speed visible to the naked eye. A pale green, evil energy smoke representing the life force being forcibly squeezed out of his 7 orifices, and in contrast, a weak but extremely condensed shadow magic power gathered again in his palm, like a last ray of light, and lit up. Go to hell. Idiot! Shadow burn. The begging on Korik's face was instantly replaced by a hideous laugh. The extremely compressed shadow energy that had just condensed in his palm, like a poisonous snake coming out of a hole, with a scream that burned the soul, turned into a dark energy column with green evil fire wrapped around the edge, and rushed straight to the face of Alvin, who was close at hand. The speed was so fast, and the distance was so close that it was almost impossible to avoid. "Alvin!" Shandy's exclaimed weakly, struggling to raise the bow, but she was powerless. The trapped succubus Leesdale also flashed with astonishment in her eyes, however, at this critical moment. "Ah!" A leopard roar full of wild anger tore through the air. In the seemingly empty shadow behind Korik, the green shadow-incarnated night-blade leopard suddenly pounced out like a ghost that had been ready for a long time with a cold light of revenge. The sharp claws tore through the air, and went straight to Korik's unprepared back of the neck. The timing was perfect. It was the absolute gap when Korik was attacking Alvin with all his strength, and the old strength had been used, but the new strength had not yet been generated. But Korik seemed to have expected it. The corner of his laughing mouth curled up a cruel arc. His other hand waved back without looking back, as if he had foreseen the future, a ball of pale green energy exuding a strong breath of fear. It was the Warlock signature control spell Death Coil. Fear. Bugs. The pale green fear ball accurately shot at the night-blade leopard. Korik seemed to have seen that this troublesome druid was dominated by fear, and fled like a frightened bird. Then he could calmly add a fear spell and completely exile it, but the next second, the cruel and complacent smile on Korik's face solidified instantly, turning into boundless horror and disbelief. The pale green ball, which was enough to make the bravest warrior lose his mind, hit the night-blade leopard fiercely. Then, it was like a drop in the ocean, without causing any ripples. The night-blade leopard, the incarnation of the green shadow, did not even pause in its attack. In its emerald eyes, which burned with cold anger, there was only pure killing intent, without a trace of fear. The sharp claws, with a cold light that could tear through flesh, continued to grab at the back of Korik's neck without stopping. This is impossible. The death coil that he was so proud of, and had always worked, was actually ineffective. Chapter 564. Ha ha! Alvin's hearty laughter rang out in the ice cave. Facing Korik's final counterattack, his body only moved sideways, with an extremely delicate small amplitude, and narrowly let the dark shadow burning fire brush past his shoulder. A corner of the eternal light robe was scorched by the evil fire, but he himself was unharmed. Looking at Korik's horrified expression, Alvin said, "Korik, do you think you are the only one who has a backup plan? I'm tired of your tricks of playing with fear. I have already secretly blessed Green Shadow with a protective fear barrier. The death coil that you are proud of is just a tickle for our kitten. Now, pay the price for your self-righteousness." Korik's last trump card was ruthlessly torn apart, and he watched the leopard claws flashing with cold light rapidly enlarged in his terrified and dilated pupils. Puff! Blood splattered, and Korik's desperate wail was stuck in his throat, and he could no longer make any sound. "Idiot! Korik! You are a complete idiot!" Once Korik's life flame was extinguished, the succubus Leesdale summoned by him could no longer exist in Azeroth. The succubus scolded Korik for not living up to his expectations, and her charming face was full of unwillingness. She let out a sharp hiss, and her body began to become unstable, like a reflection in the water with a stone thrown into it. First, the slender fingers and ankles became blurred and transparent, and then the whole limbs were erased, as if by an invisible eraser. The crack in the space tore open behind her, forming a dark and deep vortex that seemed to swallow all the light. The edge of the vortex rolled with twisted energy, pulling Leesdale into it. The succubus stretched out her translucent hand to Alvin in vain, as if trying to grab something. But her struggle lasted only a moment, and her body was dragged back by an irresistible force, like a gorgeous petal swept away by the wind, screaming and being sucked into the dark portal. The portal twitched violently after she completely disappeared, and then with a light pop sound, it closed completely, leaving only a faint smell of sulfur in the air and a heart-pounding silence. And a slight gasp broke the silence. Green Shadow changed from the night-blade leopard form back to human form. She waved her hands quickly and recited a spell silently. The fingertips were lingering with a vibrant green glow, like dewdrops condensed in the morning. "Rejuvenation," she shouted softly, and two soft green lights fell on Chandri's and Alvin respectively. Chandri's groaned, and her pale face quickly regained some redness, and a cool vitality surged from her body. The sluggish feeling in Alvin's chest due to excessive consumption of magic power also quickly dissipated, and his spirit was lifted. Green Shadow. Alvin's eyes swept across Korik's dead body sharply. "Quick! Korik! Find the arcane eye. Akalatrasa is still fighting with the blue dragon. We have to support him." "Understood." Green Shadow responded and pounced on Korik like a nimble swift, searching swiftly. There were many things hidden under Korik's dirty robes, and Green Shadow didn't look closely, and put them all in his pocket. Soon, a gem that flashed a deep blue light, and seemed to have a nebula slowly rotating inside, was carefully held out by Green Shadow. It was the arcane eye he used to enslave the blue dragon. "Haha, there's this. Alvin, look." She actually took out a few pieces of white bread wrapped in clean oil paper, which exuded the aroma of wheat, and 2 bottles of magic spring water that flashed a soft light of light blue from Korik's pocket. Apparently, this warlock also knew how to prepare for a rainy day and brought a lot of supplies, but it was a pity that they all went to Alvin. Great. Alvin and Chandris immediately took the food and water, and regardless of their image, they wolfed down the bread. The cool and sweet magic spring water slid into his throat, and a gentle and pure magic power instantly flowed to his limbs and bones, just like a dry riverbed ushering in spring rain. Alvin could feel that his exhausted magic pool was being quickly filled, and his spirit was completely lifted. He took the arcane eye from Green Shadow, stood up, and reached out to pull Chandris up. Chandris also took a deep breath, stretched her shoulders to regain flexibility, and held her moon blade again. "Don't move. You blue guy. If you move again, I will knock you out. Brother Alvin. Come quickly." Akali Tasha's voice came from not far away, and Alvin looked. Wow, this girl with red dragon blood and hot temper is now firmly in the upper hand. She was like a lioness who conquered her prey, suppressing the blue dragon female mage who looked like Queldorii. The female mage's originally exquisite lavender robe had now turned into a strip of cloth. Roar! The blue dragon female mage screamed in anger and struggled violently, spewing out streams of cold air uncontrollably, covering the ground beneath her and the rocks and mosses within a few yards around her with a thick layer of ice that flashed with a faint blue light. However, Akalissa, who was suppressing her, didn't care about it. The frost climbed up her arms and legs, but couldn't freeze her flesh and blood deeply. She even grinned with some enjoyment, revealing a wild smile, and took a deep breath of cold air at the frost that was close at hand, and then, puff! A mouthful of hot flame sprayed directly on the ground in front of the blue dragon, instantly melting and evaporating the newly formed ice layer, making a sizzling sound. "Don't move. I'm really going to hit you." Akaratassa roared impatiently, her voice loud. She used her knees to firmly press the female mage's waist, and her hands clamped her slender, but powerful arms like iron clamps, pressing her tightly behind her back. Every time the mage struggled and twisted, Akalitha needed to exert more force to suppress her, which made her more irritated. "Brother Alvin. Have you done it? Come on. This slippery blue-skinned lizard is quite strong." She shouted at Alvin at the top of her voice. "Here it comes. Hold on. You still call others blue-skinned big lizards." Alvin was speechless and hurried over with the 2 of them. When he got closer, the scene in front of him instantly petrified a part of his body. The scene was quite explosive. The poor female mage was suppressed and could not move. Her clothes had long been torn, and large areas of snow-white skin were exposed to the cold air, revealing her spring light. Especially the chest, back, shoulders and outer thighs, which were not covered at all. Akalitha's clothes were not much better, torn to shreds, and the 2 of them looked dazzlingly white in this icy blue cave. They jumped up and down as the female mage struggled, which stunned Alvin. Good, lively little rabbits. Chapter 565. Ah! Seeing the scene in front of her, Chandris immediately turned her face away like an innocent girl. 2 blushes flew up on her fair cheeks. As a result, when she turned her face away, she saw Alvin with shining eyes. This human priest was looking at the girls in front of him with interest, and his eyes were much wider than usual. "Don't look. Shameless." Chandris gave a low scolding and raised her hand to cover Alvin's eyes. Her slender and cold fingers instantly covered Alvin's vision. Alvin was confused by this sudden attack, and then he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He reluctantly pushed away Chandris's hand covering his eyes, and turned his head. In his clear eyes, there was no embarrassment or flicker as Chandris expected, but a calm and clear look. Chandris calmed down. Alvin said calmly, "If I close my eyes and don't look, how can I remove the magic for her? How can I check her condition? Do I have to guess?" He pointed at the female mage who was still struggling on the ground. "Don't forget, I am a priest. On the battlefield, I am also a field doctor. In front of my duties and beliefs, there is no difference between men and women, only patients who need treatment." His words were powerful, and he spoke calmly without any doubt. If you hadn't had a nosebleed, I would have believed it. Chandrese was so angry at his righteous words that she didn't care about her usual cold image at all. She pointed at Alvin's nose and shouted while stamping her feet angrily. Alvin hurriedly gave himself a recovery spell and wiped the blood from his nose. I must have been drinking too little water recently and got irritated, ha ha. Chandrese knew she couldn't argue with this shameless priest, so she had to look to the green shadow next to her for help. Green shadow. Look at him. Take care of this shameless guy. At this time, the green shadow was tilting her head, and her emerald green eyes were full of curiosity as she looked at the two ragged girls on the ground, as if comparing something. Hearing Chandrese's call, she came back to her senses, first subconsciously looked down at the curve of her chest wrapped in leather armor, then carefully glanced at Ecolatrasa and the blue dragon mage on the ground, and then said calmly, well, not as big as me. She even gestured with her hand on her chest, with an expression that I was just stating the facts. Puff! Chandrese almost choked on her own breath and fell down. She held her forehead and felt her temples throbbing. What the hell is going on here? A priest who talks about being a kind doctor but has a nosebleed, a druid who speaks out of turn. She began to suspect that she might be the most normal person in this group. At this moment, the blue dragon mage who was suppressed by Echolissa seemed to be stimulated by the movement around her, and suddenly burst out with the last of her strength, struggling like a trapped and dying beast. She let out a low roar in her throat, and the remaining frost magic overflowed uncontrollably, condensing into tiny ice crystals around her body, falling down. Be honest? Echolissa roared, increasing the suppression force. Alvin hurriedly stepped forward, took a deep breath, raised his hands, palms facing each other, and chanted the spell in a low voice. A soft and firm blue light flowed out from his palm, like a warm stream, gently sprinkling on the struggling female mage. Soul-soothing. The blue light enveloped the female mage like a real veil. The effect was immediate, and her frantic struggles seemed to be paused and froze instantly. The roar in her throat stopped abruptly, and the tense body lines also relaxed visibly. Although she was still suppressed by Echolissa with her hands tied behind her back, the violent momentum that seemed to tear everything apart disappeared. Wow! It works! Brother Alvin, she doesn't move. Echolissa exclaimed in surprise, and the force on the female mage subconsciously relaxed a little, but she still remained alert. However, although the female mage stopped struggling and no longer resisted, her state was extremely strange. She lowered her head, her messy long hair covered part of her face, and her body was soft and lifeless. Echolissa tentatively loosened her grip a little, and asked in a rough voice, Hey! Blue Lizard. What's your name? Do you understand me? The female mage did not respond, as if she had not heard it at all. Her eyes were so empty that it was frightening. The blue eyes that originally flashed with arcane energy seemed to be covered with a thick layer of gray at this moment. They were not focused and had no spirit. They just stared blankly at the ground, like a fine porcelain with its soul taken away. Green Shadow came closer and observed carefully, frowning. Her body has calmed down, but her mind seems to be locked by something, completely blank. How can I get rid of this state of Brother Alvin? Is it dangerous to wake him up by force? Everyone's eyes were focused on Alvin. His face was solemn, and he was undecided. He stretched out his hand, and slowly waved it in front of the empty eyes of the female mage, but there was no response. Her eyeballs did not even move with his fingers. He tried to call her a few times with a gentle voice, but it was still a dead end. This kind of mental slavery is far beyond ordinary mind control. Alvin muttered to himself, and shook the arcane eye in front of her again. Maybe we have to start with this thing. At this moment, the female mage, like a puppet, raised her head without any warning. This action was so sudden that Alvin, Echolissa, and the Green Shadow, who were watching closely, were all startled. Echolissa even subconsciously grabbed her arm again. The female mage raised her face, which was stained with a little ice, but still could not hide her stunning beauty. Her empty blue eyes were no longer scattered at this moment, but were fixed directly and accurately on Alvin's face. This sudden gaze made Alvin feel a little creepy. There was no anger, fear, or pleading in her eyes, and there was not even a trace of emotional fluctuations belonging to a living creature. She just looked at him empty, as if Alvin was just a target that needed to be identified. In a flash, Alvin suddenly felt that the arcane eye in his hand was emitting a weak, almost imperceptible magical fluctuation. So that's it. Alvin suddenly realized, and he immediately raised the arcane eye in his hand a little higher, so that it could be presented more clearly in the empty sight of the female mage. Sure enough, as the gem moved, the female mage's empty blue eyes also turned very slightly, and the focus was always firmly on the eye of arcane. She's not looking at me. Alvin said. She's looking at the Eye of Arcane. Korik is dead, but this key item that controls her is still there. She, or the power that controls her, only recognizes the holder of this item. Maybe she now regards me as her new master. Chapter 566. Alvin slowly squatted down in front of the blue dragon mage. He tried to keep his sight level with her empty eyes, and his voice was extremely gentle, as if he was comforting a frightened little animal. Listen. He spoke softly, each word clear and slow. Your mind is trapped, but can you understand what I say? Even a little bit? He carefully observed the beautiful but lifeless face, trying to catch a trace of emotional fluctuations. No response. The blue eyes were still like dusty sapphires, reflecting his figure. She just looked at Alvin quietly, a bit like the exquisite statues in Silvermoon City. Alvin sighed, stood up, and helplessly patted the ice chips on his knees. I can't do anything. He turned to Green Shadow and the others. We can only take her with us now. Green Shadow, Akalissa, please look after her and make sure she doesn't lose control suddenly. Chandris, and I have to hurry to check the blue dragon eggs in the nest. Without anyone to look after them, those dragon eggs might fall into the hands of bad people again. Let's take them away together. Leave it to me, Brother Alvin. Akalissa responded immediately. Although she wanted to go on the adventure, she felt that someone needed to watch over the poor blue dragon in front of her. Green Shadow also nodded. Well, I will keep an eye on her. However, just as Alvin turned around and prepared to walk into the depths of the cave with Chandris, something unexpected happened. The blue dragon mage, who had been standing still like a puppet, actually raised her feet stiffly and followed. Her steps were a little unsteady, like a child who had just learned to walk, but she moved towards Alvin with a clear goal. Wow! Akaratasa was startled, thinking that the other party was going to attack again, and subconsciously wanted to pounce on him to suppress him again. Hey! Blueskin Lizard, what are you doing? Alvin was also stunned by this sudden action. He stopped immediately, and the female mage also stopped immediately, with empty eyes still firmly locked on him. What's going on? Chandris held the handle of the moon blade vigilantly. Alvin looked at the female mage's focused gaze, and then looked down at the arcane eye in his hand. I guess she wants to follow the arcane eye. Green Shadow, you take this. He handed the gem to Green Shadow, and tried to move 2 steps to the side. Strangely, the female mage also moved immediately, as if being pulled by an invisible line. He tried to walk towards Green Shadow again, and the wizard changed direction without hesitation. His target was always him. Eh? Alvin touched his chin, a confused expression on his face, muttering, Is it because of something special about me? The legendary affinity with dragons? Or? He straightened his chest and joked, Am I really the chosen one? Puff. Green Shadow was the first to laugh out loud, and quickly covered his mouth with his hands. The chosen one? Chandris crossed her arms, and her delicate face was full of undisguised disgust. Boring. Narcissistic. Alvin laughed. As Chandris spoke, her eyes fell again on the blue dragon female wizard, who was almost naked but followed Alvin unconsciously. She untied her thick cotton coat, wrapped it around the blue dragon mage, and carefully tied the knot at the collar, completely covering up the spring scenery that made people think. Where else are you looking? She turned to Alvin. It's much better now. Alvin looked at the mage, who was wrapped like a dumpling, with only a blank face, and couldn't help twitching his mouth. The plan has been adjusted. Green Shadow and I will stay here to watch her, and by the way, study the deep connection between her condition and the arcane eye. He turned to Akali Tasha, who had been eager to try. Akali Tasha, you and Chandris go check the blue dragon egg. Okay. Leave it to me. Akali Tasha immediately responded excitedly. She was obviously more interested in the dragon egg than a soul-destroying fellow. Chandris gave Alvin a warning glare, as if to say behave yourself, and then called Akalissa, and the two of them, one in front and one behind, swiftly headed towards the area deep in the cave that was emitting weak magical fluctuations. Alvin looked at the female mage, and suddenly remembered something. He remembered the days in Silvermoon City, when he had established a mental connection with the animals of the Windrunner family. He remembered that it was just mental control. Maybe we can try, Alvin whispered to himself, and he turned to Green Shadow. Green Shadow, help me hold her shoulders. If she has any violent reaction, pull me away immediately. I want to try to enter her consciousness. Green Shadow naturally trusted him completely. She immediately stepped forward and held the slightly cold shoulders of the female mage steadily with both hands, with a faint natural energy lingering on her fingertips, ready to deal with any unexpected events at any time. Be careful, Alvin, she whispered. Alvin nodded, took a deep breath, and dispel the distracting thoughts in his mind. He stretched out his hands, and gently covered the temples of the female wizard with his palms. Her skin was cold and delicate, like the finest jade. He closed his eyes, and chanted the spell in a low voice. Soon, his consciousness was like a probe thrown into the deep sea, and was instantly swept away by a powerful, cold, and chaotic torrent. There was no solid barrier as expected, but it was like falling into a broken, bizarre dream, and the scene was like an overturned kaleidoscope. Alvin seemed to see the turbulent ocean, the rolling hills, and even the endless blue forest. The trunk was as smooth as glass, and the branches were twisted and tangled, like solidified blue lightning. The leaves were like countless tiny blue crystal prisms, swaying and colliding gently with the invisible wind, making a crisp and pleasant dingling sound. The entire forest was shrouded in a hazy blue halo, which was breathtakingly beautiful, but also revealed a sense of otherworldly alienation. Where is this? Alvin's spirit wandered in this magnificent and unfamiliar scene. Is this the ancient homeland of the blue dragon? Or is it a projection of a lost plane? However, this shocking tranquility did not last long. Without any warning, the sky above the dark blue forest was torn apart. It was not a natural dark cloud, but was stained by green evil energy. Countless huge meteorites burning with green evil fire, dragging long tails, fell like the tears of the devil. Boom! 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 The evil fire meteorites hit the blue forest and ignited it instantly. The forest twisted painfully and the evil energy flames shattered and turned into ashes. The huge waves of the deep sea were dyed dirty green, the land gradually broke, and part of it sank into the sea. In her spiritual world, Alvin felt her unspeakable pain, despair, and fear that penetrated his bones. This scene was so real, and so tragic, that it seemed as if he had personally experienced the end of the world. However, just as he tried to get closer to the core of the destructive scene to find out, a sense of rejection hit his consciousness like an invisible hammer. Poof! In reality, Alvin also groaned, and his hands covering the female mage's temples were suddenly bounced away. He lost his balance and fell heavily on the ground. His face was pale, his forehead was instantly covered with cold sweat, his chest was violently heaving, and he was gasping for breath. "Alvin!" Green Shadow exclaimed, and immediately let go of the hand holding the female mage, rushed to Alvin's side, squatted down, and nervously held his shoulders. "What's wrong with you? What happened? Did she attack you?" She looked at the female mage, who was still standing still with empty eyes. Alvin waved his hand, indicating that he could still hold on. There was no attack, just her nightmare.